On the vast azure sea, Zhang Nian woke in the ship's cabin, pressing a hand to his aching head. Where's this? Why am I on a boat? Zhang Nian was a wilderness photography enthusiast skilled at capturing candid shots of small animals. He could only remember that he had just been photographing a wild northeast tiger, and then somehow he had suddenly appeared here. At that moment, a strange voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations on becoming the great captain who will save the world. Your mission is to carry passengers in need of help to safe zones. Note, this is a world eroded by imposters. Imposters may be mixed among your passengers. You must identify them and eliminate them. Eliminating imposters and successfully escorting passengers to safe zones will earn you generous rewards. If an imposter successfully boards your ship, you will lose the protection of your vessel. Unless you are more imposter than the imposters, your death will be miserable. During boarding inspections, you must not mistakenly kill passengers, or you will be downgraded until you become a drifter. Do not let passengers stir up trouble on your ship, or it will trigger unforeseen crises. This world is vast and ships rarely encounter one another. Of course, even if you do meet, don't be too quick to rejoice. Such meetings are not necessarily a good thing. Special reminder: when the red moon descends, you must ensure that all curtains are closed. Do not look at the moon outside, and do not stare blankly at the sea surface. As the voice faded, the well-read Zhang Nian immediately understood what had happened. He had transmigrated and had become a ship's captain. He shook his throbbing head, then stood and looked around. He discovered that this was a very old vessel. The walls and floor were covered in winding red rust marks like living blood vessels. The cabin was very small, about 5 or 6 square meters. Against the wall and beneath the window stood a narrow single bed and an office desk, respectively. An old, bulky desktop computer sat on the desk. Zhang Nian walked over and gently tapped the keyboard. After a moment of flickering distortion, the monitor slowly lit up. Captain Zhang Nian: permissions unlocked. Current controllable options: ship information, captain's chat group, trading market, passenger information, imposter identification guide. He clicked on ship information. Ship number 00260-321. Name Xingchen, how modifiable. Level 1. Displacement 5 tons, hull length 10 meters, maximum passenger capacity 10 people. Maximum speed 10 knots. Defense level 1. Upgrade requirements: 300 kilograms with 300 kilograms or 300 kilograms steel, 500 gold coins. Zhang Nian frowned. A displacement of only 5 tons. How is this a ship at all? It's obviously just a speedboat, and not even a fast one. He glanced out through the porthole at the boundless ocean and was momentarily speechless. With a vessel this small, sailing on the open sea meant the risk of being destroyed at any moment. Adjusting his mindset, he clicked open the captain's chat group. Current number of captains in this region: 100, 001, 0000. Messages were already popping up. What the hell, where did you drag me off to? I was on the toilet, and in a blink I'm on a ship. Which big shot kidnapped me? I'm begging you, don't harvest my organs. I'm so weak I can't even pee straight now. I'm not worth anything. What kind of new interrogation method is this? Kind of interesting. This must be a surprise my girlfriend prepared for me. How exciting! What on earth is going on? Did I transmigrate? Haha, perfect. I finally don't have to go to work and look at my boss's dog face. Are you kidding me? I just lay down and hadn't even started enjoying myself, and I'm dragged here already. 200 yuan down the drain, damn it. What are these imposters anyway, and how do we tell them apart? Brother, upstairs, isn't there an identification manual? Read the manual. Forget the manual for a second, the wind's picking up here. My crappy little boat is about to capsize. So everyone's stuck with tiny junk boats. That's a relief. Same here. It seemed everyone was in roughly the same situation, all dragged into this world in a daze, arriving in all sorts of bizarre circumstances. Zhang Nian moved the mouse over to the identification manual. Imposter Identification Guide, latest update 2036. 04. 01. 1. The vast majority of imposters are not sensitive to light stimulation. When you shine a flashlight into their pupils, there is no response. 2. If you find someone whose eyes are as red as a monkey's backside, that one is definitely an imposter. 3. You can try asking passengers to perform some high-difficulty movements. Believe me, you will discover something unexpected. 4. Try to converse more with the passengers. They will reveal themselves sooner or later. 5. Learn to recognize smells. Some of them reek like an outhouse baked under a scorching sun. Note, all of the above have been recorded by successive captains. If you discover anything new, please add to this guide in a timely manner. Zhang Nian muttered, recorded by successive captains. So there has been more than one group of people brought into this world. But where have those earlier captains gone? The answer was not hard to guess. Most likely they had made the wrong calls and been killed by imposters. This also meant that the identification methods he saw now were by no means absolutely accurate or complete. And any new discoveries had likely never had the chance to be entered into the computer, because only the living could do that. Zhang Nian was fond of reading and had heard of creatures like imposters before. Imposters possessed formidable physical abilities and excelled at disguise. They were difficult for humans to distinguish, and bare-handed humans were no match for them. Once encountered, it was almost certainly a death sentence. Wait, eliminate imposters. Since there is a prompt about eliminating them, there must be a way to do it. Recalling the earlier voice, Zhang Nian realized the situation might not be as hopeless as it seemed. His gaze swept across the desk. Finally, his eyes landed on the drawers on either side. He first tugged at the left drawer. It stuck slightly from years of disuse, but he managed to pull it open. Inside lay a flashlight. He pressed the switch and a beam of white light sprang forth at once. It still works. At least that's one more guarantee for survival. He then pulled open the right-hand drawer. Perhaps from frequent use this one slid out easily. As it opened, the contents inside came into view. Lying inside was a revolver. Zhang Nian's eyes lit up. So this is what I'm supposed to use to eliminate imposters. I really do hold the truth in my hands. Now I can stop panicking. Whatever imposters come aboard, they'll all lie down obediently before me. The revolver was icy and heavy in his grip, its cylinder loaded with 6 rounds. There was also a box of ammunition in the drawer. Only 12 bullets remained inside, most had already been used. Even so, Zhang Nian was not disappointed. Having some was better than having none at all. Since there were bullets, there had to be a way to obtain more. What's this? Just as he was about to push the drawer shut, a flash of bright golden light caught his eye. Looking more closely, he discovered it was a golden card pressed beneath the box of bullets with only one corner exposed. Zhang Nian drew the card out, and a prompt immediately echoed in his mind. Talent card, activate to obtain a random talent. Activate yes or no. There was no need to hesitate, of course, he had to activate it. Talent activating. Congratulations, you have obtained the Reward Amplification talent. Reward Amplification, you may amplify any reward you receive. Amplification includes doubling, upgrading, and increasing the probability of obtaining rewards. Note actively acquired supplies also count as rewards. Zhang Nian laughed, the corners of his mouth harder to suppress than the recoil of an AK. According to this description, the rewards he obtained after killing pseudo-humans would be directly doubled. Moreover, amplification was not limited to doubling, it could also upgrade rewards. This meant that if the reward was an item, the quality of that item would likewise be enhanced. Even more outrageous was that when he actively acquired supplies, those supplies would also be treated as rewards and thus be doubled. This was practically a cheat code. Snapping back to his senses, Zhang Nian immediately opened the group chat. He wanted to see whether anyone else like him had obtained a talent card. Current region captain count 100, 001, 0000. Ship information has been updated. A user with the screen name, Lachu Jushir Zaisai Maoking Zenanju typed, everyone, you might not believe this, but I actually found a hand crossbow in my drawer. Truly the chosen one. I'm incredible. A user named Washir Jujua replied, TCH, what's a hand crossbow? I found a handgun, a golden desert eagle. Who can top that? Another user, Hei Shan lamented, why are your weapons all so good? I only got a spear. Washir Jujua answered with a laugh. Haha, and what does that show? It shows there are differences even among. Zhang Nian watched for a long while scrolling past a dense barrage of messages, yet saw no one mention a talent card. Could there really be only one talent card, he wondered. Or is it that the number of talent cards is limited and those who obtain them are deliberately hiding it? Zhang Nian felt the latter was far more likely. Some people were born to play the pig to eat the tiger, lying low at the beginning, waiting until the time was ripe before emerging to show off in grand fashion. And it had to be admitted that feeling was indeed exhilarating. Zhang Nian had originally planned to open the trading marketplace for a look, but the ship's broadcast suddenly crackled to life. Static hissed, followed by a mechanical voice, the vessel is about to dock. Captains, please prepare for inspection. Current dock, Buguay Ren. Status stable. Berthing time, 30 minutes. We're in the deep sea. There isn't even a coastline. Where did a dock come from? Zhang Nian muttered. Puzzled, he looked outside. On the previously empty, boundless sea, a pier had actually appeared. It was utterly silent, as if it had always been there. What principle is this? It wasn't there a moment ago. How did it suddenly appear? There was no time for lengthy contemplation. Accompanied by the sound of waves slapping against the hull, the ship gradually eased up to the pier. Taking a deep breath to suppress his doubts, Zhang Nian immediately entered a state of alert. He concealed his gun beneath the desk, so his trump card would not be exposed too early, yet could still be drawn at a moment's notice. With a soft hiss, a gangway automatically extended from the hatch and connected to the pier. At the same time, the glass in front of the captain's desk transformed into a transparent light screen. Zhang Nian guessed this must be a kind of one-way defensive technology. It could prevent attacks from outside while not hindering counterattacks from within. He gazed into the distance. In the thick fog, a plank-built trestle bridge stretched outward. At the head of the bridge stood a large, rotten, blackened wooden signboard upon which 3 big characters, Buguay Ren, were painted in red. Buguay Ren. Which genius came up with that name? Aren't they afraid of being dragged into a sack at night for it? Just then footsteps drifted out from within the fog. Creak, creak. Before long, a middle-aged woman emerged. She carried a wicker basket covered with a floral cloth, its contents impossible to see. However, judging from the slight sway in her gait, whatever lay inside must be heavy. Seeing a ship moored at the pier, a trace of excitement appeared on her face, and her pace quickened. Thank heavens the Alliance has finally sent someone to pick us up. Let me tell you, this place is really no place for people to stay. I've seen monsters eating people more than once. It's truly terrifying. Young man, listen to me. Stop, stop. Zhang Nian hurriedly cut her off before she could go on. She was clearly very talkative. If left unchecked, she could probably chatter straight through until the next morning. Take out your identification. Let me have a look. Oh, I got a bit excited seeing you here and forgot about that. The middle-aged woman chuckled in embarrassment and produced her ID card. She held it up beside her face to make it easier for Zhang Nian to compare. Name Wang Guifan. Sex female. Age 48. The document was old, and the photo looked quite different from her present appearance, yet it was still possible to confirm she was the same person. Zhang Nian tapped a few keys on the keyboard, and Wang Guifan's information immediately appeared. Her occupation was listed as fruit farmer. Turning up with a basket then was perfectly reasonable. All the data matched, and her appearance showed no anomalies, as she looked exactly like the woman in the photograph, right down to the asymmetry of her eyelids. Her eyes were not bloodshot, and there was no foul latrine stench about her. Everything seemed perfectly normal. Look at the light. Zhang Nian raised his flashlight, its bright beam shining directly onto Wang Guifan. Oh my eyes. Wang Guifan's pupils shrank as she hurriedly raised a hand to shield them. Pupil response normal, no problem. Zhang Nian nodded. So I can board now, right? Lift the cloth and let me see what's inside the basket first. Okay. Wang Guifan immediately complied, lifting the floral cloth covering the basket. Judging by her practiced movements, she was clearly used to doing this. Definitely a fruit farmer. As the cloth was lifted, a refreshing fragrance instantly spread through the air. The basket was filled with apples, each one plump and round red as flame, and exceedingly tempting to the eye. Cleared. Zhang Nian decisively pressed the switch. Thank you for your hard work, Captain. Wang Guifan lifted the basket and thanking him as she turned and walked into the passenger cabin. That went pretty well. It wasn't as difficult as I imagined. Zhang Nian leaned back in his chair looking completely at ease. The next second, however, he sprang up from the seat, as if jolted. Even his eyelids twitched 3 times. What the hell is that? Tap, tap, tap. With a series of footsteps, a figure slowly emerged from the mist. Strictly speaking, it was a humanoid monster. It possessed a human body, but its head was square, as large as a black and white television set. Its face was crisscrossed with cuts as smooth as tofu, and its features were so disarranged they were beyond recognition. The mouth, which should have been on the chin, had moved to where the eyes were, while 2 ears grew in place of the mouth, and the eyes were on the chin. It was as if a Rubik's Cube had come to life. Hurry. Open the door. My name is Li Hang. I want aboard. Li Hang's voice sounded as if it were clogged with 10 years of phlegm, making one's skin crawl. It opened its blood-red mouth and spat out a mucus-covered ID card, trying to prove its identity. But with that spit, not only did the ID card come out, but also a half-digested finger. Witnessing such absurd behavior, Zhang Nian's mouth twitched involuntarily. Clearly the passenger named Li Hang had been devoured by this pseudo-human, which then disguised itself as him to deceive others. But this disguise was far too crude. It was practically challenging his limits. Hurry. Open the door. I am Li Hang. Open the door. To board. Seeing that Zhang Nian wasn't opening the door, Li Hang grew impatient and began pounding its fists against the light barrier. But no matter how hard it pounded, the light barrier remained unmoved. Zhang Nian let out a cold laugh. You want to board? Fine, stand up straight and don't move. Hearing this, Li Hang actually stopped moving, standing stiffly at attention like an obedient college student. I am standing. Open the door. Good. I'll open the door for you right now. Zhang Nian raised his gun, aiming at Li Hang's forehead. Don't forget to say thank you. Bang. A gunshot rang out. On Li Hang's forehead, a large hole appeared. Strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed out, and through the hole the mist behind was clearly visible. Plopped. Li Hang fell backward, instantly turning into a pool of black water, which then faded away and disappeared. Killed a predatory pseudo-human. Reward 100 gold coins. Bonus reward 100 gold coins. Total 200 gold coins. Gold coins are the universal currency of the Alliance, used to purchase supplies. Predatory pseudo-human predation is their instinct. They especially enjoy hunting humans. Their intelligence is generally low, but there are exceptions. Pseudo-humans come in different types. Today I've learned something new. And the Alliance. What organization is that? The Human Alliance? Cackle. Great, I made it just in time. Just then a woman's laughter suddenly came from afar, interrupting Zhang Nian's thoughts. What the hell was that? Zhang Nian was startled and quickly looked into the distance. That brief laugh was like 1,000 tiny hands tickling his armpits, sending chills down his spine. Soon the target appeared. A woman in a red dress, swaying her figure, walked over slowly. The woman was about 1.7 meters tall. If this were a man, it wouldn't be noticeable. But on a woman, it was visually striking. Standing by the window, she looked like a telephone pole, making one dizzy. "Hey, raise my ID." The woman approached, holding the ID card between two fingers, and smiled as she waved it before the light barrier. Hiss. What a voice. Zhang Nian shuddered, his mouth jerking along with him. He had heard this kind of voice before back in middle school from a girl who sat in front of him. Back then there was a fitting term for it, a milky duck voice. It wasn't forced, it was innate, 1 in a million, and impossible to change. He never thought he'd encounter a second one today. Zhang Nian tapped the keyboard and quickly pulled up the woman's information. Name Tang Jia. Gender female. Age 28. Occupation software and hardware facilities management expert. Zhang Nian looked at Tang Jia's appearance and had to admit she exuded a sense of sophistication. She was a great beauty, fair skin, beautiful face, long legs, and double eyelids. Too bad it would be better if she couldn't speak. Comparing the photo, it was indeed Tang Jia with no issues in appearance. But the perfume on her was overwhelmingly strong, making his throat dry even through the light barrier. He had wanted to smell for any pseudo-human scent, but now that was impossible. However, this only heightened his suspicion. Come look at the light. Zhang Nian turned on a flashlight and shone it directly at her. Oh, don't shine that at me. Tang Jia quickly turned her head away. Turn back. Zhang Nian's face turned cold. Though reluctant, Tang Jia turned back, her eyes squinting against the light. Her pupils constricted naturally, no problem there. Now the only uncertainty was the scent. This left Zhang Nian conflicted. So far she seemed human, but without the scent to confirm letting her through, felt uneasy. If he made a mistake, he could lose his life. Hiss, this is tricky. Seeing the delay, Tang Jia grew him. Hey, what's wrong with you? You've checked everything, why won't you open the door? As if struck by a thought, her eyes widened. Oh, never seen such a beautiful woman before. Trying to get a free show. Want me to dance for you right now, eh? Fine, go ahead and pick. Zhang Nian smiled. Her words actually gave him an idea. Pseudo-Human Identification Manual Article 3. Try asking the passenger to perform some difficult moves. Trust me, you'll find something different. Fine, you bastard, just wait. Tang Jia was furious, but suppressed her anger and began to dance. To be fair, her moves were very professional and precise, making Zhang Nian's eyes light up. You dance really well. He praised sincerely. Of course, I graduated from the dance department, the belle of the class. You mean all you think about is that? I can captivate you with just one move. See, hooked aren't you? Hearing the compliment, Tang Jia was smug. But the next second her smugness turned to terror. A revolver was aimed at her forehead. I am hooked, but not by your looks, by the gold coins. Zhang Nian smiled coldly and pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Tang Jia fell backward in disbelief. Even in death, she didn't understand where she had slipped up. To be honest, Tang Jia had disguised herself well. Her appearance was flawless, her speech logical, and she even knew how to handle men. But she talked too much, otherwise she might have slipped through. Zhang Nian watched Tang Jia's corpse until it dissolved into black water and vanished. Just now he finally understood the true meaning of Article 3 of the Pseudo-Human Identification Manual. It turned out that some pseudo-humans couldn't synchronize their shadows. When Tang Jia danced, her shadow never moved. Killed a doppelganger type pseudo-human. Reward 200 gold coins, bonus 200 gold coins, total 400 gold coins. Pseudo-human type, doppelganger type. Substitute type, imposters enjoy hunting humans, but even more they relish replacing them. They mimic their victims' language, appearance, and acquire memories, blending into their lives and taking everything until they grow bored and switch to the next target. Such imposters are highly skilled at imitation and difficult to identify. Please approach with caution. The ship is about to set sail, please secure yourself. Arriving at the dock ahead, Dingfeng Port. Estimated arrival time, 3 hours. Feeling the ship move, Zhang Nian immediately stood up and looked out the porthole, focusing on the retreating dock. In his view, as the Xingqian ship distanced itself from the dock, the previously clear outline of the dock began to blur and eventually vanished into the mist. At that moment, Zhang Nian finally discerned the clue. The entire Nogairan dock was enveloped by a massive... From a distance, it resembled a colossal bubble inverted over the dock, completely isolating it from the outside world. However, he did not know what the barrier's purpose was. It could be to isolate certain things, or to prevent certain things from entering, or perhaps it was merely a net. At that moment, the scene before him changed. The dock in his view suddenly disappeared, along with the barrier vanishing beneath the surface of the sea. Leaving no trace, it was as if it had never existed. If it weren't for the faint scent of gunpowder lingering on the revolver in his hand, Zhang Nian would have thought everything that just happened was a dream. He instinctively glanced back at the monitor on the wall. On the screen, Wang Guifan sat quietly in her seat, holding an apple and calmly taking bites, seemingly unaware of everything outside. I wonder if I should give the captain one, Zhang Nian muttered as he moved the mouse to open the captain's chat group. Current captain count in the area 998110000. I am the main character, so the imposters are that weak. I thought they were formidable, but a single shot to the head took them down, haha. So refreshing. The giant shit that crushes little warm maggots. Not just weak, they are downright foolish, unable to manage basic disguises. Iron Tower, you might not believe it, but at my station there wasn't a single imposter, all normal people, so lucky. Ferrari with 3 bounces, no way someone died. How simple was that? Swift wind, maybe everyone's physique is different. It seems that the vast majority of people encountered relatively weak imposters. Only a very few experienced deaths. I wonder what kind of imposters those deceased captains faced. Zhang Nian stared at the barrage, eager to know what types of imposters those who perished encountered. Oh, unfortunately, the dead cannot share information. At that moment, someone in the group began to boast about their gains. Madagascar, everyone having more imposters isn't necessarily a bad thing. I took down 2 imposters and earned 200 gold coins. It feels great. I'm planning to browse them all. Don't be too envious. I am the main character, Madagascar. Clearly a nonentity daring to show off. I took down 3 imposters and haven't even spoken yet. I earned 300 gold coins, can you believe it? The giant shit that crushes little warm maggots. Don't get too cocky, quickly open them all and take a look. Damn, money isn't everything. We need to disembark and search for supplies. Damn, this is so frustrating. Upon seeing this message, Zhang Nian immediately opened them all. Soon a mechanical shopping interface popped up. It didn't feature the dazzling array of food he had imagined, nor did it showcase any sparkling invincible gear. Only a few scattered options and a series of cold construction blueprints were available. Basic construction permissions have been activated. Basic crafting table can be used to create basic production tools and basic medicines worth 100 gold coins. Purchasing it allows for immediate installation. Dismantling table can break down materials for refining used for ship upgrades and other facility constructions worth 100 gold coins. Purchasing it allows for immediate installation. Basic equipment table blueprint can be used to create basic equipment, including armor, weapons, and ammunition worth 100 gold coins. Constructing this facility requires additional materials: 100 kilograms of wood, 100 kilograms of ore. Swipe left for many more items. But aside from the basic crafting table and dismantling table, the rest are all blueprints that require raw materials for construction, including the basic stove, basic storage box, testing platform, etc. It seems we really need to disembark and search for supplies. Zhang Nian felt a bit overwhelmed. Disembarking meant risk. Without the ship's protection, he felt like a peeled egg. Just encountering an imposter could lead to him being swallowed whole. This is simply outrageous. Adjusting his mindset, Zhang Nian hovered the mouse over the basic crafting table. No matter how great the pressure, life must go on. Isn't it just disembarking for some fun? Who's afraid of whom? He decisively clicked the mouse and purchased the basic crafting table. The crafting table is the source of all beginnings. Everything requires this item, and it will likely become something he holds dear. Spent 100 gold coins to purchase the basic crafting table. Remaining gold coins 500. Please select a placement location. After clicking purchase, a red outline of the crafting table immediately appeared in the void. It moved continuously with Zhang Nian's gaze. Construction target is colliding with other facilities. Placement not possible. He understood what this meant, but the cockpit space was limited, making it cramped no matter where he placed it. Forget it, just place it anywhere for now. Oh, I can move it later when there's space. Finally, he looked towards the side of the bed. When his gaze shifted over, the red outline instantly turned green. Placement successful. With a sound reminiscent of a transformation from Transformers, the crafting table was constructed out of thin air. It resembled a vertical piano, a green metallic facility comprising an operation panel and platform. Zhang Nian walked over and information immediately displayed above the crafting table. Crafting table level basic, current available items for crafting: basic axe, basic stone pickaxe, ordinary nylon thread, basic healing ointment. Its functions are comprehensive, but unfortunately the items inside are too expensive. Crafting an axe actually costs 300 gold coins plus 3 kilograms of wood and 3 kilograms of steel, which is even more expensive than the crafting table itself. If I don't take down more imposters, I really can't afford it. Boom. Just then a deep rumble echoed, followed by the ship beginning to sway violently. What's going on? Zhang Nian hurriedly supported himself against the wall and looked out the window. He noticed that at some point the clear sky had become overcast with bolts of lightning piercing through it. The previously calm sea began to churn violently. They say the weather at sea is unpredictable, but this changed way too fast with no warning whatsoever. In the blink of an eye, the sky had turned completely dark, nearly indistinguishable from night. Tap, tap, tap. A few drops of rain struck the ship's rusted metal, producing a crisp sound. First came the sparse tapping, then it grew denser, ultimately transforming into a series of thundering sounds. A storm is coming. Zhang Nian swayed as he walked towards the control panel, preparing to adjust the ship's angle to prevent it from capsizing. However, his gaze inadvertently caught the monitor screen. On the screen, Wang Guifan sat quietly in her seat, munching on the apple, her expression strangely calm, showing no fear of the storm. Suddenly, she raised the apple in her hand, turned to the camera, and revealed a mechanical smile, her mouth opening and closing. "Captain, do you eat apples?" A thunderous roar echoed. A flash of lightning illuminated Wang Guifan's face, rendering it ghostly pale. Zhang Nian felt as if his scalp was about to explode. A sudden sense of foreboding surged through his heart. Wang Guifan's behavior was exceedingly strange. A normal person could not remain so calm in the face of a storm. It was even more bizarre that he would absurdly ask if Zhang Nian wanted to eat an apple. This was far from normal. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Nian gripped both the flashlight and the revolver tightly, striding towards the cabin door. Yet he did not rush to fire. Instead, he first turned on the flashlight and shone it ahead. Although the other party appeared frightening, he could not be 100% sure it was a fake. Maybe he was sleepwalking. A quick glance at the eyes would confirm it. At this moment, Wang Guifan slowly approached the cabin door, his eyes meeting the beam of the flashlight. However, the blinding beam shone into his eyes without any reaction. His pupils remained wide open, hollowly staring at Zhang Nian. The formerly smooth eyeball was now covered with a layer of grayish-white membrane, a sight reminiscent of a dead person's eyes. "Captain, do you want to eat an apple?" Wang Guifan held up an apple, mechanically repeating his earlier words. "What do you mean, eat an apple?" Zhang Nian was now certain that Wang Guifan was indeed a fake. He just didn't know what method had been used to deceive and evade his scrutiny. During the inspection at the dock, everything had seemed normal. His behavior, pupil reaction, and language logic were all flawless. Why was everything now so off? This was too strange. The manual had no records on identifying such thud, thud, thud. "Have an apple. It's so sweet." At this moment, Wang Guifan's demeanor exhibited new changes. His eyeballs had completely turned a ghastly white, and he began to bang his head against the door, becoming increasingly terrifying. Zhang Nian observed Wang Guifan's behavior, rapidly devising a plan to neutralize him. Judging by his actions, it was clear that the other party was not a type of fake known for aggression. He lacked strength and speed. Thus, he decided to open the door and confront the other party unknown. Of course, he had no choice as they were about to reach the next dock. If he didn't act quickly to eliminate the threat, the situation would only worsen. "Let's go for it." Zhang Nian took a deep breath, gripping the gun in one hand and the doorknob in the other. Taking advantage of Wang Guifan's moment of looking up, he yanked the door open and raised his hand to fire. Bang! At such close range, there was no reason to miss. A large hole suddenly appeared in Wang Guifan's forehead. His body swayed and then fell straight to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. After staring at the corpse on the ground for a few seconds, Zhang Nian's brow gradually furrowed. Because the corpse on the ground did not turn into black water like the previous fakes, and moreover, he received no notification of a successful kill in his mind. What is going on? At that moment, Zhang Nian suddenly felt something approaching from behind. Instinctively, he rolled forward while firing 2 shots backward. Bang! Bang! Screech! A horrifying scream came from behind. As Zhang Nian rolled up from the ground and turned around, he discovered that the spot he had previously occupied was now filled by a creature resembling a mountain ape. Its entire body was a sickly blue-purple, devoid of fur, with thin, flabby skin layered together like scales, appearing quite repulsive. The creature had 2 bullet holes between its shoulders and abdomen, which were visibly closing at a rapid pace. Clearly, this hairless monkey was the true fake. Yet it was unclear why it had not taken on a human form. Such remarkable recovery. Observing the hairless monkey's wounds visibly healing, Zhang Nian's eyes widened. Despite his astonishment, he would not wait for the other party to fully recover before striking. He understood the principle of taking advantage of the enemy's weakness. However, just as Zhang Nian raised his gun, the hairless monkey moved. Its speed was breathtaking. Before he could pull the trigger, it lunged forward, kicking him on the arm. The immense force sent him flying back, leaving a mark on the floor, before crashing into the wall, rendering him unconscious. Of course, his fainting was feigned. Although he nearly coughed up blood, he was far from being unconscious. The main reason was that he had only 2 bullets left in his gun, and the other party's speed was too fast. Without some trickery, he might truly die. Screech! Screech! After succeeding with its strike, the hairless monkey immediately grew audacious, standing upright and mimicking human steps as it approached. At the same time, it wore a mocking smile, uttering words that Zhang Nian was extremely familiar with. "Captain, do you want to eat an apple?" The voice was eerily identical to Wang Guifan's. Hehehe. "Captain, do you want to eat an apple?" To be honest, when Wang Guifan's voice emerged from that hairless monkey's mouth, Zhang Nian felt his scalp nearly explode. The uncanny valley effect was in full swing. If it weren't for his extensive experiences and proficiency in acting, he would have probably wet his pants in fear. Screech. Screech. Hee hee. Captain, do you want to eat an apple? Do you want to eat an apple? The hairless monkey continuously repeated this line in different voices, seemingly practicing. It inched closer to Zhang Nian, rehearsing over and over, ultimately transforming into his voice under Zhang Nian's extreme shock. Such formidable recovery strength. Even the tone was identical. Zhang Nian tightened his grip on the gun, wishing he could shoot that hairless monkey dead right away. How had it learned his voice in such a short time? This creature could not be left alive. However, now was not the time to confront it. The other party's speed was simply too fast, and he had only 2 bullets remaining. If he missed, the consequences would be dire. He had to continue feigning death until the other party got close enough. Just a bit closer, and he would have the confidence to blow its head off. At that moment, the hairless monkey abruptly halted. It tilted its head, staring at Zhang Nian, a human-like smile appearing on its face before suddenly grinning widely. Are you pretending to be dead? Hey. A sudden sentence nearly made Zhang Nian leap to his feet. Its terror rivaled that of a cold, venomous snake slithering into one's bed while asleep. Fortunately, Zhang Nian's former profession saved his life. As a wilderness photographer, having wild beasts lunge face-to-face at him was an everyday occurrence, forging within him unshakable willpower and nerves of steel. Attempting to bluff him this way was nothing short of delusional. In this world, no creature, no matter how extraordinary, could determine another's life or death without physical contact. So this hairless monkey was merely conducting its final test. He had to remain utterly still. Sure enough, seeing no reaction from Zhang Nian, the creature fully lowered its guard and edged closer. As it advanced, its forehead split open, yes, literally split. Its entire face peeled apart like a book, layer by layer, until a pulsating mass of crimson filaments emerged, tightly coiled worm-like and glistening with visceral intensity. The moment those filaments met the air, they surged with frenzied vitality, wriggling forward in unison, hovering midair and inching relentlessly toward Zhang Nian's eyes and nostrils. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Just as the filaments were about to brush his cheek, Zhang Nian moved. His revolver erupted into motion, aimed squarely at the writhing crimson mass, and he squeezed the trigger with brutal force. Bang! Bang! The hairless monkey tried to slam its face shut and flee, but it was too late. It didn't even have time to scream before its skull exploded into pulp. Thud! The corpse crashed heavily to the floor. With the host dead, the vibrant red filaments instantly desiccated, withering, shriveling, losing all coherence. Finally, as the body dissolved into a pool of black sludge, Zhang Nian coughed hoarsely. Damn it, I've won. Nearly cost me half my life. He tapped his aching lower back and slowly pushed himself upright, bracing against the wall. The hairless monkey's strike had been devastatingly powerful. If not for his rigorous training and exceptional physical resilience, he would have perished outright or been left gasping for breath. Slain puppet type pseudo-human. Reward 200 gold coins. Bonus multiplier 200 gold coins. Total 400 gold coins. First unrecorded pseudo-human slain. Additional reward 200 gold coins. Bonus multiplier 200 gold coins. Total 400 gold coins. Zhang Nian's eyes gleamed. An extra reward. Not bad, not bad at all. Puppet type pseudo-human, deceitful by nature, hosts dense colonies of parasitic nematodes within its cranium. Upon capturing prey, it implants these nematodes into the victim's brain, hijacking the nervous system to puppeteer movement, consuming its host gradually while hunting for the next. Even after death, the host retains sensory responsiveness, rendering conventional detection methods virtually useless. Weakness, incapable of altering its appearance, relies solely on external objects for concealment. No wonder the flashlight revealed nothing. It makes perfect sense now. And hiding inside a wicker basket beneath a mound of apples. Indeed, nearly impossible to detect. From now on, any passenger carrying luggage must be thoroughly inspected. Refusal to comply will be treated as definitive evidence of pseudo-human identity. Zhang Nian glanced toward Wang Guifen's corpse in the distance. How should I dispose of this body? At that very moment, the ship lurched violently, sparking an idea. Got it. Boom. He wrenched open the hatch, whereupon a savage gale laced with torrential rain roared into the cabin like a ravenous beast. Bracing against the icy tempest, Zhang Nian heaved the corpse overboard. Thud. The body vanished instantly beneath churning waves. Upon the ink-black sea, the Xingqian vessel rose and plunged violently with each swell, the bow lamp flickering feebly, a fragile firefly adrift in the abyss. This vessel is far too frail. Full-speed upgrades are non-negotiable. Clutching the railing, Zhang Nian gazed toward the bow, resolving silently in his heart. Even a moderate storm had pushed the Xingqian vessel to its absolute limit. A stronger tempest would surely swallow it whole, even if the hull held together. Meanwhile, resource nodes yielding raw materials would most likely lie on desolate islands or abandoned harbors, and docking time would be severely constrained. Thus, efficient acquisition of materials became the paramount challenge. And the most effective solution was fabricate the necessary tools before reaching the resource node. His first priority was crafting an axe. Upgrading the vessel demanded vast quantities of timber, ore, and steel, of which ore and steel components were relatively easy to scavenge, often found as loose parts. Timber, however, posed a distinct problem. It rarely appeared in portable fragments, instead manifesting either as massive furniture or living trees. Therefore, an axe was indispensable, not only for felling trees but also for dismantling structures, enabling bulk harvesting. Moreover, its construction required minimal resources, just 3 kilograms of timber and 3 kilograms of steel, readily obtainable. As for the method of collection, he already had a plan. Harness the power of the crowd. Returning to the cabin, Zhang Nian retrieved Wang Guifan's wicker basket, then spent 100 gold coins on a disassembly rig, into which he promptly placed the basket. Item: inserted wooden basket. Disassembling. Complete. Yield: 3 kilograms timber. Even a mosquito is meat. There's the axe handle right there. Zhang Nian smiled. Now only steel remains. A sharp, buzzing sound crackled through the speakers. The intercom flared to life once more. The vessel is approaching port. Captain, prepare for inspection. Current dock, Dingfeng Harbor. Status stable. Dwell time 1 hour. Strangely, the moment the announcement echoed, the raging storm outside ceased, abruptly, utterly, as if silenced by an unseen hand. Truly worthy of the safe harbor, the storm ceases at a mere whim. Zhang Nian gazed out the window, marveling at the scene. The safe harbor is vast, much larger than the no-return dock, estimated to be at least 3 times its size. Moreover, it is no longer shrouded in the oppressive thick fog. The landscape of the harbor is fully visible. Several spacious piers extend out, each equipped with professional waiting rooms at their ends. The entire harbor is maintained in an exceptionally clean and tidy manner. It can be said to be quite formal. Suddenly, a slightly rusty object at the end of the dock caught Zhang Nian. He recognized the object. It is used to secure the ropes of boats, a mooring post. However, this mooring post was not installed at the edge of the pier. Instead, it was carelessly discarded at the end of the pier, likely a replaced piece that was forgotten. Tisk, it seems like what you think comes true. Zhang Nian's eyes sparkled. He could hardly contain the urge to rush over and grab it. However, he ultimately suppressed his impulse. He noticed that someone had already emerged from the waiting room. Charging out while others are present is hardly a wise choice. A middle-aged man approached, his face lighting up with excitement upon seeing the docked boat. He walked quickly, almost jogging, his suitcase bouncing with a thump, thump, thump sound. The man came closer, raising his documents. "Hello, Captain, here are my credentials." Zhang Nian glanced at it and retrieved the information based on the name. Name: Zhang Yong, gender male, age 36, occupation senior game designer at a game company specializing in survival games. A game designer? Zhang Nian raised an eyebrow discreetly. Game designers are undoubtedly in a high-risk profession, the kind that needs to wear masks when going out. Especially in times like these, once their identity is exposed, they would surely be bagged. Look at the camera. Where's the camera? Before Li Yong could grasp the situation, a strong light shone toward. Damn my eyes. Hang in there, this is for your own good. Zhang Nian encouraged with a smile. How long will this take? 1 minute. 1 minute. All right, a minute is up. You did great. Zhang Nian put away the flashlight. Oh, Li Yong was already in tears. Do another set of frog jumps right here, 15 of them. What? More frog jumps? Is your boat really legitimate? Absolutely legitimate, no negative reviews whatsoever. Zhang Nian glanced at Li Yong's shadow. Although his movements were somewhat clumsy, the synchronization of his shadow and limbs was flawless. However, he looked quite frail. Oh, after just 5 frog jumps, he was already drenched in sweat. Finally, his gaze fell upon Li Yong's suitcase. Once bitten by a snake, one becomes wary of ropes. Seeing that suitcase made him instinctively grip his. It must be thoroughly checked. No need to jump anymore, just open the suitcase for me to see. Li Yong was taken aback and somewhat unwilling. It's all my personal belongings, can we skip that? Zhang Nian's expression turned cold. If you don't want to show it, then you can wait for the next boat. No. There are man-eating monsters on this island. Ooh, I don't want to wait even a minute. I'll open the suitcase right now. Seemingly recalling something terrifying, Li Yong quickly opened the suitcase with agility. The contents spilled out with a clatter. Zhang Nian focused and found that most of it consisted of formal wear and neckties along with some cash. There were no dangerous items. Of course, even though there were no hazardous items, there were some eye-catching outfits, 2 sets of women's clothing, the kind with black stockings. Tisk, no wonder he was reluctant to open it. Turns out he's an artistic type. Can I board the ship now? Li Yong looked somewhat embarrassed. Sure. Zhang Nian pressed the switch. He didn't care about anyone's preferences, as long as they were human and not causing trouble they could board. Once Li Yong boarded, another person approached from afar. This person looked around cautiously and occasionally glanced back, seemingly worried about being followed. The pseudo-human invasion incident had turned these individuals into startled birds, finding everyone suspicious. Zhang Nian speculated that these people had been waiting at the harbor for a long time. However, no one trusted each other and dared not gather in groups. Even the boarding inspection was done one by one. Run, hurry up. Zhang Nian waved his hand. The person hesitated but complied, immediately scampered. The shadow synchronizes movements, coordinated appearance normal. Looks like there's no problem. Zhang Nian observed the person running while referring to the identification manual. Phew. Hello, Captain, here are my credentials. The newcomer was a chubby man who was already panting after running just 30 meters. Zhang Nian pulled up the chubby man's information. Name Li Dazue, gender male, age 26, identity information is accurate, appearance normal, no unusual odors. Look at the camera. On my eyes. Good, you're clear. Zhang Nian decisively pressed the switch. Li Dazue had no luggage, which saved a lot of trouble. As Li Dazue passed smoothly, another person stepped onto the pier. This person was different. He wore sunglasses, had slicked back hair, and was dressed in a trench coat, tall and reminiscent of Agent Smith. Wearing sunglasses on a cloudy day, is that really necessary? Zhang Nian frowned. You? Come over here. Without hesitation, the sunglasses man began to run upon hearing the command. His movements were extremely professional, the black trench coat billowing dramatically, looking as cool as someone straight out of a movie. Zhang Nian slowly squinted his eyes, tightening his grip on the gun. It was not out of jealousy, but rather he sensed something was amiss. A normal person would naturally have a certain sway when running due to various reasons. Only in doing so can one run in a relatively straight line. Yet the sunglasses man ran with a perfectly straight body, no matter how the wind tugged at his trench coat, there was no adjustment in his movements. Each step was precise, almost robotic. Hello, I am a Blue Star person, here are my credentials. The sunglasses man calmly presented his ID, breathing exceptionally steady, as if the one who had just run was someone else. Moreover, who introduces themselves as a Blue Star person while showing their ID. The Milky Way Orion Arm Solar System Blue Star. What a joke. It's so dark, can you even see anything with those sunglasses on? Take them off, Zhang Nian casually suggested. Though he was already leaning towards believing the other was a pseudo-human, he still needed to be cautious. After all, he was only a first-class captain, or if he mistakenly killed someone, he would directly become a drifter. Although he didn't know what becoming a drifter entailed, he was certain it would not be better than being a captain. All right, Blue. The sunglasses man responded and lifted a hand to remove his glasses. Indeed, it was his eyes that were stuck to the glasses. 2 red lines trailed from his eyes coming off with the glasses. Is it good now, eh? The sunglasses man said mechanically. Yes, it's absolutely good. Your provocation is quite stylish. Zhang Nian smiled and raised his gun. Bang! A puff of blue smoke wafted by and a hole appeared in the sunglasses man's forehead, who then slowly toppled over. Killed a predatory pseudo-human, reward 200 gold coins, bonus reward 200, total 400 gold coins. For the same type of predatory pseudo-human, the reward is doubled. Indeed, the reward level is tied to the difficulty of identification. Watching the sunglasses man dissolve into black liquid, Zhang Nian confirmed his judgment. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to glance at the cabin. Inside the cabin, Li Yong and Li Dazue were watching the gradually vanishing black liquid with horrified expressions. When the two met his gaze, they instinctively shrank back. This is the right reaction. Unlike that Wang Guifan, who only knows how to eat apples. Seeing the pseudo-human induce fear is the normal reaction for a human. Oh, you really are quite fierce with your words. Hurry up, and let's see how I can check you out. The woman paused, thinking she had misheard. What did you say? 10 frog jumps. This way I can confirm your identity faster. The woman, now understanding, was furious. Why should I listen to you? This is the most efficient way to board. If you refuse, we'll have to follow the standard process. Zhang Nian shrugged and patiently explained. It wasn't just Zhang Nian talking nonsense. This method was indeed much faster than usual. With just one task, it could simultaneously assess physical coordination, shadow synchronization, and any unusual appearance. 3 checks in one. So everything was quite reasonable. I won't do any. Open the door now, or I'll call for your life. The woman's words nearly made Zhang Nian laugh. He didn't expect to hear such familiar lines today. Who do you think you are, so arrogant? Hee, who am I? Say it, and it'll scare you to death. Oh, that's the spirit. So spot on. Zhang Nian suppressed his grin. Go on, tell me, maybe you'll give you a green light with just a shiver. Lu Ruan, the eldest daughter of Lu Qinka, the richest man in Zaheishi. If it weren't for the urgent situation, I wouldn't bother with your dilapidated little boat. Those who know should hurry up and open the door, or you're dead meat. Lu Ruan almost declared it with pride, her image of long black hair, now a mere memory. The smile that Zhang Nian had been holding back instantly froze. Wow, it's actually the Empress Ruan. He had truly encountered a big shot this time. This name's status far surpassed that of a mere wealthy heiress. How's that? Are you stunned? But your composure is impressive. Anyone else would have collapsed by now. Seeing Zhang Nian's shocked expression, Lu Ruoyan couldn't help but feel a bit smug. She was used to receiving shocked reactions during such introductions. It felt especially gratifying. However, what Lu Ruoyan didn't realize was that Zhang Nian was shocked not by her background, but by her name itself. This name carried a significant weight. It was extraordinary. Zhang Nian searched for Lu Ruoyan's information on his computer and indeed found it. Lu Ruoyan, female, 24 years old. Father Lu Qianka, mother Li Tsuehua, occupation wealthy young lady. All the information was correct. The photo matched Lu Ruoyan perfectly, but this only made him feel uncomfortable. He would have preferred to encounter. After all, her reputation was far too loud. If she really boarded the boat, the consequences could be severe. Zhang Nian furrowed his brow and suddenly raised his flashlight towards Lu Ruoyan. What are you doing? The sudden bright light caught Lu Ruoyan off guard, causing her to instinctively step back 2 paces. Now things were getting serious. Lu Ruoyan's pupils reacted normally, her shadow and movements synchronized, and she hadn't smelled anything foul until now. It could be safely concluded that she was human. Zhang Nian shook his head. It's over, this little boat is going to sink. To be honest, this was the first time he felt unhappy simply because the other person was human. As a time traveler, Lu Ruoyan's name was indeed thunderous. Anyone associated with this name rarely, they either ended up tortured or obliterated by the heavenly Tao. If she boarded the boat, it would be like a comet striking a small vessel. Boom, and it's over. Zhang Nian suddenly felt a toothache. He was getting heated. Why are you gritting your teeth? Hurry up and open the door. Are you stunned? Seeing that Zhang Nian wasn't opening the door, Lu Ruoyan became anxious, pointing at the glass, urging him. But that action made Zhang Nian's pupils contract instantly. It turned out that anyone named Lu Ruoyan was no good. This one was no exception. If he opened the door, he would definitely be doomed today. Zhang Nian's gaze was fixed tightly on Lu Ruoyan's finger, to be precise, on her fingernail. A normal person's fingernails should be on their fingertips, but Lu Ruoyan's fingernails were located on what should have been the pads of her fingers. Fortunately, my fate is as strong as steel, otherwise you would have succeeded. Zhang Nian looked at Lu Ruoyan with a half smile. This young lady, your acting career should come to an end now. What acting career? What nonsense are you talking about? Are you suspecting him of fake? Not suspecting, but certain. Saying this, Zhang Nian raised his gun, aiming at Lu Ruoyan's forehead. Since he had determined that the other party was a fake, there was no need for more words. He would take action first. No, don't shoot. I really am Lu Ruoyan. I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Lu Ruoyan was terrified. She didn't expect that pretending to be someone would lead to someone aiming a gun at her. Bang! Clang! At the same time, 2 sounds rang out. One was the sound of a gunshot, and the other was the sound of metal colliding. It was like a candy hitting a heavy-duty kitchen knife, shattering with a loud crack. The smoke cleared. Zhang Nian was stunned. Lu Ruoyan was also stunned. Even Li Yong and Li Dazue, who were hiding in the cargo hold, were stunned as well. A second later, the 2 of them let out a pig-like scream in unison. Fake! Fake! She's a fake. Oh. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoyan looked in disbelief at her hand, which was blocking her forehead. What? What is this? What happened to my hand? At this moment, her palm had already transformed into another form, a curved blade that rivaled the Grim Reaper's scythe. Am I a counterfeit? Lu Ruoyan swayed slightly and began to retreat, her expression turning confused. I'm a counterfeit. Ha! I'm actually a counterfeit. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Zhang Nian had also regained his senses, his face filled with astonishment, his scalp tingling. This girl can actually withstand bullets. Is this a joke? Zhang Nian raised the gun again. Perhaps the previous shot had just been a coincidence. If she truly wasn't afraid of bullets, he would have to run. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more shots rang out. However, the result was the same. Lu Ruoyan was unscathed. The hand that had transformed into a curved blade seemed to possess a will of its own, moving with such speed that it left afterimages, blocking all 3 bullets effortlessly. Zhang Nian's heart sank, completely devoid of any hope. No wonder she's the Empress Ruoyan, as she truly is formidable. At this moment, with the repeated stimuli of the gunshots, Lu Ruoyan's expression began to change. No longer panicked nor confused, she instead wore a cold, twisted smile. I am in character? I'm really so into the performance that I almost forgot who I am. Suddenly, Lu Ruoyan approached Zhang Nian. It's all your fault for not cooperating at all, otherwise I could have played this role for a bit longer. What a buzzkill. With that, Lu Ruoyan flicked her wrist. The massive blade whistled as it swiftly pierced towards Zhang Nian's forehead, moving so fast that its trajectory was almost invisible. Bang! The blade struck the barrier, the massive impact causing the boat to shake violently. Oh, my goodness. The fake is killing people. Someone save us. Li Yong and Li Dazue, hiding in the corner of the cabin, screamed as they crawled beneath the seats, their pants soaked. Zhang Nian remained relatively calm. He knew very well the defensive capabilities of the barrier in front of him. A typical fake wouldn't be able to break through. But just then a sharp, piercing cracking sound suddenly echoed above the barrier. Crack! The crisp sound of cracking echoed, resembling the roar of thunder. A small crack suddenly appeared on the light. Though it was only the size of a sesame seed, it made Zhang Nian's hair stand on end and sent chills down his spine. He never dreamed that Lu Ruyan's strength could reach the level of breaking the light barrier's defense. This was an outright, overwhelming assault. Bang, bang, bang. Another series of attacks followed. The crack on the light barrier became more pronounced, already starting to spread. If the attacks continued, complete shattering would merely be a matter of time. Yo, the little broken ship's defense isn't too bad, but let's see how it handles this. Lu Ruyan grinned, revealing her sharp, pointed teeth. She raised her right hand, and her arms suddenly elongated, whipping down like a rubber band that had spun in the air several times. Swish! The blade formed by her hand screamed through the air. Crack! The sharp edge collided with the light barrier, causing it to flicker violently. The fine cracks instantly spread across the entire surface. We must leave immediately. The light barrier is about to break. Realizing the danger, Zhang Nian decisively chose to retreat. Face passengers steal. None of it mattered in the face of his own life. Even the most important things meant nothing if he didn't survive. Disregarding the external attacks, Zhang Nian rushed to the control panel and began to force the starship to leave the port. Warning. Force switch to manual driving mode. There is a chance of losing the course. Please switch with caution. Zhang Nian had no time to think about anything else and forced the switch. Switch successful. Manual driving mode activated. Departing from the port, Zhang Nian slammed the throttle down, and the starship accelerated away from the port, darting forward at full speed. Clang! A heavy thud echoed from the stern of the ship. Immediately after, a series of heavy footsteps followed, extending to the cockpit. Zhang Nian hurriedly looked out the window, and the sight before him made his heart skip a beat. Lu Ruyan was hanging upside down on the ship's roof, her pale face pressed against the window, grinning as she peered inside. Saliva dripped from her mouth like rain. Hee, did you think you could ruin my plans and escape? What a beaut— Bang, bang, bang. As she spoke, Lu Ruyan swung her arm again. The violent impact caused the ship's body. The light barrier flickered continuously, showing a tendency to shatter at any moment. Damn it, are we really done for? Do you think I can be toyed with like clay? After extreme fear came extreme anger. Watching the light barrier that seemed on the verge of collapse, Zhang Nian was all in. Screaming, he slammed on the accelerator while raising his pistol, firing back at Lu Ruyan. But Zhang Nian was not retaliating in a fit of rage. He was deliberately stalling for time. When he arrived at the port, he had noticed the barrier outside. It was identical to the one at the no-return dock. Having one barrier could be seen as a quirk, but encountering two was certainly not a coincidence. There had to be some significant purpose behind it. Zhang Nian boldly speculated that the purpose of this barrier was likely to prevent the false humans from escaping. This also explained why the false humans had to sneak onto the ship. They wanted to leave, but couldn't break through this layer of barrier. However, once they entered the cabin, they would be immune to the barrier's obstruction. Zhang Nian glanced at the barrier ahead. It was now less than 50 meters from the ship. If he could hold out for just 10 more seconds, he could completely shake off Lu Ruyan. Click, click. Two sounds of the hammer echoed, and Zhang turned his head sharply. Damn. I'm out of bullets. He hurriedly opened the magazine to reload. He had 6 bullets left, which should be enough to hold him over until he broke through the barrier. However, in his extreme tension, the bullets in his hand seemed uncooperative, misaligning several times. Faster, faster. Are these hands rented? The sharp laughter of Lu Ruyan behind him was like fingers plucking at his nerves, making Zhang Nian particularly irritable. Even his head began to swell. Wait, this laughter sounds off. Zhang Nian suddenly sensed something was wrong. But before he could react, he heard Li Yong and the others screaming behind him. Their voices were broken with fear. Captain, Captain, stop loading bullets, the glass is shattered. Zhang Nian turned sharply, only to see an extremely sharp blade piercing through the shattered light barrier, heading straight for his forehead. The speed was so fast that he had no time to react. But just as Zhang Nian thought he was doomed, a barrier swept past him, first colliding violently with the blade. Bang! Oh! The dull thud of impact and the piercing scream rang out almost simultaneously. Lu Ruyan, hanging upside down on the ship's roof, was instantly flattened like mud against a wall the moment she made contact with the barrier, and then she was flung out into the sea. But soon Lu Ruyan resurfaced, her crimson eyes glaring fiercely at Zhang Nian as she let out a venomous roar. So you're the captain of the starship. I will remember you, and one day I will tear you apart with my own hands. Looking at Lu Ruyan, her expression twisted at the edge of the barrier, Zhang Nian leaned against the control panel, his mind filled with the sound of his own heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. He remained dazed until he finished loading the bullets in his gun. It was the first time he felt so close to death. He had never felt this way, even when encountering the hairless monkeys. The hairless monkeys were indeed cunning, and they managed to sneak onto the ship, but they still had some fighting power. But Lu Ruyan was different. It was an absolute power crush. If the starship hadn't blocked all the attacks, he probably would have been sliced to pieces in less than a second. Even holding out for another second would be considered a victory. Damn it. I must get stronger. Zhang Nian exhaled fiercely, then reined in his thoughts, immediately returning to the desk to check the damage to the ship. Opening the ship's information interface. Ship name: Starship Defense Level 1. Damaged areas of the ship: railings damage level 35, recovering. Ship hull damage level 25, or recovering. Cockpit window damage level 80, recovering. To restore immediately, 30 kilograms of steel and 30 kilograms of ore are needed. Fortunately, it can recover automatically, otherwise I'd be doomed by the time we reach the next port. Looking at the slowly shrinking crack on the light barrier, Zhang Nian felt somewhat relieved. As for immediate repair, that was out of the question. He didn't have a single material. He could only rely on the ship's self-recovery. What a pity about that piece of iron. Remembering the scrap yard at the bridge, Zhang Nian felt his heart bleed. So close, oh, just a little more, and the axe would have been made. If he could make the axe, even if it wasn't used for chopping wood, it could at least serve as a melee weapon. It's all that damned Lu Ruyan's fault. Once I become powerful, I will make you my appetizer. Captain, what should we do now? At this moment, Li Yong and Li Dazue arrived at the captain's cabin door, with Li Yong tremblingly asking through the glass. Zhang Nian felt embarrassed by this incident. But to Li Yong and the others, Zhang Nian, the captain, was truly impressive. He was able to fight back against the false humans. Although he hadn't truly fought, at least he had successfully led them to escape, which was quite remarkable. Zhang Nian glanced at them, and his mood eased a bit. Although this trip was quite messy, he did not leave empty. At least he had brought along 2 living people. Thankfully, there was a door separating the cockpit from the passenger cabin. Oh, otherwise those 2 would have surely been done for. Of course, we head to the next port. But we need to circle around at sea for a while set off once the repairs are done. He didn't say recover, but directly opted for repair. In this unfamiliar world, it was never wrong to keep a few secrets. All right. The 2 responded and turned back to their seats. Seeing the 2 leave, Zhang Nian shifted his gaze back to the computer. He opened the captain's communication group. Current number of captains in the area 993-5100000. The giant shit that crushes the pitiful little warm maggot. Brothers, how many passengers have you picked up? I have 7 people on my ship, almost full. Oh, I wonder how much reward we'll get for getting these people to the safe zone. I am the protagonist. You're quite impressive. Ew, I only have 5 people on my ship, but I've dealt with 3 false humans, and I've made a good profit. By the way, can everyone share where the next stop is? Any hints about resource points? I've been starving all day, and if I don't reach a resource point soon, I'm ready to eat the passengers. After he asked, the screen was filled with a series of no's. But soon one captain provided a different answer. The Gale, I haven't heard about resource points, but my broadcast tells me that the status of the next stop is in fierce battle. What does that mean? The bullet screen floated past, and the chat group fell into a sudden silence. 3 seconds later, who is battling whom? Are we supposed to assist in the fight? It's highly probable that it's a fierce battle between the human alliance and the pseudo-humans. Ordinary folks can't get involved at all. Let's not analyze further. Anything said now is mere guesswork. Once the Jifeng arrives at the shore, everything will be clear. Damn it. Why is it me? Zhang Nian exited the chat group, recalling the earlier announcement. The status prompt had consistently indicated stability. Yet this time the Jifeng was in a state of fierce battle. By description, a fierce battle state should pose a higher level of danger than a stable state. It's just uncertain how much more dangerous it is. The survival difficulty is increasing. Zhang Nian sighed, feeling an even greater urgency to become stronger. He truly did not want to experience the life and death speed of Dingfeng Harbor again. Splash! A sound of waves came from behind. The sound wasn't very loud, but it was distinctly different from the normal sounds of the sea. The rhythm was faster and more urgent, as if something was swiftly moving through the waves. Zhang Nian suddenly turned to look out the window. The deep blue sea remained calm with no unusual happenings. Splash! Just when he thought he had misheard, a wave suddenly erupted on the surface. Indeed, there's something. Zhang Nian instantly became alert, his gaze fixed firmly on the surface of the sea. In the next second, a striking red dorsal fin sliced through the water, followed by a blue body with white spots, and finally a red fish tail. So it's a fish. Dinner is sorted. Upon realizing it was a fish, Zhang Nian felt overjoyed and raised his fishing reel ready to cast. But he quickly halted his actions. That fish suddenly leaped out of the water with a loud splash and landed. This should have been a joyful event, but Zhang Nian couldn't smile at all. After landing on the deck, the fish did not flop around like other fish, but instead extended for crab-like legs and stood upright. With a pair of blood-red eyes, it stared intently at Zhang Nian. Why does this fish have 4 legs? Has it mutated? Zhang Nian observed the fish for a moment, reaching the... Just then the strange fish moved. It huffed like a hyena, then opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and charged over on its short legs. Who are you two? As if it's not enough for Ru Yin to be arrogant, now you're acting this way too. If I can't defeat Ru Yin, how could I defeat you? Die, you bastard. Zhang Nian raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! A large hole instantly appeared in the monster fish's head, dark brain matter splattering everywhere. The corpse then collided with the cabin door with a thud. Who fired the gun? Is a pseudo-human chasing us? In the cabin, Li Dazue suddenly sprang up from his seat, his fat, shaking wildly. Li Yong remained much calmer, directly fainting. Zhang Nian had no time to pay attention to them and directly opened the door to step outside. On the deck, the monster fish's corpse began to visibly collapse and dissolve, the peculiar stench of rotten fish filling the air. So there are pseudo-humans in the sea as well. It seems I was too presumptuous. The barrier only serves as a means to trap pseudo-humans and does not guarantee absolute safety beyond it. You have killed a corrupted sailfish. Triggered low probability reward, obtained a blueprint for a common fishing rod. Reward enhancement: the common fishing rod blueprint has been upgraded to a premium fishing rod blueprint. Corrupted sailfish: a normal sailfish that has been corrupted into a pseudo-human after prolonged exposure to the red moon. Pseudo-humans cannot disguise themselves and have low intelligence, but do not underestimate their attacking power. No wonder we weren't allowed to look at the red moon. Prolonged exposure causes corruption into pseudo-humans. Zhang Nian gained a deeper understanding of this world. It's hard to imagine how humans in this world manage to survive so tenaciously. Returning to the computer, he opened the store interface, and at that moment, a new blueprint appeared in the existing blueprint section. Clicking on the blueprint, the information instantly displayed. Premium fishing gear blueprint: the fisherman's obsession. The fisherman's obsession formed from the collective obsession of countless fishermen. Functionality: this fishing rod requires no bait, no fishing techniques. Simply casting the hook into the water guarantees a 100 catch. However, due to the deep-seated obsession, it produces certain uncontrollable side effects, so when using the fishing rod, one might catch some peculiar things. It is said that under certain conditions, the fisherman's obsession can even reel in the treasures of the Sea King. Materials required: none, as the fisherman's obsession is triggered. Is this the fisherman's obsession? Truly terrifying. Zhang Nian clicked to create it with respect. A blinding white light suddenly illuminated before him, and when the brilliance faded, a blood-red fishing rod appeared out of thin air on the table. It was lightweight and exquisitely crafted. Even someone without much fishing experience could clearly feel that this was no ordinary item. It looks so high-end, I'll give it a cast first. Zhang Nian strode to the bow of the ship and eagerly cast. Whooshed! The long line shot out with a whistle, and the float steadily landed on the distant sea surface. The sea breeze brushed his face, and the ship rocked gently. Zhang Nian stood on the deck, quietly watching the water's surface. It was 3:30 in the afternoon, and there were less than 3 hours until nightfall. He aimed to have something to show for his efforts before it got completely dark. However, as time passed, the fishing rod in his hand showed no signs of reaction. Zhang Nian frowned. What's going on? Isn't it supposed to guarantee a catch? This isn't working at all. He carefully recalled the fishing rod's description and suddenly spotted a loophole. The description only stated that it guaranteed a catch, but it didn't mention how long it would take. While the fisherman's obsession has a loophole. Splashed. Just as Zhang Nian finished speaking, the calm surface of the sea suddenly reacted. A tremendous force instantly transmitted from the fishing rod. Zhang Nian's eyes lit up. It's here. The water surface churned as if some giant creature was struggling beneath it, trying to escape. No way. Zhang Nian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gripped the fishing rod, tightly bracing it against his waist and swaying it side to side. Although he wasn't a seasoned angler, he still possessed basic fishing skills. He was more than capable of handling Come to me. Feeling the moment was right, Zhang Nian exerted force with both hands, yanking the fishing rod upward. Splashed. A massive object soared into the air and thudded onto the deck. However, what he had caught was not a fish. Instead, it was a wooden box covered in seaweed secured with a lock. This introduction is no exaggeration. Ew, I actually hooked something strange. Looking at the wet box, Zhang Nian cautiously approached, drew out his revolver, and struck the lock with force. With a loud clunk, the old lock fell away. Let me see what's inside. Zhang Nian kept his gun ready while lifting the lid of the box. As the box creaked open, an array of treasures was revealed within. It was a treasure trove filled with gleaming gold and silver jewelry. There were gold coins, various luxury items, and even pots and pans made of pure gold. No way did I just fish up a pirate's treasure. Zhang Nian's eyes gleamed at the sight of the overflowing box of valuables, but soon a hint of regret crossed his face. If only I had found this in my home world, it would have been like a cow flying on a plane, utterly incredible. But alas, in this world, gold and silver are destined to be mere trinkets. Still, it's gold, though at least it can serve as a valuable material for future use. At that moment, Zhang Nian's gaze fell upon a corner of the box, and his regret dissipated somewhat. There lay an exquisitely crafted axe. Aside from the blade, the entire axe was made of pure gold with several rubies embedded in it at precise locations. This could be described as a high-end artwork that was both practical and beautiful. It seems the owner of this treasure chest was once someone who appreciated hard work. Zhang Nian took the axe in his hands, feeling its weight. However, the weight distribution was perfect, making it incredibly efficient to use. What a twist of fate. If it weren't for that fake person Lu Ruyan chasing me here, I would have missed out on this axe. Zhang Nian chuckled, fastening the axe to his waist, and prepared for his second fishing attempt. Thud! The hook plunged into the water again. This time it didn't take long before there was a reaction on the surface. Zhang Nian, quick and agile, yanked the fishing rod sharply. Plop plopped. Two spiny black creatures fell onto the deck. They were two sea urchins. Sea urchins, nice. Finally, dinner is sorted. Since the stove hadn't been set up yet, the sea urchins were the perfect ingredient. Acquired 2 sea urchins triggered enhancement. Sea urchin quantity doubled. As the notification sound faded, the sea urchins on the deck magically transformed into 4 as if copied. It was extremely miraculous. But then Zhang Nian suddenly realized another issue. When he acquired the treasure chest earlier, it seemed there was no enhancement triggered. What's going on? Could it be that enhancements don't trigger 100 of the time? Or perhaps not everything can trigger it. But it wasn't mentioned before. Forget it. Since that's the case, let's eat first. Zhang Nian shook his head, grabbing a sea urchin from the deck, and began to eat. As the sea urchin cracked open, the golden yellow flesh was instantly revealed. One bite unleashed the unique sweet and fresh flavor of wild sea urchins, exploding on his taste buds. Delicious! Zhang Nian exclaimed with genuine admiration. This was his first meal since arriving in this world, and it tasted exceptionally good. Soon, all 4 sea urchins were devoured. Zhang Nian immediately cast his line again. However, after fishing for a while, he noticed that the quality of the items he caught was declining. At first, he could still catch 2 sea urchins, but as the attempts increased, he even started reeling in empty plastic bottles. Zhang Nian boldly speculated that this might be a hidden feature of the fishing rod. The best rewards are obtained on the first acquisition, and thereafter they would continuously diminish. Until a cooldown is completed, this rhythm would repeat. Looking up at the sunset gradually sinking into the sea, Zhang Nian decided to pause today's fishing. The system warned that nights could be dangerous. Although he didn't know what kind of danger, it was best not to engage recklessly. He headed back to the cabin. Zhang Nian meticulously checked all the doors and windows. He also clearly warned Li Yong and the others not to look at the moon outside before finally feeling at ease as he returned to the computer to check the ship's information. Starship hull repair status 100. Porthole repair status 100. Finally, we can head to the next. Zhang Nian rubbed his hands together and stood up, walking towards the control panel. Since the ship had fully recovered, there was no need to drift aimlessly at sea any longer. Engaging autopilot mode. Switching to driving mode. Driving mode switched to autopilot. The next port of arrival is Wengzhou Island. Due to course deviation, the estimated arrival time has been extended to 10 hours. Wengzhou Island resource point status stable. Finally, a resource point has appeared. Fantastic. Hearing the announcement on the broadcast, Zhang Nian's eyes sparkled. He had been too constrained before. Upon reaching the resource point this time, he was determined to upgrade vigorously. Both the ship and the weapons and equipment must be comprehensively enhanced. Once he arrived, he would show this world what a relentless harvesting machine looked like. Anything that could be taken would not be left behind. Zhang Nian calmed his excited heart and lay down beside his bed. The 10-hour journey was just enough time to rest and regain some energy. Before falling asleep, he took a special glance at the 2 people in the cabin. On the monitor screen, Li Yong and Li Dazue were sitting side by side in chairs, chatting lazily. After experiencing life and death together, they had become close brothers. They even occasionally draped their arms over each other. It was hard to tell if Li Dazue would still laugh like this after seeing Li Yong's female outfit. The sea was calm and tranquil. The ship gently swayed as Zhang Nian quickly fell asleep. Ha ha ha. Time seemed to pass without notice as Zhang Nian was suddenly awakened by a burst of laughter. Glancing at the clock, it was already 3:30 in the early morning. Aren't these 2 tired? It's so late, and they're still not asleep. Zhang Nian rubbed his face to wake himself up a bit before turning to look at the monitor on the wall. But upon seeing the scene, he instantly sprang up from the bed. The sight in front of him shocked him to his core. Li Yong was dressed in a full professional outfit, black stockings extending up to his thighs, and wearing red-framed glasses. He was currently striking a pose on the chair, his expression manic as he looked at the already dumbfounded Li Dazue, speaking with fervor. Come on, let's live it up. Just a moment ago, you were draping your arm over me and hitting on me. Why are you suddenly avoiding me now, eh? Come take a look at me. I don't believe you can resist. Meanwhile, Li Dazue had already scared himself into hiding under the chair, letting out screams like a slaughtered pig. Captain, save me. Li Yong has gone crazy. Zhang Nian's eyelids twitched as he watched this scene, feeling quite confused. But soon his pupils shrank to the size of pinholes. In the cabin, the previously tightly closed curtains were now all wide open. Damn it, who opened the curtains? Without time to think further, Zhang Nian grabbed a weapon and rushed towards the cabin door. He didn't draw his gun immediately, but first gripped the golden axe tightly. Although Li Yong's state was off, he clearly hadn't reached the level of being a fake person. He was merely feverish and delirious. There should still be a way to save him. If you don't want to look at me, then just gaze at the moon outside. It's beautiful. Ha ha ha, just like me. Look at how wild the sea is. Ha ha ha, none can be wilder than me. At this moment, Li Yong had pulled Li Dazue out from under the chair and was pressing him against the porthole. With his other hand, he was about to pry open Li Dazue's tightly shut eyelids. Come on, open your eyes and see the moon outside. It will reveal the truth of this world to you. Bang! The cockpit door was kicked open and Zhang Nian walked in with a frosty expression. Without saying a word, he approached Li Yong, who was suffering from a fever, and delivered a series of harsh slaps. Slap, slap, slap. Li Yong was left dazed by the sudden strikes. Hey, what are you doing? He looked at Zhang Nian with a distressed expression covering his face. Still burning with fever? Looks like I need to apply more force. Zhang Nian swung his arm again, delivering another round of slaps. Smack, smack, smack. Captain. Oh no, my face. After 5 consecutive slaps, Li Yong finally regained it. Coming back to reality, he stared blankly at Zhang Nian. Upon noticing that he was wearing a uniform, his face turned as red as a monkey's rear. Red and purple. He typically wore professional attire just to impersonate someone he admired for his own appreciation. He never intended to wear it for others or to solicit customers. I can't go on living. Li Yong instantly broke down and was about to jump out of the window to feed the fish. You think I'll let you die on my ship, eh? Then wouldn't that mean I worked hard for nothing? Come back. Zhang Nian grabbed Li Yong by the waistband and yanked him back, as if tossing a firecracker, slamming him back into his seat. Sit still. If you're going to die, wait until we reach the safe zone. If you dare to seek death again, I'll make sure your uniform ends up on Li Dazue. Zhang Nian's scolding had an unexpectedly good effect. The moment Li Yong heard that his uniform would be worn by Li Dazue, he instantly fell silent. When he pictured Li Dazue's rotund figure and his pockmarked chubby face, he immediately felt nauseous. The image of the goddess in his heart shattered into something indescribable. Hey buddy, what do you mean? Do I really look that disgusting to you? Li Dazue, standing nearby, immediately felt displeased. So he was the one causing the nausea. It's fine, just a hallucination. Li Yong hurriedly waved his hands to explain. What's going on? Didn't I say not to open the curtains? Why did it turn out like this? Seeing that the situation had calmed down, Zhang Nian began to inquire about the reason. The curtains couldn't have opened by themselves, someone must have done it. It was Li Dazue. He was bragging and insisted on opening the window to look at the stars. Who knew that pulling the curtains back would align with the moon? Then I heard someone speaking in my ear, and after that I knew nothing. Zhang Nian turned to Li Dazue. So it was you fat thief, who caused this mess. Had I known, I should have made him deal with you first. Seeing Zhang Nian's murderous gaze, Li Dazue shivered and immediately knelt down, begging for mercy. Captain, I just wanted to show off a little. I didn't expect this to happen. I'm truly sorry. Please give me another chance. Zhang Nian stared at him for a long time, contemplating dunking this fat thief headfirst into the water for several hours. But thinking about the resources they were about to reach where he might need him, he temporarily dismissed the thought. Free labor should not be wasted. As long as they had not reached the safe zone, these two would be his free labor. As for payment, safely getting them to the safe zone would be the best reward. Alright, I'm just joking. Don't. Zhang Nian patted Li Dazue on the shoulder. From now on, listen to my orders. As long as you do, well, I won't toss the two of you into the sea to breathe through your gills. Li Dazue instantly beamed with joy. Alright, Captain. I will listen to you from now on, whether it's work or anything else. Even if it's eating shit, I'll do as you say. Li Yong, hearing this, was taken aback and tentatively asked, Do I also have to be dunked in the water? Zhang Nian shot him a sidelong glance. What do you think? You were just showing off and almost blinded my eyes. Shouldn't you atone for it? I get it, I'll listen to you. Zhang Nian smiled slightly and whispered in Li Yong's ear, I have cameras on my ship. If you don't perform, well, I'll send the video to the captain's group chat and it'll spread like wildfire. I can eat shit too, Captain. Li Yong's eyes widened, instantly becoming immensely loyal. Good spirit. Work hard from now on. Zhang Nian chuckled. He had initially wanted to pat Li Yong on the shoulder, but seeing that he was in a uniform, he ultimately could not bring himself to do it. After shutting all the curtains again, Zhang Nian returned to the cockpit and opened the group chat. He wanted to check on the situation of the Jifeng ship. In the midst of a fierce battle at the port, only this one person knew what it truly represented. Current area captain count 9916-10000. As soon as the group chat opened, it was filled with inquiries. Pulling out a giant shit to smash the dung pit, little warm maggot ship. Jifeng ship calling Jifeng ship. I am the protagonist ship. What's going on, brother? If there's nothing, just give a shout. Iron Tower ship, I miss you, brother. Have you reached the port? What's the situation over there? The barrage floated for a while, but the Jifeng ship remained silent, which made everyone anxious. You must know that a port in a fierce battle is something everyone will eventually encounter. If the Jifeng ship is dead, it means that this port in such a state is extremely dangerous. Anyone who goes would die. In a situation where death is certain, no one wants to get involved. Just when everyone thought the Jifeng ship had perished, its avatar finally lit up. Jifeng ship, brothers, I made it out alive. I was just escaping, so I didn't have time to log in and made you wait for so long. Pulling out a giant shit to smash the dung pit, little warm maggot ship. Brother, my dear brother, you're finally online. You scared me to death. I am the protagonist ship. Quick, tell us what you encountered. Jifeng ship, damn, don't even mention it. I just passed by the port and almost met my end in the northwest. As soon as I entered the port, the sea surface was boiling, cannon fire was raining down, and the land was teeming with. On the other side were the forces of the Human Alliance, armed to the teeth, and both sides were in a fierce firefight. If I hadn't run fast, I would have been chopped into pieces. Seeing the barrage from the Jifeng ship, Zhang Nian began to form a judgment. The port in a state of fierce battle was equivalent to humans conducting a purge against invading pseudo-humans. If humans win, this area would become what is known as a safe zone. If humans lose, it would be an entirely different. It would be far more dangerous than the current fierce battle. At that moment, the Jifeng ship sent out a new barrage. Jifeng ship. But on the flip side, brothers, deep down, I actually still want to score big. I just like the curve. Although the fighting is intense and the environment is extremely dangerous, the equipment dropping in the port is truly tempting. If we can get just one piece of equipment, our future days will be smooth sailing. The remarks from the Jifeng ship suddenly stirred some thoughts in certain individuals. Carrot, don't say it, but you really shouldn't. This matter is quite promising. A person's abilities are limited, but we are a group, and together we are strong. If we succeed, we can walk confidently in the future. Madagascar, no objections, my friend. I desperately want to become stronger now. I am constantly on edge, fearing that I might let a fake person board the ship. In the end, isn't it because of our weak strength? If I could acquire some impressive equipment, I wouldn't be afraid of any fake person. Even if a fake person boards, we can just deal with it. Tower, that's reasonable. Count me in. It's been too suffocating living like this. Why should we die just because fake people board? Can't we slaughter them instead? Let's do it, brothers. Looking at these people filled with righteous indignation, Zhang Nian slowly furrowed his brows. According to Jifeng's description, the danger level at the port during combat is extremely high. And these ships are just small ones. Even if there are many of us, it would surely be futile. Taking such risks to gamble for equipment is truly not a wise decision. Even if we really want to take risks, we should wait until we have a certain level of self-preservation ability before considering it. Zhang Nian looked in the group, and indeed many shared his thoughts. Giant shit smashing, little warm maggot. Everyone, don't get too carried away. Things may be good, but you need to have your life to obtain them. That's a battlefield like a meat grinder. We are just a bunch of small karamis. If we go, we will definitely end up as boxes on the ground. I suggest you all shouldn't go. I am the protagonist. Giant shit is right. We small ships shouldn't meddle. Only in movies do we see overlevel combat. Don't get too carried away. Giant shit smashing, little warm maggot. I am not a giant shit. Please call me by my full name. I am the protagonist. All right, giant shit. Jifeng, don't panic, everyone. Didn't I come out alive? That proves there is a chance. Moreover, I am truly fed up with living in fear. I just want to progress. I have sent the coordinates in the group. The location is sure to port. Anyone interested can come. Once you arrive, let me know in the group. I won't go to the next port. Gil wait for you all. To be honest, Zhang Nian understood Jifeng's thoughts very well. Because when he first encountered Lu Ruyan, he was also extremely eager to become stronger. However, he did not let desire cloud his judgment. Even if a person longs to grow stronger, they ultimately cannot detach from reality. One cannot rush to eat hot tofu. To become stronger, one must take it step by step. After taking one last look at those eager individuals, Zhang Nian quietly exited the group chat. Good luck to you all. Time passed quickly. In a blink, it was the next day. The first rays of sunlight streamed through the porthole, shining directly on Zhang Nian's face. He took a deep breath and gazed into the distance. He saw the outline of an island emerging faintly where the sea met the sky. The ship is about to dock Wangzhou Island. This port is a resource point. The captain may disembark to gather the necessary resources. Docking time, 3 hours. Note, this port may pose potential dangers. The captain must act with only 3 hours. That's a bit tight on time. Zhang Nian frowned. The docking time was unexpected. He had thought they would at least dock for the entire morning, but it turned out to be only 3 hours. However, he wasn't too panicked, as there were 2 free laborers on board. Even if they only docked for 3 hours, it would be enough for the Xingqian ship to upgrade. Splash. Bang. Bang. After a brief noise, the ship slowly docked. Zhang Nian walked to the door and looked outside through the porthole. Before him stood an island with lush green mountains and waters. Unlike other ports, this port was in a completely open state. There weren't many buildings around. The entire port looked like a tourist spot that had been abandoned for many years. Weeds were everywhere and human traces were nearly invisible. There wasn't even a sign on the approach bridge. Without the broadcast announcement, one wouldn't even know what place this was. Zhang Nian observed carefully for a while, and seeing no hidden dangers, walked toward the cabin to wake the two who were sleeping like dead dogs. Ding ding ding. The axe struck the door. Stop sleeping, but it's time to get to work. What's up, are we getting food again? Li Dazue was the first to sit up, looking confused as he glanced around. Li Yong's reaction was relatively quick. Seeing the ship docked, he knew work was about to begin. He immediately stood up, saying, "Captain, at your command." Zhang Nian nodded, and then kicked Li Dazue in the butt. "Food? What the hell, hurry up and get to work. If you don't meet the standards today, it'll make you into food." Li Dazue jumped up in shock, his mind instantly clear, standing straight. "Captain, please give your orders. I will go through fire and water for you." Zhang Nian did not waste words and directly issued orders. "You two have no other tasks today. Do you see the stuff outside? Besides the dock, anything you see with your eyes loaded onto the ship. As long as I don't say stop, keep working hard. Going through fire and water, Captain." Zhang Nian nodded. "I won't let you work for free. If you do well, I'll treat you to extra meals today." "Okay, Captain. No more talking, I'm going first." As soon as he heard extra meal, Li Dazue's eyes lit up, and he jumped out of the window. Li Yong was also stunned. "Are we rolling now? Let's see who can outdo whom." Without a second thought, he jumped out as well. Zhang Nian was also surprised. He didn't expect the words extra meal to have such a powerful effect. What he didn't know was that these two hadn't eaten for 2.5 days. Now they could swallow anything, even shit. Seeing the two had already disembarked, Zhang Nian wasted no more time and jumped off the ship with his axe. With firm and decisive steps, he headed straight for a pine tree in the distance. The two individuals had no tools and could only rely on their hands to gather stones and branches, so their strength was limited. The big tasks had to rely on him. Plus, with his enhancement talent, it was even more efficient. Gathering resources would not be a difficult task. Phew. Zhang Nian arrived at a pine tree as thick as a person, took a deep breath, and swung the axe to begin chopping. Bang! 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 The muffled sounds echoed across the empty port. As an outdoor photographer, Zhang Nian naturally mastered many survival skills. For instance, chopping trees was absolutely within his grasp. In less than 20 minutes, the pine tree, which required a person to embrace, fell with a thunderous crash. Dust rose everywhere, and fine debris scattered all around. Li Yong and the others stared in disbelief as they watched Zhang Nian take down a tree so quickly. Li Yong, no wonder he can compete with fake people. His strength is just formidable. In such a short time, one tree was felled, and it's a big tree weighing over a ton. Li Dazue, now you know why I listen to the captain, because he can really make me grow gills upside down. Naturally, Zhang Nian had no idea about their thoughts. Right now his heart raced with excitement. He gazed at the golden axe in his hand, filled with delight. This is definitely not an ordinary axe. It can trigger woodcutting critical hits. Just now, when Zhang Nian swung the axe for the first time at the pine tree, he sensed something was off. The golden axe emitted a surge of power the moment it made contact with the solid wood. The extremely hard pine tree felt as fragile as a crispy cookie in front of it, instantly being cleaved with a deep cut. Felling the entire pine tree hardly took any effort. He barely even broke a sweat. This is simply a divine weapon. The corners of Zhang Nian's mouth curved into an exaggerated arc. He had originally thought that upgrading the Xingqian ship by 1 level would be the limit. But now it seems that upgrading it by 2 levels is not impossible. The feeling of working smarter, not harder, is so refreshing. Zhang Nian was filled with excitement as he raised the axe and fiercely struck the fallen trunk. He planned to chop these pine trees into neat stumps, making it easier to put them into the disassembly platform. The disassembly platform not only dismantles materials, but also serves as temporary storage space. Although limited, it was the best storage solution in the short term. Just as Zhang Nian was vigorously chopping the trunk, Li Yong and the others suddenly let out a scream from a distance. What the hell is that? It's standing up. It's really standing up. Hearing the sound, Zhang Nian hurriedly looked into the distance. He saw Li Yong and Li Dazue each holding a tree branch, trembling and pointing at a certain direction, too scared to move. However, since the two were standing side by side, they blocked his view completely, and he could see nothing at all. What did you see? 2 grown men making a fuss. Zhang Nian, puzzled, took a few steps to the side. When the angle was right, he finally saw what had caused the two to scream. It was a spotted deer. With its white lips, beautiful spotted pattern, and graceful posture, it looked quite adorable at first glance. But just as he thought he could enjoy a delicious roasted deer meal, he noticed that the deer's behavior was very strange. It actually stood up. With its hind legs on the ground, and its front limbs raised high. Its bizarre posture made its body sway. Moreover, the originally bright and lively big eyes of the deer had turned pure red bloodshot and seemingly on the verge of dripping blood. Even more bizarre, a blood-red vertical stripe had appeared in the middle of its two raised forelimbs. At that moment, the stripe slowly split open, revealing countless sharp fangs. This was no longer a spotted deer, it was clearly a terrifying mutated monster. "Stop looking and run," Zhang Nian, realizing the danger, shouted and charged forward with his axe. At the same time, the deer's forelimbs and head had completely split open, with blood-red fangs spreading like the petals of a carnivorous flower, 100 times more terrifying than a man-eating dahlia. Roar! A deep growl came from the petals. The mutated spotted deer charged towards Li Yong and Li Dazue in an extremely weird posture, clearly intending to swallow them whole. Although these two often wet their pants, they were experts at running away. Hearing Zhang Nian's warning, they immediately dashed towards him without a second thought. With the mutated spotted deer not being very fast, it found it difficult to catch up with the two. "Captain, save me." Despite being chubby, Li Dazue surprisingly managed to outrun Li Yong. "Get out of the way." Zhang Nian kicked Li Dazue aside and swung his axe, aiming for the mutated deer's head. Puff! Crack! The golden axe with unstoppable force split the deer in half with a single strike. Hot blood and entrails splattered all over the ground. Then, just like other pseudo-creatures, it rapidly decayed into a pool of black water. Killed mutated spotted deer. Reward 100 gold coins. Bonus 100 gold coins. Total 200 gold coins. Only after hearing the notification did Zhang Nian come back to his senses from the shock. He had only intended to fell the mutated spotted deer, never considering that he would kill it with one hit. He never expected to cleave it in half. It was nothing short of a miracle. I didn't expect this golden axe to be not only powerful in woodcutting, but also exceptional in slaying monsters. Given its lethality, I wouldn't be surprised if it could even fight against real pseudo-creatures. No wonder it came from a treasure chest, it really packs a punch. Zhang Nian was overjoyed as he looked at the golden axe in his hand, growing fonder of it. He even suspected that the golden axe's lethality could very well surpass that of a revolver. "Captain, you're incredible. Li Dazue, respect no one but you. Captain, I owe you my life again. From now on, use me as you wish." Seeing the mutated spotted deer being taken down by Zhang Nian, Li Yong and Li Dazue immediately ran back to pledge their loyalty. Surprisingly, Zhang Nian was quite pleased with this, and in a good mood, he decided to give them some friendly encouragement. "What is our motto?" "Take everything in sight." Li Yong and Li Dazue answered in unison. "Good. Keep working." "All right." The two immediately began to bend down and pick up stones. Zhang Nian, meanwhile, carried his axe and quickly returned to the pine tree to continue disassembling. There must be many more mutated spotted deer like the one just now on the island. To avoid any accidents, he needed to gather all the materials as quickly as possible. The pine tree in front of him weighed over a ton. As long as he disassembled it and put it into the dismantling platform, he would have completed the wood collection. There was enough time left to collect ores and steel. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Nian swung the axe forcefully, embedding it deep into the trunk with each strike. Soon the entire trunk was divided into 10 sections. This length should fit into the dismantling platform. Zhang Nian glanced at the wooden stumps on the ground, and then looked towards Li Yong and Li Dazue in the distance. This section of the wooden stump weighed at least 200 jin. Even if Wu Song came, he would have to shake his head. He wouldn't carry it himself. "Hey, you two come here. Lift these wooden stumps onto the boat for me." "Coming, Captain." Upon hearing the call, the two immediately scampered over. On their way back, they didn't know where they found 2 large sacks, each carrying one, and brought them back. It looked like they had packed quite a bit. When the two approached, they didn't waste any words. They set down the sacks and started moving the wood onto the ship. Zhang Nian peeked into one of the sacks. He found it filled with stones and some iron chair legs that had been disassembled. This made him realize that Wengzhou Island was very likely once a tourist attraction. If not for the invasion of pseudo-creatures, it wouldn't have been abandoned. Otherwise, there wouldn't be terrace chairs specifically supplied for tourist areas. Such chairs wouldn't be found elsewhere. "Looks like there are good things inside. Oh, I must go check it out later," Zhang Nian silently decided. At this moment, he glanced towards the direction of the ship. He saw Li Yong and Li Dazue stuffing wood under his bed, and he widened his eyes in surprise. "What the heck? Where are you two stuffing that?" "Put it in that big black horn over there." The so-called big black horn referred to the dismantling platform due to its horn-like shape. He mainly worried they wouldn't understand. Hearing the prompt, Li Dazue turned around grinning broadly and gave an okay hand gesture. "Okay, Captain." "Okay." Zhang Nian. 10 minutes later, the entire pine tree and the 2 sacks of ore and metal were all put into the dismantling platform. Zhang Nian walked over to take a look. Wood required for ship upgrade 300 kilograms, or 300 kilograms, steel 300 kilograms, 500 gold coins current resources with 3,002,400 kilograms after doubling or 30,080 kilograms. Steel 30,050 kilograms. Gold coins 500,1700. The wood and gold coins are more than enough. Now we just need ore and steel. Zhang Nian pondered. Ore is easy to talk about, but where do I find steel? He thought for a moment and suddenly looked at Li Dazue. Where did you two get those chair legs? Li Dazue pointed into the distance. Following the direction, he saw a winding path emerging from the edge of the dense forest extending deep into the island. It was a mountain path, but it had not been traveled for so long that it was completely covered by thick weeds. If one didn't look closely, it would be hard to notice. Beside the path, there were two broken bases left alone there. Clearly the long benches and the sacks had come from there. It seems that is the road leading to the tourist attraction. Zhang Nian withdrew his gaze and glanced at the time. There were still 2 hours until the ship set sail. Finding enough ore and steel is not a difficult task, but how to bring it back is a big problem. There are 3 of them in total, which means each person must carry at least 300 pounds of supplies back. That is simply a fantasy. Firstly, there isn't enough time, and secondly, their stamina can't keep up. Even if they managed to bring it back, it would have long surpassed the docking time. At this moment, Zhang Nian suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a blueprint for a portable storage box in the shop interface. That item looks like a travel bag on the outside, but actually has a particularly large storage space. He had briefly scanned it at the time and remembered that it could hold over 2 tons of supplies. The main advantage is that the backpack can negate the weight of the supplies being carried. Right now, he has enough materials on hand, and as long as he makes this item, the issue of carrying supplies will naturally be solved. Let's get to work. With that thought, Zhang Nian glanced at the 2 waiting for instructions nearby. You 2 go ahead, I will catch up shortly. Some secrets cannot be shared with too many people. He needs to send them away. All right, Captain. Seeing the 2 leave, Zhang Nian immediately sat at the computer, opened the shop, selected storage facilities, and began crafting the backpack. Basic storage box, basic equipment box. Found it. Portable backpack. Portable backpack mobile storage device requires 100 gold coins to craft, provides materials 10 kilograms of wood, 10 kilograms of, or this amount of material, is nothing. He clicked to craft directly. Portable backpack, crafted successfully. A backpack resembling a military-grade pack appeared out of thin air on the desk with a flash of light. Zhang Nian directly slung it on his back. Just like an ordinary backpack, it was very lightweight and comfortable. The difference is that he could clearly sense the spatial state inside the backpack. The space is infinitely large, but has a weight limit. It can hold 2 tons, which is 2,000 kilograms of supplies, but there is no restriction on the volume. This is truly a great item. Zhang Nian smiled and stepped toward the direction where Li Yong and the others had left. As he departed, the starship automatically entered defense mode. Besides his own return, no one else can enter. Zhang Nian and the other 2 moved quickly and soon reached a position halfway up the mountain. At that moment, Li Dazue suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, "Wow, it turns out this is a tourist attraction. Look quickly, there's a ticket booth up ahead, and next to it, there's a store. We can finally have a hearty meal." Zhang Nian followed the direction of his finger and indeed saw a building covered in white tiles not far ahead. It was a cylindrical building with only one window in the middle, and at the top of the building stood a large sign with red letters on a white background. Welcome to Wengzhou Island 5A tourist attraction. Clearly this is the entrance to the tourist area, and this building serves as a ticket station. Next to the ticket station, there was a medium-sized supermarket. Generally, such supermarkets sell climbing equipment, folding stools, toys, and similar items. Of course, the most important items are the snacks. Let's go check out the supermarket first. Zhang Nian called out and headed toward the supermarket with his axe. Li Yong and the other 2 immediately followed. The supermarket door was unlocked. It seemed the incident had occurred suddenly, and the manager left in a hurry without locking up. However, for them, this was a good thing. It indicated that there was a high probability of food still remaining that had not. Upon reaching the door, Zhang Nian first glanced inside through the glass, saw nothing unusual, and then pushed the door open. Creak. The wooden door slowly opened, and a decaying smell rushed out. Zhang Nian waved away the dust floating in and stepped inside. It was quite dark inside, and the lighting fixtures were all damaged, making it a bit challenging to see. However, the entrance was still bright. The first thing that caught the eye was a row of metal shelves. The shelves were 2 meters high, about 10 meters long, and there were a total of 10. They were neatly stocked with various outdoor supplies. Climbing poles, notebooks, check-in manuals, children's toys, everything one could think of. Everyone stopped dawdling. Let's get to work. Zhang Nian was not polite and directly took off the backpack. He stuffed everything he saw into the bag regardless of whether it was useful. Today I'm going to indulge in being a bandit. Let's grab it all. Li Dazue got into the spirit of things and rushed into the shelves, wildly stuffing items into the sack. Li Yong dashed further into the supermarket, his target clear, find something to eat. For a moment, the three of them resembled bandits raiding a house, frantically gathering supplies. Ha ha ha, food. I finally found food. Excited laughter came from the depths of the supermarket. Zhang Nian and the others walked over and saw that the innermost shelves were packed with all kinds of food. Potato chips, shrimp chips, canned drinks, canned beer, milk, candies, everything was there. What caught Zhang Nian's attention the most was the bottom shelf, where dozens of cans of luncheon meat were neatly arranged. Luncheon meat is a valuable item. Although no one usually wants to eat it in this tumultuous apocalypse, it is a rare treasure worth its weight in gold. Not only is it delicious, but it also has a long shelf life. This is it. This is it. Zhang Nian's eyes gleamed as he rushed over and began to stuff it into the backpack. As he packed, he urged, come on, don't just stand there, let's collect it all. All right. Seeing so much food, Li Yong and the others immediately got into the groove. They rolled up their sleeves and began to scoop items into the backpack. In no time, they cleared the shelves clean, leaving not even a scrap of paper behind. But that wasn't the end. Just when the two thought everything was over, Zhang Nian's actions left them stunned. While they were sorting supplies, Zhang Nian had already started stuffing the shelves into his backpack. These are all metal, all metal. Zhang Nian muttered while stuffing items into the bag. He hadn't forgotten the core purpose of coming here. Collecting ore and steel. Each shelf must weigh at least 100 pounds, 10 of them equals 1,000 pounds. 500 kilograms is right within reach. Seeing this situation, Li Yong and the others stopped talking and immediately joined the team dismantling the shelves. The two of them were responsible for taking them apart, while Zhang Nian stuffed them into the backpack. Although Li Yong and the others were puzzled about why this backpack could hold so much, they wisely chose not to ask. It wasn't that they didn't want to know, they were mainly afraid of being drowned in the water. Soon all 10 shelves were collected. Since all the shelves passed through Zhang Nian's hands, his amplification talent was naturally triggered. 500 kilograms of metal doubled to 1,000 kilograms. This amount is more than enough for upgrading the starship. However, Zhang Nian did not want to stop here. No one knows how long it will take to reach the next resource point. Such resource points are clearly not artificially designed, so they are unlikely to be evenly distributed along the route. To encounter them again, one might have to pass by multiple ports. Not to mention whether food supplies can keep up, the journey is so dangerous. If the ship's level is too low, it might be sunk by powerful pseudo-humans before even reaching the next resource point. Therefore, as long as time permits, he must collect supplies without limit, the more the better. Let's continue moving up and see if there are other good items. With a plan in mind, Zhang Nian immediately slung on the backpack and continued deeper into the scenic area. All right. Li Yong and the others, having secured food, were also full of energy and happily followed. Wangzhou Island's scenic area is not steep. Zhang Nian and the others did not exert much effort and soon arrived at the core area of the attraction, a sightseeing square. The square is vast, and in the center stands a huge Ferris wheel. At this moment, the colorful cabins hanging on the Ferris wheel swayed back and forth with the gentle breeze, producing a series of excruciating creaks. It looked old, as if it were a product from the last century. However, Zhang Nian's attention was not on the Ferris wheel, but on the cobblestone ground beneath it, which had a radius of at least 30 meters. This is it. Zhang Nian's eyes sparkled as he stared at those cobblestones, more excited than if he had found gold scattered everywhere, and he couldn't wait to rush over and gather them. However, at that moment, the old Ferris wheel, which had been silent for who knows how long, suddenly began to turn slowly. Creak, creak. Caw. Squeak. The Ferris wheel rotated slowly, red rust falling like a flurry of snow. Zhang Nian and his two companions immediately grew alert at this sight. Captain, what's going on? Why is the Ferris wheel spinning on its own? Li Dazue grabbed a large rock, glancing around in panic. This thing is electric. It only moves with a power source. There must be someone else nearby. Li Yong remained relatively calm, quickly analyzing the situation. Zhang Nian narrowed his eyes, scanning the surroundings with composure. Apart from the Ferris wheel, other attractions, the carousel and bumper cars, also began to stir. It was as if countless invisible passengers were joyfully riding them. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a distant, across from the Ferris wheel. Inside a green structure atop the platform, a figure seemed to flicker behind the, let's go. Over there. Zhang Nian called out, drawing his pistol and charging forward. Whoever could control the Ferris wheel must be an intelligent being. Against such an opponent, a gun was far more effective than a cold weapon. Today he would see who was playing tricks. The three of them sprinted toward the platform. Li Dazue and Li Yong each carried a rock and a rusty iron pipe. With such an arsenal, anyone they encountered would be bewildered. They soon reached the hillside, less than 30 meters from the control booth. Throughout the approach, Zhang Nian kept his eyes fixed on the booth. The booth was compact, anyone emerging would not escape his notice. Click. Zhang Nian cocked the hammer, slowly approaching the base of the platform. The platform had 3 levels about 9 meters high, each with a row of tinted glass that obscured the interior from outside. Stay down here. If anyone comes out, take them down. Unless it's me or Li Yong, Zhang Nian whispered to Li Dazue. Whoever refused to show themselves and resorted to tricks was certainly no good. No need for courtesy. To gather supplies safely, he had to eliminate this threat. Got it, Captain. Li Dazue nodded firmly. Whatever comes out, he'll give it a good smashing. After arranging the backup, Zhang Nian yanked open the iron door and charged in with Li Yong. Entering unfamiliar territory required either cautious approach or surprise. Dawdling was not an option. Once inside, Zhang Nian raised his gun in alert, scanning the room. The control booth was modest, each level around 100 square meters. Though dim, the light from the windows revealed every corner at a glance. Inside were only 2 dusty desks, a few promotional posters on the walls, and a scenic map. There was no place to hide. Upstairs. Finding the first floor empty, Zhang Nian headed for the second floor. His steps were light, his gun aimed at the stairwell, ready to fire without hesitation if anything seemed amiss. As he ascended, the view expanded. With the final step, the second floor came fully into sight. This level housed the electrical control room, filled with various operating consoles and monitors, but all were shut down, covered in cobwebs. The second floor was equally empty. Zhang Nian exchanged a glance with Li Yong, their eyes turning to the third floor. Since neither lower level held anyone, the third was the only possibility. Without hesitation, they dashed toward the third floor. The staircases were short, taking less than 3 seconds, but just as they neared the third floor, a crash of breaking glass rang out above. Then came Li Dazue's shout, "Come down." He jumped out the window. Hearing this, Zhang Nian and Li Yong immediately turned and ran down. Outside, however, only Li Dazue stood there, no one else in sight. "Where is he?" Li Dazue hurriedly pointed toward a dense forest. "Over there." He ran that way. "After him." Zhang Nian growled, and the 3 gave chase. But at the forest's edge, just as they were about to enter, Zhang Nian stopped abruptly. He stared at the ground in confusion. The earth was damp, clearly soaked by recent rain. If someone had run through here, they would have left obvious tracks. Yet there were none. This meant no one had entered the forest. Li Dazue was lying. Realizing this, Zhang Nian spun around. Li Dazue stood beside Li Yong, looking bewildered. Seeing Zhang Nian stop, he urged, "Why aren't you moving? What are you looking at me for? Hurry up, or hell get away." Zhang Nian's face turned cold as he fixed his gaze on Li Dazue. "Why do you keep telling me to go into the woods? What's in there? A bad guy, what else?" Zhang Nian shook his head. "No, you're not Li Dazue. He wouldn't talk to me like this. Besides, his face is pitted worse than the moon, but yours is smoother than mine. You're definitely an imposter." Hearing this, Li Yong caught on and moved to restrain Li Dazue with his iron pipe. But Li Dazue merely waved a hand, sending Li Yong, pole and all, flying through the air. He skidded several meters across the ground, motionless. After that, Li Dazue tilted his head, eyeing Zhang Nian with interest. A grin slowly spread from ear to ear. "How did you figure out I'm not Li Dazue? Just because I told you to go into the woods?" Zhang Nian shook his head. "I only confirmed it just now. I was bluffing before. You fell for it." Hearing this, Li Dazue paused, then realized he had been tricked. With a roar, he revealed his true form. "How dare you mock me? He'll devour your brain." Amid the grinding of bones, his muscles began to twist violently. In less than a second, his body stretched to 3 meters tall. His bulky frame vanished, replaced by a towering, twisted humanoid monster. Both arms and legs transformed into razor-sharp blades. A chilling gleam, fierce and menacing. Zhang Nian recognized this form. It was exactly what Lu Ruyan had become. They were of the same kind. Zhang Nian reacted swiftly, launching an attack the moment Big Mouth Li revealed his form. He raised his revolver and aimed at the opponent's head. Bang, bang, bang. Yet Big Mouth Li's head swayed like a pendulum, impossible to hit. All 3 bullets grazed past his skin. Seeing you with a revolver, I thought you were a sharpshooter. Turns out your aim is atrocious. I shouldn't have bothered playing along with your charade." Big Mouth Li sneered contemptuously. "All right, now it's my turn to attack." As he spoke, the muscles in his legs suddenly expanded several-fold, like a spring compressed to its limit. Then in an instant, he burst forward and closed in on Zhang Nian. With no time to think, Zhang Nian reacted on pure instinct, executing a sideways roll. Almost simultaneously, a piercing whistle sliced past his ear, mere millimeters from his skin. It was Big Mouth Li's foot, transformed into a blade. That was close. Zhang Nian felt goosebumps rise on his face. If he hadn't moved quickly enough, that strike would have surely been fatal. Without a moment's pause, Zhang Nian scrambled to his feet and launched a counterattack. Bang, bang. 2 consecutive shots emptied the cylinder. The final 5 bullets were now completely spent. Learning from the first 3 shots, Zhang Nian this time aimed not at Big Mouth Li's head, but at his neck. Sizzle. The sound of flesh tearing rang out. Big Mouth Li froze, then touched his neck in bewilderment, his palm coated with steaming black blood. "You shot my neck." Zhang Nian sneered. "Who told you to only bob your head? Got you now, didn't I?" After this brief exchange, Zhang Nian had gained a measure of confidence. Although this big mouth Li was the same type of pseudo-human as Lu Ri, and his strength was worlds apart. This was clear from the attack he had just dodged. This pseudo-human was a fightable opponent. Despicable human, you dared to wound me. He'll tear you apart. Big Mouth Li, now enraged beyond reason, charged at Zhang Nian with bloodshot eyes. Thud. But at that moment, a rusted iron pipe crusted like a block of sauce smacked solidly onto Big Mouth Li's forehead. Big Mouth Li was completely stunned. He incredulously peeled the pipe off his head and turned to look into the distance. Even a scumbag like you dares to strike me. Li Yong staggered to his feet from the ground. Extreme terror made him tremble so much he could barely stand, yet he mustered the courage to retort. It was you who hit me first. Earlier, when Big Mouth Li hadn't yet revealed his true form, he could exert less than 30% of his power. Coincidentally, that punch had landed on the iron pipe, so the blow hadn't harmed Li Yong much. Li Yong had actually been awake for a while, but had been playing dead. However, when he saw that Zhang Nian could actually hold his own against the pseudo-human, his courage surged, and he decided to take a gamble. Hence the scene just now. Of course, Li Yong had no idea that Zhang Nian was now out of bullets. Captain, in with you. Let's kill this thing and avenge Big Mouth Li. Li Yong roared loudly. His righteous indignation even moved Zhang Nian, who gave him a thumbs up. He'll give you an extra can of food later, but just stand there and don't move. Watch me take this thing on solo. Li Yong was utterly shocked, his eyes nearly popping out. Captain, you're such a man. If you call me a sissy now, I'd put my bra back on. Shut the hell up. Don't make me sick. Zhang Nian felt a wave of nausea. Aren't you two looking down on me a bit too much? Chatting right in front of me. Both of you die. Big Mouth Li, feeling ignored, flew into a rage, and without a second thought, charged furiously at Zhang Nian. However, Zhang Nian, in an unusual move, neither dodged nor avoided, but instead looked at Big Mouth Li with a smug, scheming expression. You were careless. You shouldn't have come at me. Whoosh. Before Big Mouth Li could figure out what was happening, a flash of gold suddenly loomed large before his eyes. Thud. The golden axe slammed heavily into Big Mouth Li's head, the blade sinking deep into his skull. What is this? It can actually. Big Mouth Li stared at the axe above his head with rolling eyes, but before he could finish his sentence, he went completely still. Beyond 7 steps the gun is faster, within 7 steps the axe is quicker. Zhang Nian sneered as he watched the gradually fading black fluid. The revolver was just a decoy, the real killing move was the golden axe. Everything he had done was merely to trick Big Mouth Li, this foolish pseudo-human, into letting down his guard. If the opponent had chosen to keep his distance and attack from afar, he would have had no chance. Fortunately, the guy was a bit dim-witted and had charged straight at him. This gave him the perfect opportunity to unleash the power of the golden axe. Zhang Nian looked at the axe in his hand, his fondness for it growing. It had been just an intuition, but he hadn't expected it to actually be effective against pseudo-humans. This axe is clearly an antique from some time ago. If it can suppress pseudo-humans, does that mean pseudo-humans have existed for a long time? Just as he was pondering this, a notification sound suddenly rang out. Substitute type pseudo-human eliminated. Reward 300 gold coins. Amplification reward 300. Total 600 gold coins. Low probability reward triggered, obtained common pistol blueprint. Amplification triggered common pistol blueprint, upgraded to fine pistol blueprint. Haha, it wasn't for nothing. The rewards are generous. Zhang Nian praised profusely. At that moment, Li Yong walked over, his face brimming with excitement. Captain, you're incredible. You actually took down a pseudo-human all by yourself? From now on, you're a god of war in my book. Zhang Nian quickly waved his hand. Don't say that. I could only kill this pseudo-human because it was weak. Zhang Nian had intended to be modest, but his words struck Li Yong's ears like a thunderclap. He called the opponent weak. That meant he hadn't even been going all out. Too awesome. Zhang Nian, of course, had no idea what Li Yong was thinking. He glanced into the depths of the dense forest. After a long deliberation, he decided to go inside and see what was going on. After all, there was still plenty of time, and it wouldn't interfere with the main mission. Moreover, Big Mouth Li must have had a reason for luring them here. Let's go in and take a look. Zhang Nian called out and started walking forward. What? Go in. What if there's an ambush? Li Yong was a bit worried. That's why Well approached from a different direction. And if there really was an ambush, they would have come out to help by now. The fact that no backup arrived means there's only this one pseudo-human here. Li Yong rubbed his chin. Yeah, that does make sense. The dense forest wasn't very large, and it didn't take the two of them long to reach the center. It was more of a circular island than a forest. It was filled with a vast array of strange plants, much like a botanical garden. Zhang Nian pushed aside a broad leaf blocking his view, and suddenly a pile of white objects appeared before him. There were 3 of them, round and plump, resting quietly in a hollow lined with dead leaves. Bird eggs. What was a pseudo-human doing guarding bird eggs? No, they should be pseudo-human eggs. Zhang Nian frowned. He hadn't expected that pseudo-humans reproduced by laying eggs. This was definitely not good news because it meant that pseudo-humans could reproduce far faster than humans. If they couldn't find a more efficient way to eliminate them soon, Earth would be completely overrun by pseudo-humans. Captain, look. Bird eggs. At that moment, Li Yong also spotted the pseudo-human eggs, but without realizing what they were, he mistook them for bird eggs. These aren't bird eggs, they're pseudo-human eggs, Zhang Nian explained. Holy crap. Pseudo-humans lay eggs. I've never heard of such a thing. Li Yong was utterly astonished. Then, as if a realization dawned on him, he said, wait, so that pseudo-human lured us here just to show us a bunch of eggs? Of course not. It was to make us into a food reserve for these little pseudo-humans. Damn it. That pseudo-human had some nerve. Li Yong fumed. So what do we do now? We smashed them all, of course. With that, Zhang Nian picked up his axe and stepped forward, swinging it fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. 3 crisp sounds rang out as the 3 pseudo-human eggs were smashed to pieces. At the same time, a notification sounded. 3 pseudo-human eggs destroyed. Probability reward triggered, obtained 1 basic gene enhancement capsule. After consumption, it can significantly enhance physical functions. Note when taking it, ensure the surrounding environment is absolutely safe. Wow, this is a huge profit. After hearing the prompt, Zhang Nian's face immediately lit up with joy. What did he desire the most? Of course it was to become stronger. He had long been envious of the powerful physique of the fake person. After all, even with the strongest weapons, they could never compare to the confidence of becoming stronger oneself. Ha ha ha, this feels great. Zhang Nian couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, this left Li Yong confused, thinking something was wrong with his mind. Captain, are you okay? Zhang Nian waved his hand with a smile. I'm fine. Let's go find Li Dazue. Li Yong was taken aback. Isn't Li Dazue eaten by the fake person? No way, we came out very quickly. In less than 5 seconds, the fake person had no chance to eat anyone. In my judgment, Li Dazue should just be knocked out and hiding, and he's probably nearby. After saying that, Zhang Nian headed towards the high platform. As he expected, Li Dazue was not dead, just knocked out. When the two found Li Dazue, they discovered he was headfirst in a grass pit. Hey, get up. The food is ready. Zhang Nian walked over and patted Li Dazue's big plate. Where am I? Li Dazue suddenly sat up, his eyes darting around, but quickly realized what was happening, a look of terror on his face. The fake person is coming, Captain. Let's run. Run, my foot. Our captain has already chopped the fake person with an axe. Li Dazue looked incredulous, chopping the fake person with an axe. Wasn't that nonsense? But seeing Zhang Nian and Li Yong standing there unscathed proved it was true. As if recalling something, Li Dazue suddenly jumped up, wanting to escape. I can't believe you. How can a person defeat a fake person? You two must have turned into fake people to trick me, no way. Before Li Dazue could run, Zhang Nian kicked him again. What do you mean trick you? Quickly go gather stones for me, or I'll shove you into the water to grow gills. Li Dazue was stunned. This familiar feeling and familiar words. It was definitely the captain. Captain, you really aren't dead. Zhang Nian's expression turned cold. Can you wish me a bit of good luck? Hurry and follow me, don't waste time. Hey, got it. Li Dazue immediately followed him with a bounce. Now he was completely in awe. A person who can chop fake people is simply superhuman. The 3 of them jogged back to the Ferris wheel in no time. Quick, there's less than an hour left, gather as much as you can. Upon reaching the pebbled ground, Zhang Nian placed his bag down and started frantically scooping stones into it. Just watch me. Li Dazue laid down a torn burlap sack, then scooped up a pile of pebbles in one go. Wow, your trick is... Seeing this, Li Yong immediately followed suit and began to fill a burlap sack with stones. Zhang Nian, while packing stones, scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a steel seesaw in the distance and dashed towards it. This thing was quite heavy, at least 100 kilograms. Picking it up would be a profit. Gained 150 kilograms of steel, increased by 150 kilograms. Zhang Nian then looked at the bumper cars behind the fence. This is also a good item. Grab it. Gained 100 kilograms of steel, increased by 100 kilograms. Gained 100 kilograms of plastic, increased by 100 kilograms. Gained 50 kilograms of rubber, increased by 50 kilograms. Ha, this is great, all good stuff. Zhang Nian was so pleased that his mouth crooked, he collected all 5 bumper cars into his backpack. Unfortunately, the backpack has a capacity limit, otherwise there wouldn't be a chance to leave anything behind. Zhang Nian glanced at the time. There were still 10 minutes left, just enough to board the ship. He immediately signaled Li Yong and the others to retreat. Time's almost up. Let's go. The two were now sweating profusely and hurriedly followed Zhang Nian down the hill. Just in time. Back on the ship, the broadcast prompt came. The ship is about to depart. Please hold on tight. We are about to arrive at the port, Shanghai port. Estimated arrival time, 3 hours. Zhang Nian returned to the cabin, sat down in a chair, feeling as if his whole body was about to fall apart. Fortunately, there was storage space, otherwise they would never have been able to bring back all the supplies. Adjusting his state, Zhang Nian took out 4 cans of luncheon, meat, 2 bags of fries, and 2 bottles of mineral water. This was prepared for Li Yong and the others. Without the 2 helping him, he wouldn't have been able to gather so many supplies. They had to be well fed, that way they would be more willing to work hard for him in the future. As the hatch opened, Zhang Nian saw Li Yong and Li Dazue sprawled out on the seats looking like a pile of mud. But upon seeing him come in, they immediately sat up straight. Captain, this is a reward for you. Zhang Nian placed the food directly in front of them. You performed well today. If you continue to perform, well, there will be even better food than this. I didn't say I'd provide enough for every meal. That would only make people lazy. Instead, I drew a big pie. Thank you, Captain. Then I'll dig in. Li Yong was drooling with excitement. Li Dazue, having starved for 2.5 days, was ready to eat anything. Eat up. Zhang Nian smiled and returned to the control room. He was about to start upgrading the Xingqian ship. After throwing all the supplies onto the dismantling platform, he sat down at the computer and opened the ship information. Xingqian ship level 1 upgrade requirements with 3,002,400 kilograms, or 3,002,060 kilograms, steel 3,002,100 kilograms, gold 500,2300 coins. Without any hesitation, he clicked upgrade. Ship upgrading. Upgrade successful. Ship level 2. Ship displacement 10 tons, ship length 25 meters, passenger limit 20 people, maximum speed 15 knots. Upgrade to level 3 requirements with 300 kilograms, or 300 kilograms, steel 300 kilograms, gold 500 coins. A flash of light passed, and Zhang Nian saw the Xingqian ship instantly double in length. Moreover, the cabin was also completely revamped. The rust and decay inside the cabin completely disappeared. This is what a ship should be. The previous one was simply a doghouse. Zhang Nian glanced at the remaining materials and decisively chose to continue upgrading. Ship upgrading. Upgrade successful. Ship level 3. Ship displacement 20 tons, ship length 35 meters, passenger limit 25 people, maximum speed 20 knots. Continue upgrading. The ship reached level 3 and the upgrade requirements had not changed. Why hesitate? Just continue upgrading. Ship upgrade successful. Level 4. Ship displacement 30 tons, ship length 50 meters, passenger limit 50 people, maximum speed 30 knots. Upgrade to level 5 requirements refined with 300 kilograms, cement bricks 300 pieces, steel 1,000 kilograms, gold 2,000 coins. Seeing the prompt, Zhang Nian halted his hand that was about to continue upgrading. It seems that going above level 5 represents a qualitative leap. Ordinary materials simply aren't enough to support the upgrade. Zhang Nian opened the materials list. Refined wood 1 kilogram equals 100 kilograms of ordinary wood. Cement bricks 1 piece equals 100 kilograms of ore. While the consumption level suddenly skyrocketed this much, a ratio of 1100. Damn, that's really outrageous. Zhang Nian complained fiercely. However, as he looked at the changing scenery around him, a smile couldn't help but form on his lips. Although it's a bit outrageous, the effect is truly remarkable. The starship had been upgraded to level 4. Both its exterior and interior had undergone a tremendous transformation. Before the upgrade, it was merely a fast boat, and not even a fast one at that. After the upgrade, it had directly reached the level of a medium-sized yacht. The ship's length had expanded from 10 meters to 50 meters, and the rusty yellow railings had been replaced with shiny silver ones. Moreover, the entire exterior of the ship had undergone a complete makeover. The old faded light blue paint had been transformed into a glossy blend of black, white, and gold. The aesthetic appeal had improved by more than one level. What delighted Zhang Nian the most was that the captain's room he occupied was finally no longer cramped. It used to be only 5 square meters in size, but now it had expanded to over 40 square meters, equivalent to the size of a small house. Haha, it finally looks brand new. Zhang Nian joyfully observed everything around him. The desk was no longer old and had been replaced with solid wood, and the computer on it was a brand new, all-in-one model. Even the chairs had been replaced with movable ones that featured leather cushions. Of course, the single bed used for resting had received a massive upgrade as well. The once creaky folding bed made of iron had now been replaced with a finely crafted wooden bed. Lying on it felt comfortable and spacious. Since the space has increased, it's time to properly arrange the interior structure. Zhang Nian looked at the craft table and disassembly table that had been carelessly placed beside the bed. As his gaze locked onto them, a prompt immediately appeared on the craft table. Disassembly facility, move With that, the craft table in front of him immediately transformed into a green outline and began to move with his gaze. Zhang Nian positioned the green outline at the edge of the cabin right against the wall and then confirmed its placement. Craft table installation successful. After installing the craft table, the next step was the disassembly table. He moved the disassembly table in the same manner, also positioning it against the wall placed side by side with the craft table. Disassembly table installation successful. After completing all this, Zhang Nian returned to the computer. There were still many facilities in the store that had not been activated, and those items were quite important. Now that he had some free time, he decided to create them all. He opened the store. A row of blueprint options instantly appeared. Beginner equipment table, a facility for making weapons and armor. Beginner stove, a facility for cooking delicious food. Beginner furnace can refine low-end materials into higher-end materials. Zhang Nian did not hesitate at all and decisively purchased these 3 blueprints. There were still plenty of materials and gold coins left, so there was no need to look at the prices when acquiring these facilities. He simply closed his eyes and bought them. Beginner equipment table construction complete. Beginner equipment table installation successful. Beginner stove construction complete, installation successful. Beginner furnace construction complete, installation successful. After consuming a small amount of materials, all 3 basic facilities were completed. Zhang Nian placed them against the wall to save more space. Then he walked to the equipment table and began to. An operation prompt popped up automatically from the equipment table. Current blueprint is the default blueprint of the equipment table, can be used directly. Zhang Nian glanced at it. He discovered that the default blueprints of the equipment table were very limited in number and only consisted of the most basic equipment. To create better equipment, he would still need to collect blueprints himself. However, even the most basic equipment still held significant practical value for him. In terms of armor, the equipment table provided a military-grade outdoor survival set. This included a jacket, pants, and military boots. This is a great item that ordinary people could never access. Zhang Nian looked at his ordinary outdoor outfit, and then at this military-grade set, decisively choosing to create it. The outfit he was wearing was decent, but compared to military-grade, there was still a considerable gap. Military-grade set creation complete. Consumed 10 kilograms of wood, 10 kilograms of plastic, 10 kilograms of rubber, 10 kilograms of steel, and 200 gold coins. With a flash of brilliance, a military-grade survival set appeared on the equipment table. Luckily, I made a few bumper cars, otherwise I wouldn't have had these materials. Zhang Nian smiled and decisively changed into the set. Surprisingly, although the production materials consumed a total of 40 kilograms, he was initially worried that the gear would be heavy. To his astonishment, wearing the entire set felt extraordinarily light. What's the principle behind this? Did it only extract the essence from the materials? Zhang Nian made a self-acceptable guess. At that moment, he turned his gaze towards the handgun blueprint obtained after defeating Li Dazue. This was the main event. Although the revolver was useful, its low ammo capacity was a drawback. Unless one was a sharpshooter, having only 6 bullets was indeed a lack of security. Now he could finally possess a handgun with greater firepower and a larger magazine. Premium handgun blueprint FN57 uses specially designed pointed ammunition with high penetration magazine capacity of 20 rounds. FN57I, due to its reliable performance and high magazine capacity, it is loved by a broad range of users, praised as the perfect companion for home travel and heroic deeds. Creation requires 10 kilograms of plastic, 10 kilograms of steel, and 300 gold coins. Good items are worth the price, let's do it. Premium craft level FN57 successfully created. In an instant, a beautifully designed handgun gray-black in color appeared on the equipment table. Zhang Nian held the gun and felt it. He was very satisfied with the weight and feel. This type of handgun is much more comfortable to hold. The feel is far better than the revolver. After some thought, he decided to make more bullets. Although the magazine already came with 20 rounds for someone like him, who was extremely lacking in firepower security, 20 rounds were simply too few. He needed at least 200 rounds. He said, and he did. He immediately opened the ammunition option and began creating handgun bullets. I must say the technological level of this equipment table is truly advanced. As soon as a handgun is made, it automatically adapts to produce the corresponding bullets. He didn't need to intervene at all, which was incredibly impressive. FN57 handgun bullets, 200 rounds creation complete. 200 rounds of bullets appeared on the equipment table. After collecting the bullets, Zhang Nian didn't stop and made 3 more magazines, filling them all with bullets in one go. My mood has improved significantly. With better weapons, Zhang Nian's confidence soared. After upgrading his equipment, the final step was naturally to enhance his personal strength. This was of utmost importance. Zhang Nian took out the gene enhancement capsule he had obtained earlier. The capsule was entirely blue, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to have blue double helix-shaped stars slowly rotating within. This thing looks really cool, but I wonder how it tastes. Zhang Nian stared at the capsule for a while, then swallowed it in one gulp, beginning to carefully feel the changes in his body. I don't feel anything. The next moment, a wave of dizziness struck, and he collapsed to the ground, completely losing consciousness. What's going on? Why am I lying down? After an unknown period of time, Zhang Nian abruptly sat up from the ground, staring around in astonishment. Seeing that he was still in the cabin, he finally relaxed. In that instant just now, he had thought he was dead. Did the capsule expire? That shouldn't be the case, right? Zhang Nian carefully recalled the previous reward prompt and quickly figured out the reason. No wonder it emphasized environmental safety. It turns out taking the capsule causes drowsiness as a side effect. I should have eaten it while lying on the bed. Zhang Nian shook his head and stood up, beginning to carefully sense the changes in his body. He performed a simple jumping motion and instantly noticed that his body felt lighter than before. It wasn't that he had become lighter, but rather a sensation of overflowing strength. It was like suddenly swapping a small 1.5-liter car for a massive 4.0-liter V8 engine. He estimated his current physical state. His strength had nearly doubled compared to before. Though still far from matching the pseudo-humans, it was an absolute crushing advantage over ordinary people. So this is what it feels like to grow stronger. It's absolutely amazing. Zhang Nian was grinning so wide he couldn't close his mouth. He looked into the distance and suddenly noticed another new change. His hearing and vision had also improved significantly. His eyes could see farther and his ears could hear more clearly. Even when deliberately listening, he could faintly make out the conversation between Li Yong and Li Dazue through the cabin door. At that moment, the two were still astonished by the changes in the stardust. Haha, I'm really about to become a superhuman. Zhang Nian was in high spirits. Gurgle. But just then his stomach protested. He suddenly remembered that he had been busy all day and had forgotten. How careless of me. It's all because I was too excited. Zhang Nian chuckled, then turned his gaze to the basic stove. The basic stove was a square device with a metallic sheen somewhat resembling an ice chest. Only its exterior was more refined. He walked over and opened the stove's top lid, and a usage prompt automatically appeared. Welcome. Please place ingredients into the feeding port, and the stove will automatically cook. Zhang Nian looked at the lower right corner of the stove, where there was a black square tray. On it were the words feeding port. What ingredients do I have? They'll just heat up a can of luncheon meat for now. So saying, Zhang Nian opened a can and placed it on the tray. Please select cooking mode, fry, stir fry, boil. He decisively clicked fry. Luncheon meat always tastes best fried. Cooking in progress. Cooking complete. Soon a portion of golden fried luncheon meat appeared at the serving hatch. So fragrant. Zhang Nian picked up a piece and put it into his mouth, chewing. The unique, rich aroma of the luncheon meat exploded on his taste buds instantly. For someone starving, this was an absolutely overwhelming delight. Burp. Zhang Nian let out a satisfied belch. In less than 10 minutes, he had devoured 2 cans of meat. He was thoroughly enjoying himself. Time flies. After eating his fill, Zhang Nian checked the time. It was already 1 p.m. The boat had been sailing for exactly 3 hours. Just then the cabin's intercom suddenly emitted a prompt. The vessel is about to dock. Captain, please, docking ahead, Star Seaport. Status stable. Estimated stop time 1 hour. The voice faded. Zhang Nian saw far off on the sea surface an enormous pale blue barrier suddenly appear. As the boat passed through the barrier, the scene within unfolded clearly before his eyes. It was a harbor that resembled a massive plaza surrounded by commercial buildings of various shapes. It wasn't hard to imagine that if this world hadn't been invaded by the pseudo-humans, this place would have been perpetually crowded with people. Unfortunately, there was no if in this world. Whoosh! Waves crashed against the pier as the boat slowly docked. Zhang Nian sat at his desk, gazing into the distance. With his enhanced sensory system, he could see from afar a figure running out from under an office building bearing a huge slogan. In the past, he would at most have noticed someone running out without detecting any other issues. But now it was different. He could see much more. At the same moment that person ran out, in the deep shadows of the office building, a strangely shaped figure flickered. Clearly this was a pseudo-human lurking in the dark. It seems that the reason these ordinary people have managed to survive here until now is probably intentional on their part. Zhang Nian narrowed his eyes. In that brief instant, he had seen at least a dozen more twisted, ugly figures. If these beings wanted to kill everyone here, it would be far too simple. But they hadn't done so, and their purpose was obvious. They were using these ordinary people as bait. At that moment, the figure that had rushed out frantically approached. It was a middle-aged man in flashy clothes. He was short, slightly stout, with a graying, slicked-back hairstyle, clearly a big boss from the nearby business district, though he looked somewhat disheveled lately. His ornate appearance was stained with dust. The man looked up at the stardust, a satisfied smile spreading across. He likely thought this yacht matched his status. Hey, whoever you are, hurry up and open the door, let me in. These past few days have been nerve-wracking. I need a good rest. Get ready, I want to take a bath first to relax. Zhang Nian watched the middle-aged man, who acted as if he were returning to his own home, and his brow furrowed deeply. Had this guy been so arrogant for so long that his brain had atrophied? What times were these, and he still thought he was a big boss? Couldn't he see the situation? What are you staring at? Why aren't you opening the door? Seeing the door still closed, the man looked at Zhang Nian in confusion, then frowned. Which shipping company are you from? Tell me, what kind of service is this? You have no sense of propriety. They'll call your boss right now and have him dock your pay. Watching the man's arrogant and blustering demeanor, Zhang Nian's frown deepened. Why did another poser have to? Zhang Nian raised his hand to interrupt the man's spellcasting. I know you're anxious, but please hold on for a moment. First, show me your ID card. Seeing that Zhang Nian was not frightened, the middle-aged man was momentarily stunned, then quickly tugged at his collar, adopting an air of superiority. You little brat, who do you think you were wanting to see my ID? Do you believe I could scare you to death if I showed it? He raised his arm, pointing at the buildings and beach behind him. Do you see those buildings? They all belong to me, and this beach is mine too. Do you know how many properties I wouldn't even bother to bend down to pick up 100 yuan on the ground, because the time spent bending would cost me more money. The man rambled on. However, even though the man was foaming at the mouth, Zhang Nian didn't pay attention to a single word. His entire focus was locked onto the man's shadow. His movements are very practiced, likely because he does this often, and the shadow synchronization is quite normal. What a pity. Upon hearing Zhang Nian's words, the middle-aged man stopped his actions. What did you say? What's so pity about it? And who are you calling a blowhard? Are you questioning me? Zhang Nian remained silent and directly aimed a flashlight at him. Ow, my eyes. What are you doing? Relax, it's normal to feel dizzy. The man looked furious. You bastard, how dare you shine a light in my eyes? Do you believe I can find someone to deal with you? Find someone to deal with me. Is it that person behind you? Zhang Nian smiled and pointed behind the man. Behind me. The man looked confused and turned to glance over his shoulder. In the distance between the buildings, a shadowy figure that looked quite abnormal was slowly approaching from. Just that glance almost made him lose control, the little short legs trembling uncontrollably like a water radish coming to life. Monster. Oh my God. Hurry, open the door, a monster is coming. It's a monster. The man frantically pounded on the glass, his earlier arrogance completely vanished. ID card. Zhang Nian gestured with his finger. I can't. I don't have an ID. The man looked terrified, stuttering, yet still unwilling to produce his ID. Time's almost up, Zhang Nian reminded him unhurriedly. I don't have an ID, please open the door. I know I was wrong, I won't pretend to be a big boss anymore. I'm just a fraud. Please have mercy and let me board the ship. Looking at the rapidly approaching shadow, the man could no longer hold it together and revealed his true identity. He was not a big boss at all. He had been bragging, trying to bluff his way through. But Zhang Nian knew that the man was still holding back. After all, even a fraud shouldn't have reached this life or death point without showing some form of ID. There must be a bigger secret behind this. At that moment, the eerie figure had moved to the dock, and its full form was completely revealed. As he watched the gradually approaching figure, a look of astonishment appeared on Zhang Nian's face. What on earth is that? A creature resembling a morning glory twisted its 8 tendrils, desperately advancing towards them. 2 3-4-meter-long vines created clouds of dust as they scraped against the ground due to their rapid movement. The monster glanced this way, then suddenly accelerated and charged straight at them. Oh, the monster is coming, hurry, open the door, open the door. As the monster drew nearer, the man was so scared, he nearly wet himself, his voice breaking. So please take out your ID card or tell me your name. Zhang Nian prompted calmly, looking completely unhurried. Of course, he wasn't anxious at all, because even if the monster really charged over, he was confident he could take it down. A pretender who couldn't even maintain his disguise was far more dangerous than someone who refused to reveal their true identity. It was evident that the latter was more dangerous. Thus, he needed to understand the man's real identity. My name. Seeing the monster was now less than 100 meters away, the man finally compromised. Tap, tap, tap. He entered his name. The computer instantly displayed hundreds of files on Zhao Bin. One file stood out, marked with a blue wanted notice. Zhao Bin, major fraud suspect on the run. For many years, he had been wandering through various remote villages, packaging himself as a wealthy businessman, deceiving the elderly left behind under the guise of providing free care for their children working far away. The total amount deceived exceeded 10 million, affecting thousands of families. This directly led to several elderly left behind passing away from excessive stress and hundreds of families going bankrupt. Aside from this person is quite despicable, deceiving even the elderly left behind. Zhang Nian frowned, feeling that this person deserved execution. And this was merely the first piece of information. The following details could only be described as appalling. Zhang Nian glanced at the photo on the file, then looked at Zhao Bin in front of him, realizing they were not the same person. The photo was of a stranger vastly different from the Zhao Bin before him. Recite your ID number. Knowing just the name wasn't enough for verification, the ID number needed to be confirmed as well. 222. Zhao Bin shouted the number without hesitation. As the information was verified, Zhang Nian's expression gradually turned cold. Zhao Bin and the fugitive were indeed the same person. The reason for the facial discrepancy was not hard to guess. With current technology, altering one's appearance through plastic surgery is quite simple. Haven't you verified it yet? Hurry up and open the door. As the monster was closing in, Zhao Bin's features twisted in fear. It really is you. Yes, it's me. Hurry, open the door. Concentrating all his energy on the monster, Zhao Bin failed to notice the coldness in Zhang Nian's tone. All right, I'll open the door for you. With that, Zhang Nian slowly moved his hand towards the switch. Wonderful. You're such a good person, thank you, little brother. Zhao Bin's eyes instantly sparkled with joy. It was the same joy he felt when he watched those confused elderly people transfer their entire savings into. However, just as he thought he had succeeded, Zhang Nian's hand hovering over the switch suddenly stopped less than a millimeter away from it. Then with a twist of his wrist, he revealed an electronic watch adorned with an astronaut pattern. He then smiled at him. What do you think of my watch? Good. Good. Hurry and open the door. I meant the watch face. Okay, it's all good. Just open the door. Zhao Bin was nearing a breakdown. He could even smell the foul stench from the monster, yet the other party was still in the mood to discuss how nice the watch face looked. What a joke. Suddenly Zhao Bin seemed to realize something, and his demeanor turned sinister, glaring at Zhang Nian. You dare to play me? I. Just as he was halfway through his sentence, Zhao Bin suddenly shut his mouth and turned to jump into the waves. With the mountain still standing, he feared no firewood. If he couldn't board the ship, he could just wait for the next one. As long as he could survive, he would definitely take revenge for today's humiliation. However, reality was cruel, and by the time Zhao Bin realized he needed to escape, it was already too late. Just as he leaped off the dock, a spiny vine wrapped around his neck. Oh, help. I don't want to die. Zhao Bin struggled desperately while suspended in midair. But the next second, he was swallowed whole like a scallion, completely disappearing with the sound of crunching bone. This fake person is somewhat interesting, surprisingly not opening the door immediately. Looking at the large trumpet flower before him, Zhang Nian smiled and asked with great interest, How do you want me to help you? My ID card got stuck in my mouth. Can you help me take it out? I thought there would be something new, yet after all this one's IQ is even worse than that of a cupid. Zhang Nian maintained his smile, but the safety of the gun in his hand was already off. All right, come a bit closer and open your mouth. Okay, Captain. Yes, just like that. Look at the camera. Bang, 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 bang. A series of gunshots rang out. The trumpet flower-like fake person was instantly turned into a sieve. Due to its bizarre appearance, Zhang Nian couldn't tell where its head was, so he just shot uniformly based on feel. Since the bullets were sufficient, he acted naturally and boldly. Looking like a trumpet flower that has become sentient, you still want to trick me into going out? What are you thinking? Zhang Nian leaned back in his chair, quietly watching the fake person dissolve into black water. Kill predator type, fake person. Reward 200 gold coins. Increase 200 gold coins. And not a small reward. I didn't expect the strength of this trumpet flower fake person to be above that of the cupid. It's a pity it's somewhat skewed. I forgot to give it some IQ points. Just then a series of hurried footsteps sounded on the bridge. A ragged man was seen running toward this side with a panicked expression. Smooth body movements, shadow synchronization without anomalies, appearance shows no obvious abnormalities. Regarding the operational procedures from the fake person identification manual, Zhang Nian could now be said to have mastered it thoroughly. As the man approached, he had already prepared a series of checks. Efficiency greatly increased. At this point, the man had come close. Hello, Captain. My name is Zhang Nian. Here's my ID card. Please let me board the ship quickly. As he spoke, Zhang Nian glanced back over his shoulder, his face filled with terror. It seemed something was. Zhang Nian looked into the distance. In the shadows of some office buildings, there were indeed a few shadows flashing by in haste, yet they showed no intention of chasing after. Retracting his gaze, Zhang Nian gently sniffed. A strong stench reminiscent of a latrine emanated from Zhang Nian. It was exactly as described in the fake person identification manual. It could basically be determined that he was a fake person. However, for safety's sake, Zhang Nian still picked up the flashlight and shone it into the other person's eyes. Come look at the camera. Huh. Zhang Nian seemed puzzled but complied obediently. Why are your eyes red? Although Zhang Nian's pupils reacted normally, the whites of his eyes were blood red. It wasn't just simple red blood vessels, but rather terrifying patches of red. They were distributed evenly around the whites of his eyes. With the strong light's irradiation, there was also a phenomenon resembling a living organism avoiding light. It was quite eerie. Zhang Nian hurriedly rubbed his eyes. Oh, it's like this, Captain. I've been staying awake for 3 days to avoid monsters, so my eyes turned red. Zhang Nian chuckled. You think no one has stayed up late before? Not just staying up, I also used eye drops, but they might have expired. You take a closer look, Captain. You look again. Zhang Nian explained while pulling back his eyelids, leaning closer to the light curtain. Just as he reached a certain distance, his head suddenly cracked open with a circle of blood marks. Then it sprang forward towards Zhang Nian like a spring. Bang! The sharp flesh spikes hit the light curtain, producing a dull sound. However, the light curtain remained undamaged, instead rebounding the flesh spikes back. Still trying to sneak attack. Zhang Nian coldly watched this scene. In truth, he had already seen through the other person's intentions. He just wanted to test how much the defense had improved after the upgrade of the Xingqian. That's why he hadn't shot immediately. It was obvious that the current Xingqian's defense was no longer what it used to be. When it was at level 1, although ordinary fake people couldn't penetrate the light curtain, it would still cause some flickering. But now facing this obviously stronger than the cube head fake person's full force attack, the light curtain showed no signs of flickering whatsoever. Not bad, the effect is quite good. Seeing the satisfactory result, Zhang Nian slowly raised the gun in his hand. At this moment, Zhang Nian was still frantically attacking the light curtain, unaware that a crisis was upon him. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Nian's spring-like head was instantly blown apart into 3 sections. However, the shattered head did not die immediately. Instead, it flailed and rolled on the ground like a catfish. It wasn't until Zhang Nian fired a few more shots that it finally fell silent. Kill predator type, fake person. Reward 300 gold coins. Increase 300 gold coins as Zhang Nian's corpse gradually transformed into black water. The reward also arrived as expected. Today's rewards are quite generous. Zhang Nian, in a great mood, sat in his seat and began to calculate the amount of gold coins he currently had. Previously, he had spent a large portion on upgrading and purchasing equipment, leaving him with less than 800 gold coins. Now, with the 1,000 gold coins obtained from just killing the fake person added in, he was about to reach 2,000. I must say, killing high-quality fake people really offers a great cost-performance ratio. He had only taken down 2 and already earned over 1,000 gold coins. Of course, the most important factor was still the assistance of the enhancement talent. Otherwise, these rewards would have shrunk to just half of the original amount. Having talent is great. Zhang Nian took out a bottle of mineral water, took a sip, and began to prepare to screen the next passenger. However, after waiting for nearly 10 minutes, he had yet to see anyone approach. He looked into the distance with confusion. Within the buildings surrounding the port, many shadows moved back and forth, yet not a single person came out. It was quite strange. Could it be that the rest are all fake people? Seeing their companions getting their heads blown off one by one, are they scared? This thought suddenly crossed Zhang Nian's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Throughout this journey, he had killed at least 6 or 7 fake people without seeing a single one showing a look of fear. What he saw were only desires for food and contempt for the weak. In short, these things could definitely not fear humans. The reason they weren't coming out now was either they were formulating some plan or they felt they had already startled the snake in the grass and decided to wait for the next ship that would be easier to deceive. Zhang Nian glanced at the time. Unbeknownst to him, nearly half an hour had passed, and it was soon time to tisk. Don't you guys come out, otherwise how am I supposed to earn gold coins? Should I go out? No way. What if I run into the old 6? Then it's game over. Zhang Nian frowned. He pondered how to lure out those hidden fake people. Suddenly, he looked at Li Yong and Li Dazue, who were looking up at the sky in the passenger cabin. A smile slowly crept across his face. How did I forget about these two? The reason fake people eat humans must be due to their extreme and uncontrollable craving for human flesh. Therefore, as long as there is enough bait, those fake people will definitely come over obediently. Even if they possess intellect comparable to humans, there will always be a few who can't control their appetites. With that thought, Zhang Nian rose and walked to the cabin door, opening it. Captain! Li Yong and the other immediately stood up respectfully and greeted him upon his entrance. Zhang Nian smiled and waved his hand. No need to be so polite. I'm here to ask you both to do something. You two sit by the window and press your faces against the glass to look outside. Let me know when the ship sets sail and when it stops. Zhang Nian certainly wouldn't let them stand outside as bait. Although that would yield better results, the risks were greater. After all, no one had ever requested that the pseudo-person could only attack from the front. Who knows if a pseudo-person would emerge from under the bridge the moment the two stepped outside and devour them. No problem, Captain. This is nothing. Just see if my face is big enough to handle it. Li Dazue grinned widely and immediately walked over to sit by the window. Li Yong also walked over without hesitation. Although he didn't understand why the captain asked them to do this, there must be a reason, so he would just follow orders. Seeing the two settled, Zhang Nian returned to the cockpit with satisfaction and gazed out through the light screen. Little ones, if I can't attract you both alone, how can I not with 3? Let me see how self-disciplined you can be. I must say this trick of Zhang Nian's was indeed effective. Once Li Yong and his companion pressed their faces against the glass, the distant office building immediately became lively. From afar, several figures could be seen moving back and forth. It was unclear whether the survivors were stirred by hope upon seeing someone successfully board the ship, or if it was purely a group of pseudo-persons going mad upon seeing the ship laden with abundant delicacies. Regardless of whether they were humans or pseudo-persons, Zhang Nian welcomed them all. Humans would board the ship, pseudo-persons would be shot in the head. About 2.5 minutes later, someone finally walked out of the office building. This time it was 2 people. A man and a woman. They appeared to be a couple. Here comes some action. A smile broke across Zhang Nian's face. Soon the man and woman reached the light screen. The man spoke first. Hello, Captain. Here are our identification cards. He retrieved 2 ID cards from his pocket and presented them to the light screen. Zhang Nian glanced at them. The man was named Jun, and the woman was Zhang Jing. They were both 26 years old. Why did you take so long to come out? While asking, Zhang Nian checked the information on his computer. However, he found that it contradicted his assumptions. These two were not a couple, but colleagues working at the same company. Actually, we wanted to come over as soon as the ship docked, but when we saw two monsters over here, we hesitated a bit. Jun said, a hint of fear in his eyes, which did not seem like a lie. You two are colleagues? Zhang Nian asked casually. At the same time, the basic information about the two had been verified. Their appearance was normal, and there was no strain. Yes, we are colleagues, but not from the same department. There must be more than just you two in the company, right? Where are the others? Why didn't they come with you? Hearing Zhang Nian's question, Jun instinctively glanced at Zhang Jing, who had been silent all along. There are others, but you know those monsters outside can change their appearances. None of us can be sure if the colleagues in front of us are still the original people. So we all separated, staying with those we could clearly identify. As for why they didn't come over, I guess they are waiting for the... After all, it was too terrifying just now. Out of the three who came out, two were monsters. Zhang Nian nodded and then raised his flashlight. Come look into the camera. Jun looked over first, and the flashlight's beam hit his pupil, causing it to immediately constrict. This proved that the light sensitivity system was functioning properly. Then it was Zhang Jing's turn. Her pupil reaction was also normal. From the current assessment, these two could basically be identified as human. Their movements and shadows had already been checked when they ran over, and there were no issues. Cough cough. My position is accountant. Zhang Jing's voice sounded quite hoarse, a stark contrast to her frail appearance. However, Zhang Nian did not directly let them board. Instead, he suddenly looked at Zhang Jing. What position do you hold in the company? Zhang Nian already knew this. He was just looking for an excuse to get Zhang Jing to speak. Cough cough. My position is accountant. Zhang Jing's voice sounded quite hoarse, a stark contrast to her frail appearance. Is this your usual voice? No, it just started like this in the past few days. I think it's throat inflammation. Zhang Nian frowned and turned on the flashlight. Open your mouth. Zhang Jing was quite obedient. Zhang Nian used the flashlight to check, and indeed her throat was inflamed, red and swollen around her throat. The bottom of her throat had bubbles typical of severe inflammation. Throat inflammation was quite normal and not a problem. All right, you can board the ship now. After saying that, Zhang Nian pressed the switch. Thank you, Captain. We are finally saved. Excitement appeared on their faces, and Jun repeatedly expressed his gratitude. After the two boarded, Zhang Nian's gaze turned back to the distance. Another person was coming over. An elderly woman carrying a basket. This configuration immediately made him frown. He became anxious at the sight of the basket. The old woman approached the light screen, wearing her signature smile. Hello there, we've been waiting for you. Here are my credentials. Zhang Nian glanced at them. The old woman's name was Li Guilin. She was 52 years old and a fruit farmer. Fruit farmer. I hope that basket isn't filled with apples too. Zhang Nian instinctively looked at the basket. It was covered with a large floral cloth, bulging and not revealing what was inside. Please lift the floral cloth. I need to check it. All right, no problem. Li Guilin smiled as she lifted the floral cloth, revealing the contents inside. Indeed, apples. Zhang Nian's eyelid twitched. The previous incident with the controlled pseudo-person was still fresh in his memory, nearly costing him his life. I need to take a look inside too. But he wouldn't make the same mistake again. Sure. Li Guilin didn't refuse and quickly spread the floral cloth on the ground before dumping out the apples. The results were quite good. There were no hidden creatures like hairless monkeys. After pouring out the apples, Li Guilin also flipped the floral cloth over and smoothly put the apples back. The series of actions were fluid, confirming she was indeed a fruit farmer. Zhang Nian had also checked all the other information on the computer, and there were no issues. Appearance, actions, shadows, smells, and voice logic were all fine. The only thing left was checking the pupil reaction. Come look into the camera. Zhang Nian raised the flashlight. As the light shone, Li Guilin's pupils instantly contracted to pinhole size. Her pupil reaction was also normal. All right, you can board the ship now. Zhang Nian pressed the switch and the cabin door opened automatically. Thank you for your hard work, Captain. Li Guilin boarded the ship with a chuckle. Meanwhile, the cabin broadcast began to announce. The ship is about to set sail. Please hold on tight and sit down. Arriving at the port ahead to you at port. Estimated sailing time 10 hours. Zhang Nian sat in his chair watching the rapidly moving figures in the distant building, and a hint of doubt arose in his heart. Before showing the bait, all that came were pseudo-persons, and one was not human. But after showing the bait, all that came were humans. This is just too strange. Sunlight bathed the azure sea, its surface shimmering with golden ripples. With a resonant blast of its horn, the starlight vessel glided slowly away from the harbor. Zhang Nian reclined in his chair, eyes fixed on the surveillance feed. Every corner of the passenger cabin lay exposed before him. Following its recent upgrade, the starlight vessel's passenger cabin had undergone a dramatic transformation. Its interior space had expanded tenfold, from a cramped 10 square meters to a spacious 100, capable now of accommodating up to 50 passengers at once. It was nothing short of a quantum leap in comfort and capacity. Moreover, the interior fittings and materials had been elevated to an entirely new standard. Gone were the brittle, crumbling plastic stools of old. In their place stood sleek, high molecular weight polymer seats, ergonomically cushioned and exquisitely textured. They offered not only upright seating but also full reclining support, vastly superior in comfort to their predecessors. Having surveyed the cabin's physical transformation, Zhang Nian shifted his gaze toward the passengers themselves. 5 individuals currently occupied the cabin. Li Yong and Li Daze remained seated side by side on the starboard side near the porthole, a deliberate arrangement designed to lure imposters. Next was Li Guilin. Unfamiliar with anyone aboard, she sat alone on the central bench, the most neutral and restful position available. Lastly came He Ju and Zhang Jing seated together along the portside porthole, deliberately distanced from the others. At that moment He Ju was animatedly speaking to Zhang Jing, his gestures lively and expressive. Judging by his body language and Zhang Jing's occasional genuine smiles, he appeared to be recounting something joyful, evidence that their bond was deepening steadily. Satisfied that all within the cabin remained calm, an orderly Zhang Nian withdrew his attention and opened his laptop to access the captain's communication group. Current regional captains 981210 in Colossal Turd Crusher of the Latrine Worm. Ha. Brothers, my next port is a resource node. I'm upgrading soon. Don't envy me too much. I am the protagonist, brother. In my presence you'll never outshine me. I'd already departed the harbor when I discovered my resource node. My haul was legendary, truly luck of the luckiest. Barring unforeseen setbacks, I expect to ascend 2 tiers this round. Haha. Next time we meet you'll have to look up to me. Colossal Turd Crusher of the Latrine Worm. Bro, how are you this extraordinary? Seeing you thrive genuinely warms my heart. Sniff sniff. In Black Mountain Goat Vessel, are you all upgrading already? I'm so envious. I haven't even heard word of a resource node yet. If it weren't for that kind passenger lady who shared 2 slices of bread with me, I'd have starved to death. Alas, what cruel fate. In 3-bounce Ferrari Vessel, count your blessings, brother. At least your food was gifted freely. Mine came at a price, and I am the protagonist. Ha ha ha. Brother, tell us your tale. Truly, every captain's journey seems rich with drama. Zhang Nian smiled faintly, a quiet spark of amusement in his eyes. He also observed that though all captains belonged to the same region, their progress varied drastically. Some had docked and upgraded hours ago, while others remained adrift in uncertainty. Just hours earlier, no one had reported sighting a resource node. Now dozens had emerged, having scoured ports and completed upgrades, including himself. Yet the vast majority still languished in hunger and cold, a chasm of survival widening with every passing hour, sowing silent seeds of future instability. At that moment, the long silent Gale Vessel suddenly reappeared in the chat. In Gale Vessel, brothers, it's over. I've committed a catastrophic blunder. And the message sent shockwaves through the group. A cascade of question marks flooded the screen. And I am the protagonist. What happened, brother? Did you soil yourself? Gale Vessel, I'm in no mood for jokes. I let greed blind me. We gathered at Lion Tusk Harbor, Iron Tower Vessel, Carrot Vessel, Madagascar Vessel. I assumed strength in numbers would let us seize something there, but our weapons couldn't pierce their defenses. One strike, and we were obliterated. If I hadn't fled at full speed, I'd be dust by now. And I am the protagonist. Heh. He warned you not to go. Stupidity bites back, doesn't it? No wonder those 3 haven't uttered a word since. They've returned in utter defeat. Never mind. No shame in missteps. Just learn and move forward. Gale Vessel, don't bother consoling them. They have no forward left. In Colossal Turd Crusher of the Latrine Worm, damn it. You're a walking disaster. I am the protagonist, you. In an instant the chat erupted, torrents of condemnation and vitriol flooding the screen. Ow. Zhang Nian sighed softly, then quietly exited the group, his respect for the embattled harbors now laced with deeper wariness. He wondered whether, should he ever face such a harbor himself, the Starlight Vessel, now upgraded to Tier 4, could ensure his safe withdrawal. And knock knock knock. At that precise moment, a soft rapping echoed at the bridge door. Turning, he found Li Guilin standing there holding out a fresh apple with a gentle smile. Captain, here's an apple for you. And a jolt ran through him, like deja vu resurrected as nightmare. His senses snapped alert, every nerve taut. Fortunately, her demeanor was perfectly normal. No milky pallor clouding her eyes, unlike Wang Guifan's terrifying state. Had she shown even a flicker of that, he might have shattered. Rising, he approached the door, his glance sweeping instinctively across the cabin. Others were eating apples too. It seemed Li Guilin had distributed one to each passenger. As the door slid open, she extended the fruit with warm cheer. Captain, please, fresh picked. And thank you. And Zhang Nian accepted it without hesitation. then added casually, "We may reach the safe zone in several days. If provisions run low, come to me." After accepting her gift, reciprocity demanded acknowledgement. Besides this apple, crisp, fragrant, alive with vitality, held far greater value than any sterile ration can. "Ha ha ha. Thank you in advance, Captain." Li Guilin offered a gracious bow before returning to her seat. Just as the door sealed shut, Zhang Nian's peripheral vision caught He Ju and Zhang Jing. He Ju sat beaming, savoring an apple expertly peeled and sliced by Zhang Jing. His eyes crinkled into delighted crescents. "NTSK, progress moves swiftly. But under no circumstances are you to grow too close aboard my vessel." Back in the bridge, his gaze fell upon the chest resting on the floor. It had been hauled up earlier with his fishing rod, now awkwardly occupying precious floor space beside the wall. He resolved to craft a storage crate to contain it neatly. Seating himself before the terminal, he opened the commerce interface, and instantly the blueprint for a storage crate materialized on screen. He'd previously delayed crafting it for two reasons: insufficient raw materials, and the disassembly station's limited temporary storage capability. Back then it had been unnecessary. Now, with ample funds and resources, no obstacle remained insurmountable. Moreover, the storage crate could interface directly with the disassembly station, automatically sorting and storing items within its vastly expanded volume. And he tapped Purchase Blueprint. Blueprint acquired Basic Storage Crate. Crafting Basic Storage Crate requires 100 kilograms timber, 100 kilograms steel. Proceed immediately. As radiant light faded, a compact forest green cubic crate rested upon the fabrication platform. Compact in size, roughly equivalent to a travel backpack, it fit effortlessly into tight corners. A sleek electronic LCD panel crowned its top, clearly the control interface. Zhang Nian brushed his finger across the screen, and instructions bloomed instantly. This is an autonomous storage unit. Tap Confirm to initiate storage. Confirm storage. Confirm. Instantly the screen displayed icons representing every storable item aboard the Starlight vessel. Remarkably convenient. I won't need to haul anything manually. Zhang Nian smiled satisfied and tapped. In the blink of an eye, every designated item vanished from sight, reappearing seamlessly inside the crate. The chest on the floor, the components stored within the disassembly station. Yet the crate's utilization gauge registered less than 10%, proof of its cavernous, almost absurdly generous capacity. For someone with an innate hoarder's instincts, it was nothing short of a dream realized. After sliding the crate into a corner, Zhang Nian turned his gaze outward, toward the horizon. A flawless cerulean sky arched above a sea glittering like scattered diamonds. The serene grandeur stirred within him an irrepressible, profound yearning to cast his line and wait hard alight with quiet, sacred anticipation. What a perfect day for fishing. Surely fortune will yield something extraordinary. The warm sun poured over the surface of the sea, and the azure waters shimmered brightly. Zhang Nian stood on the deck, gently closing his eyes, savoring the slightly salty sea breeze as he took a deep breath. Hiss. Is this what it feels like to be a wealthy person? So relaxing. If only there were no hypocrites in this world. Having finished his reflections, Zhang Nian abruptly opened his eyes, gazing into the distance. Since it has come to this, let's give it a cast. With that, he swung his arm forcefully. Whooshed. The fishing hook whizzed through the air, flying far into the sea and splashing a cluster of waves. Watching the tranquil sea, Zhang Nian held his breath and focused. He was prepared to verify his previous assumption. This fishing rod. Was it really true that only the first cast would yield the best quality? As the sea breeze brushed by, 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Looking at the calm bobber, Zhang Nian gradually squinted his eyes. He felt that something should be biting. According to his previous rhythm, the first cast should be when the bite occurred at the 10th minute. Splash. At that moment, the bobber on the water suddenly began to sink and rise violently. It's here. Zhang Nian's gaze sharpened, and he quickly shook the fishing rod before pulling it sharply. Splash. A giant creature, nearly a meter long, leapt out of the sea, its massive form reflecting dazzling phosphorescence under the sunlight. However, upon seeing this scene, the smile that had just appeared on Zhang Nian's face vanished in an instant. The creature he had caught was not the beloved fish, but rather a monstrous sight. It was an octopus shark with a human face. Just imagine merging a shark with an octopus and then adding a pair of tightly shut human eyes. What an ugly and bizarre creature that would be. Seeing such a strange thing, it would be odd if he could still smile. Thud. The creature landed on the deck. It then stood upright, raising its 8 tentacles. Then the human face slowly opened its tightly shut eyes, and 2 murky, viscous eyeballs trembled violently, as if drawn by some force, locking onto Zhang Nian in the next moment. Hungry. Eat. It then opened its blood-filled mouth and charged towards him, speaking human words. Eat your sister. Die. Zhang Nian's eyelids twitched violently as he raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang. The The creature's head instantly exploded, scattering white matter all over the place. Kill-type corrupted shark octopus formed due to a conflict with an octopus and being exposed to the red moon, resulting in an indescribable reaction. Naturally fierce and brutal, it has a human face because it enjoys eating humans. Due to the rarity of the species, a reward of 200 gold coins is granted, increasing the reward by 200 gold coins. Now that's more like it. That really scared me. Hearing the reward announcement, Zhang Nian finally felt a bit more at ease. Primarily, the appearance of the shark octopus was too bizarre. Even having seen the ugliness of the corrupted beings, it still frightened him considerably. That shot just now was purely a reflexive response. It seems my previous assumption was wrong. The first cast does not result in a critical hit. Let's try again. Zhang Nian cast his fishing rod once more. Whooshed! The bobber plunged into the sea. This time, he waited longer, nearly 15 minutes, before something finally bit. Come up. Zhang Nian gripped the rod and pulled hard. Splashed. A blue plastic basket flew. What is this? Zhang Nian looked over in confusion. Upon seeing what was inside the basket, his eyes brightened. Huh. Finally something normal has come up. He chuckled as he opened the basket's lid. Although it was called a basket, it was actually one of those blue plastic crates used in markets for vegetables, similar to those used for beer. At this moment, the crate was filled to the brim with vegetables, and not just one kind. First, there were 2 large cabbages weighing about 10 pounds. Cabbage is a good thing, known as the king of vegetables, extremely nutritious. In the middle, there were 5 bundles of fresh spinach weighing about 5 pounds. This is also a good thing, a maritime miracle, a sailor's favorite. Lastly, there were 3 thick radishes. Zhang Nian loved to eat these raw. Their spiciness was just right, crunchy and delicious, perfectly suitable as a fruit. These are all essentials. This cast was fantastic. Zhang Nian beamed with joy. During long sea voyages, the most important food is never the big fish and meat he usually loves, but rather these vegetables he typically dislikes. They are absolute life-saving resources that can prevent many problems. No wonder some people are obsessed with fishing. It's really this kind of feeling they know how to have fun. Let's do another cast. Zhang Nian was now thoroughly enjoying the fishing experience. Whooshed! The fishing hook was thrown into the water. This time he didn't wait long. As soon as the hook entered the water, there was a reaction. The bobber began to shake violently. Rised! Zhang Nian lifted the rod, and the creature in the water instantly flew up. His fishing technique was becoming increasingly skillful. Huh, what is this, a gun? This time what he caught was no longer a living creature, but a white object resembling a handgun. Zhang Nian held it in his hand and took a look. He found that this handgun had no barrel on the front, but on the back there was a liquid crystal display the size of a fingernail. The display showed continuously changing numbers. So it's a thermometer. That works, it might come in handy later. Zhang Nian chuckled and put it away. Then he continued to cast. This fishing session lasted for 2 hours. Fishing is truly addictive, especially with this special function rod, making it even more enticing. He always managed to catch unexpected items. In just 2 hours, he caught 4 bags of purple sweet potato toast, 2 bottles of Lila mineral water, 5 tea eggs, and even a toy electric motorcycle. Moreover, with the enhancement of his talent, everything doubled, resulting in a bountiful harvest. Once back in the cabin, Zhang Nian sorted and stored all the items. He then took out some food and shared it with the 5 passengers in the cabin. Although he wasn't obliged to provide food, no one knew when they would reach the safe zone. Besides Li Guilin, who brought a basket of apples on board, everyone else came empty-handed. If a few of them starved, it would be a significant loss. Moreover, Zhang Nian had a strong premonition. That is, once he successfully escorted these passengers to the safe zone, the sailing system would surely grant an unprecedented reward exceeding that for killing corrupted beings. Glancing at the horizon, he noticed that the sun had unknowingly dropped to the point where the water met the sky. The fiery red glow was gradually turning purple. Night was about to fall. Seeing this scene, Zhang Nian immediately began to use the computer to pull down the curtains on the portholes. He specifically entered the cabin and repeatedly urged everyone not to open the curtains under any circumstances. When the red moon descends, do not look at the moon outside, and especially do not stare blankly at the water surface. This was a warning the system had given from the start, and he dared not forget it for a moment. One careless mistake could lead to the potential annihilation of everyone in the cabin. Finally, Zhang Nian had a simple bite of dinner and then lay down on the boat to rest. The time until they reached the next port was 10 hours, which meant they would dock before 6 a.m. The next day, he needed to wake up early. Therefore, he had to sleep early to restore his physical condition as much as possible. Fortunately, this voyage is long enough, otherwise we would have to arrive at night. I wonder what kind of scene that would be. Zhang Nian muttered to himself while staring at the ceiling, then slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. As night fell, the people in the passenger cabin gradually felt drowsy, one by one leaning against their seats and falling asleep. Li Yong and Li Dazue still sat by the porthole on the right side. Li Guilin lay sideways on the middle bench. Finally, He-jun and Zhang Jing were leaning against each other cuddling together. At a certain moment, Zhang Jing, who had been peacefully sleeping in He-jun's embrace, suddenly opened her eyes. Strangely, her originally bright eyes had turned murky, just like the eyes of someone who had died long ago. On the pitch-black sea, the stars silently sailed, appearing utterly serene. Yet within the cabin, the scene was horrifying beyond measure. Zhang Jing, who had been in a deep slumber, suddenly opened her eyes and sat up slowly. If anyone had seen her face at that moment, they would have been scared half to death. For her face bore no trace of life. Pale, bloodless, the very visage of a corpse. In the dim cabin, Zhang Jing sat motionless in her seat. Suddenly her neck began to turn slowly. Her dull, withered eyes silently scanned every as if searching for prey. First she glanced at Li Yong and his companion sleeping by the porthole, then at Li Guilin in the middle, and finally at He-jun, who sat beside her with his head tilted back and mouth agape. After a 2-second pause, Zhang Jing suddenly began to open her mouth wide, quickly exceeding the normal human limit. Yet she showed no sign of stopping. Instead, she tilted her head back, her mouth stretching ever wider. Finally, with a faint tearing sound, her jaw dislocated. Then an even more terrifying sight emerged. In the crimson moonlight streaming through the window, a black creature like a giant leech writhed and crawled out. With a soft plop, the thing landed on Zhang Jing's shoulder. It then slithered onto He-jun's shoulder and, following his open mouth, slowly crawled inside. But this time the creature moved with great caution, far less aggressive than when it emerged. It curled its body into a coil, doing its utmost to cause no damage. As the creature completed its transfer, Zhang Jing, who had been sitting still, instantly collapsed like a puppet whose strings were cut, slumping limply into her seat. From the appearance of the eerie creature to its disappearance, the entire process was silent and unnoticed. No one in the cabin knew the terror they had just endured. The first rays of dawn cast a shimmering glow across the sea. Then a hoarse scream shattered the silence. Zhang Nian groggily opened his eyes. Who the hell is it now? Bang, bang, bang. Captain, Captain, something's wrong. Someone's dead. Li Dazu's voice came from outside the door. Like a bucket of cold water, it jolted Zhang Nian awake, his drowsiness vanishing instantly. He threw on his clothes, strode to the cabin door, and yanked it open. What's going on? Who died? It's Zhang Jing, who boarded yesterday. Li Dazu pointed behind him, stammering with fear. Zhang Nian followed his gaze. He-jun was cradling Zhang Jing's corpse, weeping in a low, hoarse voice. Behind He-jun stood Li Guilin and Li Yong, their faces etched with terror. Both kept their distance, too afraid to approach. Seeing Zhang Jing's dislocated jaw and pallid complexion, a grim suspicion took root in Zhang Nian's mind. What exactly happened? He turned to Li Dazu. I don't know either. I was sound asleep when I suddenly heard He-jun crying. When I opened my eyes, this is what I saw. Li Dazu lowered his voice. Captain, could it be? Zhang Nian raised a hand, cutting him off. Don't jump to conclusions. Stay here. Let me check it out. With that, Zhang Nian returned to the cockpit, locked the door, and opened the computer. Death always has a process. There were hidden cameras in the cabin. Reviewing the footage would reveal everything. As the playback began, the events of the previous night unfolded before him. Zhang Nian had gone to bed early, falling asleep by 8 o'clock. The others in the cabin drifted off one by one, starting at 9. He-jun and Zhang Jing were the last to rest. As time ticked by, the video showed nothing amiss. Glancing at the time, Zhang Nian decided to fast-forward several hours. He stopped when the clock reached 2:03. In the video, Zhang Jing was leaning against He-jun. Though the light was dim, her steady breathing was visible. Could it have happened in the morning? Just as Zhang Nian was about to fast-forward further, an anomaly appeared. Zhang Jing sat up, silently looked around, then tilted her head back and opened her mouth. The following scene sent a chill down Zhang Nian's spine, making every hair stand on end. A cold dread shot from his tailbone to the crown of his head. Slap. Zhang Nian shut off the video, his brow furrowed deeply. Clearly a faux human had boarded the ship, and it was a type never recorded before. The old detection methods were useless, so that's why those things suddenly went quiet. They were saving a big surprise. Zhang Nian's gaze turned icy. The surveillance footage confirmed that He-jun had been infected, though the parasite with He-jun, the host, had no idea what had happened. Zhang Nian tentatively dubbed this creature a parasitic. He had only two options. One was to kill He-jun outright, the simplest solution. Without a host, the parasitic faux human would be easy to deal with. The other was to find a way to extract and destroy the accursed parasite without killing He-jun. Tap, tap, tap. Zhang Nian drummed his fingers on the desk, pondering his next move. After all the trouble of bringing 3 people out alive, one had died in a single night. Now another was about to die. It was hard to accept. No, I can't come out empty-handed. I need to maximize the... Zhang Nian's eyes hardened. He decided to save He-jun's life. From his observations, this parasitic faux human seemed to have little combat ability. Otherwise, it wouldn't have waited until everyone was asleep to strike. It would have gone on a killing spree as soon as it. He also wanted to document the unique symptoms of those infected by this parasite to develop an effective method of identification. Having made his decision, Zhang Nian rose and walked to the cabin door. Click. The door opened. Li Yong and Li Daji were standing in the distance whispering. They fell silent as soon as they saw him. Clearly Li Dazue had shared his suspicions, but that was typical of him. If his mouth weren't loose, he wouldn't be called Li Dazue. Zhang Nian had no time to reprimand him now. His gaze fixed on He-jun. He-jun was still weeping over Zhang Jing's body, his voice so hoarse it was barely human. Instead of crying here, why not find the killer and avenge her yourself? He-jun's shoulders trembled. He looked up at Zhang Nian, his eyes bloodshot. You know who the killer is. Tell me who it is. I will tear them apart with my own hands. Zhang Nian remained silent, slowly raising his hand. He pointed, leaving He-jun stunned, who then let out a few. You suspect I killed her? Do you know how much I loved her? How could I possibly harm her? Zhang Nian shook his head. It's not you, but it's the false person inside you. Long before you boarded the ship, she had already been parasitized. Now that she is dead, that parasitic false person has run into your body. So if you want revenge, please cooperate with all my subsequent actions. As soon as these words were spoken, a gasp of cold air echoed throughout the cabin. Damn, there really is a false person on board. Li Yong moved further away, feeling a chill as he recalled how he had half believed Li Dazue's earlier words, which were now confirmed. So, Captain, what should we do? Should we jump off the ship? Li Dazue spoke in terror, beginning to stutter. Li Guilin directly picked up her basket and shrank into a corner. A false person in my body. He-jun stared blankly at himself, then suddenly jumped up, frantically pounding his chest. Damn false person. He'll kill you. What you're doing won't kill the false person. If you don't want that guy hiding inside and mocking you, just do everything as I say. Upon hearing this, He-jun halted his actions, raising his head with determination. All right. He'll do whatever you say as long as it kills it. Zhang Nian nodded slightly. This was exactly what he wanted to hear. Good, now sit straight and don't move while I conduct a thorough examination. After saying this, Zhang Nian took out a flashlight. He had never killed a parasitic false person before, so the system would not provide an effective detection plan. To investigate the parasitic false person, he could only rely on his own exploration step by step. The first step was to conduct an optical examination of He-jun again. Click. The flashlight turned on, a bright beam shining into He-jun's eyes. Just like Zhang Jing before, his eyes showed no signs of any issues. The pupil's contraction response was entirely normal, and there were no signs of cloudiness in the eyeball. Clearly observing the pupils would not reveal the presence of a parasitic false person. After checking the pupils, Zhang Nian raised the flashlight. He then stepped back 2 paces, allowing the light to completely envelop He-jun. Stand up and swing your arms around. Okay. He-jun didn't hesitate at all, quickly getting up to cooperate and shaking his arms vigorously. The shadow shows no abnormalities either. Zhang Nian nodded, putting away the flashlight. He had already used these 2 methods of examination before, and the reason for repeating them was mainly to see if he could discover any clues in the details. Unfortunately, there were no flaws. He-jun's scent and language logic presented no issues whatsoever. The only abnormalities were a hoarse voice and throat inflammation. However, these were merely deductions based on known symptoms. Logically speaking, these symptoms were insufficient to confirm whether the individual had been parasitized. After all, in the current environment, having a sore throat and inflammation was quite normal. One couldn't just shoot someone for having a sore throat. Then he would truly be more of a false person than the false person itself. This is becoming quite troublesome. Zhang Nian continuously pieced together various detection methods in his mind. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Right, how could I forget about the thermometer? The human body has an immune system. Regardless of what kind of external organism is parasitizing it will inevitably trigger a strong immune response. With resistance, there would certainly be a fever. Thus, He-jun's body temperature was very likely to show significant abnormalities. Thinking of this, Zhang Nian immediately fetched the thermometer and began to test He-jun. First, he placed it on He-jun's forehead. Beep. The LCD screen instantly lit up. Body temperature 37.6. Sure enough, a smile appeared on Zhang Nian's face. He then continued to move the thermometer, preparing to test other areas. Parasitism differs from ordinary inflammation and will definitely present other distinct symptoms. Beep. Beep. A series of body temperature readings appeared on the screen. 37.6, 38. 238. The local temperature is significantly higher than other areas. This phenomenon is enough to indicate something's wrong. Zhang Nian's eyes brightened. He had finally found an accurate. The local temperature is significantly higher than other areas. This phenomenon is enough to indicate something's wrong. Zhang Nian's eyes brightened. He had finally found an accurate way to distinguish the false person. A parasitized person exhibits symptoms of elevated local body temperature. The parasitic false person cannot evade the immune system's attack, but can limit the immune response to a specific area This way it won't cause a full body fever, allowing the host to remain oblivious to the anomaly until ultimately killing the host. What a sinister and insidious tactic. I found it right at this location. We need to figure out a way to get it out. Zhang Nian pointed at Hejun's lung area. Upon hearing this, Hejun didn't panic too much, instead it frightened the others. I actually spent a night in the same boat as a false person. My scalp is tingling. Li Dazue gasped, his mouth agape in terror as he frantically pulled at his hair. My God, please bless us with safety. Li Guilin trembled, muttering incessantly. Li Yong remained relatively calm. After all, as a game planner, his mind often envisioned strange things, so his capacity to accept this was slightly stronger. So what should we do to get the false person out? Zhang Nian glanced at Li Yong, then at Hejun, who was silently clutching his chest. I have an immature plan, but it requires someone to cooperate. How to cooperate? You just say it. Although Li Yong felt terrified, he still chose to step up. Zhang Nian, however, smiled and shook his head. This isn't suitable for you, it has to be Dazue. Li Dazue was stunned, his small eyes wide open. Why me? Because you're excellent. And who said they would go through fire and water for the captain? Who said they'd eat shit? Li Dazue was almost in tears. It's me. Captain, it's me. Zhang Nian smiled and patted his shoulder. It's all right. That false person is weak. You can easily handle it. Just cooperate well, and I guarantee your safety. Li Dazue's eyes lit up. Really? More real than gold. Then it's fine. After arranging everything, Zhang Nian immediately returned to the cockpit, using the workbench to make 2 wooden barrels and a length of hemp rope. One barrel was large enough to hold a person, while the other was a standard small wooden barrel. The small barrel and hemp rope were to be used for scooping seawater. The large barrel was for holding a person. Zhang Nian planned to have Hejun enter the barrel filled with seawater, using the salt content to force the parasitic false person out. At first, when he saw the appearance of the false person on the monitor, he already had a rough plan. This false person had no hair or skin, and its shape could change freely. With this configuration, the opponent would undoubtedly be instinctively afraid of salt. It wouldn't take much. Just soaking for half an hour would make the false person unable to endure the burning of the salt and come out on its own. Even if it could withstand it, it would still be very uncomfortable. Furthermore, with Li Dazue as a hefty card, dealing with this false person would definitely not be a problem. The sea breeze brushed against their faces. The starship sailed steadily. Zhang Nian stood on the deck, directing Li Dazue. Place the large barrel in the center. Is this the spot? Yes, right there. Just fill the rest with water. Got it. Li Dazue grabbed a barrel tied with hemp rope, tossed it into the sea, and began hauling up water bucket by bucket. Splash, splash. After nearly 10 large buckets, the barrel was 2/3 full. All right, that's enough. Go fetch Hejun. Zhang Nian waved his hand. Okay. Li Dazue acknowledged, turned, and walked into the cabin. Before long, he brought Hejun over. Do I need to get in here? Hejun pointed at the large wooden barrel. Exactly. Your survival depends on this barrel of seawater. Get in. Zhang Nian nodded. Hejun didn't waste words. He stripped off his coat and soaked himself in the barrel, leaving only his head above the surface. Captain, how long must I soak for a reaction to occur? Li Dazue looked at Zhang Nian. Hard to say. It depends on how long the pseudo-human inside him can resist. Could be 10 minutes, could be an hour. But the seawater is very cold, so it also tests his endurance. I don't care. If the pseudo-human doesn't come out, I'll soak until I die. Seeing Hejun's resolute expression, Zhang Nian smiled. Not bad, you've got guts. Li Dazue also don't push yourself too hard. Soaking in seawater too long can cause shrinkage. You'll regret it. In the following moments, Zhang Nian and Li Dazue stood by the large wooden barrel. Though the seascape was beautiful, neither paid it any mind. No one knew when that pseudo-human might emerge. On such a large ship, finding it would be troublesome. 20 minutes passed in a flash, yet the pseudo-human showed no sign of coming out. Instead, Hejun's lips turned pale from the cold seawater. Li Dazue circled the barrel twice, then looked at Zhang Nian. Captain, this guy looks like he's about to kick the bucket. Maybe we should. Ugh. Suddenly a retch cut off Li Dazue's words. Hejun lunged over the barrel's edge, violently vomiting bile. Damn. What's happening? Bro, are you dying? Li Dazue was startled, thinking Hejun was about to perish. Shut up. The pseudo-human is coming out. Zhang Nian's gaze sharpened as he stared at Hejun's neck. At that moment, Hejun's neck began to swell. A writhing silhouette was clearly visible, struggling and slowly crawling upward. Oh, huh. Hejun's face twisted in agony. He clutched his neck, scratching frantically. But just as the writhing form reached his throat, it suddenly halted. Quite persistent. Zhang Nian sneered. Li Dazue, roll up your sleeve and put your arm near his mouth, but don't get too close. Huh. Oh, okay. Li Dazue was scared, but under Zhang Nian's stern gaze, he obediently complied. Steeling himself, he rolled up his sleeve and extended his arm toward Hejun's mouth. Bro, when the moment comes, you'd better clamp down and not let it bite me. Ugh. A retch was his only reply. The next second, the form stuck in He-jun's throat began writhing again, crawling toward his mouth. Slowly pull your arm back, Zhang Nian calmly reminded, slowly raising his gun. Gulp. At that, a pitch-black, somewhat translucent thing emerged from He-jun's throat. As Li Dazue's arm retreated, it quickly crawled out of He-jun's mouth. Squeak. With a sound like a rat's shriek, the black thing lunged at Li Dazue. That arm was too tempting. It couldn't resist any longer. Now, Zhang Nian, who had been ready, instantly pulled the trigger. Bang. A crisp gunshot rang out. The parasitic pseudo-human, already blinded by the allure of the bait, now bore a large hole in its body. Splat. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The pseudo-human hit the ground, but didn't die immediately. Instead, it raised its head like a venomous snake, glaring with 8 pinhole-sized eyes, radiating malice and emitting a piercing shriek. It seemed to be memorizing everyone's faces, preparing for future revenge. However, take that. Zhang Nian kicked, sending the pseudo-human, which was gathering its strength, flying. It traced a perfect arc through the air before plunging into the salt-laden seawater. Splash. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The moment it hit the water, the parasitic pseudo-human, frothed with white bubbles all over like soap, dropped into a bath. In less than 10 seconds, it dissolved completely into black liquid. Damn, Captain, that was some kick. Li Dazue's eyes widened as he gave a thumbs up. But Zhang Nian had no time for flattery. Parasitic pseudo-human killed. Reward 400 gold coins, amplified 400 gold coins. Bonus for killing a new type, 400 gold coins, amplified 400 gold coins. Awesome. 1600 gold coins in hand. Parasitic pseudo-human, the most insidious and gluttonous among pseudo-humans. They cannot control their urge to feed, are extremely sensitive to salt, cannot change their appearance, and survive only by parasitizing humans. Their vitality is tenacious with strong adaptability to conventional physical damage. Using high-concentration dehydrating substances is the safest way to kill them. Note, these pseudo-humans hold grudges and never let them escape. Identification symptoms in the host include a hoarse voice, throat inflammation, localized abnormal body temperature, and an aversion to salty food. Just as I thought. Zhang Nian smiled at the prompt in his mind. The identification method matched his own conclusions almost perfectly. This gave him a sense of accomplishment. After dealing with the parasitic pseudo-human, Zhang Nian turned his gaze to He-jun, who was already exhausted. He then took out a bottle of water and a can of luncheon meat. Li Dazue, clean up here and take him to rest. This is for him. Don't you dare sneak a bite. Li Dazue took the food and grinned. Don't worry, Captain, I won't touch a single bite. Watching Li Dazue lead, He-jun away, Zhang Nian turned and returned to the cockpit. Almost at the same time, the ship's broadcast sounded. The vessel is about to dock. Captain, please prepare. Docking port, Dayua port. Port status overrun. Port status fallen. Zhang Nian, who had just sat down, immediately stood up, his gaze filled with astonishment as he looked into the distance. Far away, an enormous barrier suddenly appeared above the sea. It was the same sky blue, indistinguishable from the barriers he had encountered before. Currently under the guise of the barrier, Zhang Nian could not see the state of the port. However, the indication of the port's fallen status had already given him an extremely bad premonition. There had been only 2 types of port statuses before. One was a stable state, which he had personally experienced. It was a coexistence of the pseudo-humans and humans, appearing to be in a state of peaceful coexistence. As long as the pseudo-humans did not board the ship, there was basically no danger. The second was a state of fierce battle. This was information he had gathered from a discussion group. According to the description of the windstorm, it was a condition of large-scale confrontations between humans and pseudo-humans. Mutual slaughter, extreme chaos, and extreme danger. Yet he had not expected that a third state had now emerged. Fallen. It could be guessed, even with one's toes, that a port in this state was definitely more dangerous than one in a fierce. The windstorm had brought along 3 other captains, and merely glancing at the port during the fierce battle had resulted in the immediate death of 3 captains. How terrifying must the fallen port be? Damn it. Zhang Nian angrily slammed the table and turned to rush towards the ship's control panel. He was preparing to switch to manual mode and leave this place directly. Knowing there are tigers in the mountains, yet heading towards the tiger's mountain. Only a fool would do such a thing. He was no fool. Let whoever wants to go to this cursed port go. Time to run. Switching to manual driving mode will face a risk of getting lost. Confirmed to proceed. Yes, activated immediately. Switching to driving mode successful. Current mode, manual driving. Without any hesitation, Zhang Nian swung his arm, turning the wheel hard left, steering the Xingqian towards the left at full speed. Boom. The ship tilted sharply, creating a massive splash. However, even though the Xingqian had fully turned the wheel, the barrier was too close and its area too large. The Xingqian could not avoid it in time. At this angle, it was inevitable that they would penetrate through the edge. Can't even dodge this. How unfair. As the barrier loomed closer, there was no way to evade. Zhang Nian gritted his teeth, preemptively aiming his gun at the light curtain. Since evasion was impossible, he would strike first and take a chance. According to his calculations at this angle, the Xingqian would only be within the barrier for less than 20 seconds. As long as he could endure those 20 seconds, he would be safe. At this moment, the Xingqian was already close to the barrier, and the blue ahead rapidly magnified. Whoosh! It felt like piercing through a bubble. There was no collision, no sound. The entire ship silently and seamlessly entered the blue barrier. As the barrier swept past Zhang Nian's face, the scene inside Dayue port was completely revealed to him. But in just an instant, the terrifying sight before him left him utterly stunned. Under the dim sky, a port of unimaginable size emerged. The wide dock extended infinitely along the coastline. Towering cranes and stacked containers all indicated the former prosperity of this place. Yet such a flourishing port was now shrouded in layers of dense blood mist. On the vast dock, countless pseudo-humans were sprawled. Their forms were twisted and grotesque to the point of some had deformed bodies, their flesh dragging on the ground, exposing dark red veins on their unnameable. Some had heads twisted at unnatural angles, resembling gnarled tree roots rotating on their shoulders, with features barely visible. Others had their limbs mutated, sharp claws growing from their armpits, clinging to the cranes above. Some squatted atop containers while others crowded the dock, layer upon layer stretching endlessly. The rising and falling roars were sharp and violent, mingled with the jarring sounds of gnashing teeth, as if forming a terrifying sound net that rushed towards him from all directions. Nearby these hideous creatures lay various mutilated, bloodied limbs mixed with metal fragments. These were the soldiers of the human alliance who had fought and struggled on this battlefield. Blood mixed with dismembered internal organs stained the entire port a deep crimson. Even the blood-red mist wafting in the air was formed from their spilled blood. Squeak, squeak. Roar, roar, roar. At that moment, those pseudo-humans noticed the intruding Xingqian and immediately let out a flurry of shrieks. Then amidst the sound of boiling water, they dove into the water, racing towards the Xingqian. Their speed was the rolling waves could not hinder their advance. One after another, like torpedoes, they broke through 100 meters of seawater in the blink of an eye, closing in. Damn it! Zhang Nian's eyes turned red as he immediately opened fire, shooting wildly. The situation left him no choice but to fight for his life. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. 9mm steel bullets along with the gunfire poured out like a torrential rain. Clang, 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 clang. The leading pseudo-human was instantly hit. However, when the bullets struck them, they produced a series of dense metallic clanging sounds. Steel bullets could not breach their defenses. What the hell? Is there no newbie protection period? I'm getting hit by big BS right off the bat. And a whole bunch of them at that. Seeing his attack was ineffective, Zhang Nian felt utterly defeated. Damn. Cursing, he decided to put away the gun, no longer wasting bullets, and began to drive the Xingqian, sprinting out with all his might. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly a series of crashing sounds came, followed by violent shaking of the ship. Warning. The hull is under attack. The right side of the hull is damaged by 15. Boom, boom, boom. Another series of crashing sounds. Warning. The right side of the hull is severely damaged. Damage level 38. Zhang Nian felt his scalp nearly explode. He never expected these pseudo-humans not only had outrageous defense, but also possessed terrifying offensive power. He knew that the Xingqian had already been upgraded to level 4, and its defenses had increased exponentially. Yet he did not anticipate that it could not withstand even a single brutal charge from these creatures. What kind of game is this? Suddenly Zhang Nian recalled what the windstorm had said. Thank goodness I ran fast, or I would have been finished. To think the windstorm was still at level 1, but managed to escape twice under extreme conditions. This indicated that the opponent must also be a talented individual, likely skilled at fleeing. Damn, you're not dead, yet you've just been cheating. Zhang Nian quickly formed a judgment in his heart. However, he could not afford to dwell on this now. Escaping was the priority. Zhang Nian glanced ahead. He saw a blue barrier rapidly approaching with less than 100 meters separating it from the ship. He now had to ensure he could burst through in one go. Thump, thump, thump. At that moment, the ship suddenly sank, followed by a series of dense footsteps. Not good. Zhang Nian thought to himself, clearly aware that pseudo-humans had boarded the ship. Captain, monsters are coming aboard. Li Dazue shouted at the top of his lungs from the cabin. Zhang Nian turned sharply, seeing Li Dazue yelling in the cabin. Suddenly, he realized an issue. There was also a light curtain in the cabin, and he could not just guard the control room. If there were pseudo-humans sneaking in, it would be game over. At this moment, the cabin was already in chaos. Li Yong had fallen directly to the ground due to the ship's collision. Li Guilin was holding onto a chair, eyes closed, mumbling something incomprehensible. Only Li Dazue and He Jun were barely standing. But they were not in much better shape, both of their faces bruised and battered. You too. Keep an eye on those light curtains. If there's anything unusual, let me know immediately. Zhang Nian shouted as he opened the hatch. Understood. The two nodded vigorously. Thump, thump, thump. At this time, the third wave of attacks from the pseudo-humans had arrived. This time it was no longer a charge. They raised their built-in spikes and slammed them fiercely against the light curtain. In just one encounter, the light curtain began to flicker violently, just like during the attack from Lu Ruyan. If this continued, the light curtain would probably shatter within 5 seconds. Damn it. Do you really think I'm made of clay? After fear came anger. Roaring Zhang Nian picked up the golden axe and charged forward. He refused to believe that today he couldn't break through these pseudo-humans' defenses. Locking onto the star's course, Zhang Nian steeled his resolve and charged without hesitation toward the light barrier. The barrier's nature was to block external attacks while allowing those within to strike outward. Given the current situation, the barrier might shatter before they could break through the containment field. Thus, Zhang Nian had to take the initiative and fight for a path to survival. Since the pistol couldn't kill these high-level pseudo-humans, he decided to try the golden axe. He had a feeling this weapon possessed immense potential. What if it worked? Roar! Seeing Zhang Nian approach, the pseudo-humans lurking outside the barrier grew even more frenzied, each letting out excited howls. One pseudo-human with a blade-like head squinted its triangular eyes and stared at Zhang Nian with unnerving human-like greed and madness, its gaze filled with hunger for prey. You look damn disgusting. Die. Zhang Nian stepped forward, and as the pseudo-human swung its blade-like head to strike the barrier, he swung the axe with all his might. Thud! Before the blade could reach the barrier, the golden axe passed through it first, striking the pseudo-human's head powerfully. As if cleaving through tender bamboo shoots, the seemingly tough and solid blade-like head was instantly hewn apart. The entire tip was sliced clean off. Whoosh! Time seemed to freeze. Everyone was stunned by the sight. The pseudo-humans halted their assault, almost simultaneously frozen in place, and a dead silence fell over the area. Deep inside the cabin, Li Dazue and the others gaped in disbelief. Even bullets couldn't harm these high-level pseudo-humans, yet an axe had breached their defenses. Roar! After a second of stillness, one pseudo-human finally reacted. With a furious bellow, it launched an even more ferocious attack. They had never imagined that a mere low-level captain could break through their defenses with a cold weapon. It was a direct slap in their faces. A blatant provocation. This was absolutely intolerable. They had to kill this insignificant human. Meanwhile, a smile instantly spread across Zhang Nian's face. Though the immense recoil jarred his hand, numb, the thrill made his fingers tremble with excitement. This golden axe was truly a treasure. Damn it. Think you're tough. Watch me chop you to pieces. With a wild grin, Zhang Nian swung the axe. Chop, chop, chop. Roar. The sound of cleaving and the agonized howls of pseudo-humans blended together. Strangely, this cacophony ignited a surge of exhilaration. At least that was the case for Zhang Nian. He felt more energized with each swing. Just then a shout rang out from the cabin. Captain, the glass here is about to give way. Zhang Nian's heart tightened, but he didn't panic, having anticipated this. Without a moment's delay, he rushed into the cabin. Inside, one of the 5 portholes had already developed cracks on the verge of shattering. Yet only a single pseudo-human was attacking the barrier. It moved with extreme caution, as if trying to avoid drawing attention. Just as he had suspected, these pseudo-humans were feinting in the east while attacking in the west. Get your filthy claws back. Zhang Nian's eyes turned cold as he swung the axe with fury. Thud! The spike the pseudo-human had just thrust out was instantly severed in two. The pseudo-human let out a howl, lost its grip, and tumbled off the ship, crashing into the sea with a massive splash. At that exact moment, the long-awaited blue barrier swept across the hull. Every pseudo-human that touched the barrier was flung back like mud against a wall, dazed and roaring in pain before plunging into the water. Watching those hideous pseudo-humans glare at the star with venomous resentment and helplessness, Zhang Nian smiled and slowly raised his middle finger. Bye-bye, you idiots. The pseudo-humans felt utterly devastated. Zhang Nian kept up the international friendly gesture until the harbor vanished from sight. If only he had a cigarette, he would have taken a long drag while flipping them off. Pure unrestrained arrogance. How that felt great. Zhang Nian was in high spirits. Last time against Lu Ruyan, he had been powerless and fled in utter disgrace. It was hardly better than a stray dog, but this time was different. Though he was still escaping, he had fought back, effectively wounding several pseudo-humans. This was growth. Moreover, he had witnessed the golden axe's lethal power. He believed this weapon had an extraordinary origin. But for now, he still knew little about it. Captain, we made it. Haha, we survived again. Hearing the cheers around him, Zhang Nian gradually relaxed. He looked at the jubilant crew and smiled. Yes, they had survived once more. Captain, you're incredible. You have no idea how fierce you were just now. Your axe was a blur. Li Dazue gestured wildly, his small eyes wide with excitement. Captain, were you in the special forces before? Your axe swings were so fast my eyes went blurry. Li, really? Zhang Nian looked puzzled. Of course. You move like a martial arts master. He Jun, his face bruised, voiced his opinion. You're truly gifted. If not for the monster invasion, you'd definitely be a badminton champion. Li Guilin said with a smile. Hearing everyone's praise, Zhang Nian suddenly realized why he could wound the pseudo-humans. The gap in reaction speed between humans and high-level pseudo-humans was enormous. Without extremely professional training, it was impossible to land a hit with a cold weapon. Those pseudo-humans were at least as powerful as Lu Ruyan, a high-level monster. Using the axe against low-level pseudo-humans was already his limit. How could he suddenly burst into such combat prowess and fight above his level? There was only one answer: his reaction speed far exceeded normal. The reason was the gene enhancement capsule. His body had been enhanced. He had simply forgotten in the heat of the moment. Otherwise, with an ordinary person's reflexes, he could never have kept up with the pseudo-humans' movements. Even if they were clustered together, he couldn't have struck them. The shock in those pseudo-humans' eyes wasn't just because their defenses were breached. It was because they never expected a human's reaction speed to suddenly become so fast. It was like a world boxing champion getting slapped in the face by an untrained weakling, who wouldn't be stunned. Maybe anger unlocked some hidden potential. I'm just an ordinary person, never trained in martial arts, Zhang Nian waved dismissively, making up an excuse. Really never trained. Li Dazue remained skeptical. Never. Zhang Nian denied it flatly. All right, since we're safe, everyone should rest. Check each other for injuries. With that, he walked back to the cockpit. A reward notification echoed in his mind. First successful breakthrough from a fallen port. Reward, 500 gold coins. Amplified to 500 gold coins. First direct confrontation with pseudo-humans in a fallen port. Triggered probability reward obtained blueprint for single-barrel ship-mounted machine gun. Reward amplification single-barrel ship-mounted machine gun blueprint upgraded to dual-barrel ship-mounted machine gun blueprint. Zhang Nian grinned. Though it had been perilous, it was utterly worth it. He approached the equipment station, eyes gleaming with excitement. Ship weapons. This was what he had dreamed of. He had to build it today. With ship weapons, he would no longer have to wait for enemies to attack him face-to-face. Instead, he would be the one. Dual-barrel ship machine gun, caliber 12. 7mm, single-barrel firing rate of 500 rounds per minute. Capacity of 500 rounds. Using steel bullets, the lethality far exceeds that of ordinary machine guns, capable of penetrating 12mm homogeneous steel plates within 100 meters. Would you like to craft it? Hiss. Zhang Nian's mouth twitched. The lethality is indeed impressive, but it's a bit too expensive. But who made me fear being underpowered? Gritting his teeth and stamping his foot. Let's do it. The dual-barrel ship machine gun has been successfully crafted. Please select the installation position. Quite user-friendly. Zhang Nian chuckled, then turned his gaze toward the bow of the ship. Most ships he saw online had their weapons installed at the bow. This makes sense as it provides a wide field of view and a massive kill zone, while also serving as a strong deterrent. This will do. The ship's weapon installation is complete. Click, click, click. Amidst a series of sci-fi mechanical sounds, a visually striking black dual-barrel machine gun appeared at the bow. In the picture, the machine gun doesn't seem very large. But once placed at the bow, in reality, the shock of its size becomes apparent. The length of the gun barrel is nearly 2 meters, more exaggerated than the height of an adult. When set up, it truly exudes a majestic aura. Looking at the visually striking machine gun, Zhang Nian's eyes were filled with admiration. After all, which boy could resist the allure of such a weapon? Suppressing the immediate urge to rush over and fiddle with it, Zhang Nian redirected his focus back to the control panel. No matter how good the machine gun is, it must be equipped with sufficient ammunition to be deemed complete. Now he needed to craft enough ammunition. Selecting heavy machine gun ammunition. Heavy machine gun steel ammunition. Caliber 12. 7mm, single round consumes 1 kilogram of wood, 1 kilogram of steel, and 1 gold coin. Would you like to craft it? Zhang Nian frowned. Currently, he had enough gold coins and wood, but steel was running low due to crafting the machine gun. He probably had about 1,000 kilograms left with some spare. At this price, the existing materials would only be sufficient to craft 1,000 rounds of bullets. Looks like I need to find a way to replenish some steel. Zhang Nian silently resolved. He quickly operated with his fingers, choosing to craft 1,000 rounds. 1,000 rounds of heavy machine gun ammunition have been successfully crafted. Would you like to load it? It can load automatically. Not bad, this is very convenient. Loading immediately. With a series of mechanical sounds, the ammunition was automatically loaded. 2 ammo boxes instantly hung on each side of the dual-barrel heavy machine gun at the bow. It looked even more impressive now. Zhang Nian excitedly opened the hatch, walked straight to the bow, and began to admire his masterpiece. The heavy machine gun was mounted on a very sturdy full-metal tripod. The height was just right, reaching an adult's chin, making it very convenient to handle. Behind the machine gun, there were 2 parallel vertical handles. Each handle had a switch. It appeared to allow for single-barrel shooting. Zhang Nian gripped it with both hands. The feel was very comfortable as he lightly swung the gun body. With almost no effort, it was incredibly smooth. It was evident how precise the center of gravity control was. Hee, this feels great. Zhang Nian swung the sight back and forth, aiming at the distant sea. Suddenly, he noticed that a user guide appeared on the machine gun. Shooting modes: single barrel single shot, dual barrel single shot, single barrel automatic, dual barrel automatic. Manual shooting, automatic shooting. There's even an automatic shooting mode. Zhang Nian was taken aback for a moment, then quickly returned to the cockpit. He arrived at the control panel and found that a weapon icon had appeared out of nowhere in the ship's weapon crafting, a miniature version of the heavy machine gun icon. Clicking the icon, the main screen immediately shifted to an external view with a green crosshair appearing in the center. Clearly, this was the aiming perspective for the heavy machine gun. Next to it was a control wheel for adjusting the magnification with a maximum zoom of 4 times. Zhang Nian casually tapped a location with his finger, and the crosshair immediately turned in that direction. Just click to shoot, and it would fire directly. It was no different from playing a shooting game. This is really convenient. Zhang Nian chuckled, ultimately setting his eyes on a device on the side of the control panel. He had seen this thing before. He knew it was a convenient weapon control system, but at that time he was broke and the ship had nothing. Putting on this thing was almost like giving a eunuch a blue pill, just staring blankly. But now it was different. He had a big weapon now. Directly setting it up, clicking to unlock, Zhang Nian took out the controller and put it on his hand. Though called a controller, it was actually a device similar to a tactical glove. Once he put it on, Zhang Nian instantly understood how to use it. This thing could directly connect to the weapon system. Wherever he pointed his finger, the machine gun's crosshair would aim there. It was extremely convenient. This is definitely more convenient. When it's all set up, it must look very stylish. Just as Zhang Nian was waving his finger to aim at the distance, his gaze inadvertently caught a small black dot on the sea. My, what is that? Due to the distance, even with Zhang Nian's enhanced eyesight, it was hard to see clearly. Estimating the distance, it was at least 5 kilometers away. He swiped his finger across the screen, and the image instantly magnified 4 times. This time he could finally make out what the black dot was. It was a ship. A very old, but relatively well-preserved square-headed wooden boat. Based on the proportion of the person standing at the bow, that boat was about 30 meters long. Is it a ship escorting passengers like mine? But the design seems a bit strange. At this moment, on the wooden boat, 5 kilometers away. Damn, we're about to get rich, brothers. I've discovered a luxury yacht. A man with a red scarf wrapped around his head and a slightly dark complexion stood at the bow excitedly, waving his hand behind him. Really? Don't joke with me. Behind him, a tall and thin young man rushed over with a skeptical expression, followed by 2 other young crew members. If you don't believe me, take a look for yourself. How could I possibly lie to you? The scarf-wearing man forcefully shoved the binoculars into the hands of the thin young man. Taking the binoculars, the thin young man craned his neck to look into the distance. Sure enough, about 5 kilometers away on the sea, a luxury yacht painted in black, white, and gold was leisurely and smoothly sailing. The corners of the thin young man's mouth gradually curled into a smile, ultimately transforming into an excited laugh. Ha! A luxury yacht. It's a luxury yacht. Ha! Yao Laohong, you truly are our lucky star. Brothers, we're about to upgrade to a new ship and live a good life. The 2 crew members behind them instantly perked up upon hearing this. A luxury yacht. Damn, there must be a lot of supplies on it, right? Yes, brothers. I hope there are some beautiful ladies on that ship. I'm really starved for some fun. With strict regulations on shore, I have no chances at all. This time I definitely have to enjoy myself to the fullest. At this moment, the man named Yao Laohong suddenly grinned widely. Brothers, what are we waiting for? Grab your weapons. Let's go rob it right now. All right, let's get them. Yo-ho. Upon hearing Yao Laohong's words, the crowd immediately burst. Wielding a large machete, they let out excited howls. What the hell? Don't you all have any brains? Suddenly, a relatively tidy-looking man stepped out from the ship's hold. The man was not tall, had a pair of triangular eyes, and sported a goatee. As soon as he appeared, the crowd instinctively lined up. Boss! Boss! Chun Laolu looked at Yao Laohong and the others with a face full of disappointment. How have I taught you usually? When faced with problems, use your wits, don't just charge in blindly. Now at such a distance, if they see you waving your weapons and get scared off, how will we catch up? Quick, put away your weapons. Hey, okay boss, we'll put them away right now. Watching the crowd hide their knives, a smile finally appeared on Chun Laolia's face. Today we are quite lucky to have found a big fish. If we can pull off this job, our standard of living will surely take a qualitative leap. It's the old trick. We will pretend to be refugees to get clothes, and when the other side relaxes their guard, well, launch a surprise attack and board the ship. Once we're on the ship, Chun Laolu smirked, that yacht will be ours. Boss is brilliant, boss. Following the boss, one need never worry about food and drink. Yao Laohong and the others immediately flattered him. All right, you all hurry back to the ship and prepare. Don't blame me if things go wrong later. Boss, you can rest assured when we do our job. Just wait for the signal. Yao Laohong and the others responded cheerfully and walked into the ship's cabin. Once everyone left, Chen Laolu turned to look in the direction of the Xingqian, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. Such a fine yacht should belong to me, Chen Laolu. Noticing other ships, Zhang Nian did not curiously approach them, but continued on his original course. After all, the system had warned before that encounters between captains weren't necessarily a good thing. However, while he didn't approach actively, that boat came towards him. 5 kilometers isn't too long, or it didn't take much time for the wooden boat to arrive near the Xingqian. At this moment, 3 people were standing at the bow of the wooden boat. At the forefront was a man wearing a gray top, not tall, with a goatee. On either side of him stood 2. One was wearing a red scarf, and the other was tall and thin. All 3 of them displayed a pitiful demeanor, looking at the Xingqian as if it were their savior. Seeing Zhang Nian looking over, they immediately began waving excitedly. At this point, the wooden boat had approached to about 15 meters. "Hey, over here, please wait a moment. We are refugees who escaped from the mainland. Please, you must take. Our food is all gone now, and we are surviving on water. If you don't help us, we will surely die. Please have mercy and let us board." Chen Laolu stood at the bow, with Yao Laohong crying out as if he were hoarse. With a snotty nose and tears streaming down, he looked so pitiful that anyone could hardly resist feeling soft-hearted. Zhang Nian stared at the 3 for a moment. He noticed that although they looked pitiful, their limbs were muscular. Moreover, each of them had a voice like thunder, clearly audible even through the strong sea breeze. They did not appear to be the kind of people who had been lacking food for a long time. Thus it was evident that these people were lying. A hint of amusement flashed in Zhang Nian's eyes as he slowly picked up the microphone. "You say you are local refugees. Which port did you come from?" Chen Laolu and the others were momentarily stunned. They had never been asked such questions when boarding before. Why was he so chatty now? But to avoid suspicion, they casually reported an address. Daxiao Bay, Zhugang Ridge. Chen Laolu and Yao Laohong spoke the 2 addresses in unison. These people had met halfway and formed a group, all coming from different places. Suddenly hearing someone ask like that, they instinctively mentioned their hometown. Yao Laohong, realizing something was off, immediately started to explain. Sorry, Captain. I tend to get nervous and my brain doesn't work well. My hometown is Zhugang Ridge, but I currently live in Daxiao Bay." Chen Laolu shot Yao Laohong a discreet glare and then cooperatively said, "Yes, his hometown is Zhugang Ridge. He just came to Daxiao Bay not long ago and hasn't fully adapted yet." Zhang Nian raised an eyebrow. "What era is it now?" "The age of imposters. The entire world is filled with imposters. Even he, as the captain, was barely surviving. How could a group of ordinary refugees casually cross different regions to meet? What a joke. So that's how it is. How many of you are there in total?" "Just the 3 of us." To avoid further discrepancies, Chen Laolu took the initiative to answer. "3, huh? That's not too many, and my ship can accommodate you." Seeing Zhang Nian deep in thought, a gleam of pride flashed in Chen Laolu and the other's eyes. However, the next second that pride was shattered. "But I don't want to take you." Chen Laolu almost jumped up, but for the execution of the plan, he suppressed his anger, continuing to play the victim. No, you must save us. Our boat is leaking if you don't help us. How will we survive?" As Chen Laolu cried out, he gestured for Yao Laohong to steer the boat closer. "Captain, I understand. You must think we refugees are dirty. How about this? If you want, let us board. You can come help us fix our boat, giving us a slim chance of survival." At this moment, the bow of the wooden boat was also slowly turning. But as it changed direction, the scene inside the cabin was completely exposed. At this time, 2 people inside the cabin were holding grappling hooks, stealthily approaching the cabin door. Their intentions were clearly evident. Seeing this scene, Zhang Nian could no longer suppress the smile on his lips. Although he had felt something was off about these people before, it had only been a feeling. Naturally, he couldn't just take someone else's life based on that feeling. But now it was different. Since the other side showed no mercy, he couldn't be blamed for being ungrateful. "Captain, please, we beg you." Chen Laolu and the others continued to act pitifully, standing side by side to block the small movements behind them. Just as the boat approached within a certain distance, the 2 young crew members hiding in the cabin suddenly sprang out. They swiftly spun their grappling hooks and hurled them towards the railing of the Xingqian. Seeing the grappling hook successfully thrown, Chen Laolu immediately dropped his act, his pitiful expression replaced with ferocity. He drew a short knife from behind his waist and pointed it at Zhang Nian. "Brothers, get him." However, before old Six Chun and his men could climb the rope, Zhang Nian slowly raised his finger and uttered 2 icy words. Bang, bang. The next second, the heads of 2 crew members burst like watermelons. Splash, splash. Hot red and white matter splattered all over the ground. Time seemed to freeze. Old Six Chun, who was about to board the ship, stared blankly at the 2 headless corpses on the ground, his mind completely empty. A second later, he looked up in terror, only to find Zhang Nian aiming his finger at him. Bang! A mist of blood erupted. Old Six Chun instantly became a headless corpse, falling stiffly to the ground. Oh, Yao Old Black, splattered with brains, was utterly terrified, standing still and screaming incessantly. Oh, so noisy. Zhang Nian pointed his finger at him. Bang! Brains burst, and the world fell silent. As the blood mist dissipated, only a tall, thin young man remained. He knelt on the ground, tossing his weapon aside, and kowtowed desperately. I am a good man. They forced me. When they killed, I just watched, or I never laid a hand. Please, spare me like a fart. Zhang Nian looked at the young man with a gentle smile. I saw everything. Indeed, you didn't act just now. But I detest lies. If you tell me the truth, how many people you've killed, it'll give you a chance to reform. Really? The young man looked up excitedly, hope flickering in his eyes. Truer than gold. Then, great. I've killed, but not many. Just 2 old folks and a child. But it's not my fault, the child struck first. Bang! The young man's head exploded instantly. Zhang Nian sneered coldly at the fallen body. All right, now you can go reform. Just then a chime echoed in his mind. Successfully killed 5 pirates. Reward 500 gold coins. Amplified 500 gold coins. Killing pirates gives gold too. How nice. Zhang Nian's face lit up with surprise. He then looked at the wooden ship. Though not as large as the Stellar, it was over 30 meters long and could yield at least tens of tons of timber. In the short term, he would have plenty of wood. Moreover, the engine room contained an engine which could be dismantled for steel, solving his ammunition issues. But before dismantling the ship, he needed to loot it first. With the Stella's upgrade, the disassembly platform had become more powerful. It could now perform targeted remote dismantling. If he didn't loot first, the ship's supplies would be disassembled. That was not what he wanted. Zhang Nian piloted the Stellar close to the wooden ship, and when the distance was right, with his enhanced body, jumping 4 or 5 meters was effortless. This distance was nothing. He landed on the wooden ship. Zhang Nian quickly scanned the exterior, and finding nothing unusual, he headed toward the cabin. The ship was very old. Every step made the wooden planks creak. Creak, creak. He followed the side to the cabin door. As he approached, a faint foul odor reached his nose. Though not strong, it was unmistakable. It was the smell of a corpse. Zhang Nian, covering his nose, peered inside. In the corner of the cabin lay a female corpse. Ropes bound her. She was clearly a refugee captured by old Six Chun and his men. The reason wasn't hard to guess. Large purplish patches, death spots, covered her arm. She had been dead for some time, yet for some reason she hadn't been thrown overboard. Zhang Nian bypassed her and continued inward. His target was the storeroom. Pirates always had some stockpile, and the storeroom was the most likely place to hide it. Soon he found the storeroom in the lower deck. A small iron-doored compartment. A large lock secured. Zhang Nian knew the key was on old Six Chun, but he had no desire to touch the disgusting corpse. Besides, he didn't need the key. He raised his pistol, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The lock fell. Creak! The iron door swung open, revealing the contents. Zhang Nian's eyes lit up. In the nearly 4 square meter compartment, food was neatly stacked: canned meat, chips, crackers, boxed water, bags of cookies, and bread. Everything imaginable. Wow, they've robbed plenty. Even more than my stock. How can I resist? Zhang Nian began looting the spoils. He stuffed everything edible into his spatial backpack. Obtained 30 cans of beef. Amplified 30 cans. Obtained 35 bags of chips. Amplified 35 bags. Obtained 20 cases of water. Amplified 20 cases. Haha, the amplification feels amazing. I'm rich. Soon the entire storeroom was stripped clean. All right, time to go back. Zhang Nian happily organized his backpack and prepared to leave. Just then a splashing sound came from behind. The sound was faint but clear. My. He turned to look at the deepest part of the cabin. In the dim light of the lower deck, visibility was poor. He could barely make out a dark hole in the far corner. The splashing came from there. Absorbed in looting, he hadn't noticed the hole earlier. He couldn't tell if it had just appeared or had always been there. Zhang Nian grew alert, raising his gun as he cautiously approached. His footsteps on the damp floor produced a creak sound. 5 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. Suddenly, bang. A black figure reeking of a pungent odor shot out like lightning, lunging straight at Zhang Nian's face. Bang, bang, bang. Without hesitation, Zhang Nian opened fire. Whatever it was, it attacked without warning. 3 bullets first. Huh. An angry hiss sounded. The black figure abruptly changed direction, executing 2 zaped leaps before retreating into a dark corner. Now Zhang Nian was certain this thing was not human and had just arrived on the ship. Otherwise, with old Six Chen's crew, they wouldn't have survived to meet him. Is it a false human or a quasi-false human? Zhang Nian's sharp eyes were fixed on the darkness. Who cares? Let's fire a few shots first. Bang, bang, bang. There was no foolish tugging, only the extreme caution of the 6th brother. No matter what it is, once it's dead, the system will naturally provide the answer. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I have to say the strength of this shadow is clearly much stronger than the ordinary quasi-false humans encountered before. Its speed is incredibly fast. The black figure repeatedly leaped between the wall and the ceiling. If it weren't for the enhancement from the gene capsule, Zhang Nian could hardly see its shadow. But can anything be faster than a bullet? Under Zhang Nian's high-frequency shooting, that shadow was ultimately turned into a sieve. Splash! It fell to the ground. Only at this moment did Zhang Nian see the appearance of that shadow. It was actually a monster resembling a catfish that had turned into a spirit. The monster had the head of a catfish, a human body, a catfish tail, and its limbs had inverted fish fins on the sides. Moreover, sharp, backward-facing hooks extended nearly 10 centimeters from its fingers. It was as ugly as it could be. What is this thing? Benbo Ba. Zhang Nian looked puzzled. Kill the deformed quasi-false human. Reward 500 gold coins. Amplification 500 gold coins. Deformed quasi-false human. A deformity among quasi-false humans. The reason for the deformation is currently unknown. This type of quasi-false human is inherently fierce with a strong desire to attack and feed. They are indiscriminate eaters, preying on humans as well as other quasi-false humans. This type of quasi-false human is extremely dangerous with a wide variety and significant differences in attack capabilities. If spotted, please stay away immediately or attack with full force at the first opportunity. Zhang Nian's eyes widened. Is this thing that fierce? It even eats its own kind. Deformed quasi-false humans usually have toxic sacs in their mouths, and the toxins can paralyze other quasi-false humans. Note, due to special reasons, the bodies of deformed quasi-false humans do not turn into black water upon death. The toxic sacs can be extracted for use. Toxins that can paralyze other quasi-false humans. This is a good thing. Collected. Zhang Nian raised an eyebrow, smiling as he took out his axe. He was preparing to modify this quasi-false human. The quasi-false human lay motionless on the ground, its eyes glazed over, clearly dead beyond recovery. Although this thing naturally had strong recovery abilities, it ultimately couldn't withstand the sheer number of bullets. Its entire body was riddled with bullet holes, and even its skull had been largely blown off, exposing the white brain tissue inside. Approaching closely, Zhang Nian stepped on the quasi-false human's head to hold it still while he moved the axe along its gills. Sizzle. The sound was akin to slicing through fish gelatin, echoing in the cabin. Soon as the gill area of the deformed quasi-false human was pried open, a black toxic sac the size of a ping-pong ball was revealed. This is it. Zhang Nian smiled and carefully dug it out, placing it in his backpack. Following the same method, he soon extracted the toxic sac from the other side. Phew, it's really a delicate task. The toxic sacs were very fragile, and if not careful, they could shatter. The entire extraction process required intense focus and was mentally exhausting. Thus, after collecting the 2 toxic sacs, his forehead was already covered in fine beads of sweat. Exhaling, Zhang Nian turned and headed back towards the starship. As he passed by the bow of the ship, he noticed the telescope hanging on the mast and took it with him. On the entire wooden ship, besides the ship itself, this telescope was the only high-end item. With a 16x magnification, it was quite powerful. Returning to the cockpit, Zhang Nian immediately began to control the console to dismantle the wooden ship. With the continuous upgrades of the starship, the functions of the dismantling platform were gradually being uncovered. It now possessed the capability for long-distance directional dismantling. All that was needed was to run the program, select the target for dismantling remotely, and it could be done immediately. Of course, enabling this dismantling mode has its prerequisites. The prerequisites are that the target must be close enough and cannot move, and there should be no macro living beings present on it. Otherwise, the dismantling will be ineffective. Please select a dismantling target. In an instant, the 3-dimensional images of all items and facilities within 50 meters appeared on the screen. Zhang Nian quickly located the icon of the wooden ship and directly clicked to confirm. Target selection completed. Would you like to dismantle immediately? He decisively clicked for immediate dismantling. Target dismantling in progress. A flash of light occurred. The pirate wooden ship floating nearby was enveloped in a layer of green light. With a series of processing sounds, it completely vanished. Target dismantling completed. Materials obtained from dismantling: wood 30 tons, steel 5 tons, plastic 1050 kilograms, glass 502 kilograms, brass 1239 kilograms. Ha, this is great. Looking at the string of data on the screen, Zhang Nian's smile grew wider. Having used only 5 machine gun bullets to obtain so many materials, there could be no better deal than this. After dismantling the wooden ship, Zhang Nian stood up and walked to the console. Now that he had left the danger zone, it was time to switch back to automatic driving mode. Switching driving mode. Successfully switched to automatic driving mode. Almost at the same time, a port announcement immediately came over the broadcast. Approaching Port Zhoushan Port. Estimated sailing time, 3 hours. Zhoushan Port. I hope this time it's a normal port. After hearing the announcement, Zhang Nian sighed. The series of life and death escapes had really worn him out. After all, being constantly beaten passively and feeling helpless was exhausting. But then again, while the escape was chaotic, the subsequent gains triggered were indeed quite rewarding. There's a profound saying that goes, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. In immense risk, one often finds equally substantial rewards. Speaking of fleeing, Zhang Nian couldn't help but think of something. That was the experience with the hurricane. From the information currently obtained, the captain of the hurricane most likely also gained a talent ability, just like him. However, the types of abilities are different. His is an amplification talent, primarily effective in terms of harvesting. The talent of the hurricane likely pertains to the ship's propulsion system. Otherwise, with the speed of a level 1 ship, it would be impossible to escape intact from a port in the midst of fierce battles. It seems I need to pay more attention to this mysterious hurricane in the future. Thinking of this, Zhang Nian opened the captain's group chat, preparing to check on the recent situation of the hurricane. Current area captains 961110000 launched giant shit to crush the little warm maggot. Finally. I finally leveled up, brothers. I'm now 20 meters long, no longer feeling inferior, and I've gotten fat. I am the protagonist. Alright, to avoid making you feel inferior, I won't mention that I leveled up twice to 25 meters, sailing speed of 20 knots, capacity of 25 people, and a displacement of 20 tons. Congratulations, congratulations. Launch giant shit to crush the little warm maggot. Is that not mentioning? You clearly just said it all at once. Damn it. My kind personality is about to disappear. Black Goat, your kindness is going to disappear. What am I then? 3 bounce Ferrari, what? If your kindness disappears, what am I? The other captains, bro, who can disappear? Zhang Nian scrolled through the comments and found that the hurricane had vanished again. Among hundreds of comments, there was not a single message related to it. Why does this guy keep appearing and disappearing? Seeing that Gale had gone silent again, Zhang Nian quietly left the group chat. There was still some time before reaching the port, so he decided to use this opportunity to enrich his arsenal. He currently possessed 3 types of weapons. The first was a twin-barreled heavy machine gun, primarily used to deal with relatively powerful pseudo-humans. The second was an FN-57 standard-issue pistol with mediocre lethality, only suitable for shooting ordinary low-end pseudo-humans. Yet it was also the weapon he used most frequently now. The third was a golden axe, which had a wide range of uses from chopping wood to hacking pseudo-humans. It was also the weapon that had been proven to be the most lethal against pseudo-humans so far. Its drawback was also obvious: it could only be used in close combat, and the risk of using it was extremely high. To compensate for this flaw, he planned to craft a secondary weapon capable of immobilizing the enemy. Only by neutralizing the speed advantage of pseudo-humans could the full power of the golden axe be unleashed. Zhang Nian rose and walked to the equipment table, opening the crafting template. The basic equipment table came with a set of weapon blueprints when first constructed. But back then he was solely focused on making firearms, so he hadn't paid much attention to them. He clicked open the crafting panel, and immediately several blueprints popped up. Iron axe, crafting grade common. Iron machete, crafting grade common. They were all cold weapons. Zhang Nian merely glanced over them before fixing his gaze on the last 2 blueprints. Wooden American hunting bow, high lethality, effective range 30 meters, crafting grade common. Steel hand crossbow, moderate lethality, effective range 20 meters, crafting grade common. Both were ranged weapons. The American hunting bow had greater lethality and longer range, but its drawbacks were obvious. It required a relatively spacious area to use, and in confined spaces it was difficult to leverage its advantages. Moreover, it was not easy to conceal. In the end, Zhang Nian settled on the steel hand crossbow. This weapon perfectly met his requirements. Its compact size and decent lethality were appealing, but most importantly, it could store energy. Being able to enter a ready state in advance made it ideal for ambushes, complementing the golden axe flawlessly. "You're the one," Zhang Nian said, directly clicking to craft. With ample steel, now making a hand crossbow didn't even make him blink. Steel hand crossbow crafted. A flash of light, and a meticulously crafted hand crossbow appeared on the equipment table. With a hand crossbow, a matching quiver and bolts were naturally needed. Soon a plastic quiver that could be strapped to the arm and 10 steel bolts were crafted. Zhang Nian fastened the quiver to his left arm and tested the feel. The quiver was a perfect fit, and the 10 gleaming steel bolts fixed, and it looked quite impressive. Not bad, good concealment, and easy to access. Zhang Nian nodded, satisfied. He took out all 10 bolts and laid them on the table, beginning the next step. The main reason he chose to craft a hand crossbow was that bolts were more suitable for applying poison. Initially, he had considered applying poison directly to pistol bullets. But on second thought, such biological toxins might be decomposed by high temperatures, losing their potency. Thus, using them with cold weapons was more reliable. For convenience, Zhang Nian also used the crafting table to make some small tools: measuring cups, trays, droppers, and small brushes. He took out the poison sac, placed it in a container, and repeatedly pierced it with the bolts to apply the toxin. The process was quick, completed in a few minutes. Finally, he carefully stored the bolts in the quiver, and a handy auxiliary weapon was complete. After packing away all materials and weapons, Zhang Nian stretched his tired back, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes to rest. With less than an hour to go, he needed to adjust his state. Time flew by. The cabin broadcast sounded. The vessel is about to dock. Captains, please prepare. Current dock, Zhoushan Port. Status stable. Docking time 1 hour. Zhang Nian slowly opened his eyes. Finally back to normal. Swoosh. The light curtain swept past, revealing the vast port before him. Unlike before, this port looked quite orderly. At the end of the gangway, there was a formal checkpoint, even guarded by official soldiers. At that moment, the checkpoint was packed with passengers eager to board. Judging by their anxious expressions, if not for the armed soldiers maintaining order, they would have likely rushed over. Why are there so many people this time, all gathered together? Aren't they afraid a pseudo-human might pop up and wipe them all out? Zhang Nian was puzzled. Suddenly a guess struck him. This place had likely just discovered pseudo-humans recently. Only in the early stages of a crisis did people most prefer to flee in crowds. Faced with a sudden terrifying threat, clueless people wanted to leave the scene immediately. Look, hurry, let me through. I need to get out of this damn place now. Don't push, asshole. I was first. Get lost. So what if you were first? Want to throw down? Watching the shoving crowd, Zhang Nian raised it. He noticed these people had quite a temper, talking about throwing down at the slightest provocation. With that kind of spirit, why not take it out on the pseudo-humans? Bang! A gunshot rang out. The crowd instantly fell silent, everyone too scared to breathe. Everyone quiet down. A soldier raised his gun, glaring at the troublemakers. Everyone, board in order. You're first, then you next. Walk over on your own. Yes, yes, yes. The first person called out was overjoyed and immediately scurried onto the gangway. Seeing someone approach, Zhang Nian sat up straight and began to carefully observe the person's movements and shadow. The checkpoint was about 100 meters from the star. This distance allowed enough time to judge the person's actions. Moreover, with soldiers on guard, any strangely shaped pseudo-humans were mostly eliminated before even reaching the checkpoint. So theoretically, this boarding inspection should be quite easy. Thump, thump, thump. The first to run over, he was not tall, wearing a white t-shirt and black shorts with a backpack. He looked relatively young, but sported a receding hairline. Haha, great, finally safe. Hey, open the door, let me board. The man approached, looking at Zhang Nian with. Zhang Nian smiled. Please show me your ID card. The man was taken aback. What? I need an ID to board. I didn't bring it. The man was taken aback. What? Do I need an ID to board the ship? I didn't bring it. Upon receiving the boarding notice, he was terrified and rushed over without even thinking about bringing his ID. Zhang Nian remained calm. It's fine if you don't have your ID. Just tell me your name and ID number. The man let out a sigh of relief. That's great. That's great. My name is Bai Xiaofei and my ID number is 238. Bai Xiaofei. What a wasted name. Oh, just looking at your appearance, you clearly resemble a trendy uncle who raises penguins on the second floor. Aren't you looking for Dan Dan? Cough, cough. Zhang Nian adjusted his mindset and lightly tapped on the keyboard. Soon Bai Xiaofei's information appeared. Name Bai Xiaofei, gender male, age 28, occupation programmer at Thunder Company. So he's a programmer, no wonder he looks so young, yet has a demeanor of someone who enjoys the sea. Zhang Nian meticulously compared Bai Xiaofei with the photo several times. There was no issue with the appearance, it was the same person. Although the head shape was quite different, the essence remained consistent. No abnormalities in the identity information. Zhang Nian sniffed lightly, detecting no odor typical of a fake person. Everything seemed normal. Do you exercise regularly? Come on, let's get your body moving. You can do deep squats, frog jumps, or perform a set of martial arts. Zhang Nian wanted to observe the other party's physical coordination. Just looking at running wouldn't reveal much, some high-difficulty actions are necessary. Bai Xiaofei was taken aback. My dad never taught me any martial arts. He'll just do a few squats instead. As he spoke, he began to squat down and stand back up. However, before he could complete 5, his vision suddenly went dark, and he fell backward. Zhang Nian couldn't help but twitch his lips. Yes, this was definitely a human. He had never seen a fake person who could get confused after exerting themselves. All right. Don't die on me here. He quickly waved his hand. Come over and look at the camera. Oh. Bai Xiaofei stood up unsteadily and looked towards the camera. What the hell, that's not a camera. His eyes were blurred. Before he could react, a strong light shone on him. The whites of his eyes were normal, no significant redness and no abnormal spots. The pupils contracted naturally without abnormalities. Open your mouth. Zhang Nian equipped himself to check if Bai Xiaofei's throat showed any signs of inflammation. Of course, this was just a routine procedure. The other party's pronunciation was very normal, and the possibility of being parasitized was almost ruled out. Lastly, a temperature test was required. Zhang Nian carefully tested several locations with the thermometer, and the temperature remained constant at 36. 8°C. Everything was completely normal. All right, you can board the ship now. Zhang Nian pressed the switch. Thank heavens. Thank the earth. Thank the captain. I'm finally saved. Huh. Bai Xiaofei boarded the ship with a look of relief after the disaster. Quick look, he boarded the ship, that's great. Seeing Bai Xiaofei successfully pass the inspection, the crowd waiting in the distance stirred. Although everyone knew that normal people could board the ship, seeing it with their own eyes felt different. It was the excitement of hope being manifested. They could finally leave this place. Next, the guard soldier loudly reminded. Coming, coming. A middle-aged man responded and hurriedly crossed the checkpoint, running onto the gangway. He was dragging a huge red suitcase so large that it would need to be checked in even for a flight. Clang, clang. Clang, clang. The suitcase dragged across the gangway, creating a jarring noise. He jogged to the light curtain. The man first chuckled, then swiftly took out his documents and displayed them in front of his chest. Hee, this is my ID card. Zhang Nian glanced over and then called up the corresponding information. Name Hidayo, gender male, age 48, occupation chef at Yun Hotel. He checked the photo. Although some time had passed and he had gained quite a bit of weight, it was still possible to confirm that it was the same person. Why are your eyes red? Zhang Nian stared at Hidayu's eyes and noticed they were a bit red. Even without lighting, it was obvious. Oh, I heard that a fake person mixed in here, and it scared me to the point where I couldn't sleep for 2 days and nights. I guess that's why my eyes are like this. Look at the lens, don't blink. Zhang Nian raised his flashlight and shone it on him. Hidayo squinted a bit, but didn't close his eyes. His pupil reaction was normal, and the redness in his eyes was due to the blood vessels in the whites of his eyes being filled with red. There were no strange spots present. It appeared that the redness was indeed due to lack of rest, leading to the blood vessels dilating. This was a normal phenomenon. There's no problem. Extend your hand so I can take a look. Although his eyes were fine, that was far from enough to pass the security check. Nowadays, the fake people are too good at disguising themselves. If one isn't careful, they could easily fall into a trap. Moreover, aside from him, there were many ordinary passengers on the ship. Even if he could take down a fake person, he might easily become a lone wolf. Sigh, all right. Hidayo cooperatively extended both hands. Those hands were not as rough as one might imagine. Aside from a few old scars, they looked almost like those of a normal person. But this was precisely what a chef's hands should look like. After all, once he became a head chef, he mainly directed others and rarely cooked personally except in special circumstances. At most, he would just taste the food. So the lack of roughness in his hands was perfectly normal, which could to some extent eliminate the possibility of him being a fake person. Except for substitute type fakes, the vast majority of fakes cannot achieve such detail in their disguises. This is why he wanted to check the hands. Of course, this was all due to the issues forced out by Lu Ruyan. Being overly cautious was indeed necessary. After confirming that the hands were fine, Zhang Nian took out the thermometer again to measure the temperature. Once bitten by a snake, 10 years of fear of a well rope. Seeing the red eyes, he was always wary that the other party might be a parasitic entity. It was still better to check carefully. Beep, beep, beep. Zhang Nian tested Hidayo several times in quick succession, focusing on the lungs. The results were good. The data was all normal, showing no fever symptoms or localized high temperatures. Seeing the good results, Zhang Nian was of course delighted. After all, the more people he brought, the more gains he would have. In the end, he set his gaze on that overly large suitcase. Why did you bring such a big suitcase? These are all my belongings. You know, in the chef profession, there's a... Oh, I see. Then could you open the suitcase for me to check? This is a necessary procedure for boarding the ship. Zhang Nian nodded and casually pointed at the suitcase. However, just as the thermometer scanned the suitcase, a discordant number popped up. 42. 9C. Beep. The air suddenly became silent. Zhang Nian slowly withdrew his gaze and looked at Hidayo. Hidayo also turned to look at him. The two locked eyes. Huh. Hidayo suddenly laughed. Don't misunderstand, I have quite a few self-heating pots inside. It might be a packaging leak that caused it to heat up automatically. Do you like to eat them? All right. Once we board the ship, they'll give you a few boxes. Zhang Nian raised an eyebrow. Is that so? But how do you know it's hot without seeing the data? Upon hearing Zhang Nian's words, Hidayo fell silent, his smile abruptly vanishing. Can't you let me board the ship smoothly? Do you have to make me force my way in? In the next moment, Hidayu's expression turned fierce as he drew a hammer from his waist and swung it violently towards Zhang Nian's forehead. Bang, bang, bang. However, the result was quite embarrassing. Even with the forceful swing of the hammer causing his features to distort, the light screen before him didn't flicker once. They say puppet-type false humans are ruthless and cunning with high intelligence, but I see that may not be the case. Zhang Nian chuckled and raised the gun in his hand. However, he did not aim at Hidayo, but rather tilted the gun towards the suitcase. Since you like hiding in the box so much, then don't come out. Bang, bang, bang. 5 shots rang out in quick succession. 5 holes instantly appeared on the suitcase. Squeak, squeak, squeak. With a piercing scream, black blood gushed out, and Hidayo, who was frantically smashing the light screen, immediately collapsed to the ground like a marionette with its strings cut. Kill the puppet-type false human. Reward 200 gold coins. Bonus 200 gold coins. Oh, someone was killed. The captain has killed someone, run. In the distance, upon seeing Hideo crashing to the ground, the confused crowd suddenly erupted in screams. Their cries set off a chain reaction, and soon everyone was howling. Run. This ship isn't here to pick people up. The captain is a false human, and everyone who boards will die. What are you waiting for? Run. Whoosh. More than a dozen people who had been at the front of the line immediately screamed and broke away from the line, fleeing back the way they came. The number of people decreased by more than half. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for the false human captain to come down and catch you? Run. At this moment, the earlier group of loud screamers began to shout again. However, this time no one ran away mindlessly. Some even turned back to give a disdainful glance at the loudest troublemakers. Stop shouting, the fools are those few, and they've all run off. If you want to run, run yourself, though no one is stopping you. I'm ahead by quite a few spots, and am enjoying the line. Exactly, the captain shot at a false human. Do you really think we can't see that? Seeing their scheme exposed, the troublemakers instantly laughed. Huh. It seems those who stayed are all smart people. At least we've done a good deed by helping everyone move up a few spots. The guards maintaining order looked at these people scheming against each other and shook their heads in exasperation. Next, an old man stepped forward. Interestingly, although the old man was quite aged, appearing to be at least 80, he was full of spirit and vitality. His eyes, far from being clouded by age, were as sharp as those of someone in their 20s. He glanced back at the troublemakers, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Thanks to your shouting, I wouldn't have been able to reach the front of the line so quickly. Old dang, who are you calling out? With such a foul mouth, did you smear shit on it? You've lived so long without any virtue, you just wait to be eaten by the false human. I curse you to never board the ship. Huh. Upon hearing the old man's words, the troublemakers immediately became unhappy and began to curse back. At first, the old man didn't pay much attention, but when he heard someone cursing him to never board the ship, his expression instantly turned sinister. He turned to look at the troublemakers. You better hope I can successfully board the ship. Otherwise, I will make you know what a... Upon hearing this from the old man, everyone around inexplicably felt a chill run down their spines, as if they had fallen into an icy abyss, their hairs standing on end. No one dared to speak again. Even the two guards felt their heartbeats slow down, suddenly feeling uneasy all over. Humph. The old man snorted coldly and turned to walk onto the gangway. What are those people doing? Why are some running back? Zhang Nian looked into the distance, puzzled. Have you come to your senses? Just as he was confused, an old man in his 70s or 80s crossed the checkpoint and walked over at a leisurely pace. While walking steadily, he did not lose his composure, which immediately caught Zhang Nian's attention, causing him to observe carefully. This old man moves quite nimbly. I wonder what he used to do. The distance of 100 meters is not long. Even though the old man was not walking quickly, he reached the front in no time. Hello, young man, here is my identification. The old man stared at Zhang Nian with sharp eyes for a long while, and after a few seconds he finally took out his ID. Why was he looking at him like that? Zhang Nian felt somewhat bewildered. However, he didn't say anything and glanced at the old man's identification before starting to verify the information. Name Ma Changhe, gender male, age 82, occupation former martial arts school coach. No wonder he has such vitality, he must be a martial artist. But even if he is a martial artist, he shouldn't be staring at me like that. Do we have a grudge? Zhang Nian frowned. Come look at the camera. Without waiting for a response, Zhang Nian shone a flashlight directly at him. Ma Changhe squinted, but did not flinch like others. It seemed he was already prepared. Oh, a martial artist is indeed strong-willed. Zhang Nian nodded. Up to this point, it seemed he had only checked 2 items, but in reality, he had examined 7. Coordination of movement, shadow synchronization, anomalies, verification of appearance information, abnormal pupil response, presence of red spots in the eyeballs, unusual smells, and hoarseness of voice. All these checks were completed. Now he only needed to carefully inspect the old man's local appearance before he could smoothly grant passage. Now please extend your hand so I can see your fingers. Upon hearing this, Ma Changhe raised an eyebrow, somewhat reluctant to cooperate with this action. But after hesitating for a moment, he finally extended his hand. It was a pair of thin and calloused hands with slightly larger joints than an average person. Of course, this was not a problem. It was just a hand shape typical of martial artists. This was due to years of impact, damage, healing, and repeated honing. If this fist were to hit someone, it would definitely be a punch that could knock the breath out of them. 2 punches would leave them unable to open their eyes. Zhang Nian examined carefully, not overlooking any corner, especially around the fingertips. After a long, while seeing no abnormalities like reversed fingernails, he nodded. All right, you can. His words were abruptly cut off. Just as Zhang Nian was about to say he could pass, his peripheral vision inadvertently caught a glimpse of Ma Chang's. It was a pair of ankles that absolutely should not be found on an 80-year-old man. Because no matter how well a person takes care of themselves, their skin will age and wrinkle with time. Yet at this moment, Ma Chang's ankle was smooth and delicate, as if polished like white porcelain. It was so smooth that there wasn't a single wrinkle, and not even the normal skin texture was visible. The disparity between the skin on his hands and that on his ankles was so significant. This was definitely Ma Changhe, who had been staring at Zhang Nian, noticed something was off and curiously looked down at his ankle. It was only after seeing the exquisitely reflective skin that he understood what was happening. After a moment of silence, he suddenly raised his head to look at Zhang Nian, a wicked smile appearing on his face. You discovered it again. Hearing the old man's words, Zhang Nian's heart suddenly tightened. It was not because of the words themselves, but because the voice that came forth was unmistakably that of a woman. Moreover, this voice was one he was very familiar with. It was the very voice that had haunted him during his first escape, that of Lu Ruyan. She had actually escaped from that port. This also meant that another captain, just like him, had fallen victim. Zhang Nian took a deep breath, his muscles instantly activating while his mind rapidly devised a plan to hunt down Lu Ruyan. Should I call you Lu Ruyan now? Or Ma Changhe? His voice was icy, and he had already formulated a plan in his heart. Of course it's Lu Ruyan. The old man chuckled wickedly. Lu Ruyan is the role I have immersed myself in the most, to the point of almost forgetting myself. How could I simply discard it? With a sinister grin, the old man's bones and skin began to transform at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, he had morphed into the likeness of Lu Ruyan. Fair skin, beautiful features, and long legs with a beauty mark at the corner of her eye. To be honest, if this person were not a fake, she would truly be a sight to behold. But the reality was quite ironic. Beneath this beautiful facade lay an exceedingly ugly monster. Meanwhile, the distant crowd, confused, began to stir with excitement. How did the old man turn into a great beauty? Turns out it's a cross-dressing cosplayer. Had I known, I would have been gentler earlier. This is awkward. See her? Right on time. I remind you all, I found this person first, so don't try to snatch her from me. Once on the ship, I'll make the first move. However, not everyone was thinking with their lower halves, and soon someone spotted the issue. Are you an idiot? Who has the time to play cosplayer right now? That is clearly a fake person. Fake person. That's actually a fake. A fake has infiltrated. Run. Oh my god. Run. Panic spread rapidly, and a large crowd fled in a hurry. Even the two guards maintaining order immediately sought cover, aiming their guns at Lu Ruyan, ready for battle. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan's transformation was still ongoing. Her arms rapidly elongated and her hands gradually narrowed, quickly turning into a glistening dagger of cold light. Lu Ruyan glared at Zhang Nian with venomous eyes, her lips curling to reveal sharp fangs. I told you we will meet again. Today let me completely tear you apart. With that, Lu Ruyan swung her arm violently. Her elongated arm whirled through the air at high speed before suddenly stabbing towards the light barrier. Whoosh! The extreme speed created a sonic boom in the air. It collided heavily with the light barrier. Bang! The massive impact caused the ship to tremble, creating a splash of water. However, unexpectedly, despite the significant shaking of the ship, the light barrier merely flickered violently a few times before stabilizing once more, showing no signs of breaking. It was clear that the upgraded starship had reached level 4, and its defenses were no longer what they used to be. Even with Lu Ruyan's strength, it was difficult to break through easily. Zhang Nian looked at the intact light barrier, a slow smile creasing his lips. So what do you think? My new ship isn't bad, right? It's a pity you will never have the chance to board and see it. Lu Ruyan stared blankly at the unharmed light barrier, then looked at Zhang Nian's smug smile. She was completely furious, her features twisting in rage, terrifying and grotesque. Don't get too smug too soon. This broken ship can't withstand my attack. Just wait to die. With that, Lu Ruyan underwent her second transformation. This time it was not just a simple physical change, but amidst the sound of cracking bones, she fully revealed her original appearance. Before long, she grew taller, her limbs swelling rapidly, and her sharp hands elongated once again. In an instant, she transformed into a gigantic monster with pointed horns, 3 meters tall, grayish-white skin, a mouth full of fangs, and 4 hands turned into blood-colored blades. Roar! The moment her true form emerged, Lu Ruyan launched a near-manic attack. Her 4 blood-red, giant hands struck towards the light barrier like shadows. Boom, 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 boom. The sound exploded, and the ship trembled violently. The entire dock was enveloped in the terrifying sound of attacks, causing people's ears to ring painfully. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering echoed. Seeing the light barrier once again sprout fine cracks, Zhang Nian's eyes twitched. Is this Lu Ruyan's true strength? Even the level 4 defenses could not withstand it. She was indeed formidable, given that it's a miracle I managed to escape last time. But today he was no longer the easy prey he once was. Today let them test whose attack is stronger. With this thought, Zhang Nian's gaze turned cold. He quickly raised his hand, pointing at Lu Ruyan's forehead. Swoosh! Amidst the mechanical sounds, the dual-barreled machine gun at the bow of the ship instantly turned its muzzle, locking onto Lu Ruyan's forehead. Goodbye. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The heavy gunfire erupted instantly. Blinding tongues of fire spewed from the gun's mouth, and a rain of steel bullets poured out like a tempest. Long before she heard the sound of the machine gun turning, Lu Yin sensed something was wrong. It was a primal fear born from live's instincts. Her body reacted instantly, halting her attack and retreating with all her might. She left trails of afterimages in the air. Yet it was still a step too late. In the next second, the sound of tearing flesh erupted from her body like a drumbeat. Puff, 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 puff. Flesh and blood flew, her skin torn, black blood spraying like ink. Ah! A chilling scream erupted from Lu Yan's mouth. The sound was unrecognizable as human. A cacophony of voices, young and old, male and female, mixed together, making Zhang Nian's teeth ache. What the hell is that noise? It sounds so damn awful. Zhang Nian pointed his finger in the air, quickly tracking Lu Yan's figure, trying to control the machine gun to eliminate her and silence her immediately. But he had underestimated Lu Yan's strength. After sustaining several heavy hits, she adapted to the rhythm of the machine gun. Though her body was battered and torn, she did not perish. Instead, her speed increased. Damn, it seems the level gap among fakes is an insurmountable chasm. After all this time, the toxin from the aberrant fake has not even manifested. Previously, at the moment of Lu Yan's ultimate transformation, Zhang Nian had secretly fired a poisoned arrow. He had planned to kill her with the heavy machine gun once the toxin took effect, and she was immobilized. To his surprise, nearly 2 minutes passed, and even after replenishing ammunition, Lu Yan showed no signs of reaction. Her resistance to toxins was too strong. Could it be that the aberrant fake's level is too low for the toxin to have any effect? That shouldn't be the case, and after all, it's poison. Tigers, lions, and elephants can all be taken down by venomous snakes. How can a fake be immune to poison? Just as Zhang Nian was puzzled, the change finally began to manifest. He saw Lu Yan suddenly stagger, her speed plummeting, her limbs growing stiff, and her movements slowing down. Though she did not come to a complete stop, she was slow enough for an ordinary person to discern her actions. Lu Yan was astonished, glaring at Zhang Nian with fury. What have you done to me? I did nothing, just gave you an anti-inflammatory shot. Zhang Nian chuckled coldly, commanding the machine gun to unleash an even fiercer attack. Puff, 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 puff. Lu Yan's stiff limbs were instantly shot to shreds, spraying blood that stained the entire gangway black. Oh, damn little man, one day I will kill you. Bang. After Lu Yan shouted this in rage, her body instantly swelled and finally exploded like a balloon. The entire dock was instantly splattered with black water, pieces of flesh flying, a nauseating stench filling the air. Seeing this scene, a smile gradually appeared in Zhang Nian's eyes. Finally dealt with this big trouble. He want to kill me. Dream on. Yet the next second, a notification in his mind caused Zhang Nian's previously relaxed brow to furrow tightly. Successfully severely injured a level 5 substitute type fake. Reward 500 gold coins. Amplified 500 gold coins. Severely injured a fake and caused it to self-destruct, triggered the fake's lethal curse. In the days to come, it will continuously track you, seeking revenge until you are killed or until you completely destroy. This is even possible. Zhang Nian gazed at the foul-smelling black water mixed with shattered corpses on the ground, utterly speechless. After expending considerable effort, he thought he had finally managed to eliminate the troublesome Lu Yan. Now he was being told that she was not dead. Not only was she alive, but she had also triggered a curse seeking revenge against him. This was simply absurd. If she could survive even being blown to bits, what was the point? As if sensing Zhang Nian's dissatisfaction, a new prompt immediately echoed in his mind. Pseudo-beings are categorized into high-level and low-level, with those reaching level 5 or higher classified as high-level. Once a pseudo-being becomes high-level, conventional weapons and ammunition will be incapable of inflicting fatal damage. They can only be severely injured, but not killed. To completely eliminate a high-level pseudo-being, one needs to create special bullets or weapons. Special bullets and weapons. How do I make them? To create special weapons and ammunition, special materials must be added during the crafting process. For example, rare metals, rare animal and plant tissues, unknown special materials, and certain organs from mutated pseudo-beings. Zhang Nian's eyes gradually lit up. He had rare metals. A whole box of gold, surely over 2,000 kilograms. And there was also the gold. No wonder the golden axe has such formidable lethality. It contains rare metals. Zhang Nian's mood brightened considerably, reigniting his motivation. There's still half an hour left, let's keep working. Just as Zhang Nian's fighting spirit was reignited, the crowd in the distance also emerged from the shadows. Their eyes were filled with excitement, rekindled hope. Wow, this captain is impressive. He actually equipped a heavy machine gun at the bow. My sense of security is through the roof. Awesome, awesome. So the captain is this strong, what do we have to fear? Everyone hurry aboard. Perseverance is victory. In the end, we who waited until the last have won. The guard beside them, seeing that the crisis had been averted, began to restore order. All right, let's continue. The first in line can pass. Ha ha ha, finally it's my turn. A man excitedly crossed the checkpoint running towards the starship. Zhang Nian prepared for the inspection as he saw someone running over. The subsequent checks went smoothly. At the checkpoint, there were still 10 people left, all of whom passed without issue and boarded the ship. Phew, finally done. Zhang Nian leaned back in his chair, letting out a sigh of relief. Today's overall haul is quite good. I gathered nearly 2,000 gold coins and 11 living beings, and I also learned how to kill high-level pseudo-beings. Not bad, not bad. I guess it wasn't all in vain. Just then the broadcast announcement suddenly rang out. The ship is about to set sail. Please secure yourselves. Approaching port, Black Mountain Port. Estimated travel time, 3 hours. With the announcement fading, the starship cleaved through the waves and began sailing into the distance. In the cockpit, Zhang Nian took one last look at the receding blue barrier before rising to move toward the equipment table. The ship had left port, entering a relatively safer environment. He planned to take this opportunity to craft special bullets for emergencies. After all, no one knew when the unkillable Lu Ru Yin might suddenly appear again. Moreover, based on the system's prompts, it was not hard to infer that pseudo-beings could continuously evolve. This was terribly bad news, because this meant that the Lu Ru Yin he might encounter later could very well have evolved to a higher level, becoming even more ferocious and troublesome. Thus, he needed to quickly enhance his strength as much as possible. Still not strong enough. Standing in front of the equipment table, Zhang Nian sighed and began the crafting of special bullets. He clicked on the ammunition crafting option. The ammunition crafting panel immediately popped up. Zhang Nian set to craft heavy machine gun ammunition. This was currently his most powerful ranged weapon, and naturally it needed to be strengthened, because even the strongest special bullets would only work effectively after breaching defenses. Thus, the weapon's penetration power became particularly crucial. At this point, only the heavy machine gun could provide that. After selecting the ammunition type, Zhang Nian's gaze moved to the upper right corner of the interface, where there was a material addition window. In fact, he had noticed this feature earlier. It was just that because he hadn't experienced today's events, he hadn't paid much attention. He thought that as long as the weapon's lethality was strong enough, everything would be fine, but who knew there were so many considerations afterward. He clicked on the material window. Let's start with 1,000 kilograms. Zhang Nian directly clicked to add gold. Rare metal detected gold. Rare level normal 1 kilogram can only make 1 machine gun bullet. Gold is still considered normal. Zhang Nian's eyes nearly bulged out. TSK, TSK, TSK. What kind of world is this? Even gold isn't considered rare anymore. Alright, let's do it. Who lets pseudo-beings be so hard to kill? Let's start with 1,000 rounds. Gritting his teeth, he clicked to confirm production. 1,000 rounds of special ammunition production complete. Can be mixed with regular ammunition. Please select the proportion of special ammunition to add. True feelings exist in the world. Seeing this prompt, Zhang Nian was so moved, he almost cried. This would save him quite a bit of gold. He looked at the ratio adjustment option, carefully evaluating. In fact, the penetration power of special bullets and regular bullets was the same. It was only necessary to use gold bullets for the finishing blow. As long as the defenses were breached, a single special bullet would be enough to take a pseudo-being's life. Therefore, the proportion did not need to be too large. After some thought, he ultimately decided to use a tracer bullet ratio. 6 rounds of regular bullets paired with 1 special bullet was undoubtedly the most scientific ratio. Ammunition addition complete. After arranging the special ammunition, Zhang Nian turned his attention toward the cabin. The starship had been sailing for so long without receiving any news regarding the safe zone. He had always thought they would arrive after a few stops, but it turned out there was still no news. This time he had to find out the situation. And the ones who understood the safe zone best were naturally the passengers. As the door opened, Zhang Nian scanned the cabin. At this moment, the once empty cabin now had 15 people seated, occupying nearly a third of the entire cabin's seats. The atmosphere was noticeably livelier, no longer as desolate as before. A group of people were sitting together chatting. Upon seeing him enter, they immediately gathered to greet him. Captain. Hello, Captain. Zhang Nian waved his hand, signaling them not to be polite, and then his gaze fell on the newly boarded by Xiao Fei. I have a question for you. What is it? Please go ahead. Do you know where the nearest safe zone is from here? Bai Xiao Fei was taken aback. Safe zone. This place is the safe zone, isn't it? Zhang Nian's eyes widened in disbelief. What? This is the safe zone. Then why are there still pseudo-beings? Are you saying this is the safe zone? Zhang Nian's eyes widened in disbelief. Under normal circumstances, a safe zone should be an area completely free of any fake beings. It shouldn't be like this. Moreover, when they arrived at the port, the announcement did not indicate they had entered a safe zone. This was clearly contradictory. Yes, this is the safe zone. I've often seen people escape here by boat. As he said this, Bai Xiao Fei suddenly felt a bit sentimental. Sigh, I never expected that one day I would also be fleeing my homeland like those people. Hearing this, Zhang Nian's heart stirred, and he vaguely guessed something. When it comes to fleeing, I have plenty of experience. I've gone through it 3 times and practically an expert. At that moment, Li Dazue walked over with a grin. To put it bluntly, the so-called safe zone is just a place that hasn't been invaded by fake beings yet, or where all the fake beings have been cleared out. After hearing Li Dazue's words, Zhang Nian finally understood the true meaning of the port's status mentioned in the announcement. Port status stable. It indicates that the safe zone has been invaded by fake beings, and the local refugees have not completely evacuated. Port status in fierce battle. It indicates that in the invaded area the refugees have completely evacuated and official organizations are in the process of clearing the fake beings. Once the clearance is complete, it will revert to a safe zone. If it fails, it will enter another state, namely the third port status, fall. Thinking of this, Zhang Nian gradually furrowed his brows. If this theory holds, then the time it takes for him to reach the safe zone becomes an extremely uncertain number. It's possible that the next port is the safe zone. It could also take him 10 days or half a month at sea before he arrives. For example, the next port he is about to reach is indeed the safe zone. But because of a moment's negligence from a certain captain, it could lead to fake beings sneaking into the safe zone aboard the ship. Then this safe zone would instantly transform into an invaded area that needs rescue. Therefore, when he arrives at this port, the announcement will indicate that the current port status is stable. In this case, he can only continue to send the passengers on the ship to the next so-called safe zone. And thus he will face a terrifying issue. As long as he runs slower than others, there is a high probability that he won't be able to reach the safe zone. As long as he can't reach the safe zone, he won't receive the rewards that come from successfully escorting passengers. The longer he goes without rewards, the bigger the gap becomes. And the larger the gap, the lower his chances of reaching the safe zone will be. This creates a vicious cycle, ultimately leading to his elimination from this world. It seems I need to speed up the upgrading of the ship, or he'll be doomed sooner or later. Zhang Nian secretly made up his mind. He then looked at everyone and said, "All right, I just asked casually. You all continue chatting." After saying this, he turned and walked back to the cockpit. He now had a general understanding of this world. In short, to live better, he must upgrade the ship as quickly as possible. And to upgrade faster, the key step is to gather resources as quickly and abundantly as possible. Where can resources be found? Of course, at resource points. However, searching for resource points presents an unavoidable problem: how to efficiently locate resource points. He was completely unfamiliar with the distribution of resources in this world and was currently relying on autopilot to drift aimlessly. Not to mention efficiency, but whether he could even find any was a question. Tisk, this is quite troublesome. Thinking of this, Zhang Nian couldn't help but feel a headache. Suddenly, he looked at the distant azure sea and a smile gradually appeared on his face. When faced with difficult problems, why not try fishing first? Perhaps while fishing the problem will resolve itself. Here it comes. There are still nearly 2.5 hours until the next port. He couldn't waste such a great time. Zhang Nian picked up his fishing enthusiast's obsession, opened the cabin door, and strode outside. When he arrived on the deck, the cool sea breeze brushed against his face, instantly refreshing Zhang Nian's mind. Even the frustration in his heart was significantly alleviated. What fresh air! Zhang Nian took a deep breath, exhaled, and then suddenly swung the fishing rod. Whoosh! The float flew out with a whistle and landed on the water with a thud. Splash, splash! The waves rolled, and in the blink of an eye 10 minutes passed. Suddenly, there was a reaction on the water surface. Zhang Nian's eyes brightened. He grasped the fishing rod tightly and pulled up with force. Come on up. Splash! A black sea bream with black and white patterns suddenly leaped into the air under the bright sun. This black sea bream weighed at least 3 pounds, and under the sun's rays its scales glistened with a silvery sheen almost blinding. Ha ha, finally I've caught a proper fish. Seeing this fish, Zhang Nian was almost grinning from ear to ear. This meant he could finally have a decent meal today instead of nibbling on those prepackaged foods. Zhang Nian walked over and caught the wriggling black sea bream on the deck. After a quick feel, it weighed at least 3.5 pounds. Not bad, quite fatty. You have obtained a black sea bream. You have amplified a black sea bream. As the notifications dropped, another black sea bream appeared on the deck. Of course, Zhang Nian wouldn't be polite and quickly stored it in his spatial backpack. In the spatial backpack, items can be preserved indefinitely without spoiling. He could always eat the freshest ingredients. After securing the black sea bream, Zhang Nian prepared for this. This cast came quickly. In under 3 minutes, he felt a tug on the line. Up! Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Nian yanked the fishing rod up. Splash! A piece of wood about a meter long flew up onto the deck. Its thickness was similar to that of a household cutting board, pitch black, and covered with a few wet seaweeds. As soon as it was on deck, a faint seaweed smell spread through the air. What I caught this time is actually a piece of wood. Zhang Nian approached in confusion and tried to pry it with his hands, but it didn't budge. The seemingly small piece of wood was surprisingly heavy. It felt like it weighed at least 100 pounds. If it weren't for the fishing rod's special attribute, he wouldn't have been able to pull this thing up at all. Just then a notification echoed in his mind. You have obtained 50 kilograms of mutated redwood. Amplified by 50 kilograms. Mutated redwood, due to exposure to the red moon, it has undergone some mutation, making it extremely tough, corrosion-resistant, and heat-resistant, classified as a refined wood. Refined wood. Zhang Nian's eyes instantly lit up. It turns out that in this world it is possible to obtain refined wood without having to extract it from ordinary wood. This was a monumental discovery. Initially, when he saw that the starry ship required 300 kilograms of refined wood to upgrade to level 5. And with 1 kilogram of refined wood needing 100 kilograms of ordinary wood to refine, you can imagine how much of a headache that was. A 110 exchange rate meant he would need 300 kilograms or 300 tons of ordinary wood. He would never be able to gather that much. Now at last he didn't have to worry about that anymore. 100 kilograms of refined wood in hand. Comfortable. Zhang Nian happily stored the piece of wood. Looking back at the sea, his gaze was filled with anticipation. Let's see what good things I can catch with the next cast. Whoosh! The float flew out and landed far into the sea. However, this time it seemed as though all energy had been spent. He waited for nearly an hour without any movement on the water's surface. Even someone as patient as Zhang Nian couldn't help but feel a bit shaken. But just as he was about to reel in the fishing rod and cast again, there was finally a reaction on the water's surface. Splash! The waves rolled. Finally, Zhang Nian's gaze sharpened, and gripping the fishing rod tightly, he shook it a few times before pulling up vigorously. In the next moment, a cylindrical object was pulled onto the deck. What is this again? Zhang Nian looked at the cylinder in confusion and curiously shook it after picking it up. Thud, thud, thud. A series of knocking sounds echoed. There's something inside. Zhang Nian immediately examined the object in his hand closely. His gaze finally landed on the middle of the cylindrical object where there was a mark. It was clear that it could be opened. He gripped the cylinder and twisted it vigorously. Bang! With a dull sound, the cylinder split into two. Zhang Nian looked inside and found a rolled up. What is this? Zhang Nian curiously unfolded the parchment. When his eyes fell upon the content, they suddenly brightened. A treasure map. When Zhang Nian saw the 3 red characters inscribed above the parchment, a smile immediately appeared on his face. It's actually a treasure map. Isn't this amazing? He continued to look down and discovered many patterns and characters outlined on the parchment. Although it was quite old, the content was still legible. Starting from the bottom right corner of the parchment, it detailed numerous locations. Among them were islands and coastlines, each connected by dotted lines. Winding and twisting the lines began from the bottom right corner of the parchment, extending all over the map. Soon Zhang Nian found several familiar names marked on it. Not returning Due Port, Zhoushan Port, and the soon to arrive Heishan Port. His gaze continued to move along the route. Gradually, the smile on Zhang Nian's face grew more pronounced. He had located the treasure's hiding place. It was marked with a red label. The Treasure of Eternal Remembrance. The Treasure of Eternal Remembrance. Sounds impressive, but unfortunately, it doesn't specify what treasures lie within. Zhang Nian pondered while resting his chin on his hand. Since it's a treasure, it must be filled with all kinds of gold and silver riches. Furthermore, there will certainly be other precious items. Perhaps I could obtain some extraordinarily powerful equipment. Just what I need right now is rare metals. In any case, this is an opportunity that has presented itself. Oh, I can't pass it up. Zhang Nian decided to venture there. Continuing to examine the map, he discovered that the treasure's location was in a place called the Lost Sea. It was quite remote. The distance was far. Fortunately, the route wasn't too complicated. He only needed to cross one port to reach that location. First, he would pass through Heishan Port, then before reaching the second port, Matabeo, approximately 10 nautical miles away, he would turn at a right angle and continue sailing for 13 hours to reach his destination. Memorizing the route, Zhang Nian put away the parchment. He then glanced at the time. It was already 3 in the afternoon, and there was less than 10 minutes until they reached Heishan Port. He needed to return to the cabin to prepare. After all, regardless of what he would be doing later, screening for imposters was the most crucial task, leaving no room for carelessness. Back in the cockpit, after Zhang Nian completed all preparations, the announcement came as expected. The ship is about to dock. Please prepare the captain. Current port, Heishan Port. Status stable. Docking time 1 hour. As the voice fell, a blue barrier rapidly magnified from a distance, silently sweeping past the ship. In the next moment, a port resembling a tourist attraction appeared before Zhang Nian. It was a port built beneath a mountain peak. Moreover, it seemed the construction wasn't very old. The wooden boards on the bridge were new, with only a few showing black spots due to dampness. Zhang Nian looked into the distance where some anxious passengers were already waiting at the bridge. Unlike the previous Zhoushan Port, there were no soldiers stationed here. It all depended on the passengers' willingness to queue. However, these passengers clearly had some experience with migration. They weren't chaotic like the previous group. Everyone stood at a considerable distance from each other, silently queuing. Upon seeing the ship dock, a person quickly approached. It was a woman wearing a trench coat, her face showing anxiety. The woman stepped closer and directly raised her identification card. "Here is my ID, please hurry, I'm very scared." Zhang Nian smiled. "Don't worry, this position you're standing in is much safer than the one you were just in." This wasn't Zhang Nian boasting. With the current attack power of the Xingqian, unless he encountered a high-level imposter, no imposter could stir up trouble here. "That's good to hear," the woman nodded. Zhang Nian glanced at her ID and then pulled up the information. The woman's name was Hu Yu. Age 26, an employee at an advertising company. The information and image matched, and there were no issues. During their earlier conversation, he hadn't sensed any smell of imposters. "Now let me see the camera," Zhang Nian said, raising the flashlight to Hu Yu's eyes. The light shone on her eyes, and her pupils visibly contracted. Furthermore, there were no red spots in her eyes. Everything appeared normal. "Stretch out your hands. Let me see your palms." "Okay." Hu Yu cooperatively extended her hand. Zhang Nian looked up. He carefully observed the size of her finger joints, the length of her fingers, and the state of her nails. After looking for a while, he found no issues. "So can I board the ship now?" Hu Yu suddenly asked. Zhang Nian withdrew his gaze. "Take a few steps back." Once bitten by a snake, 10 years wary of a rope. After being troubled by Lu Ruyin, he now not only had the habit of checking fingernails, but also developed the habit of looking at ankles. "Oh, all right." Hu Yu slowly stepped back. But at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. Splash! Splash! The sound of 2 water droplets falling caught Zhang Nian's attention. He raised his head in confusion, and when he saw Hu Yu's face, his pupils involuntarily shrank. Drip! Drip! The sound of 2 liquid drops striking the ground echoed through the air. Zhang Nian, who was examining his ankle, suddenly caught sight of 2 drops of fresh crimson blood splashing onto the earth. Zhang Nian paused. "Huh, blood." He looked up in confusion, and when his gaze fell upon Hu Yu's face, his pupils contracted sharply. At that moment, 2 streams of glaring red blood were trickling from her nostrils. At first it was just a trickle, but then it flowed incessantly like a faucet that hadn't been properly turned off. Sensing Zhang Nian's stare, Hu Yu seemed puzzled. As if sensing something amiss, she touched her nose, and when she saw the large patch of crimson on her hand, her face instantly turned as pale as parchment. She took a deep breath, then let out a piercing scream. Ah! Hu Yu, who had been relatively calm moments before, instantly lost her composure and began pounding frantically against the light barrier. Thump! 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 "Open up! Open the door! Let me in! I don't want to die! I don't want to die! Open up, please!" Zhang Nian's expression also changed. This was a situation he had never encountered before. He had no idea what was happening to her. But one thing was certain. She was not normal, and he absolutely could not let her board the ship. Even if she wasn't a false human, she was most likely a potential danger. "Miss Hu, given your condition, I'm afraid I cannot allow you to board." "I don't care. I have to get on that ship. Open the door now." Hu Yu stared at Zhang Nian with bloodshot eyes, her expression a world apart from before. Not only that, but blood was now streaming not just from her nose, but also from her mouth and eyes. She looked like a person on the verge of death from a potent poison. If earlier Zhang Nian had only refused her boarding out of safety concerns, suspecting she posed a threat, then now he had every reason to deny her entry, because this had clearly gone beyond the bounds of reason. Moreover, Hu Yu's appearance was still changing. Her eyes, nose, mouth, and ears were no longer bleeding. Instead, a black viscous liquid was gushing out. Even her jet black hair began to turn gray rapidly like falling leaves, and then fell out in large clumps. Her entire image could no longer be called human. She looked more like a zombie in a state of violent eruption. Yes, that was it, a zombie. And from the moment Hu Yu's nose started bleeding to her complete transformation into a zombie, it had taken less than a minute. It was frighteningly fast. Grr, grr. Now Hu Yu had stopped howling and was instead gnashing her sharp black teeth, crazily biting at the light barrier, producing a series of grating, teeth-clenching sounds. Ah, such a gentle girl she was. Gazing at Hu Yu, who had fully transformed into a zombie outside, Zhang Nian let out a sigh and slowly raised his gun. Bang! Killed a low-level, ordinary pseudo-human infected by a zombie-type pseudo-human. Reward 50 gold coins. Amplified 50 gold coins. Zombie-type pseudo-human appears identical to a normal person, but possesses zombie traits capable of infecting normal humans into zombie-like pseudo-humans. Weakness: the bodies of zombie-type pseudo-humans all emit a distinct hard-to-mask stench of decay, making them very easy to identify. However, these pseudo-humans are extremely cunning and often use infected pseudo-humans for probing and infiltration to bypass screening. Warning: where zombie-type pseudo-humans appear, they are often accompanied by a large number of infected individuals who show almost no external symptoms and are extremely difficult to identify. Identification method. Although infected individuals show no obvious changes in appearance, they have an insatiable craving for the scent of living humans. Once they catch a whiff of fresh flesh, they will undergo transformation within a minute. However, there are also elite infected individuals who are less affected and can hold out for a long time, but never exceeding 24 hours. Additionally, they exhibit symptoms of reddened nostrils. If you encounter someone with this symptom, please screen them carefully and consider isolating them for 24 hours of observation. Zombie-type pseudo-human. Another new breed. Zhang Nian frowned. Zombie-type pseudo-humans were indeed easy to identify. They carried a distinct stench of decay, and if one had a good sense of smell, they could be detected on the spot. But these zombie pseudo-humans were cunning, using infected individuals for infiltration. Moreover, before encountering living humans, these infected individuals were basically no different from ordinary people. They were very hard to identify. For ordinary infected individuals, the scent of living humans could be used to lure them into revealing themselves. But for those elite infected individuals, this trick was far less effective. Nor could he possibly make passengers wait outside for 24 hours before boarding. As for identifying them by reddened nostrils, that was too far-fetched. At best, it was just a warning sign. People with a heat rash also had red nostrils. Looks like isolation is the only option. Zhang Nian muttered to himself. Thump, thump, thump. Just then the sound of footsteps approached, and another man walked over from a distance. On the gangway, the man saw the rapidly dissolving black water on the ground, and a look of terror flashed across his face. But after a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself and walked over. Hello, here are my documents. Following the earlier prompt, Zhang Nian first sniffed the man's scent to ensure there was no stench of decay before proceeding. He glanced at the man's documents and began to verify the information. This time, he deliberately slowed down his movements, wanting to see if the man would undergo any changes within a minute. The system had previously indicated that wherever zombie-type pseudo-humans appeared, they would inevitably be accompanied by a large number of infected individuals. These people had likely been gathering here for some time. It was hard to say how many infected individuals were already mixed in. What's the matter? Is there a problem? Seeing Zhang Nian remain silent, the man began to inquire. No problem. Come on, look at the lens. Zhang Nian directly shone a flashlight on him. The rechargeable flashlight was very bright. The light hitting the man's eyes made him squint. Pupil reaction was normal with no obvious redness. All right, now do 10 squats. Oh, sure. The man cooperated and immediately began doing squats. Zhang Nian observed for a while. The man's shadow and movements were all normal with no issues. And now a minute had passed, and the man showed no change. He was most likely a normal person. However, to be safe, Zhang Nian decided to intensify the testing. He rolled up his sleeves deliberately, exposing the skin and muscles underneath. The man did not have reddened nostrils, suggesting he wasn't an elite infected individual. But it didn't rule out the possibility that some infected individuals had strong willpower and could hold out for more than a minute. Better safe than sorry. What are you doing? The man was startled when he saw Zhang Nian roll up his sleeves. After all, he had just witnessed the man fire a gun. It's nothing. Just keep going. Zhang Nian smiled. Oh. The man glanced at Zhang Nian's exposed arm, acknowledged, and prepared to continue cooperating with the inspection. But the very next second, 2 streams of blood dripped from his nostrils. Plop, plop. They fell to the ground. The man froze. He touched his nose in confusion. And when he saw the blood, bright red tinged with black, on his hand, terror instantly seized his face. CA? Captain, what's happening to me? Zhang Nian's smile deepened. Hey, it's nothing at all. Just take a deep breath. It'll be over soon. Bang. Killed an ordinary infected individual of a zombie-type pseudo-human. Reward 100 gold coins. Amplified 100 gold coins. Watching the corpse on the ground slowly dissolve into black water, Zhang Nian's smile gradually faded. Having checked 2 people in a row, both were infected. This indicated that the proportion of infected individuals among the crowd had reached a terrifying level. Perhaps even all of them were. Thump, thump, thump. Footsteps approached from a distance once more. This time a bald man with a scar on his face walked over. He looked somewhat fierce. The bald man moved swiftly, glanced at the black water on the ground without any expression, and directly produced his documents. Speed up the process. I'm in a hurry. Zhang Nian looked at the bald man and immediately noticed the symptom he least wanted to see. The area around the bald man's nostrils was flushed bright red, as if burned by a red-hot branding iron. Why is your nose red? Zhang Nian asked according to protocol. Upon hearing this, the bald man immediately began cursing. Don't even mention it. Damn it, these wretched things have been keeping me up for days. I'm all stressed out. I don't know what's happening to this world. Suddenly, so many man-eating creatures appear, messing up my business. It's so damn annoying. This answer was roughly what Zhang Nian had expected. So he stopped dwelling on the issue and began checking the information on the computer. Name Chen Dagong, gender male, age 42, occupation freelancer. Zhang Nian raised an eyebrow. Freelancer was a broad term. It could mean an entrepreneur, a small vendor, or even an unemployed drifter. But judging by Chen Dagong's earlier words and the scar on his face, this guy was likely an entrepreneur, the kind who relied purely on talent and hard work. First, verify the photo. Apart from the scar and hair, the appearance matched. It was confirmed to be Chen Dagong himself. No issues there. No abnormalities in terms of smell either. There was no stench of decay or a latrine. When Chen Dagong walked over earlier, his movements were agile and his shadow was perfectly synchronized. After verifying the information, Zhang Nian took out a thermometer and began measuring Chen Dagong's temperature. 36. 8C. 36. 8C. His temperature was normal, without any localized overheating like He Jun had. Come on, look at the lens. Zhang Nian raised a flashlight and shone it over. This was the last step. If nothing was wrong, he could board the ship for quarantine. Hey, what the hell? My eyes. Who the hell told you to shine that at me? Caught off guard, Chen Dagong immediately grew agitated. This is a mandatory check before boarding. It's the rule, Zhang Nian said calmly. Rule my ass. I'm the one who sets rules for others. Who the hell do you think you are to talk to me about rules? Chen Dagong grew more worked up, rolling up his sleeves as if ready for a fight. Open the damn door, and he'll show you what rules really mean. Hearing this, Zhang Nian chuckled. Haha, fine, I'll give you a chance. The basic checks were all clear, the only thing left was quarantine. But given the man's fiery temper, he clearly wouldn't cooperate with quarantine willingly. So Zhang Nian decided to use this opportunity to beat him into submission and teach him a lesson. Whoosh! The hatch opened. Seeing the suddenly open hatch, Chen Dagong was stunned. He hadn't expected Zhang Nian to actually open the door. What's more, he even agreed to discuss the rules. Hey, what the hell? You've got some nerve, kid. Alright, today I'll show you why flowers are so red. Zhang Nian's frankness only provoked Chen Dagong further, making him feel slighted. Back in the day, he was the kind of guy who'd lead a dozen thugs into someone else's turf. How could he tolerate such disrespect? He immediately strode into the cabin. Inside, Chen Dagong looked around, but he only saw a group of passengers staring at him blankly with no sign of Zhang Nian. He immediately began shouting, "Where are you, you little bastard? Come out!" Chen Dagong's gaze suddenly locked onto Li Yong, who was sitting by the porthole. You? Go find your captain. I want to fight him onion. Li Yong was taken aback at first, then his eyes gradually widened in shock and disbelief, finally giving Chen Dagong a thumbs-up gesture that said, "You're really something." Wanting to fight Zhang Nian onion. How desperate for trouble was this guy? That was a man who could split a mimic in half with an axe. What chance did you have, buddy? What's with that look? Chen Dagong asked, confused. He means you're about to fly. A voice came from the hatch. Chen Dagong turned to see Zhang Nian standing at the hatch, smiling at him and casually locking the door. "Had damn, with those skinny arms and legs you sure talk big." Chen Dagong cracked his neck left and right with a crisp crack. Without further ado, he strode toward Zhang Nian. Let's see who really flies. The cabin was spacious enough, with an open area in the middle of about 10 square, but for a burly man like Chen Dagong, it was just a few steps away. He swung a fist as big as a sandbag, putting all his strength into a punch aimed at Zhang Nian's face. Thud! A dull sound rang out. But Chen Dagong's anticipated scene of Zhang Nian being sent flying never happened. Instead, his fist was firmly caught. What? What the hell did you eat to grow up? How are you so strong? Watching his powerful punch being effortlessly caught by someone who looked as weak as a chicken, Chen Dagong's eyes nearly popped out. A chill shot straight to the top of his head. He even began to suspect that the captain before him was actually a mimic in disguise. What I ate doesn't matter. What matters is that you're about to fly. Zhang Nian flashed a friendly smile. The next second, he slammed a fist into Chen Dagong's stomach. Thud! The immense force made Chen Dagong's eyes bulge as he was sent flying backward, sliding 3 or 4 meters across the floor before stopping. A full-force strike from someone twice as strong as a normal human was no joke. The fact that Chen Dagong didn't pass out was already a testament to his extraordinary constitution. Ugh. Cough, cough. You're definitely a mimic. I want off the ship. Cough. Chen Dagong struggled to sit up, staring at Zhang Nian with terror in his eyes. Having fought for half his life, he was certain that the force of that punch was far beyond what any normal human could produce. Luckily, he hadn't eaten in 2 days, or had have thrown up even bile. Haha, who's the mimic is still up for debate. Zhang Nian walked over with a smile. Also, as a passenger, you don't have the right to make demands of the captain. That's the rule, and you have to follow it. Go sit over there. Zhang Nian pointed to the innermost seat in the first row. That spot was far from everyone else, so even if something happened, it wouldn't easily affect others. No, I want to get off. Thud! Before he could finish, Zhang Nian's fist had already landed on Chen Dagong's face, sending stars spinning before his eyes. Thud, thud, thud. Zhang Nian didn't stop. He kept swinging. 1 punch. 2 punches. Soon Chen Dagong's face was swollen like a pig's head. The other passengers watched with twitching eyelids. They never imagined that their usually kind-looking captain could be so ruthless, beating someone without even blinking. From now on, they'd better behave. Stop! Stop! I give up. I won't get off the ship. Chen Dagong covered his head, grimacing in pain as he begged for mercy. Zhang Nian raised an eyebrow. That's it. You give up. Yes, yes, I give up. So are my rules the rules? Yes, yes, yes. Captain, whatever you say is the rule. From now on, I'll do whatever you say. Chen Dagong was completely beaten into submission, nodding repeatedly. We'll talk about the future after quarantine. You need to go over there now. All right, I'm going. Without further delay, Chen Dagong scrambled to the seat and sat down obediently. That's more like it. Zhang Nian nodded, then looked at Li Yong, who was snickering on the side. Come here and tie him up. Keep an eye on him. 247. If anything soft, come to me immediately. Got it. Li Yong cheerfully walked over, took the rope from Zhang Nian, and quickly tied Chen Dagong to the chair. All the chairs in the cabin were connected by a metal frame. Even if Chen Dagong was just an infected person, let alone a mimic, he wouldn't be able to break free anytime soon. After dealing with Chen Dagong, Zhang Nian immediately returned to the cockpit to prepare for the next passenger. However, when he got back, he found no one waiting. Are these passengers really that calm? I was only gone for 2 minutes. Surely someone should have. Zhang Nian looked into the distance, puzzled, and what he saw made his eyes widen to their fullest. In the distance, at some point, over 100 people had gathered densely. They were now staggering slowly toward the star, getting close. When did so many people suddenly appear? Zhang Nian looked into the distance with surprise, but soon realized something was wrong. Their movements were stiff, their gait lacking the natural rhythm of ordinary humans. Instead, as if drawn by some force, they moved solely on muscle memory, slowly converging toward the direction of the star. Due to the distance and the dim light in the forest, Zhang Nian could not yet make out their expressions. He decided to use the binoculars he had seized earlier to confirm. When he finally saw their appearance, his brow furrowed deeply. Every figure he laid eyes on had hair falling out, black fluid oozing from their 7 orifices, mouths full of sharp black fangs and blood-red eyes. How could these still be called humans? They were clearly a horde of zombies. So these people have all been infected. The zombie-type pseudo-human is indeed vicious. Zhang Nian's gaze turned cold. You bastard, you'd better be among them so I don't have to hunt you down one by one. Shine. Clack. As Zhang Nian issued the command, the bow-mount machine gun swiveled and aimed at the infected, as if receiving some signal. The horde of infected, which had been moving sluggishly, suddenly opened their mouths to reveal pitch-black fangs, their crimson eyes locking onto the star as they charged forward with a roar. In that instant, their movements became incredibly swift, surpassing even a 100-meter champion, their chaotic footsteps kicking up clouds of dust from the ground. Watching the infected sprinting toward him, Zhang Nian smirked coldly. He raised his hand and drew an arc enveloping all the infected within it. Fast indeed, but no matter how fast, you can't outrun bullets. The next second, the heavy machine gun, already set to free fire mode, spat out 2 blazing tongues of flame. Bullets poured forth like a metallic torrent. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. The infected at the forefront burst apart like watermelons, their torsos exploding into a shower of blood and flesh. The physical resilience of carbon-based life forms was as fragile as a salted duck egg before 12.7mm machine gun rounds. In less than 10 seconds, over 100 infected who hadn't even reached the dock were completely torn apart on their charging path. As the smoke cleared, the vast harbor was left with only scattered limbs and shredded flesh, along with the stench of rotting zombies hanging in the air. With all the infected down, a series of chimes began to ring in Zhang Nian's mind. Killed an ordinary infected. Reward 50 gold. Bonus 50 gold. Killed an ordinary infected. Reward 50 gold. Bonus 50 gold. Killed. The notifications continued for 108 times before stopping. By then, the grin on Zhang Nian's face had stretched to its limit. What a massive haul. Although each infected, even with the bonus, only yielded 100 gold, the sheer number made up for it. 108 infected, 100 each, that's 10800 gold in total. That was more gold than he had earned from all the ports he had docked at combined. Now he finally understood why some people enjoyed farming monsters in games. The relentless sense of reward was truly exhilarating. Too bad that zombie pseudo-human isn't among these infected. To cause such a large-scale infection, that guy must be a high-level pseudo-human. Killing it would definitely yield some good. Zhang Nian shook his head with some regret. He checked the time, it was almost an hour. It seemed the zombie pseudo-human lurking in the shadows wasn't going to show itself. After all, the star's firepower was too overwhelming. Even if it charged, it would gain nothing. Better to wait for the next ship to dock and plan for the long term. Buzz. Just then the broadcast suddenly crackled to life. The vessel is about to depart. Please hold on tight. Next port of call, Madberg. Estimated voyage time 12 hours. As the announcement ended, the star began to accelerate away from the port. Throughout this process, Zhang Nian's gaze remained fixed on the distant forest, scanning it. He half expected the pseudo-human to make a dramatic last-minute appearance, show its face, and get shot dead by him. But unfortunately, it stubbornly refused to show itself. Tisk, this bastard is really playing it safe. If it weren't for the time limit ID outlasted, and see who has more patience. Just as Zhang Nian was watching the forest, from a dark corner among the trees across the way, a pair of blood-red eyes were also fixed on him. Not until the star disappeared beyond the barrier. I've got my eye on you. You killed so many of my works. I won't forget this. If Zhang Nian had heard that, he would have jumped up and cursed it out. A bastard who wants to harm people, and you dare talk about hate. Who's the one with the real grudge here? Goal. Once the ship passed the barrier, Zhang Nian immediately walked to the control console and opened the weapon module. He began to check the machine gun's ammunition status. To maximize efficiency, earlier, he had activated full free-fire mode. He designated a target area, and the gun automatically selected and fired at enemies. This method was the most efficient, but also the most wasteful of ammunition. It felt great to show off, but the cost was truly painful. Dual-barreled ship, heavy machine gun status good. Remaining ammunition 1580. Damn, that's a heavy drain. I wasted over 500 rounds on just 108 infected. That was an average of 5 rounds per ordinary infected. Zhang Nian's vision went dark and his face twisted in anguish. They say using a machine gun is like eating bullets for a living. No exaggeration at all. No way. I can't waste these powerful rounds on small fry anymore. Every single round is worth a kilogram of gold. Let alone a commoner like me, even a real estate tycoon couldn't afford to play this game. Each bullet's raw materials were a kilogram of steel, a kilogram of gold plus special components, costing 5 gold per round. Just a few minutes of continuous fire would bankrupt him. Looks like he'll have to use regular weapons against low-level pseudo-humans from now on. I simply can't afford this. Having made up his mind, Zhang Nian returned to his desk and took out the parchment. His next goal was to head. He needed to carefully plan the course. According to the parchment, the star had to manually make a significant course adjustment 10 nautical miles before the next port, Madberg. The broadcast said the arrival time at Madberg was 12 hours. But since he needed to turn 10 nautical miles early, the actual sailing time should be around 10 hours. That meant reaching the turning point around 3 a.m. Zhang Nian checked the time. It was now 4:30 p.m. The upcoming voyage would be long and likely fraught with danger. So he planned to make thorough preparations before resting for the night. For instance, replenishing ammunition. Zhang Nian checked the inventory of ammunition and materials. Ammunition 12. 7mm heavy machine gun bullets, including gold rounds, a total of 1,580 rounds remaining. The handgun ammunition consists only of standard rounds, with 155 rounds remaining. As for materials, 30 tons of ordinary wood, 505 kilograms of or 3 tons of steel, which was used to produce 2 batches of machine gun bullets, 100 kilograms of fine wood, 1578 kilograms of gold, 1050 kilograms of plastic, 502 kilograms of glass, and 1239 kilograms of brass. Other materials include rubber and various ordinary metals. As for gold coins, they are currently quite abundant. Having eliminated quite a few faux humans at several ports earlier, although some ammunition was consumed, there is still plenty left, including 4,560 gold coins. Along with the more than 100 infected individuals, just eliminated the total amounts to 15,360 gold coins. It can be said that they are relatively affluent. Zhang Nian approached the equipment station and first selected machine gun ammunition. He first consumed 1,500 kilograms of steel to produce 1,500 standard rounds. Then he consumed another 500 kilograms of steel plus 500 kilograms of gold to create 500 gold rounds. In total, 4,000 gold coins were consumed. Money is easy to earn, but it disappears quickly too. Seeing that he had just spent about 1/3 of his gold coins, Zhang Nian couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. However, there is no other way to survive. Better, he must part with these gold coins. After all, gold coins cannot directly help him eliminate faux humans. After loading the machine gun rounds, Zhang Nian clicked to produce handgun rounds again. This time he prepared to create 100 gold handgun rounds. Under normal circumstances, the usage rate of handguns is far higher than that of machine guns. Moreover, most of the enemies he usually faces are merely ordinary faux humans. Using a machine gun would be somewhat wasteful. Therefore, producing more handgun rounds is quite necessary. Handgun rounds are relatively inexpensive. Producing 100 gold rounds only cost 100 gold coins, and the materials used were minimal. After finishing the handgun rounds, Zhang Nian also made several spare magazines. He specifically filled the 2 types of bullets separately. He would use standard ammunition against ordinary faux humans and switch to the gold magazines when facing higher-level faux humans. After making all the preparations, Zhang Nian took out 14 portions of food from the storage box. This was for the passengers on the ship. These people, unlike him, cannot always have a hearty meal. If he didn't provide them with food, they would probably starve to death before reaching the safe zone. Currently, there are a total of 15 passengers in the cabin, including Chundagong, who just boarded the ship. However, Zhang Nian did not want to prepare food for Chundagong yet. After all, the other party had not completed quarantine. If he turned out to be an infected individual, the food would be wasted. You can just suffer from hunger for now. Zhang Nian smiled and walked into the cabin with the food. Upon seeing Zhang Nian enter, Li Dazue immediately came forward in a sensible manner. Captain, if you have any tasks, just let me know. Zhang Nian was not polite and directly handed the pre-prepared food to Li Dazue. These 4 portions with luncheon meat are for you, Li Yong, He Jun, and Li Guilin, and the rest will be evenly distributed. Li Dazue and Li Yong are both people who have put in effort, so their treatment is naturally a bit better. He Jun and Li Guilin, one in a weak state, and the other having given him an apple, deserve a little extra care. As for the others, it depends on their future performance. If they perform well, they will get extra meals. If their performance is poor, they will at least be guaranteed not to starve. Captain, there are 15 of us, but it seems. Seeing that one portion was missing, Li Dazue wanted to remind him, but quickly realized it. He then chuckled. I understand, it's not a big deal, haha. Zhang Nian smiled and said, go ahead. All right. Throughout the process, he passed by Chundagong several times, who was drooling with anticipation. He thought he was about to eat something delicious, but by the time all the food was distributed, he hadn't received anything at all. Chundagong immediately became anxious and looked at Zhang Nian with longing. Captain, what about me? Zhang Nian raised an eyebrow. What do you need to use the restroom? No. I meant, could you possibly give me a portion of food? My attitude was poor before I realized my mistake. I beg you, please don't hold it against a person like me who lacks manners. I truly beg you. Chundagong pleaded earnestly with a demeanor so sincere that one might think he was a pitiful. However, someone like him who has been in the world of struggle and conflict for years could never believe he was at fault. If there were faults, they were merely due to insufficient strength. As long as strength was adequate, the faults would always belong to others. Zhang Nian looked at him with an amused expression for a while before suddenly saying, I know you're anxious, but don't worry. You still have a test to undergo. I guarantee that as long as you pass the test, I will prepare delicious food for you at the first opportunity. As he said this, Zhang Nian patted Chundagong on the shoulder, his eyes filled with encouragement. Scientifically speaking, a person can only last 3 days without food or water. But I believe that with your talent and abilities, you can completely break that record. Keep it up, I have high hopes for you. After saying this, he did not wait for Chundagong to respond and turned to leave. Chundagong was left dumbfounded, filled with regret. He wished he could slap himself 20 times. How could he have been so blind as to offend such a person? Not only was he denied food, but he was also encouraged to challenge his limits. This was not a challenge at all, it was clearly an intention to starve him. Returning to the cockpit, Zhang Nian lay directly on the bed, stuffing the handgun under the pillow as he entered a state of rest. The night fell and the waves surged. Time passed without him noticing how long it had been. Just as everyone was immersed in their sweet dreams, a faint singing voice seeped into the cabin. With the continuation of the song, Chundagong, who had been sleeping, suddenly woke up, his gaze sweeping around in terror. Only after seeing the surrounding quietness, without the scene of a group of people surrounding him to choke him to death, did he breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, good thing it was just a dream that scared the hell out of me. But this dream was too realistic. How could someone be singing at sea in the middle of the night? After saying this, Chundagong suddenly froze. Wait, it seems there really is someone singing. At the same time, a series of grinding teeth sounds that made his scalp tingle suddenly echoed in the cabin. Creak, creak. What the hell is that noise? Chundagong looked around in terror. In the darkness, he saw several sleeping figures standing up straight, and the grinding noise was coming from their mouths. Grrr, 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 grrr. The grating sound of grinding teeth echoed incessantly, sending chills down one's spine. In the darkness, over a dozen figures slowly rose upright like zombies, tiptoeing and wandering aimlessly through the cabin. Their lips chomped up and down as if chewing something. Chundagong's lips trembled as he witnessed this scene. His entire being was overwhelmed with dread, and his calves began to cramp. The sight before him was exactly the same as in his dream. Though these people now wore vacant expressions, in just a moment they would surround him, strangle his neck, and eventually tear him apart. As if deliberately aligning with his thoughts, the dozen figures that had been wandering aimlessly suddenly halted, and the next second, as if they had spotted prey, they all turned their heads in unison to look over. What was even more bone-chilling was that though their eyes were closed, they gave off an eerie sensation of being intensely stared at. Oh my God! The nightmare has come true, damn it! Chundagong could no longer contain himself and began screaming at the top of his lungs. Someone help! Save me! Captain, save me! There are zombies on the ship, damn it! By then, the dozen figures had already tiptoed closer, step by step, encircling him. Their eyes were shut, teeth bared, and noses twitching as if searching for a scent. Seeing this, Chundagong's features twisted in terror. His face muscles twitched wildly, his eyes bulging as he struggled desperately to escape. But bound to the chair, no matter how he thrashed, he couldn't move an inch. All he could do was watch helplessly as over a dozen icy hands slowly closed around his neck. "Oh, help! Li Yong, you Fing bastard who told you to tie a dead knot. Damn it!" Li Yong stared at him in silence, merely tightening his grip. Hey, let go you Chen Dagong, choked by the crowd, foamed at the mouth and rolled his eyes. Captain! Help! Inside the cockpit, Zhang Nian lay on the bed, his expression agonized. His brows were tightly knit, his face drenched in sweat, and his fists clenched as they swung left and right. It seemed he was fighting someone. He was having a nightmare. In the dream, everyone in the cabin had turned into zombies surrounding Chen Dagong and strangling him fiercely. Chen Dagong's eyes rolled back, and he was about to lose his breath. Zhang Nian rushed over trying to pull them apart, but found their bodies as stiff as steel and astonishingly strong. With no other choice, he threw heavy punches at their faces, hoping to wake them. But no matter how hard he struck, it was useless. A faint, elusive song echoed all around. Every time the passengers were about to wake up, that sound would make them stiff and mechanical again. Thump. Two dull thuds as his fists hit the bed. Zhang Nian sat up abruptly. Who was singing? By now he had grown accustomed to nightmares. The first thing he did upon waking was listen to his surroundings. This was thanks to Wang Guifan and Li Dazue and the others who had trained him to be alert. As soon as he regained consciousness, he realized something was wrong in the cabin again. Help! Cries for help came from the cabin. It was clearly Chen Dagong's voice, but now it was faint and fading. Something's happened again. Zhang Nian jumped out of bed, grabbed his gun from under the pillow, and strode toward the cabin door. At the door through the porthole, he saw a large crowd surrounding Chen Dagong, their hands giving him a neck massage. Chen Dagong was so comfortable that he was rolling his eyes and screaming for help. Zhang Nian immediately opened the door and rushed in. The scene was exactly like his dream. If he didn't act fast, Chen Dagong's head would be twisted off by these people. Wake up, all of you. Slap. Slap. Zhang Nian grabbed by Xiaofei by the collar and delivered 3 resounding slaps. The sound was as loud as thunder. Yet Bai Xiaofei remained unfazed, still grinning and gripping Chen Dagong's neck tightly. They're truly possessed. Zhang Nian grabbed Bai Xiaofei again, lifted him, and tossed him aside. But as soon as he hit the ground, Bai Xiaofei got up and charged back to strangle Chen Dagong. It was clear that conventional force couldn't wake them. Still not working, Zhang Nian was stunned. "CA? Captain, save me." Through the crowd, Chen Dagong looked at Zhang Nian with pleading eyes, calling for help desperately. Zhang Nian waved his hand. "Hold on just a little longer, it'll be fine." "See, Chen Dagong thought you really don't see me as human." Got it." Suddenly Zhang Nian thought of a great idea. Since he couldn't wake them, head change his approach. Head tie them all up separately. No time to waste. Soon Zhang Nian crafted over a dozen ropes at the workbench. Then he subdued each person one by one and tied them to chairs. Though the passengers were stiff and strong, they were far weaker than his enhanced physique. Handling them took little effort. Zhang Nian stood at a distance watching these people sitting in chairs, grinding their teeth wildly like lunatics, and couldn't help but laugh. They bared their teeth and swayed, looking like a bunch of cocooned pupae on chairs. Finally saved. After rolling his eyes for a while, Chen Dagong finally recovered. Zhang Nian looked at him. "What happened?" "I don't know. I had a dream where they surrounded me and tried to choke me. When I woke up, this was happening." Hearing Chen Dagong's explanation, Zhang Nian frowned. This was exactly like his own dream. Too much of a coincidence. He certainly didn't believe it was mere coincidence. In this world, there was no such thing as chance. Behind every seemingly coincidental event, there was always some hidden connection. Zhang Nian suddenly thought of something and continued. "Did you hear someone singing in your dream?" Faint You dreamed it too." Chen Dagong was shocked and nodded vigorously. Yes. I did hear singing in my dream. Just now when I woke up scared, I still heard it, but now it's gone." Zhang Nian's frown deepened. Because he too had heard singing in his dream. It seems this mysterious song is likely what drove them mad. But the question is, where does it come from? Just as Zhang Nian was deep in thought, a faint, elusive song suddenly echoed through the cabin. Woo, 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 woo. The singing was melodious and dense. In an instant, Zhang Nian felt his mind grow hazy and his body uncontrollable. Upon hearing this song, the bound passengers immediately became agitated. One by one, they bared their teeth and frantically tried to break free from their restraints. At the same time, they glared fiercely at Zhang Nian. Meanwhile, Chen Dagong began to act erratically. His eyes gradually became dazed and his head started to sway uncontrollably. His lips quivered, clearly indicating a sign of grinding teeth. Such a strong allure. Zhang Nian shook his head vigorously, struggling to wake up, his gaze astonished as he looked around. Upon seeing the passengers becoming even more frenzied, and that Chen Dagong was about to be assimilated, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch wildly. Fortunately, he had previously taken a strength-enhancing capsule, which improved his various metrics, otherwise he would likely be just like the others now. No, I must quickly find the source of the sound, or will be doomed sooner or later. Zhang Nian steeled himself and quickly headed toward the cockpit. As for the controlled passengers, there was no need to worry about them for now. The ropes binding them were very secure, and they couldn't stir up any trouble. Although the song sounded like it was coming from inside the cabin, it was actually transmitted from outside. The sound frequency was special, leading people to mistakenly believe it was inside the cabin. Otherwise, with the destructive power of the song's owner, everyone in the cabin would have been dealt with long ago. Why waste effort on that? Back in the cockpit, Zhang Nian directly approached the control panel, opened the weapon module, and operated the external scope of the heavy machine gun to start searching for the source of the sound. Although opening the curtain for better visibility would be ideal, it was simply too dangerous. After all, it was night, and recklessly pulling back the curtain could lead to a direct confrontation with the red moon. Dealing with a single song was already a mental limit. If the red moon were added, it would definitely lead to disaster. However, searching through the screen was a different matter. What he saw was merely an image generated by a cluster of electronic signals, not a direct view of the red moon. Even if the red moon was incredibly powerful, it couldn't immediately destroy his consciousness. Zhang Nian manipulated the joystick, scanning the entire sea surface inch by inch through the crosshairs of the twin-barrel heavy machine gun. However, at first glance, he spotted the red moon. This was Zhang Nian's first time seeing the moon of this world. It turned out to be so beautiful and captivating. In the dark of night, the inky sea surface undulated silently. A round of red moon hung high in the sky, thick as blood and eerily beautiful. It resembled the eye of a colossal beast quietly observing the entire world. Zhang Nian merely glanced for a brief moment before hurriedly controlling the crosshairs to turn elsewhere. He realized that even through electronic devices, as long as he gazed at the red moon for more than 3 seconds, strange sounds would immediately surface in his mind. These were not sounds heard by the ears, but whispers crawling up from the depths of his skull from eons of darkness. There were no words or tones, only madness and coldness surging through his veins and invading his mind. Moreover, the more he tried to listen clearly, the less he could understand, as if countless tendrils were scratching at his brain, enticing him to gradually abandon thought, succumb, and become addicted to the darkness. No wonder Li Yong only took a glance and instantly lost himself. This is terrifyingly intense. Zhang Nian swallowed hard, filled with trepidation, and continued to look elsewhere. The sea surface was pitch black, with only a streak of blood red in the sky providing light. A circle, 2 circles, yet Zhang Nian, controlling the machine gun, circled the ship twice, but found nothing. Could the song be coming from the depths of the sea? Zhang Nian frowned, but quickly discarded this hypothesis. Since the song could be heard inside the cabin, it proved that it was transmitted through the air. If the sound came from the seabed, then what they heard wouldn't take the form of a song, but rather a buzzing vibration. With this judgment in mind, Zhang Nian began to patrol again with the machine gun. This time he focused his gaze further away. Time passed minute by minute. Just as Zhang Nian observed the 3rd circle, something different finally appeared in his field of vision. To the right of the starship, approximately 500 meters away, a red shadow suddenly flashed across the water's surface. No wonder I couldn't find it for so long, it was constantly moving. Alright, I'll make you play hide and seek, enjoy some. Zhang Nian decisively pressed the fire button and fired a burst. Since the opponent wanted to control him, they were undoubtedly an enemy, and there was no need to hold back. Just do it. Tut, tut, tut. A series of bullets struck the water's surface, splashing up waves several meters high. Unfortunately, that shadow had already submerged into the water again, and the bullets failed to cause any harm. However, Zhang Nian was not anxious because of this. He was in the light, while the enemy was in the dark. Since the opponent was an enemy they couldn't easily escape, they would inevitably come looking for him. As he had judged, after a few minutes, that red figure appeared once more on the water's surface. But it still only showed itself for an instant before quickly submerging again. Zhang Nian calmly watched this scene and did not rush to fire. The opponent was clearly testing him, and he needed to remain steady. Swish! Splash! Approximately half an hour had passed, during which the red figure repeatedly appeared on the water. First it appeared at a distance of 500 meters, then 300 meters. Seeing that Zhang Nian had not reacted, it ultimately appeared within 100 meters. So reckless. Do they think I'm out of bullets? Zhang Nian raised an eyebrow. Splash! Dong, dong, dong. At that moment, the sound of splashing waves arose, immediately followed by the sound of a heavy object landing. Something had boarded the ship. Judging by the sound, it should be lying on the right side of the porthole. He could see it by pulling back the curtain. Good opportunity. Zhang Nian sneered, then stealthily approached the porthole, gently grasping one corner of the curtain with his left hand. His other hand gripped the pistol tightly. Right now, the bow of the starship was facing the red moon, so even if he pulled back the curtain, he wouldn't be able to see it, making it a great chance to strike. Swish! With a sudden pull, the curtain flew open, revealing what was behind it. However, the terrifying scene he had imagined did not appear. Instead, it was an incredibly enchanting sight. Under the crimson moonlight, a figure of utmost grace emerged. Outside the porthole stood a stunningly beautiful woman with golden hair and green eyes. She leaned at an angle against the porthole, her golden hair floating like seaweed in the waves, her skin nearly translucent. Her faintly blue gills on the side of her neck fluttered slightly, and a large fishtail of blue and green, intertwined, gently waved over the railing, reflecting the red glow. At that moment, Zhang Nian's finger, which was about to pull the trigger, seemed to be enchanted, uncontrollably loose. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The golden-haired beauty gazed at Zhang Nian, her eyes shimmering as she continuously emitted a melodious song. The song was enchanting, seemingly close, yet distant, as if it were from the ends of the earth. The notes seeped into the cabin, causing Zhang Nian to lose control of his right-hand fingers in an instant. Unlike in his dreams, Zhang Nian's mind was clear this time. His thoughts were completely normal. He just couldn't control his fingers. It was as if an invisible force was continuously battling his fingers, preventing him from completing the action of pulling the trigger, leaving him utterly immobile. What kind of dark magic is this? It's too powerful. The sudden situation made Zhang Nian's scalp tingle. He never expected that the opponent could control him in a waking state without relying on dreams. Fortunately, there was a protective barrier, otherwise he would be like a fish on a chopping board, completely at their mercy, without any means to fight back. Of course, he still had no means to fight back. Woo woo woo, the song continued. Seeing her prey unable to move, the golden-haired bowtie's eyes sparkled with a triumphant smile. She stopped singing and arrogantly flipped her body over. Her originally proud and upright form instantly transformed into a flat body covered in scales. Her beautiful golden hair and blue eyes vanished, replaced by a twisted, grotesque face covered in fine red scales, making it impossible to distinguish between male and female. It turned out that the red figure Zhang Nian had seen glimmering on the sea was actually the back of the golden-haired mermaid. No wonder it looked red from a distance, but became multicolored up close. After all this time, this creature actually had two faces. With just one turn, the stunningly beautiful mermaid image completely reversed into an ugly and evil sea monster. Gagaga! The sea monster peered through the barrier, glaring at Zhang Nian with its pitch-black, triangular eyes, exuding a sense of pride. As if aware of the barrier's power, she did not attack him with brute force like other impostors, swinging her weapon. Instead, after much contemplation, she suddenly revealed a strange smile. Then, in Zhang Nian's astonished gaze, she slowly opened her greenish-blue lips to reveal a circular mouthpiece, like a shield tumbler, pressing it against the barrier and opening a mass of tiny black fangs to begin high-speed friction. Gachi! Gachi! The noise was sharp and piercing. It sounded familiar, like the noise passengers made when grinding their teeth. As the harsh scratching sounds continued, even the barrier that even the fifth-level imposter Lu Rian found difficult to breach began to flicker violently. It was clearly reaching its defensive limit and was about to break. Damn, is this how it's going to be? Seeing this, Zhang Nian's scalp prickled, and he immediately began to pull the trigger more frantically. He never expected that the opponent's bite would be so powerful that even a level 4 barrier couldn't hold up. This was something even Lu Rian had to exert effort to break. Yet now it was on the brink of failure. Damn it. The song has stopped. Why is the control still so strong? As cracks began to appear on the barrier, Zhang Nian was sweating profusely. Unfortunately, his right index finger remained utterly immobile. Pat! At that moment, a drop of sweat fell from his forehead into his eye. The hoarse, stinging sensation made Zhang Nian instinctively lift his left hand to wipe it away. He felt much better instantly. This one action, in an instant, froze both Zhang Nian and the sea monster. Sea monster, did I not control his left hand? Zhang Nian, she actually didn't control my left hand. They locked eyes and the air fell silent. In the next second, both sides reacted almost simultaneously. The sea monster quickly turned her body, preparing to use the other face to sing again. Zhang Nian, on the other hand, immediately gave up resisting with his right hand, and as the gun fell freely, his left hand swiftly caught it. He raised the gun, aimed. At that moment, the sea monster also turned her beautiful face, opened her mouth, and began to sing. Woo! Will you, sister? Zhang Nian shouted, quickly disrupting her song, while simultaneously firing. Bang 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 bang. A series of sharp gunshots rang out. The golden bullets tore through the air, trailing short light streaks as they shot out. Pew-pew-pew. At such a close range, even the sea monster couldn't react in time. She was directly hit. Her torso, neck, and forehead were riddled with bullet holes. The sea monster didn't even have time to scream before she fell dead on the deck. Looking at the sea monster's body collapsing on the deck, Zhang Nian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this guy was just careless and didn't control my entire body, and she's still soft-skinned. Otherwise, I would really be done for this time. At that moment, a reward notification chimed in, as expected. Successfully killed a level 4 distorted imposter sea monster. Reward 600 gold coins. Bonus 600 gold coins. Triggered probability reward obtained active skill sea monster's barrier. Sea monster's barrier immunity to the seduction and hypnosis of imposters of the same level regardless of type. When facing higher level imposters, it will also significantly increase corresponding resistance. Tip: the sea monster's golden hair can be used to make special ammunition of precious quality with 1 strand worth as much as 1 kilogram of pure gold. Indeed, high risks correspond to high rewards. This reward is too generous. Zhang Nian's eyes instantly lit up. This should be the most rewards he has received for killing single imposters so far. Killing a sea monster directly granted him 3 rewards. It was simply too delightful. Right? I need to quickly collect the sea monster's hair and see how many strands I have. Zhang Nian licked his lips, replaced his handgun with a golden axe, and opened the hatch to step outside. The temperature on the sea at night was very low. As soon as the hatch opened, a chill rushed in. It made Zhang Nian shiver. Hiss, this is exhilarating. To avoid seeing the red moon, Zhang Nian deliberately walked out sideways. He turned his back to the direction of the red moon. Whoa! The sea breeze howled. The sea monster, long since dead, lay quietly on the deck, its ugly face unblinking as it stared at the moonlight. Tisk, so ugly. Zhang Nian frowned in disgust, then flipped the sea monster over to reveal the fiery side of the golden-haired mermaid. Hee, now that's more like it. May the winds be favorable and the harvest plentiful. Zhang Nian smiled, raised his size 43 foot, stomping down on the sea monster's head, and began to give it a haircut with the golden axe. Swish, swish, swish. The golden axe was extraordinarily sharp. Especially against humanoid imposters, its cutting effect was maximized. After the sea monster's death, the once flowing golden hair instantly turned as tough as steel wire. Ordinary scissors couldn't cut it at all. But in front of the golden axe, it was as easy to cut as delicate cotton falling away with the slightest touch. It was truly magical. 1 minute later, mission accomplished. Zhang Nian held a large handful of golden hair, his mouth nearly stretching to the back of his head. Let me see how many strands there are. Saying this, he directly stuffed the golden hair into his space backpack. The space backpack has sorting and classification functions. Items entering the backpack automatically generate corresponding data. Soon the quantity of golden hair was displayed. A total of 3800 strands. They say people have 3,000 worries. The ancients certainly did not deceive me. Zhang Nian chuckled, his gaze turning to the sea monster's corpse. Splash. The corpse sank into. The corpse couldn't be used to make bullets, so what's the point of keeping it? He simply tossed it away. After cleaning the battlefield, Zhang Nian returned directly to the cockpit. Without the influence of the sea monster's song, the passengers had returned to normal, a group of people sitting on benches staring at each other in confusion. Only you're not dead. Li Dazue stared blankly at Li Yong beside him. Li Yong also stared back. What do you mean I'm not dead? Wasn't it you who died? I was just about to avenge you. You're avenging me. It should be me avenging you, right? That bald guy suddenly mutated into a pseudo-human and ate you. We all charged at him, ready to strangle him, but who would have thought? Li Dazue stared wide-eyed, intending to point at Chen Dagong, only to find his arm immobile. He looked down and was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell? What's going on? Who tied me up? At that moment, the others also came to their senses, discovering they were tightly bound to their chairs, panic immediately setting in. What's happening? Who tied me up? Did we lose? Is that bald pseudo-human going to eat us one by one? Damn it, I don't want to die yet. Baldy, he'll fight you to the death. The group struggled and shouted in chaos. Meanwhile, Chen Dagong, tied up separately in the corner, was so angry his face turned green. Fight. Fight my ass. And the one who got beaten up, okay? Open the 2 big eyes on your noses and look closely. My neck was almost snapped by you, but still bruised. Damn it. Hearing Chen Dagong's roar, the group finally looked over. They saw Chen Dagong was tied, even tighter than them. Not only had he not turned into a pseudo-human, but his face was also purple. Clearly he had just suffered from suffocation and hadn't recovered yet. Huh. Didn't you turn into a pseudo-human? Why are you still tied up there? Li Dazue asked in confusion. The others were equally bewildered. You didn't turn into a pseudo-human. Then what just happened? Was it an illusion? Chen Dagong took a deep breath. Turn into a pseudo-human, my ass. You guys were like ghosts rising from the dead in the middle of the night, gnashing your teeth and farting while choking me. If the captain hadn't arrived in time, I'd be stinking by now. Hearing Chen Dagong's lament, the group's expressions instantly turned awkward. They thought they were the victims, but it turned out they were the perpetrators. The question was, why did they suddenly sleepwalk, and why did they all have the same dream and do the same thing? It didn't make sense. It seems you've all woken up. Good, very good. Just then Zhang Nian entered the cabin. Li Dazue saw Zhang Nian and immediately began asking, Captain, was it you who tied us up? What exactly happened? My arms and legs are sore and aching like I've been beaten. Yeah, I feel the same way. The others nodded in agreement. I tied you up, Zhang Nian said with a smile. You have no idea how fierce you were back then. Each one of you was like a zombie, incredibly strong. If I hadn't arrived in time, Chun Dagong's head would have been ripped off. Too bad I didn't have a camera, or I would have taken a picture for you to remember. Was I really that awesome? Li Dazu, even more awesome than I described. You were bewitched by a sea demon. It dragged you into a dream and controlled you to kill each other. Saying this, Zhang Nian suddenly looked at Chin Dagong. I don't know why, but your target was only Chin Dagong. If I hadn't tied you up, you wouldn't have even glanced at me. Chin Dagong was furious. Why were they only targeting me? Zhang Nian shrugged. Maybe in the sea demon's eyes your flesh smells better than mine. After saying this, he began to untie the passengers one by one. I'm so tired. I need a good rest. I feel like I'm falling apart. As soon as the ropes were undone, Li Dazue immediately slumped like a pile of mud, leaning back in his chair to play dead. The others followed suit, slowly leaning back to catch up on sleep. Hey. Zhang Nian shook Li Dazue. Don't sleep too soundly. Chin Dagong hasn't finished his quarantine period yet. He might actually turn into a pseudo-human in the dead of night and gobble you up in one bite. Hearing this, Li Dazue jolted upright with a start. Damn, how could I forget that? I deliberately teased him with food earlier. If he really changes, he'll be the first one he goes after. No way. I have to keep an eye on him. Zhang Nian smiled and added a reminder, don't panic. The first one he'll likely take revenge on isn't you, but Li Yong. Why, oi? Li Dazue was taken aback. Then, as if remembering something, he grinned widely, revealing a mischievous smile. That's right. It wasn't me who tied him up, it was Li Yong. Hee. At that moment, Li Yong, who had just fallen asleep, instantly knitted his brows into a knot. No way. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? After handling the situation in the cabin, Zhang Nian returned to the cockpit. It was now 3 in the morning, the time to adjust the course. Zhang Nian took out the parchment and carefully checked the course. After confirming the direction was correct, he decisively went to the control panel and began switching the driving mode. Switching to manual driving mode. Risk of getting lost. Confirm switch. Yes, no switching. Manual driving mode activated successfully. After switching, Zhang Nian turned the helm hard to port. Amidst the surging waves, the Starlight began to turn swiftly until it was fully facing the direction of the lost sea. After completing this, Zhang Nian didn't go back to bed. Instead, he sat back in his chair, relaxed his entire body, and began to close his eyes and rest. He had slept very early, achieving the standard sleep duration, and was in good shape. He didn't need to sleep anymore. Moreover, the path the Starlight was now taking was an unofficial fixed route and a night journey at that. It was bound to be fraught with various potential dangers. So from now on until daybreak, he had to stay alert at all. Time passed quickly. Before he knew it, it was the next morning. A faint pale light was just appearing on the horizon. Zhang Nian sat up from his chair and stretched. His slightly stiff shoulders immediately emitted a series of sounds like popping beans. Oh, that feels good. He exhaled a breath of stale air. Then he walked towards the stove to prepare himself a breakfast. But just as he turned, his gaze inadvertently caught sight of the distant sea. At some point about a kilometer away from the Starlight, a black ship had silently and suddenly appeared. What surprised Zhang Nian was that he had no idea when this ship had appeared. However, upon second thought, it was actually quite normal. The sea was so dark at night, and the ship was black, it would have been impossible to spot without directly shining a light on it. At that moment, the black ship also spotted the Starlight. But interestingly, the black ship didn't rush over frantically like the wooden ship before. Instead, upon spotting the Starlight, it immediately turned around and sped away as if possessed. Zhang Nian was utterly baffled by this bizarre maneuver. What's going on? Did they mistake me for a pirate? Do I really look like a pirate? Zhang Nian shook his head as he watched the black ship rapidly retreat. He guessed they must have mistaken the Starlight for a pirate vessel. Why else would they turn tail at the mere sight of him? At that moment, aboard the swiftly fleeing black ship, a bearded man stared with lingering fear at the Starlight, which had dwindled to a tiny speck on the horizon. Only when it vanished entirely did he let out a long, relieved sigh. Damn it, where the hell did that ship pop up from? Not a sound. Scared the crap out of me. Good thing I bolted fast, or I'd have been robbed for sure. If that guy found out about the treasure I'm holding, I'd be... With that, the man quickly averted his gaze and looked down at the object in his hands. The tension on his face was instantly replaced by sheer unbridled greed. It was a slightly yellowed piece of parchment. Though aged, the neatly marked routes upon it were still clearly visible. One of those routes led straight toward the lost sea. If Zhang Nian could see this parchment now, he would undoubtedly be astonished. For this parchment was identical to the one he possessed. There was more than one piece. The man caressed the parchment, his eyes gleaming with obsession. Thank goodness this treasure is mine, Ma Shanghai's after all. Hell, once I find the horde, get rich, and recruit my own crew, I'll never have to fear that bastard Zhao Daping again. And I will become the new king of these waters. On the azure sea, the Starlight cut through the waves, sailing steadily. Inside the cabin, Zhang Nian was preparing a hearty breakfast for himself. Yesterday, to avoid missing the window for adjusting the course, he had merely grabbed a quick bite and turned in. But now the route was fully locked, requiring no further tweaks. He had plenty of time to squander. Haha, finally a proper meal. At the stove, Zhang Nian chuckled as he took out the black sea bream he had caught earlier. It was the only fresh meat he could get right now. Though the fish was lifeless, its flesh was as fresh as if it remained in peak condition, all thanks to the unique storage properties of his spatial backpack. Anything stored within it would forever preserve its original state. Except for living beings, of course. Any creature placed inside would die instantly, without warning. Zhang Nian sometimes wondered, if he suddenly slipped the backpack over a pseudo-human's head when they weren't paying attention, would they drop dead on the spot? He might have to try it sometime. If it worked, it would be clean and hygienic. Without any further fuss, Zhang Nian tossed the black sea bream into the ingredient slot. Beep. Ingredients detected. Please select a cooking method. Cooking methods: deep fry, grill, saute, stew, braise, sashimi. Zhang Nian glanced over. Good heavens, he never knew a single fish could be prepared in dozens of ways. Chinese cuisine truly was profound. After a moment's thought, he opted for the grill setting. Since he had no rice to pair with it, a more elaborate dish would be hard to enjoy. He couldn't just eat the dish plain. That's where the beauty of grilling shone through. It paired well with anything, whether eaten with rice or on its own. Grill mode confirmed. Please select flavor: original, spicy, vinegar spritzed, sweet, and sour. Spicy is the best. Zhang Nian decisively tapped spicy. Spicy charcoal grilled black sea bream is ready. A flash of light and a skewer of grilled fish appeared on the serving plate. Gazing at the sizzling, golden, fragrant, spicy grilled fish, Zhang Nian's mouth watered instantly. The cooking skills of this stove were simply incredible. The black sea bream had been split in two with all inedible parts meticulously removed. It rivaled the work of a professional chef. He took a bite. The crispy exterior gave way to tender, juicy flesh, bursting with a spicy and savory flavor that exploded on his taste buds. It was far better than the canned luncheon meat had been eating. "Oh man, this is delicious!" Zhang Nian exclaimed in genuine admiration, then wolfed it down greedily. The entire grilled fish was soon devoured. After breakfast, it was already 7 in the morning. The sky was still bright. Zhang Nian stepped onto the deck of the Starlight, letting the sea breeze wash over him as he raised his binoculars to scan the distant waters. The entire sea was pristine. Azure merged with cerulean, and as far as the eye could see, there was nothing. Only the Starlight sailed freely across the vast ocean. This route is really clean, not a single ship in sight. No wonder someone would hide treasure in this direction. Without a map, few vessels would bother to wander this way. Zhang Nian stood at the bow for a while, grew bored, and took out his fishing rod. He fished all morning. The haul was decent. He caught everything he was supposed to, and a few things he wasn't: 3 sea bass, 5 cases of mineral water, and 2 bricks. He even fished up 2 pseudo-humans. As a token of gratitude for their company, Zhang Nian rewarded them with 2 bullets and exchanged them for 200 gold coins. The biggest catch of the day was a blueprint for a pistol, a Smith Wesson 500, a large caliber revolver. Thanks to his amplification talent, it was upgraded directly into the golden Smith Wesson M500. Zhang Nian beamed with joy upon receiving the blueprint. The reputation of this pistol was no small matter. With a 12.7mm caliber, it was undoubtedly the largest caliber among standard-issue pistols. Its power needed no elaboration. The muzzle energy surpassed even that of military rifles. If he put a round through a pseudo-human's head, it would burst like a watermelon. Golden M500. Hell, crafted in no time. Zhang Nian pocketed the blueprint with delight and headed back to the cabin. But before making the new gun, he needed to visit the guest cabin. After fishing for hours, it was already afternoon. Chen Dagong's 24-hour quarantine was nearly up. Though Li Yong and Li Dazue were keeping watch, Zhang Nian decided to oversee the final moments himself to be safe. Inside the guest cabin, Li Dazue saw Zhang Nian enter and immediately came over to report. "Captain, that bald guy's been normal so far, except he keeps yelling he's hungry." He stole a glance at Chen Dagong, then lowered his voice. "But Captain, I still think there's something off about him. Think about last night's nightmare. Why did everyone only attack him? That can't be a coincidence." Zhang Nian nodded. "I've got it. Go get some rest, I'll handle the rest." "All right," Li Dazue replied, then turned back to his seat, slumped down, and began to catch up on sleep. Zhang Nian looked at Chen Dagong, walked over, and sat down across from him. Seeing Zhang Nian approach, Chen Dagong immediately began to plead again. "Captain, you're here. Can you give me something to eat? I'm starving out of my mind. You have no idea. I'm so hungry I can smell people. Everyone smells so delicious." Zhang Nian raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" He rolled up his sleeve, revealing his arm. "How about now?" The moment he exposed his arm, Chen Dagong's eyes widened, fixed on it. He lifted his nose and sniffed. HSSS. HSSS. "Captain, you smell so good." Chen Dagong's eyes bulged larger than copper coins, nearly popping out, and his mushroom-like nose twitched. "Captain, you smell amazing." Like a honey-coated cake, it's intoxicating. Watching Chun Dagong's and Zhang Nian frowned immediately. After a day of fishing, he reeked of fish and sweat. Where could the honey cake scent? Clearly this guy was about to mutate. This was a precursor. Sigh. Zhang Nian sighed internally. In fact, it was already evident when those infected swarmed the Starlight ship. With so many people infected, how could there possibly be a normal person left? At that time, he still held on to a sliver of hope, thinking perhaps this guy was lucky and had escaped. But the facts proved that luck was not to be relied upon. It seems you ultimately failed the test. Zhang Nian shook his head, straightened his posture, and distanced himself from Chun Dagong. He certainly didn't want to be caught off guard. What do you mean I failed the test? It's not even been 24 hours yet. Chun Dagong became anxious. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something, his face filling with rage. I get it. It's because I scolded you yesterday, so you want to find an excuse to get rid of me. You are such a petty, scheming little man. No wonder you never let me eat. It turns out you never intended for me to. Just as Chun Dagong was getting more and more worked up, he suddenly froze. As if losing signal, he sat up straight, motionless, his face devoid of expression, his eyes glazed over, pupils fully dilated. Seeing this, Zhang Nian was also puzzled, unsure why this was happening. After all other infected individuals had transformed directly, without displaying similar symptoms. Is he dead? Just as Zhang Nian finished speaking, a sudden mutation occurred. Roar! The motionless Chun Dagong suddenly let out a beast-like howl. He lunged towards Zhang Nian. Fortunately, having been prepared, and at a safe distance, this attack did not succeed. You sneaky bastard, trying to ambush me. Zhang Nian raised an eyebrow, but did not immediately open fire. He wanted to observe what further changes Chun Dagong would undergo, as it would help increase his understanding of the zombie-like entities. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Understanding the enemy's characteristics is indeed very necessary. At this moment, the howling Chun Dagong suddenly began to change. His eyes began to visibly redden and bleed, eventually turning pitch black, while black blood oozed out. His teeth began to fall out one by one, only to be replaced by new ones sprouting up like bamboo shoots after rain. However, this time, they were no longer the white human teeth, but were substituted with rows of sharp black beastly. Next, his skin rapidly shriveled and contracted, the blue veins visibly expanding all over his body, ultimately transforming into a zombie appearance. The entire process of change was extremely swift. From a state of stillness to completely transforming into a zombie, it took less than 7 seconds. Eat! Eat! Chun Dagong struggled frantically, repeatedly uttering the word eat. Indeed, this is different from those ordinary infected, retaining some awareness, knowing how to express their desires. However, in terms of strength and reaction speed, there doesn't seem to be any significant enhancement. It seems that elite infected individuals, aside from being able to endure longer and retaining some awareness, do not possess any particularly outstanding advantages. They are not too difficult to deal with. Zhang Nian took out a small notebook and meticulously recorded these characteristics, adding a note on the side. Before mutation, elite infected individuals like ordinary ones are unable to realize they have been infected. Snap! Gently closing the notebook, Zhang Nian slowly raised his gun, aiming at Chun Dagong's forehead. Thank you for your cooperation. Since you are no longer human, I must send you on your way. Bang! A shot rang out. Chun Dagong's head jolted back, and he fell silent. Soon after, like other imposters, he swiftly dissolved into a pool of black liquid, completely disintegrating. The seat was left empty, as if no one had ever sat there. One must say the imposters had a strong sense of environmental awareness. There was no need for someone else to clean up the battlefield. They handled it all themselves. Successfully killed an elite infected. Reward 200 gold coins. Bonus 200 gold coins. It seems elite infected individuals are not without their merits. At least the rewards are higher than those of ordinary infected. Zhang Nian smiled, then looked at the passengers who had long been scared to cower in the corners, too afraid to breathe. All right, it's all over. You can continue to enjoy the sea view now. With that, he directly returned to the cockpit, leaving behind a group of passengers who were already terrified and confused. Passenger, do you think we still have the mood to enjoy the sea view? Back in the cockpit, Zhang Nian immediately walked to the equipment, starting to craft a new weapon. Opening the crafting panel, he directly selected the newly acquired weapon blueprint. Blueprint description: Smith Wesson M500 Golden Collector's Edition. Gun type: revolver. Gun specifications: 12. 7mm caliber, magazine capacity 5 rounds, muzzle energy 4,500 joules, effective range 150 meters. Materials required for crafting: 10 kilograms of steel, 1 kilogram of gold, 2,000 gold coins. Confirm crafting. Hiss. Zhang Nian's eye twitched. Wow, 2,000 gold coins. That's as expensive as a heavy machine. But on the other hand, although this gun is a bit pricey, the power it can unleash definitely justifies the price. Currently, I have no other weapon aside from a heavy machine gun that can compare to it. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. For the sake of great power, I'll do it. Confirm crafting. Ding. Anti-material firearm Smith Wesson M500 Golden Collector's Edition, crafting complete. Swish. As the sound fell, a large golden, exquisitely crafted revolver adorned with violet carvings appeared instantly on the equipment table. Wow, this is beautiful, simply a work of art. Zhang Nian held it in his hands, his eyes sparkling as he examined it with admiration. Having finished crafting the gun, naturally, the matching ammunition could not be overlooked. Placing the gun aside, Zhang Nian immediately began crafting bullets. He intended to use this gun as a trump card specifically against those enemies with strong defenses. Therefore, the material had to be the best. Ultimately, Zhang Nian crafted 100 rounds of large-caliber golden bullets in one go. Click. After loading the bullets, Zhang Nian raised the gun and aimed at the distant water surface. Having such a ferocious killing weapon in hand, he naturally wanted to experience it thoroughly. Bang! The moment he pulled the trigger, a dazzling light circle instantly burst from the gun's muzzle, and the fierce shockwave tore apart the paper on the table. Bang! The bullet struck the water's surface, creating a huge indentation followed by a muffled explosion. The strong smell of gunpowder filled the air, and Zhang Nian dazedly felt the aftershock in his hand. In the next second, excitement flashed in his eyes. Now this is what a gun is supposed to be. So exhilarating. Zhang Nian's face was full of excitement as he aimed the gun at another target, preparing for a rapid fire to empty the magazine. But just then something suddenly appeared in the sight of his handgun. To be precise, something floated over. What is that? Zhang Nian scrutinized the object drifting toward him. A waterlogged wooden plank, its edges jagged with splintered fractures. Judging by the craftsmanship and wear patterns, it was unmistakably debris from a shattered vessel. And not the only. His gaze swept the horizon, revealing dozens of such fragments scattered across the waters surrounding the Xingqian, scattered lifeless like floating cadavers. Clearly, this maritime route was far from the silent void he had imagined. It was in fact teeming with unseen activity. It appears others have already sailed these waters, though whether their purpose matches mine remains uncertain. Are they too hunting the same treasure? Zhang Nian's brow furrowed deeper. Perhaps the existence of this treasure is no secret, merely elusive, long concealed by time and tide. TCH. So the everlasting treasure proves far less forgiving than its name suggests. Meanwhile, 20 nautical miles away upon another stretch of open sea, a black-hulled warship surged forward at full throttle toward the Sea of Oblivion. Li Daniu held the throttle wide open. We must reach the treasure before anyone else does. Otherwise, if Zhao Daping catches us, all will be lost. Ma Changhai roared from the bow, his voice raw. Don't worry, boss Ma. I've already pinned the throttle to the floor. Our ship cuts through water at 40 knots, the fastest in these waters. Unless Zhao Daping's vessel boasts twin engines, he'll never overtake us. Li Daniu replied confidently from the bridge. You're right. My ship is legendary for its speed. Otherwise, how could I have slipped from that dog's clutches time and again? The ultimate martial truth, speed conquers all. How fortunate I was to choose this vessel. Ha ha ha. Ma Changhai laughed heartily, exultant. Yet in that very instant, a flash of crimson caught his peripheral vision, hurtling toward them at terrifying velocity. His triumph dissolved into stark terror. Zhao Daping. How did he catch up? Accelerate now. If he closes in, we're doomed. Ma Changhai bellowed madly over his shoulder. Why did Zhao Daping hunt him so relentlessly? Because this ship, his prized vessel, was stolen. Stolen from Zhao Daping himself, and the swiftest ship in the entire archipelago. Capture meant more than death, flaying alive, feeding his flesh to the sharks. The kindest fate imaginable. Ma Changhai knew precisely what awaited him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he raged, a colossal shadow suddenly blotted out the sun from behind. It was a 70-meter blood-red, two-masted galleon, its hull stained like dried gore, its towering black sails taut and ominous, radiating suffocating dread. In moments, the shadow swallowed Ma Changhai's vessel whole. And there, standing at the prow, stood a tall, broad-shouldered man, bronze skin, sharp, triangular eyes, narrow jawline, middle-aged but fearsome. His arch-rival, the most feared pirate lord of the region, Zhao Daping. From the bow, Zhao Daping fixed Ma Changhai with those cold, slanted eyes, yet smiled as warmly as an old friend reuniting after years apart. Ma Changhai, you've given me quite the chase. Oh, you've grown gaunt since last we met. Has insomnia plagued you? No need to fret. Once I've strung your bones into a prayer bead bracelet, you'll never flee again. The words made Ma Changhai's scalp prickle with horror. To be turned into a trinket. Unthinkable. You son of a bitch. Men, if you value your lives, kill him now. Ma Changhai snatched a bow and loosed an arrow straight at Zhao Daping, who casually tilted his head aside, letting the shaft whistle past. Twang, twang, twang. His crew responded instantly, drawing bows and unleashing a volley toward the crimson galleon. But such feeble assault was child's play to Zhao Daping's men. He stepped calmly behind the mainmast, raised his pistol with unhurried precision, and took aim at the archers. Bang, 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 bang. 4 shots. 4 of Ma Changhai's 5 crewmen dropped dead on the spot. Realizing all hope had vanished, Ma Changhai collapsed to his knees, trembling, begging for mercy. Brother Zhao, I beg your forgiveness. I stole your ship. Not a speck of dust has settled on it since it came into my hands. Here, it's yours again. Please spare me. Let me vanish like a passing fart. Zhao Daping nearly choked on his own laughter at Ma Changhai's shameless audacity. Ma Changhai, you haven't changed a bit. Still utterly without face or shame. Men, seize him, and bind that useless wretch beside him. Instantly, a dozen agile sailors leapt from the red galleon onto Ma Changhai's deck, dragging both him and Li Daniu down like mangy dogs, ropes biting deep into their wrists. Thud! A scrap of parchment tumbled from Ma Changhai's coat onto the deck, drawing immediate attention. One sailor snatched it up, and the moment his eyes scanned its surface, they widened with electric excitement. It's a treasure map. Boss, we've struck gold. Zhao Daping jolted upright, every nerve alight. What a... Bring it here now. Yes, sir. The sailor scrambled back aboard the galleon and handed the vellum to his captain. Zhao Daping studied the map intently, then threw back his head and roared with unrestrained mirth. Ha 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 ha. Ma Changhai, you filthy cur. You somehow stumbled upon the greatest prize in all the seas. No wonder you raced headlong into this godforsaken wasteland. This is why. Tell me, did you dream of claiming the treasure, raising an army, and toppling me to crown yourself king of these? No, never. I sought the treasure solely to honor you. I kept not a single coin for myself. To survive, Ma Changhai would have crawled naked through filth, or devoured a pound of dung on the spot. Anything, so long as he drew breath. Ha ha ha. Laughing, Zhao Daping descended onto the deck and gently stroked Ma Changhai's head. Truly you possess no shred of dignity. Yet say what you will, a dog so obedient once leashed makes an ex— Very well, out of respect for this map, I'll grant you life. But the price is— Before Zhao Daping could finish, Ma Changhai had already dropped to all fours and begun barking. Woof, woof woof, whine. Zhao Daping froze, then burst into astonished applause. Clap, clap, clap. A prodigy. A genuine genius. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted across the deck. Very well, you may live. Fetch a leash. Let me walk you like the loyal hound you are. Yes, sir. A sailor grinned and fetched a thick rope. Zhao Daping smirked, then abruptly raised his pistol, aiming squarely at Li Daniu, bound nearby. You may live, but he must die. Ma Changhai panicked. Li Daniu had followed him since the earliest days of his ventures. Years of shared hardship forged real loyalty. He couldn't bear to see him slaughtered. Boss Zhao, please spare him. He's been with me for years. Grant him even the life of a stray dog. Zhao Daping's smile deepened. This was exactly the reaction he'd engineered. What did you just call me? Do remember your place. Ma Changhai instantly corrected himself. Master Zhao. Grant him mercy. Zhao Daping shook his head slowly. Alas, your earlier title offended me deeply. So he dies. Bang! A single shot. Li Daniu's head snapped back, life extinguished in an instant. Ma Changhai lunged forward, then froze, swallowing his fury as Zhao Daping's glacial gaze locked onto his. Zhao Daping watched delighted. Ha ha ha, I adore this version of you. Pity. Had you bowed thus earlier, he might still draw breath. With a curt wave, Zhao Daping ordered, Let's go, lads. Take this vessel with us. We sail for the treasure. The sky was clear, and the azure sea met the blue sky. The starship cleaved through waves, sailing at remarkable speed. Inside the cockpit, Zhang Nian took out the parchment to double-check the course. Based on the sailing speed and time, it could be determined that the starship had now entered the misty sea. The wreckage of the ships they had just passed marked the boundary. He only needed to maintain the course and continue sailing to reach an island known as the Island of Eternal Remembrance. The treasure of eternal remembrance was hidden on this island. Looking at the name, Zhang Nian even suspected that the person who left the treasure chose this name for its memorability. Putting away the parchment, Zhang Nian's gaze shifted to the spoils on the bow deck. It was the wreckage of ships he had salvaged while passing through the wreckage sea. As the saying goes, a person should not go empty-handed. A goose passing by should lose feathers. Since he spotted something good, he naturally would not let it go. Even though a single plank was not large, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. Altogether, that was 5 tons of wood. It would be foolish not to collect it. Directional dismantling function activated. Please select dismantling items. In front of the dismantling platform, Zhang Nian clicked directly on the pile of wreckage. Dismantling started. Dismantling completed. Obtain 5 tons of ordinary wood. 5 tons. With that sound, the wreckage on the deck instantly vanished, transformed into wood, and stored in the storage box. 3 tons of wreckage converted into 5 tons of wood. The conversion rate is quite high. I thought a lot would be wasted. Zhang Nian chuckled, satisfied with the conversion rate. He glanced at the time. It was already 6 in the evening. By calculating the time the starship would reach its destination in 12 more hours by 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. What he needed to do now was to enjoy a hearty dinner and then sleep. Zhang Nian was not in a hurry to find the island. He even intended to slow down the sailing speed. With so much shipwreck debris floating in the nearby waters, it indicated that the island he was approaching was not as simple as imagined, and there might be some unknown danger present. Otherwise, the so-called treasure would have been taken long ago. How could it possibly fall to him? Moreover, judging by the mysterious black ship they had encountered earlier, it was highly likely that it was also after the treasure. It would be better to let that black ship explore the way first. If any danger arose, he could prepare in advance. After dinner, the time had already reached 7 in the evening. Zhang Nian prepared all the necessary weapons and ammunition, then laid down on the bed to rest. Tomorrow he needed to get up early for important tasks. Thus he had to rest early to maintain a good state. A peaceful night. Nothing strange happened. Zhang Nian was awakened by his biological clock. This could be considered the most restful sleep he had after becoming a captain. There were no passengers screaming at midnight nor monsters attacking unexpectedly. Zhang Nian sat up in bed and looked out of the porthole. The sight before him left him stunned. He saw layers of mist rising from the sea, creating a white haze that reduced visibility to under 200 meters. Even the sun in the sky was obscured, appearing as a murky white that devoid of warmth. Such thick fog. Zhang Nian frowned slightly. Such dense fog undoubtedly increased the difficulty of locating the island. It seems that human plans cannot keep up with the changes of heaven. Just when I was about to succeed, this unexpected twist occurred. Shaking his head, Zhang Nian could only take out the parchment. He prepared to rely on the precision of the course to gradually locate the island. According to the map, the starship was still less than a kilometer from the island. He just needed to navigate the ship back and forth within a radius of 1 kilometer to find the island. However, this would require a little more time. All right, let's get going. Zhang Nian exhaled, steering the starship forward slowly in one direction. Meanwhile, less than 2 kilometers away from the starship, another group of people was also searching for the island. Just as they were about to reach the destination, fog suddenly descended, which was truly frustrating. On the deck, Zhao Dapeng looked at the thick fog surrounding him, unable to see anything, and angrily smashed the teacup in his hand. Come here. He looked at Ma Changhai. Ma Changhai understood immediately and hurriedly crawled over on all fours, mimicking a dog's movements. Smack! Zhao Dapeng delivered a sharp slap. A bloody handprint instantly appeared on Ma Shanghai's face. Oh, I feel much better now. Zhao Dapeng reached out to pat Ma Shanghai's head. Good dog, good dog. Ma Changhai gritted his teeth in resentment, but on the surface he had to smile. As long as the master feels good, he woof woof. Ha, I really am starting to like you more and more. Zhao Dapeng laughed uncontrollably. Wonderful, truly wonderful. The smile gradually faded. Zhao Dapeng waved his hand, and immediately 10 sailors walked over. You guys split into 5 groups, row small boats in different directions to search for the island. Report back immediately upon discovery. Yes. A group of well-trained sailors responded in unison before quickly splitting into 5 groups and rowing small wooden boats, swiftly disappearing into the fog. Ma Changhai watched this scene, his eyes widening. Are they just going to go down like that? How will they come back? For you worry they won't find their way back. Seeing his thoughts, Zhao Dapeng snorted coldly. Do you see the torches and the drummer above? The flames can penetrate the fog and shine far, and I've arranged for the drummer to maintain a steady rhythm. As long as those people aren't fools, they will definitely find their way back by following the sound and light. Ma Changhai looked up. He saw a burly drummer standing on the 20-meter-high mast holding 2 drumsticks ready to beat the drum. Above the drummer, a gigantic torch stood tall. The blazing flames even dispelled some of the surrounding boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the drummer began to beat the drum. The heavy and slow drum beats resonated rhythmically. However, as the drum beats sounded, an inexplicable sense of unease rose in Ma Shanghai's heart. In this desolate place, beating drums. Was it really okay? Dong, dong, dong. The resonant drum beats faded as 5 small boats vanished into the thick mist. Each vessel carried 2 sailors. A torch was fixed at the prow of each boat to dispel the fog. Initially, the boats clustered together, but as the drum beats sounded, they fanned out in different directions. On boat number 1, which had set out first, a sailor crouched at the bow, a stalk of dog's tail grass dangling from his lips. His eyes narrowed sharp and vigilant as he scanned the surroundings. Behind him, another sailor paddled slowly, the oar stirring ripples that spread across the water. The sea mist was heavy with moisture. Before long, a layer of frost had formed on the brows of both sailors. Brother Ma, with this thick fog, everything's a white blur. How are we supposed to find the island? Our boss always acts on a whim. Isn't this nonsense? Seeing no one else around, the rowing sailor began to mutter complaints. Watch your tongue. Don't you know who the boss is? If he hears that, he'll rip your vocal cords out. The sailor called Ma turned back, glaring a warning. Enough. Just focus on rowing. The sailor behind shrugged and continued paddling. Then, as if struck by a thought, he suddenly asked, "Brother Ma, do you think there's really treasure on that island?" "Of course there is. Isn't it marked on the treasure map?" "Then, could there be mimics too?" At this, both men fell silent. After a few seconds, Ma waved a hand dismissively. "Don't jinx it. Mimics are mostly on land. How many could be out here in the sea? Even if there are, my weapon isn't just for show." He brandished a large crossbow, its arrowhead glinting with a chilling sharpness. As they spoke, a faint splash reached their ears. The sound was soft, but unmistakably clear. "Huh, why are you rowing with only one oar?" Ma turned in confusion. "No, I haven't even started rowing yet," the sailor replied. Ma's blood ran cold. He quickly raised his crossbow, scanning the area tensely. "If it wasn't you, then something's crept up on us. Stay alert. Don't let it catch you off guard." "Could it be a fish?" the rowing sailor guessed. "Let's hope so," Ma replied, curtly falling silent. The fog thickened. The torch on the boat could only cast a feeble glow, creating a narrow window of visibility less than 5 meters wide. Ma aimed his crossbow, his gaze sweeping warily around him, fearing something might suddenly lunge from. A splash came again, but this time not from behind. It came from ahead. "Finally showing yourself." Quick as a flash, Ma locked onto the sound and fired. Swoosh. The sharp arrow cut through the fog, whistling as it shot forth. Dong! But only the sound of splashing water echoed from the mist. Clearly the shot had missed. "Grasshopper, row over there. I want to see what the hell that thing is." "Row? Why aren't you?" Ma turned to urge him on. But in the next second, his words died in his throat. A bone-chilling cold surged through him. No sound, no. His companion, who had just been speaking, had vanished without a trace. The space behind him was empty. Ma's scalp prickled with terror. How could the man disappear right before his eyes? And he hadn't even noticed. This was too damn eerie. "Where are you? This isn't the time for hide and seek. Get the hell out here." Ma raised his crossbow, eyes wide with panic as he frantically looked around. But there was no response. Silence. A deathly stillness. Ma's heart sank to the depths. Clearly something lurked in the fog, something that had silently taken out his comrade. His comrade was dead, so he would be next. Huff. Huff. Ma gasped for air, sheer terror, turning his eyes bloodshot. It was the primal human response to fear. Every vein in his body pulsed like a cornered beast ready to strike lethally at any moment. Fear gave way to rage. Ma began to roar wildly into the mist. "Damn it. Whatever you are, get the hell out here. They'll shoot you dead with one arrow." Gurgle. Splash. As his words faded, bubbling and paddling sounds came from the right side of the boat. Ma turned to look and his scalp went numb. There was Grasshopper, who had vanished earlier, now back. But his face was deathly pale, as if caked with thick chalk. His nostrils and eyes were clogged with strange black seaweed. By all appearances, he was clearly dead. Yet eerily, Grasshopper wore a broad smile, his upper body upright above the water, slicing through it at an astonishing speed as he rapidly approached the wooden boat. Utterly bizarre. "Ah, screw you. You're dead, and you still come back to cause trouble." Ma's eyes burned red as he roared and fired the crossbow at Grasshopper. Uffed. The bolt pierced straight through Grasshopper's head. But strangely, he acted as if nothing had happened, still smiling as he closed in. "Still playing tough, huh? Fine. Fine. I've killed mimics before. They'll handle you too." Seeing Grasshopper fast approaching, Ma drew his machete and swung it fiercely. To his credit, Ma was skilled. One clean blow split Grasshopper's head in two, sending white brain matter splash. Just then a figure burst from the water, a dagger glinting coldly as it thrust toward Ma's throat. Ma reacted swiftly, reversing his machete in one fluid motion. Before the figure could fully emerge, he slashed its throat. "Ha ha ha. So it's a human. Why the hell were you acting so mysterious?" Watching the body sink into the sea, Ma burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Anyone else?" Splashes sounded behind him. Before his laughter could fade, several ripples broke the surface. Ma turned to see several figures emerging from the water not far away, silently staring at him. Their eyes held undisguised mockery. "Damn." Before he could finish, the group surged forward and swarmed onto the boat. Uffed, uffed, uffed. When it was over, the figures vanished back into the water, taking Ma's body with them. The same scene played out repeatedly. These water dwellers seemed to possess divine sight, always pinpointing the sailors' locations and eliminating them one by one. After killing the last sailor on the final boat, they boarded the small vessels and silently drifted toward Zhao Dapeng's main ship. Meanwhile, on the red sailboat, drums thundered. Zhao Dapeng stood in the cabin, a smug smile on his face as he gazed into the distance. "An hour. Time's almost up. They should be back soon." As if on cue, a faint flicker of firelight emerged from the distant mist, glowing. The flames swayed gently in the air as if signaling him to follow. "Haha, here they come." Zhao Dapeng's face lit up with a grin. He waved his hand grandly. "Let's go, brothers. Time to get rich." Within the dense fog, Zhang Nian piloted the stars silently at a steady pace. He had been traversing the sea surface back and forth for an hour now, yet the fog was so thick that the island remained elusive. Could I have drifted off course? Zhang Nian gazed at the parchment in his hand with doubt. It was indeed a possibility. Though he had the parchment to guide his route, it still required corresponding physical coordinates to confirm his bearing. In this boundless fog, precise positioning was impossible. Naturally, he might be straying further away. I need to change my approach. Zhang Nian put away the parchment and gazed into the distance. Just then a faint flicker of firelight caught his. The firelight was about 100 meters away, drifting slowly in his direction. Why is there fire? Could it be someone from the black ship? After a moment's consideration, Zhang Nian decided to investigate. The star had a unique structure and a silent propulsion system unlike ordinary vessels, allowing it to approach without a sound. As the distance closed, the distant fire grew brighter. At about 50 meters, Zhang Nian finally saw its full form. It was a small boat with a torch mounted on its bow. Strangely, it was completely empty. An empty boat. Puzzled Zhang Nian's eyes fell upon the gunwale, where he spotted large, fresh bloodstains. It seemed looks like a fight happened here. Was it a gang rivalry, or did they encounter something more terrifying? Zhang Nian stared into the distance with a profound look. But this means the island is close. If I follow the direction this boat drifted from, I should find the exact location soon. Elsewhere, Zhao Dapeng and his men, guided by the firelight, finally found the island. It was a small isle. Though the thick fog obscured its full view, the terrain suggested it was about the size of a township. With a radius of perhaps 1 to 2 kilometers, the sight of the dense wooded island made Zhao Dapeng grin, with glee, his eyes burning with greed for treasure. He wished he could sprout wings and fly straight to the island's heart. Soon a red and a black ship docked. Zhao Dapeng stood on the deck, waving with smug satisfaction. Everyone assemble. At his command, a group of sailors immediately gathered, standing in 2 straight lines. These were all the crew Zhao Dapeng currently had. 25 men in total. Each was equipped with a full set of combat gear: crossbows, machetes, spears. A few even carried hunting rifles. Brothers, see that island. Zhao Dapeng pointed into the distance. Countless treasures are buried there. Dig them out today, and we'll feast and drink like kings forever. Yeah. Who? The sailors erupted in cheers. Great. Since you're all so eager, let's set out and land now. With Zhao Dapeng's order, over 20 sailors bustled about, tossing ropes overboard and beginning their descent. Just then Zhao Dapeng extended his left hand. A sailor understood and placed the chain binding Ma Changhai into his grasp. Come on, Changhai. Since you offered me the treasure map, I'm in a good mood. They'll let you see what the treasure looks like. Ma Changhai wished he could bite Zhao Dapeng to death, but he wore a grateful expression. Woof woof, thank you, master, for your generosity. Thank you for the honor. Ha ha ha, good dog. Zhao Dapeng laughed wildly, then led Ma Changhai across a specially built wooden bridge onto the island. The island's edge was a stretch of gravel, damp, but not muddy. Each footstep produced a soft crunch of shifting stones. On solid ground, Zhao Dapeng looked around and frowned. He counted the men and found only 27, including himself and Ma Changhai. The numbers were off. Including the 10 men he had sent out earlier, there should be 37. And those who had guided them ashore with the firelight had also vanished. Those little bastards, couldn't they wait, and went ahead? Damn it, greedier than me. When I catch them, I'll give each 50 slaps. Everyone scout ahead immediately. Zhao Dapeng snorted and commanded his men to advance deeper in the dense woods. Zhao Dapeng divided the team into 3 sections: 10 sailors scouting ahead himself, with 5 trusted men in the middle and 10 sailors at the rear for security. The formation was quite professional. Ma Changhai, leashed by the neck, followed behind Zhao Dapeng, his eyes darting around. From the moment they landed, he felt something was wrong. None of the 10 sailors Zhao Dapeng had sent out earlier had returned, and the guides who had led them with firelight had also disappeared. This was too suspicious. Ma Changhai, though of average strength, was extremely cautious. Had he been leading, he would never blindly charge in after losing contact with his scouts. Ma Changhai glanced at the smug Zhao Dapeng and ventured a reminder. Master, those sailors haven't come back. Could something have happened? Zhao Dapeng, riding high on excitement, paid no heed to such details. In his mind, the missing crew must have gone ahead to hunt for treasure. What could happen? I know these rascals too well. They must have. A sudden scream cut him off as a sailor ahead fell to the ground in agony, an arrow embedded in his chest. Damn it. Ambush. They're up ahead. Fire at them. Without waiting for Zhao Dapeng's order, the group unleashed a volley of arrows blanketing the area ahead. After 3 rounds of shooting, someone finally went forward to check. Soon a sailor dragged back a corpse riddled with arrows like a pincushion. Boss, it's a person. Zhao Dapeng approached to examine the body. The attire was strange, unlike anything he had seen before. The clothes were woven from branches of unknown plants, crude and simple. Zhao Dapeng quickly made a judgment. Judging by the clothing, this must be a local native, probably a guardian of the treasure. Brothers, this means we're close to the treasure. We're about to get rich. Ha ha ha. The group erupted in excited laughter. Zhao Dapeng waved his hand. Let's go. Yes. They responded and pressed forward. But shortly after they left, something strange happened to the corpse. Countless tiny blood-red flowers began to bloom rapidly on the woven branches of its clothing. The corpse visibly shriveled and decayed, ultimately being completely consumed by the rapidly growing. Above the misty sea, thick white fog lingered, enveloping the entire solitary island, leaving only a vague and deep silhouette. At that moment, a black, white, and gold three-colored outline silently broke through the fog, quietly docking at the cold shore of the lonely island. I finally found it. In front of the control panel, Zhang Nian looked at the unusually lush vegetation on the island, a smile appearing on his face. Even with the guidance of the small boat, it took him over half an hour to find this place, which was quite a challenge. However, after locating the island, Zhang Nian did not directly land on it, but piloted the starship to continue along the coastline. Since a small boat had appeared, it indicated that there were other larger vessels nearby. Therefore, to ensure absolute safety, he needed to thoroughly understand the situation around the small island, at least to know how many groups of people were present. With the starship operating at full power, Zhang Nian made a new discovery in less than 5 minutes. Suddenly, a flame appeared along the coastline 200 meters ahead. The flame was positioned high, about 20 meters or so. Clearly, this was some kind of large vessel intentionally left as a guiding anchor point for retreat. It was likely the main ship of those small boats. The people on board had probably already landed on the island. Soon as the distance closed in, a black ship and a red ship, one small and one large, gradually emerged before Zhang Nian's eyes. The flame was emanating from the mast of the red ship. Upon seeing the red ship, Zhang Nian's expression remained unchanged, but upon seeing the black ship, his brows furrowed. So they fled upon seeing me, not because they took me for a pirate, but as a competitor. Quite interesting they have accomplished. Zhang Nian instinctively believed that the red ship and the black ship were allies, unaware that it was a relationship between man and dog. Without pausing, Zhang Nian continued along the coast. After circling the entire small island, he returned to this position. There were 2 reasons for coming back. One was that landing here was the safest since someone had already paved the way for him. The dangers that needed to be triggered had already been set off, significantly reducing the risk. The other reason was that the opposing party, after obtaining the treasure, would definitely return the same way. This would prevent them from missing each other, allowing him to set a trap. Ultimately, Zhang Nian piloted the starship and docked behind a giant rock 300 meters from the 2 ships. This was the perfect distance. He would not be discovered by others, and when it came time to retreat, he could use the light from others' flames to find the location of his own ship. After securing the ship, Zhang Nian began preparing for landing. As a lone wolf, without teamwork, all matters of safety had to rely on himself. Therefore, before entering a dangerous environment, he had to make thorough preparations. Firstly, he adjusted the starship to automatic defense mode. Before his return, any suspicious individuals approaching would be met with heavy machine gun fire and elimination. Next, he needed to equip himself for jungle combat. Zhang Nian crafted a hat and a silencer compatible with the FN-57 handgun. The hat was camouflaged, the kind worn by special forces in the jungle. This would aid him in hiding and disguising himself in the dense forest. The silencer was to minimize noise when firing. Given the size of the opposing ship, there were likely many crew members aboard. In the event of a direct confrontation, a slight gunshot could help avoid detection by enemies. For this island landing, Zhang Nian decided to carry 3 weapons. The cold weapon was naturally the golden axe. Holding this made him feel secure, a good tool for both offense and defense. The Smith Wesson M500 goes without saying. This was his strongest firepower aside from the ship's machine gun. If he encountered an overly powerful enemy, this gun would be his only means of survival. After checking all the weapons and equipment, Zhang Nian shouldered his space backpack, opened the hatch, and stepped outside. The cold mist outside made him feel as if a cold-blooded animal was licking his face, making him quite uncomfortable. However, there was good news. Due to the land, the mist here was much lighter than that on the sea. Even without lights, he could see several dozen meters ahead. Walking across the gravel beach, a dense and tangled jungle came into view. After a brief observation, Zhang Nian quickly discovered the footprints of Zhao Dapeng and others. Confirming that there were no potential dangers in the vicinity, he quickly followed the footprints on the ground. Within the dense forest, thick white fog wrapped around the damp and cold atmosphere, as if swallowing the entire world. In a place that should not have human activity, a team of over 20 people was quickly advancing with excited steps. Their figures flickered amidst the swirling fog. "Boss, something's happening here," a crew member suddenly shouted. Zhao Dapeng's eyes narrowed. "Speak." "It's a sign with some words on it." "It seems to be a warning." "A warning?" Zhao Dapeng stepped forward. 2 crew members immediately cleared the weeds in front of the sign. The sign had text and a picture. The gist was a warning for anyone who saw the sign to leave immediately. Going further would lead to dead ends, and there was no treasure on the island. The image was even more peculiar, resembling a scene of heavy rain from the heavens with large raindrops falling and creating deep pits on the ground. One of the pits was particularly huge, containing a large square object that looked like a big box. The box was half open with many items scattered about, but due to the passage of time it was impossible to tell what they were. Making a fuss. Trying to cover up the truth. Zhao Dapeng snorted coldly. It's just some tricks to scare away outsiders. If there really was no treasure, why bother putting up such a useless sign? At that moment, another crew member seemed to discover something behind the sign. Clearing away the grass, he was startled. Boss, there's a corpse here. My. Zhao Dapeng turned his head to look. Indeed, there was a corpse lying face down behind the wooden sign, the position of its bent legs suggesting it had been crawling out towards the island. Strangely, the corpse was embedded in a small tree. The tree was over a person's height, and its branches were densely covered with small red flowers. The trunk had deeply rooted itself in the back of the corpse, seemingly growing out from the corpse's body. Seeing this scene, the crew members felt somewhat frightened. After all, the situation before them was too bizarre, something they had never seen in over 20 years of life. Zhao Dapeng, however, snorted coldly, revealing a knowing expression. Do you think a dead body here can scare me? What a joke. If such a small scene could frighten me into dropping my guard, how could I ever survive at sea? He looked at those crew members who seemed to waver. Brothers, don't be afraid. These are just the tactics of the island's natives to intimidate outsiders. They just want to make us retreat and prevent us from getting rich. But who are we? We are pirates with guns, arrows, and courage. We are the kings of these waters. Would we fear a rotten piece of wood? Would we fear the natives here? What a joke. Anyone who dares to stand in our way will die. Brothers, what do you say? Yes. Whoever blocks our path will die. Zhao Dapeng's words stirred the crew, and the unease they had just felt was cast aside. They howled excitedly. Zhao Dapeng was very satisfied with their performance, nodding. Yes, this is what a pirate let's go. We continue forward. The group immediately crossed the wooden sign and began to speed deeper into the island. Within an hour, they had already reached the halfway point of the small island. As these people delved deeper, the vegetation characteristics within the island began to change quietly. At first, the plant species on the island were still quite diverse. Although they were mostly unrecognizable, at least dozens of types of vegetation could be distinguished, all looking quite pleasing without any particularly strange aspects. However, as the team continued to delve deeper, a peculiar-looking plant began to gradually appear in everyone's sight. It was a type of tree with a very unusual appearance. The main trunk twisted and turned with densely packed branches and a well-developed crown bearing many thick purple leaves. It felt refreshing to see one every now and then. But gradually these trees became more numerous, ultimately forming a dense mass that nearly completely occupied this space, creating a feeling of oppression. The group simply stopped looking at the tree crowns and shifted their gaze downward, controlling their vision to move quickly forward. Just then someone in the team suddenly exclaimed, "Look, there's a huge tree ahead with fruit on it." Everyone looked up in unison, instantly struck with shock at the sight before them. Not far ahead, a particularly tall and peculiar tree suddenly appeared. This was a tree of the same type as the other purple-leaf trees. However, it was even more gigantic and stranger. The main trunk twisted and turned bizarrely, growing to over 20 meters high. The huge umbrella-like crown obscured the sky, seeming to cover the entire expanse above. The oppressive feeling was intense. The most significant difference from other trees was that this tree's crown was laden with magnificent deep purple fruits resembling bananas. At that moment, a sweet fragrance wafted from these fruits, causing everyone standing beneath the tree to unconsciously swallow their saliva. Some people's stomachs even began to rumble with hunger. Gurgle. The aroma of the fruit made Zhao Dapeng's stomach growl with hunger. Despite having just eaten, he felt ravenous, itching to climb the tree and devour the fruit. He licked his wide lips. What kind of fruit is this? It smells so damn good, it's making me hungry. A few of you pick these fruits and share them with everyone. Yes. At the command, 4 or 5 crew members swiftly climbed the tree and began to harvest the fruit. The tree was tall, but its twisted branches made for easy climbing. Before long, the crew had gathered several large baskets of fruit. As the baskets were set down, the rich fragrance intensified, making everyone's mouths water. Holy crap! This fruit smells amazing. What kind is it? So incredible. Judging by its looks, eating it might extend your stamina. Zhao Dapeng approached and examined the fruit closely. The intense aroma stimulated his brain, giving him an urge to tear into it like a hyena. This fruit looks like it should be delicious. Assuming it's edible. With that, he glanced aside, a smile spreading across his face. Shanghai, you're a loyal dog. So I'll reward you with the first bite. Ma Shanghai's heart raced with It was clearly a test to see if the fruit was poisonous. You bastard. Why don't you eat it yourself? That was Ma Shanghai's inner thought. But outwardly he had to appear flattered. After all, eating the fruit might not kill him. but refusing would mean hee woof woof. Thank you, master. You're so good to me. Haha, good dog, eat up. Zhao Dapeng urged with a laugh. Zhao Dapeng, you bastard. Cursing inwardly, Ma Changhai approached the basket trembling as he picked up a fruit. But in the next second his expression shifted slightly. This was a sea island shrouded in thick fog with no sunlight. The surrounding temperature was extremely low, around 10 degrees Celsius. Yet when he held the fruit, he felt a faint warmth, like holding a living egg in his hand. It was highly unusual. Hesitantly, he peeled back the skin as if peeling a banana. As the purple skin gave way, pure white flesh was revealed. An intense burst of fragrance filled the air, drawing a chorus of swallows from the crowd. What are you waiting for? Eat it. If you don't, I'll beat you. The crew members glared with wolfish hunger. I'm eating now. With his life in their hands, he had no choice. Under everyone's gaze, Ma Changhai took a small, cautious bite and began to chew slowly. The flesh was surprisingly sweet and soft, reminiscent of a banana, but far more delicious. In that single bite, he tasted over 5 distinct fruit flavors. He wanted to swallow, but forced himself to stop. If the fruit were poisonous, holding it in his mouth might give him a chance to escape in the chaos. So Ma Changhai played a trick. After chewing for a while, he mimicked a swallowing motion. In reality, he used his tongue to hide the pulp in the gap left by 2 extracted wisdom teeth. He had eaten so little that it was unnoticeable. He opened his mouth deliberately for Zhao Dapeng to see. Zhao Dapeng, not noticing, simply nodded with satisfaction. Good dog. What does it taste like? Woof, it's delicious, woof. Ma Changhai barked on the surface, but even more fragrant than your sister. I hope the fruit poisons you to death, you bastard. Ha, good. Zhao Dapeng laughed heartily, but didn't eat immediately, waiting for 5 minutes. Seeing Ma Changhai unaffected, he finally waved his hand. Everyone share them. Thanks, boss. The crew, unable to wait any longer, rushed forward. They scrambled for the fruit and began to eat. One crew member with a hunting rifle handed a peeled fruit. Boss. Zhao Dapeng took the fruit leisurely. As the leader, he had to maintain composure, not appear too eager. Even if he craved it like a dog, his movements had to be calm. He brought the fruit to his lips with a composed expression. But just as he was about to bite, a sudden change occurred. The first crew members to eat the fruit suddenly clutched their stomachs and howled in agony. My stomach. The fruit is poisonous. At that, everyone dropped their fruit and began frantically gagging themselves. Some even punched each other's stomachs in a desperate attempt to vomit. Though crude, the method was surprisingly effective. The ingested fruit was expelled. But those who had eaten large portions collapsed, vomiting black fluid and bleeding from every orifice, falling silent forever. Damn it. Ma Changhai, you tricked. Zhao Dapeng threw his fruit away in terror, then roared as he turned to but Ma Changhai was nowhere to be seen. The moment trouble struck, he had fled. Ma Changhai, I'll kill you. I swear I'll destroy you. Zhao Dapeng roared in vain. His lack of caution had cost him dearly. 10 of his crew had died instantly. Nearly half of them. Zhao Dapeng was furious enough to devour someone. These were his elite fighters, and Ma Changhai had wiped out so many in one careless moment. How are you all? Zhao Dapeng forced himself to calm down and checked on the others. The dead were beyond help. He could only hope the survivors were unharmed. The crew, having emptied their stomachs, waved weakly. We're fine. Just a bit of numbness on the tongue, nothing else. Hearing this, Zhao Dapeng closed his eyes and sighed in relief. As long as they were okay, he could continue the treasure hunt. All right, let's move on. Once we get the treasure, I'll take you all back to shore for a good time. As for Ma Changhai, he won't leave this island. Yes. The group gathered their gear ready to leave. But just then, the crew members who had died from the poison, bleeding from every orifice, suddenly opened their eyes. Their limbs twisted grotesquely, and they staggered to their feet. Just as Zhao Dapeng and his crew were packing up their gear ready to leave, the sailors who had long since died from eating the fruit suddenly opened their eyes and stood upright. Their movements were bizarre, their limbs stiff, twisting eerily like marionettes. Giggle, giggle. After standing up, these sailors immediately locked onto the unsuspecting crowd, their sharp teeth chattering a few times before they lunged fiercely. Roar. A low growl rang out. The sailor at the very back of the line was instantly tackled to the ground, followed by a gaping maw clamping onto his neck. Crunch, crunch. Warm blood gushed out. Help! Help! Gurgle, gurgle. The man tried to cry for help, but with his throat already torn through, he could only emit gurgling sounds from his windpipe. Blood flooded his airway. Holy crap! A zombie! One person, hearing a commotion behind him, turned to. He immediately screamed. But it was already too late. A comrade had its hands around his neck. A crunch. His scream finally drew everyone's attention. Oh my god! Zombies! 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 Realizing the danger, the crowd began to howl and frantically. Some of the more timid ones even thought of running away. This place is too cursed. I want to go home. No, I have to get out of here. I can't take it anymore. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A zombie sailor's head was blown clean through, and then its body went limp, collapsing to the ground motionless. This stunned everyone into silence. Zhao Dapeng with his triangular eyes glared fiercely at the crowd. What's all the panic for? So what if they're zombies? Don't they still fear a headshot? Motherfuckers, grab your weapons and take them down. Yes, sir. Seeing the living corpse taken down with a headshot, the sailors finally mustered their courage again. Since they could be killed, there was nothing to fear. They immediately grabbed their weapons and launched a counterattack against the living corpses. Go to hell. Thwack. A sailor swung a large blade, cleaving it heavily onto a living corpse's head. The corpse's head split in two. Black and white brain matter splattered all over the ground. The living corpse, which had been so ferocious moments before, collapsed like a cut marionette, falling limp and still. Ha ha ha. They're so weak. Brothers, let's get them. Seeing the corpse fall, the sailor became emboldened, charging into the corpse crowd with his blade. But before he could revel for more than a few seconds, a comrade grabbed his arm. Then a second, a third, a fourth. Finally, amidst a series of screams, he was torn apart like shredded meat. You idiot. Who told you to charge in there? Zhao Dapeng stomped his foot in fury. Everyone form up. Don't be like that fool. The sailors weren't stupid. Heeding Zhao Dapeng's warning, they quickly formed a defensive line and launched a methodical attack. After a brief skirmish, the sailors suddenly realized that these living corpses, aside from being stronger and more resilient, didn't seem much more formidable than ordinary people. This realization boosted their morale, and they fought with increasing ferocity. Relying on their numerical and agility advantages along with the guns wielded by Zhao Dapeng and his bodyguards, they soon eliminated all the living corpses. Seeing all the living corpses dealt with, Zhao Dapeng let out a long sigh. Damn it, this fruit is truly sinister. Not only does it poison people, but it also reanimates the dead. We almost fell for it. Just then a sailor approached, pointing at the mostly headless bodies on the ground, and asked, Boss, what should we do with these brothers' bodies? Need to take care of them. These living corpses were tough to kill. Only destroying or severing their heads would finish them off. Hearing this, Zhao Dapeng's eyes widened. Take care of them, my ass. Didn't you see they were trying to eat me? They're no brothers of mine anymore. He took a few ragged breaths, then turned his gaze forward. Motherfucker, I, Zhao Dapeng, am taking this treasure today no matter what. Anyone who stands in my way dies. Move out. We continue. Meanwhile, on a small path about 500 meters away, Zhang Nian suddenly stopped in his tracks. It seems those people have run into trouble. And they have guns. He observed for a moment, and when the commotion ceased, he continued walking. Judging by the footprints on the ground and the gunshots had just heard, though this group was large, only a few of them were armed with firearms. They wouldn't be too difficult to handle. He planned to trail behind them, waiting until their numbers were sufficiently whittled down before striking with full force. Zhang Nian advanced cautiously. After walking for about 10 minutes, strange plants began to appear, and they were twisted trees with purple leaves. As he moved forward, these trees grew more numerous, eventually almost completely replacing all other vegetation and dominating the soil. Just as Zhang Nian was wondering why this was happening, an exceptionally massive purple tree abruptly came into view. A colossal tree, gnarled and towering, rose from the ground, its vast canopy blotting out the sky and sun, exuding an aggressive presence. Its branches were densely covered with purple fruit. A sweet, fragrant aroma emanated from the fruit, making it impossible not to salivate. What kind of plant is this? Its allure is incredibly strong. Zhang Nian's mouth watered with craving, but his face was etched with shock. The fruit's scent was simply too tempting. It was almost enough to drive one mad, even inducing a physiological hunger. Even though a dozen corpses lay on the ground, a constant reminder of the danger, his mind still yearned for the fruit hanging from the tree. How terrifying was that? Ask yourself, what legitimate fruit in this world could smell so intoxicating? Clearly something was amiss. Suppressing the urge to pick the fruit, Zhang Nian fixed his gaze on the bodies on the ground. 12 corpses in total, including the one had seen earlier killed by an arrow on the path. That made 13. Of course, that didn't include the 2 natives. These people have all become fertilizer for the plants. Throughout his journey, he noticed that every corpse, whether native or the recently deceased pirates, invariably had a twisted tree sprouting from it covered in small red flowers. The silhouette of these trees was almost identical to that of the purple giants. Though they hadn't yet grown leaves, it was easy to tell they were the same species. Turning to survey the surrounding purple trees, Zhang Nian suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. If every dead person grew such a tree, did that mean every tree here was transformed from a living life? If this is truly the case, then this place is nothing short of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. At this very moment, even Zhang Nian, who prided himself on his extensive experience with false people, felt cold sweat break out in the palms of his hands. Clearly, this island is far more dangerous than he had imagined. It even incited an urge to flee within him. Hiss! Zhang Nian shook his head, suppressing the unease in his heart. and began to follow the clues he had gathered on the way. Previously, when passing those corpses, Zhang Nian had performed dissections on them. Through his research, he found that the plants with red flowers did not simply sprout from the corpses. For within these corpses, he discovered root-like structures. This indicated that these individuals had already harbored plant seeds within their bodies before their deaths. Only after these individuals died did the plants begin to grow wildly, draining the nutrients from the corpses, ultimately transforming into small trees. In simple terms, these individuals had consumed things they should not have during their lifetimes, thus becoming nourishment for others. It seems that the root cause of all this should be these fruits. Zhang Nian gazed at the utterly squashed fruits on the ground, his mind racing with a bold hypothesis. After some thought, he picked up a wooden stick and carefully prodded at the fruits. Soon small particles, evenly distributed within the fruit flesh, began to reveal themselves. These particles resembled cotton fluff, pristine and white. They were virtually undetectable without close inspection. Are these the seeds? If so, then what is this? Zhang Nian looked at the lower half of the fruit, where a black orb suddenly emerged. It was about the size of a marble, round and black, resembling a seed even more. The black orb was adorned with circular white patterns. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be surrounded by serrated edges. Zhang Nian pondered for a moment, and his gaze suddenly shifted to a nearby stone. Smash! He picked it up and smashed it down onto the black orb. Crack! The black orb shattered upon impact. A pool of dark green slime immediately oozed out. Following that was an extremely pungent odor that visibly spread into the air. Clearly this black orb was not the seed, the white particles were. What role the black orb played remained a mystery. Was it merely to neutralize the fruit's aroma? Or did it serve as a bridge expressing the thoughts of the fruit? Swish, swish, swish. Just then from the dense forest not far away, a rustling sound of branches and leaves suddenly arose. By the sound it seemed something was about to charge out. Moreover, judging by the scale, there was more than one. Zhang Nian's gaze sharpened like lightning, and without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly hid behind a large tree. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Just as he concealed himself, 4 figures shot out from the thicket. They were 4, like the natives who had ambushed Zhao Dapeng and others before. They were also clad in garments woven from branches. Rather than clothing, it resembled tangled roots. These individuals looked distinctly abnormal, especially their eyes. Normal human eyes are bright and star-like, a mix of black and white. However, the eyes of these individuals resembled the lifeless grayish-white eyes of fish that had been dead for several days, devoid of brightness and vitality. In simpler terms, they had the eyes of the dead. These natives were not living beings at all. They were a group of moving corpses. The moment these natives emerged, they began to mechanically turn their heads, waiting for the dead fish to search for targets. They were terrifying, akin to zombies. As the old saying goes, the first to act is strong, while the second suffers misfortune. Zhang Nian certainly would not wait to be discovered by the enemy before making his move. Instead, he raised his gun, aiming to launch a surprise attack. Roar! However, before he could pull the trigger, the 4 natives, as if they had eyes on the back of their heads, instantly locked onto him. They all turned in unison, lunging at him fiercely. Zhang Nian's eyes twitched violently. No way. This is ridiculous. Despite making no noise, he was exposed. Are you sure I didn't shoot? But Zhang Nian had no time to dwell on that now. The natives moved far too quickly, their joints remarkably agile. Some even crawled upside down with their faces down, and even more outrageous, a crescent-shaped blade was already flying towards him. Bang! The blade struck the tree trunk with tremendous force, embedding deeply into it and quivering violently. Zhang Nian, who had already evaded to a distance, was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Had he not reacted more quickly than the average person and dodged in time, his head would have surely been severed. But what good is strength? Can it withstand a bullet? Zhang Nian cursed, raising his gun to shoot. Equipped with a silencer, the NF-57 made a sound so faint it was quieter than a normal person's finger snap. Pew pew pew. Several bullets were instantly fired, heading straight for the 4 natives. However, Zhang Nian had not received professional training, and his marksmanship was abysmal. After a barrage of shots, he had only taken down 2 natives. The other 2 rushed forward in an instant, raising their curved blades to strike at Zhang Nian's head. But before the blades could fall, 2 arms had already soared into the air. The 2 natives were momentarily stunned, glancing at each other in confusion, seemingly puzzled as to why their arms had flown off. Yet no one would grant them the time to ponder, as the next second a golden axe drew a graceful arc, sending them off to the northwest. Looking at the 2 natives who had been separated from their heads and bodies, Zhang Nian sneered. Did you really think I could only shoot? Have you heard of a close combat mage? Ranged attacks are just a preference. Close combat is my forte. After dispatching the 4 natives, Zhang Nian did not divert his gaze, but continued to fixate on the 4 corpses. After approximately 10 seconds, the corpses began to undergo changes. On the corpses, the branches woven into clothing suddenly came to life, visibly writhing, and then converging into a complete trunk, beginning to grow wildly. In just a few breaths, they grew into a small tree taller than a person. Moreover, every branch was adorned with densely packed red flowers. Hiss! What a domineering growth method! Watching the natives rapidly morph into dry corpses, Zhang Nian couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. Now he could almost confirm that every strange tree here was a product of the deaths of the people and other creatures on this island. The animals on this island had been slaughtered to the last one. Furthermore, with the trees growing so aggressively, it wouldn't be long before only this type of plant remained on the island. The dense fog shrouded everything, casting dancing shadows among the trees. While Zhang Nian investigated the peculiar flora, Zhao Dapeng and his crew suddenly came under attack. This time their assailants were not the reanimated corpses of sailors, but far more formidable local natives. Their movements were swift and their postures grotesque, like human spiders flitting and twisting through the shadows. At this moment, Zhao Dapeng and his men found themselves surrounded in a clearing, enduring a relentless barrage of sneak attacks. Bang! 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 Zhao Dapeng raised his gun and blindly fired 3 shots into a dark corner. Yet it was all in vain. All 3 bullets missed their mark. They didn't even graze a single hair on the natives. The fog in this area was even thicker than at sea, reducing visibility to less than 20 meters. The advantage of their firearms was completely neutralized. Fortunately, they were in a clearing with a certain distance separating them from the dense woods. This buffer zone allowed them to barely hold their ground, though otherwise they would have suffered heavy losses. "Boss," one sailor stammered, "these people don't look right." The sailor, clutching his hunting rifle, stared in terror at the figures hanging upside down from the trees like spiders. "I can see that, you idiot. Normal or not, aim for their heads." Zhao Dapeng was sweating profusely, but as the pirate leader, he had to maintain his composure. "Oh, save me." Suddenly, a sailor on the periphery felt a heavy weight on his shoulder. A tremendous force yanked him backward, and he was rapidly dragged towards the woods. It all happened so fast. The sailor only had time to cry for help before he was pulled into the forest, leaving a long drag mark on the ground. By the time the others reacted, he was already gone. "Damn it! Shoot arrows together in that direction," Zhao Dapeng roared through gritted teeth. "Boss will hit our own man," a sailor warned. "No time for that. If he gets shot, it's his bad luck. Stop stalling. Fire the arrows now." Seeing Zhao Dapeng's frenzy, the others dared not argue. They could only release their arrows towards where their comrade had disappeared. Swish, swish, swish. A dozen arrows shot out, instantly blanketing the area 10 meters ahead. The next second, the sailors' screams ceased entirely. The low growls from the natives also vanished. Clearly, this volley had achieved its desired effect. A smile of relief spread across Zhao Dapeng's face. "Huh, this method works. Listen up, everyone. From now on, whenever you spot a target, use this tactic and fire together. They're fast, huh? Let's see them dodge this." "Yes, sir." Buoyed by the success, the crew regained their confidence. They immediately began to counterattack methodically using this strategy. It proved remarkably effective. Even the swift natives found it difficult to evade such widespread coordinated attacks. Soon more than half of the natives darting through the mist were eliminated. Fewer than 10 remained. With the enemy's numbers dwindling, Zhao Dapeng and his men finally had a moment to catch their breath. "Haha, see, they're just a bunch of jumping monkeys. As long as we work together, they're nothing to fear." Zhao Dapeng beamed with confidence. However, this joy was short-lived. A voice suddenly echoed from the fog ahead, instantly transforming his smile into a scowl of fury. Zhao Dapeng, he knew that voice all too well. It was Ma Changhai, the very scoundrel who had tricked them into eating poisonous fruit, causing over a dozen deaths. Zhao Dapeng's eyes reddened with rage as he glared towards the source of the sound. All he could see was swirling mist and strange trees. "Ma Changhai, you son of a bitch. Get the hell out here." Zhao Dapeng cursed loudly. But the voice from the mist remained unperturbed, even turning to mockery. "Hee Zhao Dapeng, you're useless. With just a simple trick, I've wiped out nearly half your men. How can you possibly compete with me? How can you claim the treasure? Haha, you're nothing but a failure." Unable to bear the insult, Zhao Dapeng waved his hand. "Everyone fire your arrows. Kill that bastard." "Yes, sir." The well-trained crew immediately aimed and released a volley of arrows towards the voice. Swish, swish, swish. A dozen arrows pierced the air towards their target. Yet this barrage had no effect. Ma Shanghai's voice didn't stop, it grew even more arrogant. "Tisk tisk tsk. A waste of space, truly a waste. How did you ever become the leader, I wonder? Was it a competition of stupidity? The dumber you are, the higher you climb." Zhao Dapeng's eyes blazed with fury. The blatant mockery had completely driven him to madness. "Ma Changhai, you bastard. I'm going to kill you today. Charge. Find him and cut him down." An older sailor, sensing the danger, quickly tried to dissuade him. "Boss, we can't go in there. He's too cocky, it must be a trap." Slap. Zhao Dapeng's eyes bulged as he backhanded the sailor. Do you think I can't see what's going on? That bastard Ma Changhai must be hiding behind those trees. Now, go over there and kill him right now. Yes, yes. Seeing Zhao Daping's madness, the sailor dared not object and obediently followed. And so Zhao Daping led his remaining 10 men charging headlong into the fog ahead. Ma Changhai, get your ass out here. Stop hiding. I know you're here. Zhao Daping shouted, his eyes scanning everywhere, trying to pinpoint Ma Shanghai's location by his voice. But this time Ma Changhai fell silent. His only answer was the stillness of the forest. There was no wind, no sound. Only absolute deathly silence. Even the natives who had been ambushing them had vanished, as if into thin air. If not for the 4 dead sailors, they might have thought it was all a dream. Unknowingly, Zhao Daping and his men had advanced hundreds of meters into the fog. At least that's what they believed. The swirling mist made it impossible to discern direction. No one knew exactly how far they had traveled. Ma Changhai, where's all that bravado now? Where are you? Gone to ground like a coward. Zhao Daping was convinced that Ma Changhai had cowered in fear again. But as he walked, a sudden realization struck him. He stopped dead in his tracks. Halt! Damn it, we've been that bastard Ma Changhai must have lured us here on purpose while he goes for the treasure himself. Fall back now. Saying this, Zhao Daping turned to lead them back. But just then a sailor's eyes went wide. He pointed a trembling finger into the distance, his mouth agape. What the hell is it? Zhao Daping snapped, impatient with the sailor's hesitation. Treasure. It's the... Zhao Daping spun around, following the sailor's gaze. There in the fog ahead, a golden light had inexplicable... The source of the golden light was a large chest identical to the one depicted on the wooden plank. Ha! Ha ha ha! Zhao Daping's eyes lit up as he stared at the treasure chest, letting out a hearty laugh. Changhai, you really are my lucky star. Even when you try to harm me, you lead me to fortune. What a good dog you are. Men follow me to riches. Time to get rich. Whoop whoop. The sight of the treasure chest sent the crew into a frenzy of excitement, completely forgetting the danger they had just faced. Together with Zhao Daping, they rushed recklessly towards the chest. Ha ha ha. Sweetheart, I'm coming. Zhao Daping dashed toward the treasure chest with a beaming face. Yet strangely enough, although the chest was right before their eyes, no matter how hard the group ran, they couldn't close the distance. The distance remained constant, the chest ever hazy and elusive before them, as if retreating with every step they took. At this point, even Zhao Daping, blinded by greed and dull-witted as he was, finally sensed something amiss. He gradually came to a halt. Boss, why did you stop? The crewmen were bewildered. No, something's terribly wrong. Zhao Daping shook his head repeatedly. We've been running for ages, at least 100 meters if not 200, yet we still can't reach the chest. This chest, it's problematic. Hearing Zhao Daping's words, the feverish crewmen finally snapped out of their daze, realizing the anomaly. Instantly, a spine-chilling dread crept into everyone's hearts. Clearly, they had fallen into another trap. A bunch of fools finally catching on. Haha, too late. Ma Shanghai's voice echoed once more. But this time he didn't lurk in the shadows. Instead, he brazenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Footsteps sounded, and as the mist churned, Ma Changhai stepped out with a smile. Seeing him, Zhao Daping instantly wanted to charge over and kill him. But the next moment he held back. He noticed that Ma Changhai had changed. His stature was now much larger. Once about 1.7 meters tall, he now stood at least over 2 meters. His attire had also transformed, replaced by a suit of armor woven from gray-black branches. His entire body was encased seamlessly, giving him the look of a vine-armored warrior. Yet this wasn't what made Zhao Daping restrain his impulse. What truly held him back were Ma Shanghai's eyes. A pair of grayish-white, lifeless, hollow, and spiritless. Clearly the Ma Changhai before them was no longer the same person. The real Ma Changhai was already dead. Zhao Daping's face shifted repeatedly. He could distinctly sense that this Ma Changhai radiated danger. If they acted, it had to be with full force. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Zhao Daping shot a meaningful glance at his companions, and the seasoned crewmen instantly understood his intent. Without any warning, everyone raised their weapons in unison. Bows, crossbows, hunting rifles, pistols, all fired at once. Bang, 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 whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Gunfire and arrow whistles merged into a cacophony. Yet facing their assault, Ma Changhai merely sneered contemptuously. He had already reacted before they opened fire, dodging swiftly to the side like an agile monkey. Darting left, and right by the time their bullets arrived, he had vanished from his original spot. Only a few quick-witted ones by sheer luck managed to hit him. But those shots only left faint scratches on his branch armor. Ordinary hunting rifles couldn't even breach his defense. Seeing this, Zhao Daping's face turned green. He never imagined that in just a short while that bastard Ma Changhai had transformed into such a terrifying monster. Fire. Pour it on. Years of piracy had given Zhao Daping far richer combat experience than most. Facing a fast and powerful foe, fleeing was never an option. It only hastened death. The only correct move was to confront fear head-on and fight to the death. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted in rapid succession. 5 bows, 6 guns. They unleashed their full potential. But reality was brutal. Their formidable firepower, which could dominate the outside world, now seemed as laughable and futile as children setting off fireworks against a monster like Ma Changhai. Who tapped my shoulder? Just then a crewman felt a weight on his shoulder and spun around in terror. He was met with Ma Shanghai's ghastly face, pallid with streaks of black and purple. His skin twitched, revealing a mouthful of fine black teeth. He, it's me, ah. The crewman let out a blood-curdling scream as he was dragged into the thicket. Soon the sound of bones crunching echoed from the woods. Clearly he had been torn apart and devoured. Heavens, he's too fast. We can't win. I don't care, I'm not dying here. I want to go home. Another crewman who had witnessed everything beside the victim was now utterly petrified. His mental defenses shattered. Abandoning his weapon, he fled madly into the distance. Don't run. Hold formation. You fool. Zhao Dapeng tried to stop him, but was too late. Before he could finish his sentence, Ma Shanghai's terrifying figure had already appeared before the fleeing crewman. Reaching out a withered hand, he grabbed the man's head like a chick, dragging him into the mist with a smile amid piercing screams. Fire. Fire now. Zhao Dapeng, fuming with rage, howled for everyone to shoot. Perhaps because dragging prey slowed him down, this volley had some effect. Through the mist, they clearly heard the sound of hard objects shattering. We hit him. He's not invincible. We can hurt him. Keep firing. Zhao Dapeng grinned, commanding the group to press the attack. Ma Changhai was far from invincible. No matter how fast, he couldn't withstand the combined fire of 10 people. The dense mist was blown away in moments, and the surroundings became visibly clear. As the dense mist was blown away in moments, and the surroundings became visibly clear. As the fog dissipated, a horrifying scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Countless towering trees suddenly stood tall, their massive canopies blotting out the sky. Dense clusters of purple fruits exuded a fragrant aroma, blanketing the entire space. Gazing at these trees, Zhao Dapeng and his men were stunned. They hadn't realized the entire area was filled with those terrifying, poisonous, fruit-bearing giants. Tree after tree, their vast crowns blocked out everything. Even with the mist gone, sunlight couldn't penetrate. This place was completely isolated. Ma Changhai halted, looking up at the dense, even larger purple fruits. A look of profound satisfaction spread across his face. Soon, they're almost ripe. Ha ha ha. The howling gale swept away the mist, and his surroundings finally came into sharp focus. Zhang Nian cast his gaze around, his brow instantly furrowing. As he had suspected, the deeper he ventured, the more the island's vegetation was entirely overrun by grotesque trees. Now all around him stood colossal, bizarre trees with purple leaves. Purple dominated his field of vision. Looking up, even the sunlight could not penetrate the canopy. His entire sight was filled with a dense, suffocating mass of purple fruits. Those fruits swayed in the wind, evoking a feeling of scalp-numbing dread and bone-chilling cold. Every inch of this land had been usurped by these strange plants. As he watched these drifting fruits, an inexplicable unease stirred within Zhang Nian. He averted his gaze and looked down at the corpse on the ground. This was the very spot where Zhao Dapeng and his men had been ambushed by the natives. Like all the other bodies, these had also been reduced to desiccated husks. On their chests and backs, twisted aberrant trees covered in red blossoms had grown, ferally feeding on them entirely. They had all become nourishment for these trees. His gaze fell from the bodies to the ground. The earth was imprinted with chaotic footprints, both of the living and the dead. From the tracks, it was easy to deduce that Zhao Dapeng and his group had been attacked upon reaching this point. After a brief skirmish, everyone had abruptly changed direction and plunged into the adjacent woods. Judging from the gunfire just moments ago, they had already charged at least 500 meters in this direction. This puzzled Zhang Nian. Logically, even if they were attacked and forced to alter their course, there was no reason to deviate this far. Moreover, they could have easily returned to their original path after the fight. Yet none of them had come back. This indicated that the enemy they encountered was exceptionally formidable. Zhang Nian stared into the dense forest for a moment, pondered briefly, then continued forward along the original path. Clearly, Zhao Dapeng and his men were most likely not returning this time. Meanwhile, Zhao Dapeng's group had already engaged in another round of battle. By now, the island's mist had dissipated, leaving the view almost unobstructed. Zhao Dapeng and his men could clearly see their surroundings. The clear visibility boosted their confidence. The full power of their firearms could finally be unleashed. Damn it! What the hell are you mumbling about over there? What do I care if the fruit is ripe? Go to hell. After a brief shock, Zhao Dapeng snapped back, cursing as he raised his gun and fired. As Zhao Dapeng opened fire, the other crew members followed suit, shooting in unison. Gunshots erupted everywhere, a dense hail of bullets flying out. Although Ma Changhai was swift, without the cover of the mist, he could no longer easily dodge the bullets. In an instant, he was struck by over a dozen rounds. Even though most were ordinary hunting pellets, their concentrated volley was still formidable. The armor of branches on Ma Shanghai's body was quickly shredded. 3 or 5 holes were blasted into his body, oozing thick black blood. Seeing this, Zhao Dapeng grinned. Ha ha ha. How's that? Getting pummeled, aren't you? Not so cocky now. Couldn't hit you before because of the fog. Now that it's gone, what are you still strutting for? The tables have turned you moron. Yet faced with Zhao Dapeng's taunts, Ma Shanghai's smile only grew more intent. He ducked behind a large tree, his gaze venomous as he looked at everyone. Laugh while you can. Soon you won't. My master is about to awaken. When that time comes, all of you will stay here as fertilizer. A mocking grin then spread across Ma Shanghai's face. He spoke with a triumphant tone. You didn't really think there was treasure on this island, did you? Hehehe. There is no treasure here. The treasure information you got was just a little story my master made up solely to lure people like you to the island as fertilizer. Even the parchment in your hands was bait thrown out by my master. My master has tens of thousands more of these treasure maps. The more of you come, the faster my master evolves. Ha ha ha. Growing excited, Ma Shanghai smiled and pulled a stack of yellowish paper from his bosom, waving it slowly before everyone's eyes. Seeing that paper, Zhao Dapeng was dumbfounded. That thick stack. Wasn't it the very parchment he had treasured like a precious relic? In an instant, Zhao Dapeng felt a crucial part of his inner world crumble. It was the pillar of his soul. You bastard. You've really done me in. Brothers, kill this mongrel. Zhao Dapeng's face turned ashen as he roared out the order. Why had he come here? It was all because he got the parchment from Ma Shanghai, leading him to the clue of the treasure. After enduring countless hardships and losing over half his crew to reach this point, he was now suddenly told it was all a lie. There was no treasure here. Everything he had pursued was merely bait to trick people onto the island. And they were supposed to be fertilizer. Who could stomach that? That bastard had to die. Bang, bang, bang. Realizing they had been duped, everyone was enraged. They all fired at Ma Shanghai with reckless abandon. Under such a ferocious assault, even Ma Shanghai, who was no longer human, could not withstand it. He was soon driven back, fleeing in all directions. Even the armor clinging to his body was shattered by the bullets. Yet Ma Shanghai remained unconcerned, still laughing maniacally. Ha ha, almost there, almost there. Just a little more, just a little more. The wind howled past his ears, dappled tree shadows flying backwards in a blur. Zhang Nian lowered his body, turning into a swift blur as he nimbly weaved through the dense woods. But in the next second, his steps came to an abrupt halt. A colossal pit appeared before him. Without any buffer or transition, it loomed there, startlingly abrupt. The pit had a radius of about 100 meters, its color a dark brownish black, exuding an oppressive aura. Zhang Nian, gun in hand, walked slowly to the edge and peered down. At the very center of the pit lay a massive treasure chest. The chest was entirely red, studded with countless colorful gems. Under the sunlight, it radiated an irresistibly alluring, colorful glow. The lid was half up in streams of golden light, flowing slowly from the gap. Finally found you. A smile spread across Zhang Nian's face, but he didn't walk straight over. Instead, he pricked up his ears, carefully listening to the sounds around him. The faint, intense sound of gunfire came from behind him, indicating that Zhao Dapeng and his men were still bogged down far away. This was the perfect moment to seize the treasure. After confirming no one else was nearby, Zhang Nian finally began to move, stepping forward toward the chest. The sand in the pit was hard, with clear patterns radiating from the center to the edges. Zhang Nian surmised that the pit was likely formed by the sudden impact of some object crashing down. The wind grew stronger, kicking up clouds of dust from the ground. Zhang Nian squinted, walking forward slowly against the wind. However, just as he reached the middle of the pit, less than 50 meters from the chest before him suddenly flickered in an eerie manner. Though it lasted only a brief moment, Zhang Nian's sharp eyes caught it. My. Although the abnormality of the treasure chest lasted only a moment, Zhang Nian keenly captured it. My. He halted his steps and began to observe the treasure chest ahead carefully. However, 2 minutes passed, and he found nothing unusual. Is it light refraction? No, that's not it. There are no lakes or similar surfaces nearby that could create conditions for refraction. It's simply impossible for any refraction phenomenon to occur. Therefore, Zhang Nian's sensory system had been enhanced, and his eyesight was at least twice as strong as that of an ordinary person. He believed he would never be mistaken. Since he hadn't made a mistake, the problem must lie with the treasure chest. Without any hesitation, without any doubts, Zhang Nian turned around in a complete 180 degrees and ran wildly toward the exit of the deep pit without looking back. And just as he turned to escape, a low, nearly inaudible sound wave emanated from the treasure chest, instantly expanding outward. Virum. The entire deep pit trembled slightly. Even the black sand and dirt that clung to the ground briefly floated in the air. Upon hearing this humming sound, Zhang Nian's body jolted. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged over him like a tidal wave. This sense of crisis was something he had never experienced before. Even if 10 Lu Ruyan were trapped together with him, they could not compare. Zhang Nian's mind was filled with only one thought. That was to run. Run back to the starship, then step on the gas, and directly speed away for 200 miles. Virum, another hum echoed. But this time it was different from the previous one. The tone was slightly higher, somewhat urgent, like something was trying to escape from its shell after seeing food. Zhang Nian felt this emotion almost instantaneously. His response was to run even harder. But then a bizarre scene unfolded. Despite being only about 50 meters from the edge of the deep pit, he couldn't reach it. No matter how desperately Zhang Nian ran, the distance remained 50 meters. Yet the ground was rapidly retreating. It was simply sinister to the extreme. What the hell? What's going on here? Could it be that I've encountered the ghost wall? Zhang Nian became anxious. He could clearly feel that something in that treasure chest was about to emerge. If he didn't leave quickly, he feared he wouldn't even leave behind a corpse. Swish. At that moment, a green light suddenly appeared, forming a faint barrier that enveloped Zhang Nian's entire body. Immediately afterward, Zhang Nian's vision changed. The distance to the edge of the deep pit no longer remained static, beginning to shorten rapidly as it drew closer. At the same time, his unease was somewhat alleviated. What is this? Zhang Nian's eyes brightened as he instantly understood what was happening. It was the barrier of the sea demon. He had been unable to escape the deep pit because the low voice had affected his mind. He thought he was running outward, but was actually just treading water in place. If he hadn't defeated the sea demon earlier and obtained this skill as a reward, he would have remained stuck until that. Thank goodness for you. Zhang Nian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and increased his speed. He could now clearly feel the sea demon's barrier fading rapidly. Clearly, the sea demon's strength was not even close to that of the thing in the treasure chest. If not for his extraordinary talent, he probably wouldn't last even 10 seconds. Swish. The moment Zhang Nian burst out of the deep pit, the green barrier surrounding him shattered like a broken bubble. Immediately after, the terrifying hum that had been blocked from outside surged back in. In the next second, Zhang Nian felt his heart tremble violently, and the scene before his eyes suddenly twisted as if the signal had been lost. However, just when he thought he was about to fall into an illusion again, everything returned to normal. It's those black. They can weaken the sound wave's influence on the outside. Zhang Nian made an accurate judgment at once. The moment he burst out of the deep pit, his body formed an angle with the treasure chest inside the pit. The black earth and sands at the edge of the deep pit blocked most of the sound wave impact, diminishing their effect. Moreover, he had been enhanced, which barely prevented him from being misled a second time. This time it was purely luck. Zhang Nian burst out of the deep pit, not pausing at all, and ran along the path he had come. He had a feeling that once the thing in the treasure chest emerged, it would likely take complete control of half the island. The wind grew stronger. The fruits of the purple giant tree swayed precariously. Zhang Nian looked up and suddenly noticed that the fruits had changed color without him realizing it. They were no longer the vibrant, deep purple, but had turned into a pure white akin to the fruit's flesh. Strictly speaking, it was close to pure white, as there was still a faint purple line remaining on these fruits. These fine lines ran from head to tail, penetrating the entire fruit, resembling a whole nerve pulsating gently. Looking at these fruits, Zhang Nian's eyelids inexplicably twitched violently. The more he looked at these fruits, the more they resembled a swarm of large bugs hanging from the treetops. Dense and white, they hung overhead, sending chills down the spine of anyone who looked at them. Hiss! Zhang Nian shivered, forcing himself not to look at those disgusting things, and ran with all his strength. Meanwhile, the battle on Zhao Dapeng's side had also reached its conclusion. From the time they landed on the island until now, out of 27 people, there were only 6 left, including himself. Beside them lay over 20 corpses turned into dry husks by the monster tree. Among them were the previous crew members and the natives who had been swapped out by Ma Changhai. Ma Changhai himself leaned against a large tree, staring crazily at Zhao Dapeng and the others. Do you smell something? That's the smell of rebirth. Soon you will witness the true nature of this island. Zhao Dapeng was protected by a few subordinates in the middle. He looked at Ma Changhai as if he were looking at a lunatic. Have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you babbling? Hurry up and come out, let me blow your head off. Otherwise, if I catch you, I guarantee I'll treat you like a pot. Virum. Before Zhao Dapeng could finish, a deep humming sound suddenly arrived, followed by a violent tremor that shook the entire island. Almost simultaneously, the previously quiet white fruits hanging in the treetops suddenly began to shake. In the midst of their collision, they produced a spine-tingling sha-sha sound. Seeing this, Ma Changhai, who had been hiding behind the tree, was initially stunned, then immediately revealed an extremely pious expression, raising his arms and kneeling in worship. Master, you have finally awakened. Master, you have finally awakened. Ma Changhai knelt devoutly on the ground, kowtowing toward the center of the island. The moment he completed his prostration, An unparalleled and terrifying wave of energy erupted from the island's core, spreading outward in an almost tangible form. In the blink of an eye, it engulfed the majority of the island. As if awakened by this energy, the writhing white fruits hanging from the canopy suddenly grew even more frenzied. A crisp crack echoed. A clear sound of shattering rang out. A small fissure abruptly split open in the middle of one fruit. The next second, a soft-bodied worm entirely white with a round black head wriggled and squeezed out from the crack. Then with a plop, it fell to the ground. Squeak! Squeak! The white worm rolled once on the earth, immediately raised its black head, and began to look around. Sensing the presence of living beings, the white worm tilted its head and quickly locked onto the location of Zhao Dapeng and his group. Under everyone's stunned gaze, it opened its serrated mouth, and with a speed that made one's scalp crawl, charged fiercely across the ground toward the crowd. No wonder the fruit was poisonous. It turned out to be a damn worm. Zhao Dapeng, both shocked and enraged, hastily raised his gun and fired a burst of shots at the worm. Bang! 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 Splat! The worm, struck by bullets, instantly exploded, its black and white juices spreading across the ground, emitting a foul stench. Huh? Is that all? Zhao Dapeng smirked dismissively, yet the next second his smile froze on his face. A crisp sound like a whisper from the abyss struck directly at everyone's heart. Crack! 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 1, 2, 3. A series of crisp sounds spread instantly like falling dominoes. On the canopy all around, every single fruit split open with a small crack. And from each crack, a tiny black head squeezed out. Plopped. One worm fell to the ground. Then came a second, a third. Soon a continuous clatter ensued as countless white worms rained down like a torrential storm. Squeak! 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 Once these worms hit the ground, they immediately chattered and crawled toward the crowd, a sea of white that made one's scalp tingle. They're coming. They're crawling over. Open fire. Open fire now. Bang, 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 bang. Seeing the white worms surging like a tidal wave, the crew members howled in panic, hastily raising their guns and firing wildly. But how could a few hunting rifles possibly contend with an army of tens of thousands of worms? No matter how much they shot, they only managed to stir up pitiful ripples in the white wave. Soon the worms had crawled within 20 meters of them. They could even make out the sharp teeth of these creatures. Stop shooting, damn it. Run! Zhao Dapeng howled, turning to lead his men in a retreat. But when he spun around, he was utterly dumbfounded. Unbeknownst to them, their rear was also swarming with worms, even more than in front. They were surrounded. An endless, overwhelming sea of white as far as the eye could see. And more worms kept falling from the trees. Zhao Dapeng was in despair. Only then did he realize that the raindrops depicted on the wooden sign were not rain at all, but worms hatching from their shells. Everything on the wooden sign was true. There was no treasure here, only countless worms. The desiccated corpse facing the sea had not come to drive away intruders, but was fleeing for its life. He had wanted to escape this terrifying island. A scream shattered Zhao Dapeng's thoughts. Coming to his senses, he found the worms had already crawled within reach. A crew member standing on the periphery failed to dodge in time. A worm crawled onto his neck and bit through his throat, blood spraying everywhere. Save me. The crew member writhed in agony on the ground, reaching out to his companions for help. But no one dared approach. They all kept their distance until he was completely devoured by the white tide. Damn it. Damn it. All of you hold the line. Don't let a single worm in, or it'll blow your heads off. Seeing they were surrounded by worms, Zhao Dapeng lost all reason and began frantically climbing onto the other crew members, thinking this would keep the worms off him. You bastard, stand still. If you drop me, I'll kill you. But that crew member was already trembling with fear, barely able to stand himself, let alone support Zhao Dapeng's weight. He was instantly pinned to the ground. Useless. You're a damn useless piece of trash. Bang! Zhao Dapeng shot the crew member in the head and turned to climb onto someone else. But in this life and death moment, no one cared if he was the boss. The crew members turned on him. Go to hell. Get the hell away from me. If it weren't for you insisting on coming here, I wouldn't be in this mess today. Then I'll throw you into the worm pile for a bath so you can have a real good time. With that, a burly crew member grabbed Zhao Dapeng and lifted him up. You're rebelling, you bastard. I'm your boss, how dare you? Zhao Dapeng's eyes blazed with fury as he aimed his gun to shoot the mutineer. However, two other crew members suddenly seized his hands. Their eyes were filled with the same venomous hatred. If we can't live, neither will you. But before we die, we want to see how you meet your end. Go to hell. Several crew members worked together and hurled Zhao Dapeng into the swarm of worms. You bastards, you're rebelling. What the? What? Countless worms instantly engulfed. One worm even crawled into his mouth, cutting off his curses mid-sentence. Wah! In just a few seconds, Zhao Dapeng was devoured down to the bone, leaving not even a trace. and the crew members who had thrown him after Zhao Daping was consumed also became nourishment one after another. Ha ha ha. How amusing. This is truly amusing. Ma Changhai, watching from a distance, laughed heartily, rocking back and forth and clapping repeatedly. Squeak, squeak. But just then the white worms let out a hungry screech, and to Ma Shanghai's utter terror turned their attention and lunged at him with ferocity. Oh, it's me. Master, it's me. Don't you recognize me? But the worms paid no heed to Ma Shanghai's screams. In an instant, they completely overwhelmed him. And with Ma Shanghai's disappearance, all the worms on the island began to converge toward its center. This scene was strikingly similar to pulling the plug in a bathtub full of foam. A vast sea of white all gathering at a single point. The worms moved swiftly. In less than 10 minutes, they had completely assembled into the deep pit. They nearly filled the entire pit. After converging, the worms did not stop. Instead, they swarmed through the cracks of the treasure chest, crawling inside. As these worms poured in, the once lustrous treasure chest visibly began to grow dull and tarnished. It discolored, aged, and cracked. Even the colorful gems embedded on its surface slowly shattered one by one until they finally crumbled into powder and scattered. As the last gem turned to dust, an unparalleled burst of energy suddenly exploded from within the chest. Boom! The chest shattered into pieces. And in that moment, the entire deep pit was blasted flat. Sand and stones flew through the air, dust billowing everywhere. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Black gravel rained down from the sky like a storm. When the dust settled, the treasure chest that had sat in the middle of the pit was completely gone. In its place stood an eerily shaped white-barked tree. It was less like a tree and more like a human figure, for the outline of this strange tree was almost indistinguishable from a living person. However, its entire body was covered in purple flowers. Its skin was made of bark, and where its head should have been grew 3 enormous flower buds. The moment the treeman appeared, the 3 flower buds that served as its head bloomed like radar. After swaying back and forth a few times, they instantly locked onto the direction of Zhang Nian. At the same time, Zhang Nian, who could already see the starry night not far ahead, felt as though something had come up behind. A chilling sense of crisis pierced through him like a sharp thorn. Almost instinctively, Zhang Nian lunged forward, not looking back, and fired 5 shots at the figure behind him. Bang, 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 bang. However, when he turned around, he found nothing behind him. It wasn't that the opponent was too fast to be seen, it was simply that no one had ever appeared. Am I trapped in an illusion again? This was Zhang Nian's first reaction, but he quickly dismissed the thought. This sensation was completely different from the last time. There was no longer that eerie, hazy feeling. It was incredibly direct, a pure sense of danger. This was definitely not a mere illusion. Never mind, I need to run first. He didn't want to think any further. Zhang Nian couldn't afford to waste a single moment. Without hesitation, he continued to run towards the starship. Boom, boom, boom. Just as he took his first step, a thunderous sound of splintering trees erupted from behind. He turned his head in confusion, but that one glance left him stunned. The hatch was already wide open, and he dashed straight into the cabin. Just as he entered the cabin, a terrifying figure burst through the trees like a cannonball, charging directly towards the starship. The extreme speed compressed the air, creating a series of explosive sounds. Even the ground couldn't withstand the impact, collapsing into a long chasm. It was a tree man adorned with 3 blooming flowers atop its head. The pale figure magnified dramatically in Zhang Nian's pupils. There was no time to run. The tree man's speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already upon him. At that moment, Zhang Nian's hand had just barely touched the control panel. Boom! But just when he thought he was done for this time, a familiar shade of blue descended from the sky. Its speed was even faster. At the moment the tree man was about to collide with the starship, it instantly created a barrier between the two. The tree man's power surged forth like a tidal wave. The immense impact quickly compressed the surrounding. Even the massive rocks lining the island's perimeter shattered like foam. Yet despite withstanding such a terrifying blow, the blue barrier didn't flicker even once. On the other side of the blue barrier, there was an eerie calm. It felt like 2 completely different worlds. It's a barrier. Zhang Nian immediately recognized the blue force field before him. It was the same blue barrier he had to pass through every time his ship docked. He never expected it would suddenly appear at such a critical moment. It was incredibly timely. Looking at the barrier, Zhang Nian felt more relief than if he had seen 10,000 tons of gold. Although he hadn't directly engaged, he was certain that if this barrier hadn't appeared today, the tree man would have undoubtedly crushed the starship in a single blow. His own fate would be even worse, likely turning him into a mere potted plant. Roar! Boom! 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 Seeing that the tiny ant was unharmed, the tree man instantly went into a frenzy, roaring in anger. It pounded its fists against the barrier. But no matter how hard it struck, the barrier showed no signs of damage. Instead, the powerful recoil flattened the entire coastline of the island. Zhang Nian watched in shock at this scene. The tree man's strength was simply too formidable. Other pseudo-humans, whether it was Lu Ruan or those on the fallen islands before, would have been shattered to pieces by the powerful recoil when striking the barrier. Yet this tree man only staggered back a few steps. It sustained no counter-injuries at all. This showed just how terrifyingly powerful this tree man had become. It was likely that all the pseudo-humans he had encountered before couldn't compare. To be honest, Zhang Nian was quite curious about what level of strength this tree man had reached. Unfortunately, the system only reported the levels of pseudo-humans he killed or injured. Therefore, to know the opponent's strength, he would have to find a way to break through its defenses. With that thought, Zhang Nian glanced back at the heavy machine gun fixed at the front of the ship. With a 12.7mm caliber, it should be effective, right? Perfect for testing the limits of the machine gun. Oh, if I could kill this tree man, wouldn't that be a huge win? Killing such a high-tier pseudo-human would surely yield rich rewards. Zhang Nian couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope as he aimed the heavy machine gun at the tree man. Tat tat tat. A tongue of fire erupted from the gun muzzle, and the 12.7 caliber armor-piercing round shot towards the enraged tree man. Such a commotion naturally drew the tree man's attention. But unexpectedly, the tree man did not choose to evade. Instead, it disdainfully raised its right hand. Clang, clang, clang. A terrifying scene unfolded. The heavy machine gun bullets, which had once easily turned Lu Ruan into a sieve, now shattered upon contact with the tree man's palm like dried mud balls. Zhang Nian's eyelids twitched violently. What kind of strength is this? Is it sure it's not a mistake? Just then an abrupt voice echoed in his mind. Strictly speaking, it was a form of thought. Yet this thought was filled with disdain. Ant, do you really think I can't kill you? Zhang Nian. When this thought echoed in his mind, Zhang Nian was, to be honest, genuinely stunned. After all, this was the only entity aside from the system notifications that could transmit information to him without verbal communication. This made it clear that the trance power had undoubtedly reached an unprecedented level. Yet even so, Zhang Nian was absolutely certain that this trance could not kill him through the barrier. The blue barrier represented absolute defense, impenetrable to all. Otherwise, those pseudo-humans wouldn't have gone to such lengths to sneak aboard the ship. As if reading Zhang Nian's thoughts, the trance suddenly raised its palm. In an instant, a surge of suction erupted. A finely crafted piece of parchment flew from afar into its hand. The trance waved the parchment before Zhang Nian's eyes. I know what you're thinking, that I cannot breach the barrier, but don't forget how you got here. This object must be quite familiar to you, isn't it? When Zhang Nian saw the parchment in the trance's hand, his pupils instantly contracted to the size of pinpricks. Of course, he hadn't forgotten how he arrived. Wasn't it because he had stumbled upon this very parchment? Back then he had treasured it as a precious find. But this was no treasure map. It was nothing less than a death warrant spanning 1,000 miles. It had nearly cost him his life. No one could resist the allure of treasure. Whoever obtained this treasure map would rush to this island without a second thought. And yet the trance possessed countless such maps. The trance merely had to scatter these parchments into the sea and wait patiently. Eventually someone would gleefully claim a map and come to meet their doom. If only pirates arrived, it wouldn't be too dire. They could all perish here. Ordinary ships lacked the ability to carry pseudo-humans through the barrier. But if the arrival were someone like him, a captain designated by the system, it would be utter catastrophe. With the trance power, the consequences would be horrifying beyond measure. What made it worse was that this scheme was nearly inescapable. Could he tell others that the treasure maps were all fake and that they must not go? Guess whether those who obtained the maps would believe him? Absolutely not. If they didn't open fire on him outright, they'd still be considered civilized. Judging by your expression, you must realize how absurd your thoughts are. So, will you choose to surrender without a fight and obediently become my slave to take me away from here? Or will you continue to oppose me only to be found and crushed into a bloody pulp with a single slap? Zhang Nian stared at the trance for a long time, then a faint smile crept across his face. Undeniably, he could not stop this trance from leaving. Nor could he guarantee that if they met again, he would escape with his life. But to make him give up without even putting up a fight and admit defeat? Absolutely impossible. You wretched beast, stop pretending to be a big shot in front of me. Don't think you're the only one who's formidable. Even if we do meet face to face someday, who's to say it won't be me who crushes you into a pulp? Things had reached this point, and Zhang Nian was throwing caution to the wind. Since the enmity was already sealed, and he had to fight for his life, either way he might as well be audacious. You. True enough, hearing such insolent words, the trance was so enraged it could barely speak. It nearly lost its connection. You insignificant ant, how detestable you are. Once I get out, I'll turn you into a bonsai, keep you half dead, and trim you daily, until you beg me on your knees for a merciful end. Zhang Nian shook his head disdainfully. Tisk tisk tsk. If that's how you want to play, then I won't indulge you. He'll give you 10 years to live. In 10 years he'll return to take your wretched tree life. Since he was putting on a show, he might as well go all out. In ancient times, there was a 3-year pact. Today, he would make a 10-year pact. But he didn't truly intend to return in 10 years for a deadly fight. Instead, he wanted to trick this ridiculous treant into waiting on the island for a decade. To trap the treant, by its own words. Even if it didn't fall for it, it would at least stew in frustration for months, driven mad by anger. Roar. The treant exploded with rage. It stopped sending thoughts and let out a primal roar. The 3 white flowers atop its head vibrated at high frequency, shattering the massive boulders and trees around the island into fragments. Fine. 10 years it is. They'll see just how far you this arrogant ant can grow. The treant let out a thunderous roar, clearly driven mad by fury. It actually agreed to wait here for 10 years. Boom. A sonic boom erupted. Under Zhang Nian's stunned gaze, the treant transformed into a streak of light and vanished in an instant. That actually worked. It took a full 3 seconds for Zhang Nian to snap back to reality. He hadn't expected the treant to actually believe his nonsense. No wonder it's a creature with flowers for brains. So easy to fool. I was just trying to show off. And you played along so perfectly. Tisk tisk, what a considerate tree. Zhang Nian shrugged, finding it rather amusing. Of course, he wasn't naive enough to think the treant would truly wait here for 10 years. It had only been caught up in its anger. Once it calmed down and thought things through, it would surely find a way to escape. What he needed to do now was to boost his own strength as much as possible in the shortest time. Defeating the treant was unrealistic, but at least he could greatly improve his chances of survival. As for how to enhance his power, by plundering others, of course. Zhang Nian's gaze fell upon the 2 ships anchored just outside the barrier. A smile gradually spread across his face. You lot are mine now. Zhang Nian gazed at the 2 ships in the distance, one black and one red, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. Earlier, when approaching the small island, he had considered taking both ships. However, since the other party was not exactly an enemy, and he had not offended them, he felt it was somewhat unethical to cut off their retreat, so he refrained from action. But now it was different. These 2 ships had become unclaimed possessions, and taking them would pose no moral dilemma. Without hesitation, he decided to act. Zhang Nian directly maneuvered the starship closer. In less than 2 minutes, he arrived beside the 2 vessels. The black ship and the red ship were docked side by side with their hulls touching, making the black ship appear almost like a toy. The red ship was noticeably larger than the black ship. The black ship measured about 40 meters while the red ship was a full 70 meters long. With 2 tall red sails, the visual contrast was even more pronounced. After assessing the docking positions of the 2 ships, Zhang Nian decided to board the black ship first. It was closer and easier to climb. Sticking to his usual approach, he would board the ship to loot it first and then devour it whole. With a soft thud, the 2 ships bumped again. The starship had self-repair capabilities, so he need not worry about the paint getting scratched. Moreover, the sturdiness of the black ship would not be able to breach the starship's defenses. Even the paint surface was safe. He secured the anchor. Zhang Nian leaped directly, landing on the black ship. In terms of size, the starship was slightly larger than the black ship. Standing on the deck, he had a commanding view, and jumping aboard was effortless. The black ship had no defensive weapons, and the deck was entirely bare. Thus, without any delay, Zhang Nian made his way straight for the cabin. Upon reaching the cabin door, he peered through the porthole to check inside, and after confirming no one was present, he opened the door and stepped inside. Caution was paramount. He was unsure whether Zhao Dapeng had taken everyone away. If there were still a few hiding inside, it would not be a laughing matter. The saying, "A cautious sailor sails for 1,000 years," was one to keep in mind at all times. The interior structure of the black ship was quite simple. The space was entirely open with no barriers between the cockpit and the crew quarters. He could see everything in the cabin at a glance. Zhang Nian took a casual sweep and, finding nothing of worth, moved on to search for the storage room. He intended to dismantle everything here, so there was no need for a detailed inspection. His primary goal for coming here was to gather the living supplies stored in the cabin. These supplies were what he urgently needed. However, the storage room of the black ship was cleverly concealed, and he couldn't find it after searching 3 times. It was only on the 4th search that he knocked on a painting on the wall and discovered the space behind it was empty. He had not expected the storage room of the black ship to be hidden behind the painting. One had to admit the crew of pirates truly had some clever ideas. Looking at the lock on the storage room, Zhang Nian smiled, and then raised his pistol. With a bang and a creak, the lock fell off, and the iron door of the storage room automatically swung open, revealing its contents. The supplies were plentiful. Zhang Nian took a quick glance. Inside were 20 boxes of bottled water, 50 cans of meat, 50 cans of vegetables, and 20 strips of cured meat, as well as a small mound of various snacks and sausages amounting to at least dozens of portions. It was clear that these items were mostly raided from supermarkets, as they were rarely found elsewhere. Not bad. This is far richer than the previous wooden ship. These food supplies should last the whole crew at least 10 days. Zhang Nian took off his backpack and began to pack the supplies inside. Soon the storage room was cleared out completely, leaving not even a peanut behind. With his backpack reloaded, he returned to the deck. Looking at the red sailboat tied to the black ship, a hint of expectation appeared on Zhang Nian's face. Now it's your turn. The impressive appearance of the red ship clearly indicated that this pirate was doing quite well. The supplies stored inside were surely abundant as well. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With a swift rotation, Zhang Nian threw the grappling hook, which securely latched onto the ship's railing with a whoosh. After testing it a few times to ensure the rope was secure, he quickly scaled up. The deck of the red ship was spacious, and a large harpoon stood proudly at the bow, looking quite impressive. It was certainly far more striking than the black ship. Zhang Nian scanned the deck, and surprisingly found 2 cabins on the red ship. One in the front, and one in the back. The design was quite interesting. Retracting his gaze, he headed towards the first cabin. Sticking to his usual strategy, he would first check to see if anyone was inside before entering. This series of actions was fluid and seamless. Upon entering, Zhang Nian did not pay attention to any miscellaneous items, but headed straight for the captain's quarters. The captain's quarters were spacious, divided into 2 sections. The outer area was a living room, while the inner area was a bedroom. To Zhang Nian's surprise, not only was there a storage room in the captain's quarters, but there was also a safe hidden in the bedroom. The safe was quite large, approximately half a cubic meter in size. Zhang Nian trudged over with his axe. It was impossible to know the combination, but there was no need for that. Bang, bang, bang. With just 3 blows, the so-called safe crumbled like paper. The contents inside spilled out directly. To Zhang Nian's surprise, the safe was filled with a pile of gold bricks. He counted them, totaling 10. Each brick weighed 12 kilograms, so together they summed to 120 kilograms. If this were peacetime, the pirate captain would already be considered a millionaire. Not bad, this gives me more materials to make gold bullets. Zhang Nian smiled as he gathered the gold bricks. After collecting them, there were still some cash and jewels left in the safe. Of course, he would not leave those behind, collecting everything. Just as he was about to stand up and leave, he noticed a key beside the safe. It must have fallen out when the safe was destroyed. Zhang Nian raised an eyebrow and picked up the key. If the key were ordinary, it would not have been placed inside the safe. His gaze shifted to the lock on the storage room outside the bedroom. Could it be for this lock? No, if it were just for the storage room, it wouldn't merit being in a safe. This key must have a function more significant than just opening the storage room door. Zhang Nian exited the bedroom and circled around the captain's quarters and cockpit, but he found no door lock that matched this key. Could it be in the other cabin? Zhang Nian pondered and decided to finish looting the storage room before checking the other cabin. Sticking to his old method, he shot the door open. The contents of the storage room were immediately revealed. The supplies on the red ship were abundant, far surpassing those on the black ship. The total amount of supplies was at least 5 times that of the black ship. Moreover, besides the canned meat and vegetable cans, this storage room, surprisingly, contained 5 bags of fresh rice. Seeing the rice, Zhang Nian's eyes instantly lit up. For him, rice was indeed a rare treasure. No matter how good the food was, or how delicious the dishes were, without rice to accompany them, they lacked soul. This is indeed a big score. Huh? Zhang Nian chuckled and immediately began to loot. He stuffed everything that came into view into his backpack without hesitation. The spatial backpack had a significant advantage. It only restricted weight, not volume. No matter how large the supplies were, as long as they could fit into the backpack, he could keep loading them. Moreover, the backpack he was carrying now was a bit more advanced than the previous one. The earlier one could hold 2 tons of supplies. This one could hold 5 tons. Soon, all the supplies in the storage room were completely looted. Zhang Nian shouldered his backpack without any pause, bypassing the crew quarters, and headed straight for the second cabin. Upon entering the second cabin, Zhang Nian immediately noticed a very peculiar structure. It was impossible not to notice, mainly because this structure was incredibly conspicuous. It was out of place within the cabin, clearly a temporary structure built for some reason. The structure was gray-black, made entirely of steel, with a very rectangular appearance, resembling an oversized safe. It was awkwardly placed at the center of the cabin. The structure had windows, but they were covered with curtains obscuring the view inside. What could this be? Zhang Nian thought, taking out the key, preparing to see if it would fit. However, just at that moment, a woman's voice suddenly came from within the square structure. Has someone come? Zhang Nian raised an eyebrow. To his surprise, there was a woman locked inside this strange building. The woman's voice came again. Judging by her words, it seemed she had been imprisoned here by those pirates. But why would they lock a woman inside this large iron shell? Could it be that they were afraid she would escape? Zhang Nian felt a bit puzzled. After thinking for a moment, he still inserted the key into the door lock. No matter the reason, he decided to assess the situation first. With a click, the lock emitted a crisp sound and instantly sprang open. He was merely trying his luck, but to his astonishment, it actually opened. With a gentle pull, the heavy iron door slowly opened, revealing the interior of the square building. The internal space was approximately 30 square meters. For small round lights hung from the ceiling, casting dim light, and with the curtains drawn the room appeared quite dark. In the center of the building there lay a blonde, blue-eyed woman on the floor. However, her wrists and ankles were shackled with chains as thick as arms. The 4 chains were each anchored to a wall looking exceedingly secure. Did she break the rules of heaven? Upon seeing Zhang Nian enter, the woman became excited and tried to crawl over, but unfortunately she was restrained by the chains and couldn't get close. You're not one of them, right? Zhang Nian shook his head. No. That's great. Since you're not one of them, you must be a good person. Please help me release these chains. Hope gleamed in her eyes, her tears sparkling, and her pitiful appearance stirred compassion in anyone who looked at her. Yet Zhang Nian did not rush over. Instead, he carefully observed the surroundings. Soon he noticed brownish stains on the ground half a meter away from the woman. These stains had clearly been there for some time. Their color faded, but hints of dark red were still discernible. Those who often kill would know that usually only floors soaked with blood would leave such reddish-brown stain. Who are you? Why were you captured here? Zhang Nian asked calmly. I am a fisherman from the nearby sea. A few days ago I went fishing with my family, but unexpectedly encountered these pirates on the way. As she spoke, tears began to flow from her eyes again. Those beasts took advantage of me and captured me here, killing my family in the process. Sob, sob, sob. Since you got here, you must have killed those pirates, right? Then you're my benefactor. As long as you save me, I will definitely repay you. They'll do anything you ask. Sob. Zhang Nian shook his head, looking troubled. I really want to save you, but this thing tends to bite, which makes it quite difficult. What are you talking about? Who bites? The woman was taken aback at first, then her eyes widened in terror, glancing around, while inadvertently revealing her shoulder. Why, you don't scare me. It's just the 2 of us here. Zhang Nian let out a cold laugh. Stop acting. The ground is covered in bloodstains. If I'm not mistaken, those who got close to you have all been dispatched by you. Even if they didn't die, they must have lost a lot. What are you saying? I don't understand at all. The woman still looked confused. Don't understand? Then let me rephrase. Zhang Nian raised his gun and pointed it at the woman's forehead. Bang! Clang! The bullet was blocked by the woman's raised hand just a centimeter from her head, falling to the ground like a metal disc. At that moment, the woman's hand transformed into a scythe-like weapon. See, I told you that you tend to bite. Still stubborn. Zhang Nian wasn't certain if the woman was a fake human. So at the moment he fired, he deliberately raised the gun's muzzle. Even if she couldn't catch it, she wouldn't die. But she caught it. Ah, I will kill you. When her true identity was exposed, the woman let out a sharp scream and pounced at Zhang Nian like a madwoman. The 4 chains rattled loudly as they were tugged. Looking at the arm-thick chains, the woman was swinging them around. Zhang Nian's eyes involuntarily twitched. No wonder they used such thick chains to bind her. Her strength was extraordinary. Without the chains, it was likely that everyone on this ship would have been annihilated. However, he was perplexed. How could such a powerful fake human have been captured by these pirates? I know you're anxious, but please calm down first. Zhang Nian extended his hand, signaling the woman to be quiet. Tell me how you were captured by these pirates. If your answer satisfies me, I might consider helping you unlock the chains. Hearing this, the woman immediately stopped struggling, looking at Zhang Nian in disbelief. Really? More real than gold? You mean it? My word is my bond. The woman thought for a moment, realizing she had no bargaining chips, and finally agreed to cooperate. I encountered a mutated fake human. That fake human was very strong, and I barely escaped with serious injuries, only to later run into pirates. At this point, the woman laughed. Those brainless pirates thought they were safe after locking me up, but they foolishly, as a result, I bit them all off. Ha ha. After hearing this, Zhang Nian frowned, feeling both angry and amused. Angry because he thought the pirates had some way to restrain fake humans, but it turned out to be just a matter of picking up. I've asked all my questions. Can you let me go now? The woman looked at Zhang Nian, testing the waters. This was its only chance to escape. If this fool went back on his word, it would starve to death. Of course, but before that I need to take some small precautions. With that, Zhang Nian flipped his palm and produced a hand crossbow coated with anesthetic toxin. Seeing the object in his hand, the woman panicked. What are you doing? Are you going back on your word? I knew you humans were all no good. Just wait if I get out alive ill. A crossbow bolt shot out. The woman lowered her head to look at the bolt embedded in her thigh, stunned. A scream erupted. But before she could cry out more, a wave of numbness washed over her, draining all strength from her body. Even the iron chain tied to her wrist felt too heavy to lift. She was instantly reduced to an ordinary person. Seeing the toxin take effect so quickly, Zhang Nian roughly gauged her strength. Incomparable to Lu Ruyan, she was at most a peak second-rank cultivator. She might not even survive an encounter with the aberrant pseudo-human from the wooden boat earlier. You? What did you do to me? Feeling utterly weak, the woman looked at Zhang Nian with terror in her eyes. Nothing, just a little trick to keep you from biting me. Are you kidding me? You're a pseudo-human. What if I let you go and you take a chunk out of me? Without another word, Zhang Nian pulled out a golden axe and began chopping at the chains. Bang, 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 bang. The axe was incredibly sharp, and the arm-thick chains broke like mud, snapping instantly. The moment the chains shattered, the freed woman immediately lunged at him with her mouth wide open. "Since you're so kind, help me one more time. Let me eat you." But before she could get close, a heavy slap landed on her face. Slap. The slap left her completely dazed. She collapsed to the ground, unable to recover for a long while. "You little rascal, trying to ambush me. Do you think I'm some kind of pushover?" Zhang Nian grabbed the stunned woman and hauled her to the bow of the ship. This spot was less than a meter from the barrier. "I'm a man of my word. I said I'd let you go, and I will. But where I put you, that's my call." Seeing the barrier, the female pseudo-human panicked. "A barrier? Why is there a barrier here? You can't throw me in there. Let me go. I want freedom. I want your head. Off you go." Zhang Nian heaved with all his might. The peak strength of a twofold human was terrifying. The immense force hurled the woman like a chick into the barrier. "You bastard. They'll remember you. When I get out, I'll devour you alive." Watching the female pseudo-human's frenzied state, Zhang Nian just shook his head with a smile. "Think you'll get out? First, think about how to get along with your new neighbor." As his words faded, a terrifying wave of energy blanketed the entire island. The female pseudo-human's face turned deathly pale. Her voice trembled. 10-rank aberration. Before she could finish, a colossal force dragged her into the island's depths. She vanished completely. Heck, quite the glutton couldn't wait a second longer. Zhang Nian cast a deep glance at the island's center, then turned to continue looting the red ship's supplies. Zhang Nian had already ransacked the 2 cabins on the red ship. Now only the crew quarters remained. After a thorough search, he found many more valuable items. It turned out the crew quarters hid a storage room even larger than the captain's. Though it only contained ordinary pre-packaged food of lower quality, the quantity was massive, perfect for feeding the passengers on board. After stripping both ships of all supplies, Zhang Nian returned to the Star. He then activated the dismantling platform to begin the final breakdown and refinement of the 2 vessels. "Please select the target for dismantling." Target confirmed. Dismantling initiated. Whoosh. The 2 selected ships instantly glowed emerald green. Then, amid a series of mechanical sounds, they began to sort and disassemble until they vanished completely. Dismantling complete. Resources obtained: 150 tons of wood. Steel 55 tons. Glass 5 tons. Plastic 2 tons. Brass 10 tons. Silver 1335 kilograms. Seeing the silver, Zhang Nian raised an eyebrow. Clearly his looting hadn't been thorough. There were other hidden compartments had missed. Truly a cunning creature with multiple hideouts. After dismantling the 2 ships, Zhang Nian turned his attention to the coastal reefs. The total wood he now possessed exceeded 180 tons. He had also amassed nearly 56 tons of steel and over 11000 gold coins. The only thing left to upgrade the Star was 300 cement bricks. Each cement brick required 100 kilograms of ore. 300 bricks meant 30 tons of ordinary ore. For someone with remote dismantling equipment, this was no challenge at all. Today he would use the island's reefs to complete the Star's upgrade. Zhang Nian activated the dismantling platform again, targeting the reefs. "Please select the items for dismantling." The prompt sounded again. But after scanning, Zhang Nian noticed many red zones and scattered green zones in the dismantling options. Clearly the red zones were non-dismantle. Looks like those red areas are structures that can't be isolated. Zhang Nian made a quick judgment and began tapping the scattered green zones one by one. He was meticulous, selecting every reef within the dismantling range. Targets selected. Dismantling initiated. Dismantling complete. Resources obtained: 38 tons of ore. Good enough, barely. Zhang Nian smiled, then began the Star's upgrade on the computer. Upgrading Star to level 5 requires 300 kilograms fine with 300 cement bricks, 100 kg steel, 0 gold coins. Converting fine wood and cement bricks requires 30 tons of wood and 30 tons of ore. Confirm. Without hesitation, Zhang Nian clicked confirm. Star upgraded successfully. Current level 5. Ship length 60 meters. Capacity 60 people. Maximum speed 50 knots. Ship has reached level 5. Pseudo-human taming chamber access unlocked. Zhang Nian's eyes lit up. Pseudo-human taming chamber. Sounds formidable. The ship upgrade was successful. Current level 5. The ship has reached level 5, unlocking the permissions for the pseudo-human training chamber. As the brilliance faded, the starship suddenly expanded in size. The ship's appearance also became more luxurious and grand, with a total length of 60 meters. Its maximum sailing speed surged to 50 knots. However, Zhang Nian's gaze this time was not focused on the size and performance of the ship. Instead, it was firmly locked onto the middle area between the cockpit and the passenger cabin. At that moment, a new chamber had appeared there. The chamber is approximately 10 square meters with 3 capsule-shaped silver-white, cylindrical independent compartments arranged against the right wall. The small compartments are 2 meters high and 1 meter wide. Moreover, each small compartment is equipped with an independent control panel. This entire setup exudes a strong biochemical aura. Pseudo-human training chamber. Sounds like quite a character. Zhang Nian's eyes lit up as he slowly approached. Upon getting closer, information and functions regarding the pseudo-human training chamber automatically displayed. Pseudo-human training chamber, a device that converts the energy within pseudo-humans into energy for the three pseudo-human training chambers each possess 3 energy conversion modes. 1 attack mode, which enhances the ship's weapon attack power with a current level enhancement ratio of 10. 2 defense mode, which enhances the ship's own defense with a current level enhancement ratio of 10. 3 recovery mode, which increases the ship's recovery speed when attacked with a current level enhancement ratio. Note the 3 modes are not fixed. The captain can switch the training chamber modes in real time according to the current situation. For example, if all 3 training chambers are switched to attack mode simultaneously, the enhancement can reach 30. To activate the training chamber, capture the pseudo-human alive, place it in the training chamber, and the chamber will automatically enter working status. Zhang Nian smiled, unable to suppress his excitement. He truly loved the functions of this device. It was equivalent to upgrading the ship by half a level, allowing for comprehensive enhancement in various aspects. Moreover, it would also be beneficial for him in identifying pseudo-humans in the future. Because when other pseudo-humans try to blend in, they can see their 3 kindred inside enjoying themselves through the porthole. The immense visual impact will definitely expose some mentally weak pseudo-humans. He. Zhang Nian chuckled, but then suddenly stopped smiling. He slowly turned to look toward the center of the island, a look of regret appearing on his face. If I had known about this thing, I wouldn't have thrown that pseudo-human away. Damn, I threw it away too early. After venting his frustration with a series of chest thumping, a hint of relief gradually appeared on Zhang Nian's face. Forget it, after all, it's still fate, has no connection. We can't be sad just because we lost one pseudo. At this time, Zhang Nian thought of the conditions required to activate the training chamber. To activate the training chamber function, one must first capture a pseudo-human alive. Killing them is easy, but capturing them alive is quite challenging. The difficulty far exceeds that of killing a pseudo-human. Pseudo-humans have strong recovery abilities. If you don't kill them outright, it is highly likely to lead to a chase. But in that case, he would need to disembark and chase them directly into someone else's territory. This is undoubtedly a very dangerous behavior. With his current combat power, he could fight against a small number of pseudo-humans, but if a group came, he would have no choice but to flee. What's more, pseudo-humans can disguise themselves as humans, making it difficult to identify who is a pseudo-human at first glance, even with various devices. Without the protection and buffer of the ship, one can only imagine how dangerous that would be. Pseudo-humans can launch surprise attacks at any moment. It seems I can only rely on anesthetic toxins. Zhang Nian thought for a moment and felt that currently this method was the most reliable. There's no way he would allow himself to go far from the ship and face such great risks. He chuckled. That was absolutely impossible. He would only operate near the ship, so even if unexpected events occurred, he could rely on the cover of machine guns to retreat back into the cabin at the first opportunity. With a plan in mind, Zhang Nian no longer lingered. He returned to the ship's control panel, switched driving modes, and prepared to head to the next port. Although he didn't obtain the so-called treasure this time, he still gained a lot. First, he gained a deeper understanding of the types and strengths of pseudo-humans. Second, he scavenged over 100 tons of resources, upgraded the starship, and unlocked the function permissions for the pseudo-human training chamber. Moreover, due to the appearance of the tree man, he gained further insights into the principles of barrier generation. This is extremely important as it relates to the operational logic of the entire world. Through this incident, Zhang Nian discovered that the appearance of a barrier is not solely dependent on the presence of pseudo-humans. For example, in ports and at sea, there are a large number of pseudo-humans in the port, which is why a barrier appears. This is quite understandable. However, when pseudo-humans appear at sea, no barrier is triggered. This indicates that the appearance of barriers should be related to the quantity of pseudo-humans present. However, with the emergence of the tree man, this standard has been overturned. There was only one tree man, yet it still triggered the appearance of a barrier. Therefore, when summarizing these two characteristics, one would find that the reasons affecting the appearance of barriers are not solely based on quantity, but rather determined by the total threat value posed by pseudo-humans within a unit area to this world. No matter how many pseudo-humans there are, as long as the total threat value reaches a certain threshold, the barrier will be triggered, completely isolating a region from the outside world. This also means that the danger level of every port Zhang Nian docks at cannot be ignored. The danger level far exceeds the surface appearance. Driving mode has switched to autopilot. Approaching Port Magdeburg. Estimated sailing time 10 hours. It's delightful to have an increased sailing speed, but took an additional 5 or 6 hours to arrive last time. Zhang Nian smiled, then turned his gaze to the small island behind. At this point, it was already 6 p.m. And the last rays of sunlight illuminated the small island, casting a golden glow as if it were adorned with a golden border, truly beautiful. However, he knew that this seemingly beautiful island was in fact a place far more terrifying than hell. Enter at your own peril. I hope this thing comes out later. It would be best if it could forget everything. Shaking his head, Zhang Nian suppressed the huge weight in his heart and began preparing dinner for the day. Having not eaten all day, he was now so hungry that his front was sticking to his back. There was a black sea bream in the storage box, and he had scavenged several bags of rice from the red ship. Today he would make it braised and eat it with rice. Zhang Nian placed the black sea bream directly onto the tray and then added the rice and water. These ingredients did not require any processing from him. The stove was fully automatic and would take care of everything. Ding! With a crisp sound, a portion of hot oil-coated bright red braised black sea bream appeared on the plate, its color rich and glossy. The sauce flowed gently along the fish's scales, its bright red color tempting, and the outer skin slightly crisp with an intense fragrance instantly spreading. Gulp! Zhang Nian swallowed hard and immediately took a bite of the freshly cooked rice. The fresh flavor of the fish and the fragrant aroma of the rice mixed together, bursting in his mouth. It left Zhang Nian quite enchanted. It really needs to be paired with rice, it's so flavorful, he remarked, and then directly entered devouring mode. 20 minutes after finishing dinner, Zhang Nian began preparing for rest. First, he distributed some food to each passenger, and then he reminded them that at night no one should pull back the curtains. Finally, after checking that all doors and windows on the ship were securely closed, he lay down on the bed and began to rest. A peaceful night. Time quickly passed to the next morning. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone on Zhang Nian's face, waking him up. He stood up, shook his fists, and did some simple exercises. At that moment, the broadcast in the cabin also rang out as expected. The ship is about to dock. Please prepare the captain. Current port Magdeburg. Status stable. Estimated docking time 2 hours. After hearing the announcement, Zhang Nian smiled. I love stable ports. I hope to capture 3 pseudo-humans this time. Passing through the blue barrier, an ancient-looking port appeared before him. Unlike the others, this port's dock was not made of wooden planks. Instead, it was entirely constructed from massive stone slabs. From a distance, it gave off a heavy sense of antiquity. Clearly, this was an old city that had existed for a long time. Zhang Nian sat down at his desk, his gaze penetrating through the light screen ahead. At this moment, a crowd of eager passengers was already gathered at the bridgehead. At a glance, there were probably 30 to 40 people. With so many people, there must be quite a few imposters among them, Zhang Nian muttered to himself. As the ship docked, the first person in line on the pier immediately rushed over the railing, running toward him. It was a man wearing a black leather jacket. His movements were agile, indicating that he was physically coordinated. Moreover, his shadow showed no abnormalities. Thump, thump, thump. Within 100 meters, the man quickly reached the light screen. Hello, hello. Finally, I've been waiting for you. Here's my identification. The man was somewhat excited and immediately pulled out. Name Luo Yu, gender male, age 38. Zhang Nian glanced at it and quickly found the man's information on the computer. The photo on the identification was taken many years ago. The man was thinner than he was now, but it was still clear that it was the same person. His name was Luo Yu, and he worked as a business manager for a certain company. There were no issues with the information, everything matched. Zhang Nian looked at Luo Yu, raising an eyebrow. Wearing sunglasses this early in the morning. I haven't slept well for several days. My eyes are a bit red, afraid of scaring people and causing misunderstandings, Luo Yu explained with a smile. Red eyes. That's a good sign. Zhang Nian smirked. Take off your sunglasses, let me see what's going on. Oh, all right. Luo Yu complied and took off his sunglasses. Good heavens, his eyes were indeed red, filled with blood vessels. But upon closer inspection, aside from the redness, there were no patches or other abnormalities. It was evident that the redness and swelling in his eyes were indeed due to lack of sleep, with no issues present. The smirk that Zhang Nian had just formed faded away. Put your glasses back on. Then extend your hands so I can see them. Luo Yu cooperatively extended his hands. Zhang Nian squinted carefully, observing each of the man's fingers. He could clearly see a few calluses on the pads of his fingers. During this time, he also took a few glances at Luo Yu's neck and ankles. However, after this observation, he found no issues. The odors, sounds, and other aspects were all normal. Furthermore, Zhang Nian intentionally slowed down the inspection pace, and more than 5 minutes had already passed. Luo Yu showed no signs of discoloration, completely ruling out the possibility of being an infected person. All right, you can board the ship now. Zhang Nian pressed the switch. The cabin door opened automatically. Great, great. Thank you, Captain, you've worked hard. Luo Yu expressed his gratitude while swiftly boarding the ship. Seeing that Luo Yu had safely boarded, the people waiting anxiously in the distance suddenly became excited. Immediately, another person crossed the railing and quickly walked over. This time it was a man wearing a red headscarf. He had broad shoulders and a sturdy waist, looking somewhat like a thug, and seemed to have some training. He walked quickly, arms wide apart, as if his muscles were pushing him forward. His posture was quite arrogant, giving off an air of being fearfully strong. Thump, thump, thump. The headscarf man approached forcefully, knocking on the light screen. Hey, I'm in a hurry to meet my brothers, hurry up. Zhang Nian raised an eyebrow. It was indeed a thug. Don't worry, I'll be quick. Now please show me your ID. The headscarf man impatiently rummaged through his tight jeans pocket. After fumbling for a while, he found nothing. Oh no, this is too troublesome. Oh, I didn't bring it. If you didn't bring it, just tell me your name. Zhang Xingtian. Zhang Nian typed a few keys on his keyboard and quickly found the information on the headscarf man. There were very few people with the same name as the headscarf man, making it easy to find. Name Zhang Xingtian, gender male, age 37, occupation freelancer. Zhang Nian verified the man's appearance. The appearance matched, and there were no issues. Moreover, from the way he spoke earlier, there were no signs of a hoarse voice, ruling out the possibility of being parasitized. From the current perspective, the man's information and scent were all normal. As for his walking motion, it also posed no issues. Although he walked with his arms loose, that was typical for someone who had trained. His shadow also synchronized normally, essentially ruling out the possibility of being an imposter. Now there were just two tests left: pupil reaction and visual inspection. Come on, look at the lens. Saying this, Zhang Nian raised the flashlight. Hey, what lens? This is just a flashlight, isn't it? Zhang Xingtian was caught off guard by the light. His eyes squinted and dazzled. That's right, the head of the flashlight is also a lens. Zhang Nian explained seriously. What are you talking about? You little brat, are you messing with me? Do you believe I'll eat you raw once you board the ship? Zhang Xingtian yelled, pointing at Zhang Nian. Sure, if you can get on the ship, I'll give you a chance to eat me raw. My ship operates on respecting others' wishes. It seemed that Zhang Xingtian hadn't expected Zhang Nian to respond this way. He was clearly taken aback. You are quite interesting. Wait until I board the ship, and I'll give it my all. Zhang Nian chuckled. First, make sure you can get on board, step back, and extend your hands for me to see. All right, just wait and see how I deal with you. Zhang Xingtian sneered and extended his hands. His hands were rough with many calluses on the knuckles. Those were the marks left by a person who had practiced boxing for a long time. Zhang Nian looked carefully and found no issues. The direction of the nails and the texture of his fingers were both normal. There were also no signs of uneven skin tone at the ankles. For now, it could be determined that there were no issues. Zhang Nian raised his hand to press the switch, but just as he was about to touch it, he suddenly stopped. This action made Zhang Xingtian anxious. His eyes widened. Hey, are you messing with me? Are you going to open the door or not? You're not actually afraid I'll eat you, are you? Don't worry, I'll just give you a beating and then hold you underwater for 10 minutes. I won't kill you. Zhang Nian ignored the other person's words and pointed at the headscarf. Take off your headscarf and let me see. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Xingtian's expression changed noticeably, but it was quickly covered by anger. Are you looking for trouble? Don't you know that those wearing headscarves cannot be seen? I'm telling you, if you open the door honestly today, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll kill you right now. Zhang Nian grinned at Zhang Xingtian's suddenly changing expression. It was nothing for the other party to show him, but the fact that he was so vehemently opposed indicated a serious problem. Hey, it seems the first lucky guest of today has already taken his place. Witnessing Zhang Xingtian's furious demeanor, Zhang Nian became even more convinced of his suspicions. He let out a cold laugh. This is a mandatory inspection before boarding the ship. If you refuse to cooperate, I'm afraid you'll have to apologize. You? Zhang Xingtian gritted his teeth in rage. Fine, you want to see? Then I'll show you. Don't regret it. With that, Zhang Xingtian stepped before the light barrier and reached up to remove his headscarf. Yet the very instant the headscarf was removed, a black steel-like sharp spike suddenly shot out from beneath it. The black spike, like a coiled spring, unleashed ferocious power in an instant, thrusting straight for Zhang Nian's throat. A loud bang echoed as the black cone collided with the light barrier. You wanted to see? Die, you scum. Zhang Xingtian's face twisted in fury, his eyes bloodshot. But the next second he froze in shock. The attack that had never failed before couldn't even leave a scratch on the light barrier. The barrier didn't even flick. Your ship is different from others. Why can't I pierce it? Zhang Nian raised an eyebrow. It seemed this pseudo-human before him had some skill after all. Judging by his words, he had likely succeeded in breaching other vessels before. This indirectly indicated that his level wasn't too low. Since you've dropped the act, I will too. Zhang Nian calmly loaded his hand crossbow and aimed it at Zhang. But this action made Zhang Xingtian pause for a moment, then burst into unrestrained laughter. Haha, if you'd pulled out a gun, I might have been wary of you. But you bring out this toy. I'm seriously starting to think you want to bore me to death and inherit my property. Huh. Thwip. Before Zhang Xingtian could finish laughing, a crossbow bolt coated with anesthetic toxin pierced into his mouth. Cough, cough. Damn you. You fight dirty. What the hell? Ugh. What is this? As soon as Zhang Xingtian yanked out the bolt, a wave of weakness washed over him. His speech slurred like he'd had too much to drink, his tongue tied. Then his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Tisk tisk tsk. That's it. Zhang Nian shook his head. Clearly this guy wasn't even as tough as that female pseudo-human. At least she hadn't been foaming at the mouth. He thought he had some skill, but it turned out he only had that much. Zhang Nian glanced into the distance, and seeing no one approaching prepared to go out and drag Zhang Xingtian back. First he swiveled the bow-mount machine gun toward the dock and activated defense mode. If anyone attacked him, the machine gun would provide immediate support. Then he loaded his pistol to full capacity before opening the hatch and stepping out. This was Zhang Nian's first time setting foot on the dock port. His heart fluttered with a mix of nervousness and excitement. The nervousness stemmed from the potential risks around him. The excitement came from the very same risks. You're a lucky one, becoming the first pseudo-human to have a private cell. Looking at the foaming Zhang Nian, chuckled, grabbed him by the arm, and dragged him back into the cabin like a torn sack. During the process, Zhang Xingtian's head banged against the door panels with a loud thump thump thump, but Zhang Nian paid it no mind. After all, it wasn't human. It wouldn't die from a few bumps. Whatever. Back in the cabin, Zhang Nian opened the first taming pod and tossed Zhang Xingtian inside. A hum resonated. The moment Zhang Xingtian entered the taming pod, reacted instantly. The hatch locked with a buzz, and an operation guide popped up. A second-stage predatory pseudo-human has been collected. Initiate taming process. No need to ask. Activate immediately. Taming process initiated. Please select Energy Allocation Mode 1. Offensive Mode 2. Defensive Mode 3. Recovery Mode. Zhang Nian pondered. Given the current situation, defensive mode offered the best value. After all, no targets requiring active engagement had appeared yet. He decisively chose defensive mode. Defensive mode activated. Current ship defense capability increased by 10. Note all energy provided by the taming pod is converted from the pseudo-human's life force. If the pseudo-human dies, the energy supply will cease immediately. Therefore, please replace the pseudo-human promptly upon its death. The notification ended and a green light barrier enveloped Zhang Xingtian completely. The moment the light barrier touched him, Zhang Xingtian began to convulse violently, as if electrocuted. His eyes rolled back and his body twitched like he was dancing. Watching his form, Zhang Nian frowned slightly. So it doesn't provide energy indefinitely. It can die. That means he'll have to capture pseudo-humans alive every so often. I wonder how long these pseudo-humans can last inside. Does their endurance correlate with their strength? He'll need to run some experiments to compare later. Just as Zhang Nian was seriously contemplating his future experiments, the appearance of Zhang Xingtian inside the taming pod began to change. Scientifically speaking, it was more like reverting to its true form. After twitching for a while, Zhang Xingtian's entire body started to deform and writhe in a chaotic rhythm. It was as if something was crawling under his skin, raising large lumps that swelled and collapsed in turn. Then, with the sound of tearing muscles, it burst forth completely. In less than 5 seconds, the Zhang Xingtian before him had transformed entirely into a terrifying monster, its body a pale gray covered in black stripes. Most notably, a spiral spring-like black spike had grown from its head. The hideous, grotesque appearance filled Zhang Nian with disgust. How ugly. No wonder it had to wrap its head, even when disguised as a human. That head looks just like a dried-up turd. Tisk tisk tsk. Shaking his head, Zhang Nian returned to his desk, ready to prepare for the next lucky guest. After a few minutes of operation, someone was already waiting at the light barrier. This time it was a young woman who appeared very demure. She didn't rush, but quietly watched the pseudo-human in the taming pod. Occasionally a flicker of emotion crossed her face, but it vanished quickly without revealing excessive panic. After a while, she turned to Zhang Nian. Is that a pseudo-human? It looks terrifying. Zhang Nian smiled. Don't worry, it's very gentle. Is this a pseudo-human? How terrifying. The young woman gazed at the pseudo-human inside the taming pod, speaking with a hint of fear. It's fine, it's docile and won't bite, Zhang Nian said with a smile. The woman averted her gaze. Is it as gentle as my Dawang? Zhang Nian glanced at the large yellow dog leashed behind the woman. Indeed, even more docile. Though uncertain if the system would reward him for bringing a dog to the safe zone, he didn't mind passengers having pets, as long as they were leashed. Of course, cockroaches and mosquitoes are an exception. That puts my mind at ease. Here, this is my ID. The woman smiled, retrieved her identity card from her bag, and held it up before the holographic screen. Based on the name and photo, Zhang Nian quickly pulled up the woman's information on the computer. Name Yang Ko. Age 21. Gender female. Student at a finance and economics university. The identity information matched perfectly. The photo was an exact likeness. There was no unpleasant odor about her either. Her voice was soft and gentle, ruling out the possibility of parasitic pseudo-human infestation. However, since she was already there when he returned, he hadn't observed her limb coordination or shadow synchron. This required a fresh examination. Can you dance? If not, feel free to do some exercises like frog jumps. Zhang Nian spoke as kindly as possible. He always maintained courtesy toward those who were quiet and polite. I can't dance. We'll just do some squats. Yanka said demurely. Then she stepped back, extended her arms, and began doing squats. The squat seemed simple, and indeed it wasn't difficult. But it was a crucial test for assessing one's balance. Poor body coordination would immediately become apparent. The beauty of this movement was that any normal person could perform it. Yet if the individual were a special type of pseudo-human, anomalies would instantly surface. On her third squat, Yanka suddenly stumbled. Zhang Nian's brow furrowed instantly. Oh, sorry, I don't exercise much. Let me try again. Yanka blushed and immediately restarted. This time, everything went smoothly. She completed 6 or 7 squats without any issues. Zhang Nian's brow gradually relaxed. Such a shy and polite person. It would be unbearable if she were a pseudo-human. Fortunately, there seemed to be no problem so far. All right, you can stop now, he said. The next step will be a bit dazzling. Bear with it. It's fine, I can handle it. Yanka halted. Look at the flashlight. Zhang Nian raised the flashlight and shone it at her. If Zhang Xingtian were conscious, he would surely faint from anger. Zhang Xingtian, hypocrite. Utter hypocrite. Under the flashlight's beam, Yanka's pupils contracted rapidly. This indicated normal pupil response. After several rounds of checks, it was essentially confirmed she was fine. Finally, Zhang Nian's gaze fell upon the large golden retriever behind Yanko. If pseudo-humans could masquerade as humans, they could also disguise themselves as animals. This dog had to be inspected as well. Seeming to read his mind, Yanku obediently led the golden retriever forward. Dahuang, come here. The golden retriever was very obedient, barking once and stepping forward. Zhang Nian observed carefully. Its appearance showed no abnormalities. Its coat was glossy and healthy, evidence of good care by its owner. The dog's eyes were normal too. After a moment's thought, Zhang Nian still raised the flashlight and shone it. Under the intense light, the golden retriever squinted and turned its head away. Pupil response was normal. Can you make it walk a few circles? Zhang Nian inquired. Sure. Dahuang, spin around. Yanku commanded. Dahuang immediately stood up and began turning in circles. Zhang Nian watched for a while and found nothing wrong. But having been burned before, he was exceedingly cautious. Soon his eyes locked onto the golden retriever's 4 paws. The golden retriever wore 4 shoes, just like a human. But that alone wouldn't have caught his attention. After all, many pet owners put shoes on their animals. Yet the shoes on this golden retriever were unusually large, far beyond normal size, nearly as large as a human palm. Hiss! Zhang Nian took a deep breath. He didn't want to think that way, but reality often had a cruel sense of humor. Just as the golden retriever was smugly spinning, a sudden change occurred. Rip! The shoe on its left front leg tore open. In the next instant, 5 extraordinarily long and sharp fingers burst out from the shoe. Now Zhang Nian understood why the golden retriever needed such large shoes. Its feet weren't dog paws at all. They were monstrous claws, larger and more ferocious than human hands. The seemingly oversized shoes couldn't withstand the pressure of the claws and were torn apart. The air fell silent. Yang Ke's expression froze, and she stood motionless like a robot that had lost. The golden retriever also stiffened its elongated canine face, displaying a moment of human-like pain. It first looked up at Zhang Nian, whose face had turned icy cold, then immediately bolted away in a desperate. As the golden retriever fled, the motionless Yang Ku swayed and collapsed to the ground. She was clearly dead. You damned beast, you think you can run after being exposed? Stay down. Zhang Nian raised an eyebrow and fired a burst of steel bullets. Bang, bang, bang. The golden retriever, which had just started running, was instantly sent sprawling face first. All 4 legs shattered, its snout scraping across the ground for over 10 meters. But such injuries couldn't kill a pseudo-human. The golden retriever still struggled to crawl away, its wounds visibly healing at an astonishing rate. It would likely stand up again soon. But Zhang Nian wasn't about to give it that chance. In a flash, a bolt whistled through the air, swoosh, pinning the golden retriever to the ground. Howl! The golden retriever let out a strange cry, then foamed at the mouth and collapsed. Approaching the hatch, Zhang Nian glanced at Yang Ke's fallen body and sighed. Alas, such a gentle soul, but this beast had to ruin her. He strode toward the convulsing golden retriever. You wretched creature, you've hidden deep. Now let me see what new breed you are. However, just as he reached it with an icy glare ready to drag the dead dog back, 2 figures suddenly rushed out from the distant crowd. To be precise, a woman charged over holding a man hostage. Let that dog go, or he'll kill this human. The woman shouted loudly as she approached. For a moment, even someone as experienced as Zhang Nian was, his mind nearly short-circuited. What kind of twisted stunt is this? Just as Zhang Nian prepared to drag the golden dog back into the ship's hold, a woman vaulted over the railing and charged forward, gripping a man hostage. Her fingers morphed into a razor-sharp blade clamped tightly around the man's throat, clearly prepared to slit it at the slightest provocation. Release that dog immediately, or he'll kill this human. she snarled, her voice laced with venom. Such lightning-swift aggression left Zhang Nian momentarily stunned. Wasn't this the quintessential cinematic trope? What on earth was happening here? Zhang Nian glanced first at the golden dog lying on the ground, then at the thunderous woman confronting him. His mind finally jolted awake, rapidly assessing the situation. The golden dog had temporarily lost combat capability due to poisoning. To prevent Zhang Nian from taking it, the woman had seized a human hostage and demanded he release the dog. Though the standoff appeared balanced, the odds were quietly tilting against him. Because one critical variable remained unknown: the effective duration of the mutant pseudo-human's toxin. If its effect faded swiftly, the golden dog might recover at the decisive moment and flee alongside the woman. Then capturing it alive would become impossible. He needed to act decisively, swiftly, decisively. First, one fact was certain: this woman was not human. No ordinary human would commit such reckless folly, and her blade-like fingers confirmed it beyond doubt. Moreover, resorting to hostage negotiation to save a dog signaled weakness, perhaps even profound frailty. Otherwise, she wouldn't waste breath bargaining. She'd have lunged in, unleashing devastating techniques without hesitation. With this rough assessment, Zhang Nian felt a surge of quiet confidence and swiftly devised a precise, workable plan. He turned toward the woman, offering a disarmingly warm smile. Frankly, I've traveled far and wide, encountered countless pseudo-humans, but never one like you, emotionally loyal, strikingly beautiful, and utterly principled. These days, few pseudo-humans are decent, each more contemptible than the last. When calamity strikes, they scatter like startled birds, fleeing faster than any coward could dream. But you've truly dazzled me. You risk your own life to save an old companion who resembles a dog more than a being, truly immoved. Silence. That ugly mutt is no old companion of mine. I merely refuse to let you lowborn creatures capture one of our kind. Though if you claim I'm beautiful, I won't deny it, she hastily interjected, clearly pleased by his flattery. Zhang Nian feigned astonishment. Then even more touched. You don't even know each other. Yet you intervene unasked like a chivalrous stranger. What a genuinely noble, high-caliber pseudo-human you are. Very well. Out of respect, I agree to release the dog. You'll release it? The woman blinked in disbelief. She hadn't expected such ease. Of course, but only on one condition. What condition? You must guarantee this human has suffered no injury whatsoever. I can guarantee it. She arched a brow. Zhang Nian shook his head. Words alone mean nothing. I must inspect him myself. All those nauseating compliments had served but one purpose: to earn him the chance to examine the hostage, a key step in his premeditated plan. To rescue a hostage, one must first verify whether the hostage is truly human, a lesson learned from countless novels. Who says a bound captive must be a true hostage? What if they're accomplices? If this man were also a pseudo-human, releasing the dog and accepting him in exchange would be suicide, unfathomable, irreversible death. Yet he couldn't openly demand verification, so he resorted to this ruse. How exactly do you intend to inspect him? Flattered, the woman lowered her guard, growing markedly less wary. Stay where you are. He'll simply walk over and take a quick look. Zhang Nian smiled. Aren't you afraid he'll kill you on the spot? A cold smirk flickered across her face. I'm not afraid. You won't kill me. Why not? Because you're a peerless, singularly virtuous pseudo-human, rare as a phoenix feather. Don't think honeyed words will spare you. She glared at him, then relented. Fine. Come ahead. Right then, I'm coming now. Try not to tense up. Zhang Nian smiled again, and seizing the golden dog off the ground, lifted it before him like a living shield, advancing slowly. The woman's expression instantly darkened. For a fleeting, absurd moment, she couldn't tell who was the dog, and realized with chilling clarity this wasn't a person at all. 1 step, 2 steps. Shielded by the dog, Zhang Nian revealed only half his face, inching forward with deliberate caution. Pseudo-humans moved far faster than humans. Any ambush would be perilously swift. When he reached a distance of roughly 3 meters, he halted and addressed the man directly. How do you feel? Any discomfort anywhere? And no. The man shook his head vigorously. Good. Now look straight into the light. What? Before he could react, Zhang Nian had already switched on his flashlight and aimed it squarely. The blinding beam forced the man to squint instinctively. Pupillary response normal. No red blotches on the sclera. No lingering odor of sun-baked latrines on his body. Zhang Nian assessed silently. Now extend your arms and rotate twice. Let me see your joints and muscles in motion. Huh. The man froze, bewildered, his expression silently screaming, if I could move freely, I wouldn't be a hostage. Don't push your luck, she snapped. Finish your inspection and release the dog now, or he'll kill him this instant. Her grip tightened, her eyes turning icy. The man panicked frantically, urging Zhang Nian instead. No inspection. Just release the dog first. We can check everything later. I'm choking. Trembling violently, he gestured wildly with both hands, begging Zhang Nian to extract him. But when Zhang Nian caught sight of his palms, a slow, knowing smile curled at the corner of his lips. His palms bore no fingerprints, not partially worn away by friction, but utterly devoid of them, smooth as newborn rodent skin. Utterly hairless, gleaming faintly, so translucent that capillaries pulsed visibly beneath the surface. So that was the trick. Zhang Nian's gaze hardened. In the next heartbeat, a concealed pistol flashed into his right hand and leveled unerringly at the hostage's forehead. Cleverness backfires. Your eagerness stole the spotlight. Bang! Black fluid erupted. The man stared, dazed and disbelieving, until he collapsed, still unaware of how had betrayed himself, eyes wide open in death. Staring at the corpse, the woman stood frozen, then whirled toward Zhang Nian, incredulous. Why, you killed one of your own kind. He'll kill you, she shrieked, launching herself at him like a feral storm. That man was no hostage. He was their cherished friend, their kin. And today, this vile human had blown his head clean off with a single shot. Died. With a guttural roar, her fingers elongated, razor-edged nails slashing viciously for Zhang Nian's throat. Reality, however, proved merciless. Beyond 7 paces, the gun reigned supreme. Within 7 paces, it is both swift and deadly accurate, especially against someone so insignificant as her. Bang, 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 bang. Zhang Nian didn't wait for feedback. He emptied a full magazine of standard rounds. She had no chance to resist. Riddled like a sieve, her combat capacity obliterated. Seizing the opening, Zhang Nian drew a crossbow bolt and drove it deep into her thigh. At such proximity, a crossbow was superfluous. Brute force impalement was the most efficient method. Thwip. She tried to fight back, but in the next instant, foam spilled from her mouth, her eyes. Now that's how pseudo-human toxins should perform. Zhang Nian smiled, deeply satisfied with its efficacy. His first use had been against Lu Rian. That time had shaken his confidence entirely. One shot, and she hadn't reacted at all. Even when she finally did, it merely slowed her down. Slow enough for machine gun fire to barely keep pace. Yet her raw speed remained breathtaking. Lately, though, repeated successes had restored his faith. Against anything short of a high-tier pseudo-human, this toxin was virtually invincible. Hoisting the man and the golden dog, Zhang Nian strode cheerfully toward the starship Xingqian. Yet just as he neared the ship's hatch, black shadow erupted from beneath the bridge, hurtling straight for the shadow moved swiftly like an arrow released from a bow. At this moment, attempting to close the hatch was clearly too late. In this urgent situation, Zhang Nian decisively opted for a more aggressive approach. He focused his strength in his waist and abdomen, swinging the big golden dog in his right hand with great force. Like a hammer throw, he smashed it towards the shadow. Want to board my ship? Did you buy a ticket? Bang! In an instant, the big golden dog traced a graceful arc as it crashed violently into the shadow. Crack! The painful sound of bones snapping echoed instantly. On the bare dock, fur flew everywhere, enveloping the area in a layer of dog hair. At the same time, the black figure that had shot towards him was sent flying back like a broken sack. It was only at this moment that Zhang Nian clearly saw what the shadow was. It was a creature that appeared emaciated, covered in dense black scales, with limbs as slender as blades and eyes blood red, like fire, a sharp-beaked monster. The creature was not large, only about 1.3 meters tall, yet it emanated a sense of extreme danger. What tremendous power! Zhang Nian stole a glance at the big golden dog in his hand, which had already been torn to shreds, feeling a surge of fear. He never expected that the seemingly frail body could unleash such terrifying strength. Just one encounter had turned his dog into a torn rag. Fortunately, this dog was a pseudo-human. If it had been an ordinary dog, it would have been completely obliterated, leaving nothing but scraps. This pseudo-human was strong. He had to treat it with caution. Gagaga. The monster, clearly angered at not achieving its goal, was visibly furious. Its beak-like bone mouth trembled rapidly, producing a series of ear-piercing sounds. Simultaneously, it lowered its body, glaring at Zhang Nian with fierce intent, clearly poised to launch an attack. Faced with such a formidable pseudo-human, Zhang Nian naturally would not be overconfident. He promptly discarded the 2 pseudo-humans in his hand and suddenly raised his left hand. He shouted loudly, "Hold on." The sudden shout caused the black monster about to erupt to instinctively halt its movements. However, the monster had no idea what Zhang Nian's raised hand truly meant. Just as it was about to listen to what he would say next, the heavy machine gun standing at the bow of the starship suddenly aimed at it. At the same time, a tongue of fire suddenly reflected in the monster's eyes. Tat-a-tat. The 12.7mm caliber bullets arrived in an instant. Puff, puff, puff. The monster had no time to react and was instantly turned into a pseudo-stick. If Zhang Nian hadn't aimed for a controlled shot intending to capture it alive, it would have been blown to bits long ago. Roar. The black monster was remarkably resilient. Even after being reduced to just its main body, it still flailed on the ground, continuously howling. Zhang Nian wasted no words and raised a crossbow arrow. This black monster's strength was clearly greater than that of the other two pseudo-humans. It was just right to capture it for experiments. He wanted to see if a more powerful pseudo-human was more resilient than a weaker one. Roar. The black pseudo-human continued to thrash about. The pseudo-human toxin took a long time to take effect, taking a full 3 minutes to begin working. After a while, the black monster gradually lost its strength. During this time, Zhang Nian was also feeling anxious. His gaze kept scanning the surroundings. He was uncertain if another pseudo-human would suddenly spring out from some corner to attack. But fortunately, it seemed that due to witnessing the power of the heavy machine gun, no other pseudo-humans appeared during this nearly 5-minute interval. Seeing that the black pseudo-human had completely fallen silent, Zhang Nian wasted no time and directly aimed his gun at the big golden dog's head. Since he had better materials now, there was no need to keep this dog around. He would send it off to the afterlife. Successfully killed a second-tier puppet-type pseudo-human. Reward 200 gold coins. Amplification 200 gold coins. Including the pseudo-human he just killed, Zhang Nian had now earned a total of 800 gold coins. The results were quite good. After taking down the big golden dog, Zhang Nian did not linger and immediately dragged the two pseudo-humans back to the starship. Upon entering the cabin, he promptly threw the two pseudo-humans into the taming chamber and switched the extraction mode to defense. Buzz! A green light enveloped them. Soon the two types of pseudo-humans began to reveal their true forms. The female pseudo-human was a grayish-white monster resembling a human shape, with long limbs belonging to the predatory type. The black pseudo-human underwent minimal change except that 4 longer and sharper legs had grown on its back. It looked very much like a giant spider monster with a bird's beak. Zhang Nian was also familiar with the type of the black pseudo-human. It was the aberrant type that saw humans eat humans and pseudo-humans eat pseudo-humans. After processing the two pseudo-humans, Zhang Nian immediately returned to his desk, preparing to continue screening the next passenger. However, when he looked up at the distance, he was slightly taken aback. He saw that the group of passengers who had just been huddled together were now keeping their distance from each other. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they glanced at each other warily, no one speaking. Clearly, they were frightened. But Zhang Nian knew that these people were not afraid because of the black monster. Rather, it was due to the two pseudo-humans, a man and a woman, that he had just killed. They had been standing right next to these people, shoulder to shoulder, waiting to board. This delayed realization of terror was far more impactful than suddenly encountering a monster. Seeing that these people stood still, Zhang Nian decided to give them a bit of positive encouragement. He picked up the microphone, leisurely pressed the amplifier switch. Listen to me, everyone, remain calm. Based on my experience, there are at most 3 pseudo-humans left around you. So, passenger, what a positive energy. The waves crashed against the giant rocks, sending up sprays of water. Under the careful guidance filled with positive energy from Zhang Nian, someone finally couldn't withstand the baptism and crossed the railing, walking toward the direction of hope. Facts indicate that the best way to defeat fear is not to face it, but to create a greater fear. When standing against one monster versus a group, everyone knows which option to choose. Footsteps sounded with a scrape, scrape, scrape. This time it was an old lady approaching. She was about 70 years old with a head full of white hair. Although she was aged, her spirit was quite full of vitality. Her temples throbbed, and her eyes sparkled with energy. The lady moved quickly, covering a distance of 100 meters in no time, arriving before the light curtain. Hello, Captain. This is my identification. The old lady took out her ID card and showed it briefly in front of the light curtain. Zhang Nian took a glance. Ma'am, you are holding the ID upside down. Oh, I'm sorry, it's my first time. The old lady smiled, muttering to herself, then flipped the ID to show the front photo. Name Yang Yuhua, gender female, age 76. Zhang Nian quickly retrieved the information. First, he verified her appearance. The verification included ID, photo system photo, and the real appearance of the individual. After a careful comparison, he confirmed that it was indeed the same person and her personal information was accurate. Now look at the camera. Zhang Nian raised his flashlight. The flashlight was his greatest ally, illuminating everyone he encountered. Click. The switch was turned on. A beam of light struck the old lady's eyes. However, contrary to expectations, her pupils did not constrict sharply. Instead, her eyes were motionless like a pool of stagnant water. They were neither clouded nor lifeless, yet completely unresponsive to the light. This was extraordinarily abnormal and eerie. It was confirmed this Yang Yuhua was undoubtedly a wild imposter. Moreover, she was the type that openly... Young man, don't be surprised. Seeing Zhang Nian switch to a fighting stance in an instant, Yang Yuhua her voice was steady, as if she were a good person. The situation is as you think. I am an imposter. But I am not here to board the ship. I am here to offer you an opportunity. Opportunity? What opportunity? Zhang Nian raised an eyebrow. He had encountered many imposters, but this was only the second time he had seen one speak so condescendingly. The last person to speak like this was a tree person. But that tree person had the capital to be arrogant, he just didn't know what level this old imposter was at. Hee. Yang Yuhua grinned, revealing a mouth of sharp black teeth. Of course, it's an opportunity. You humans are too weak to exist in this world. If you continue to resist us, it's only a matter of time before you are completely eliminated. Therefore, if you wish to continue to survive in this world, it is best to join our ranks and provide us with better channels for expansion. I can guarantee that as long as you are willing to join when the human alliance is eradicated, we will bestow upon you supreme evolution, allowing you to completely shed the shackles of your weak human form and gain immense power. Zhang Nian. After all this time, this fellow was just a salesman trying to persuade him to betray humanity through words while achieving the goal of boarding the ship in a long-term stay. Goodness, other imposters relied on disguise to deceive. This one didn't even want to pretend and went straight for the verbal formula. Did he really think he was a fool? Hadn't he heard the saying, those not of our kind will have different hearts? Bestow evolution. What a joke. If there were really fools who did that, they would probably end up as a pile of strong, robust dung. You arrogant old beating, how dare you come here to tempt me? Now let me show you what a will as hard as a bullet looks like. Zhang Nian felt indignant within, but remained calm on the surface. Since she dared to boldly stand across from him and tempt him, it indicated she certainly had some impressive means of survival. At the very least, she was adept at escaping. Thus, he needed to stabilize the situation before striking unexpectedly. This what you said does seem somewhat reasonable. Give me a few minutes to think it over. Zhang Nian mimicked a thinking pose. He rested his left hand on his chin while his right hand discreetly opened the safety on his pistol under the table. No rush, take your time and I can wait. Whenever you want to think. However, before the word think could even finish, Yang Yuhua saw a pitch-black gun barrel, like a venomous snake, stealthily emerging from beneath the desk. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Yang Yuhua's head instantly exploded into a hole. Through the hole, one could even see the anxious passengers lining up in the distance. You dare! You're doomed. Yang Yuhua glared at Zhang Nian, wanting to say something more, but there was no opportunity left, and she fell back with a thud, turning into a pool of black water. Successfully killed a third-tier predatory imposter. Reward 500 gold coins. Amplification 500 gold coins. Indeed a capable imposter. Even with her head blown off, she could still spew so much nonsense. Zhang Nian shook his head and pressed the intercom switch. Next, as his voice fell, there was an immediate reaction at the distant bridge. But it wasn't just one person coming out. Two men simultaneously crossed the railing, and the next second they suddenly began to fight. One was tall and sturdy while the other was relatively short, but muscular. Who the hell told you to come over? Don't you know him in front of you? What do you mean I'm in front of you? Clearly I arrived first. I just took a quick piss and you slipped in. The shorter man retorted without holding back. You don't accept it, do you? Let's settle this unknown. The tall man glared angrily. Unknown it is. Who's afraid of who? You bunch of weeds. The shorter man showed no fear, and soon the two began to throw punches. With every punch and kick, they were locked in a fierce battle. Zhang Nian had excellent hearing. Even from dozens of meters away, he could clearly hear what both were saying. Of course, he had no interest in mediating, he just enjoyed watching the excitement. Seizing the opportunity while the two were fighting, he took out a bag of sunflower seeds and leaned back in his chair, leisurely munching. Interestingly, not only Zhang Nian, but even the passengers in the cabin and those standing outside the railing were all craning their necks to watch the spectacle. Moreover, some people, not knowing from where, pulled out a stool and sat on the ground to watch. At this moment, Zhang Nian's eye suddenly twitched slightly, because he suddenly noticed that in the distant mountains and forests, some unusual figures were also sitting on the ground watching the commotion. These imposters. Could it be that after imitating humans for so long, they have also developed the habit of watching the fun? Approximately 2.5 minutes had passed, and at the bridge's head, the battle between the two men finally reached a conclusion. The result was unexpected for everyone. Before the fight began, everyone assumed the tall and imposing man would win. To their surprise, it was the relatively shorter man who delivered a kick followed by a spiraling dragon punch, leaving the other man bewildered. Stop! You win. The tall man sat on the ground covering his mouth and hurriedly raised his hand to signal. I admit you ranked ahead of me. Please go first. Please go first. The shorter man twisted his neck and said, Do you now know how impressive I am? I know I'm being honest now. As long as you know, but you pleased me today, so I've decided to take you with me. The shorter man's words stunned the tall man, who immediately looked at him with admiration. Big brother is straightforward. I yield. Then let's go. Saying this, the shorter man led the tall man towards the starship. As their battle concluded, the crowd watching from a distance gradually returned to their positions, patiently waiting. Soon the two men arrived in front of the light screen. The shorter man took out his identification first, saying, Hello, this is my ID card. The tall man glanced at it, but did not make any move. After all, since he lost, he had to let the winner go first. Zhang Nian quickly pulled up the shorter man's information. After seeing the information, he finally understood why there was such a significant disparity in their weights, yet the shorter man was still able to win effortlessly. The shorter man's name was Wang Gang, 28 years old, and he was the head of a boxing club with 8 years of professional combat experience. His combat strength was formidable, not something an ordinary person could rival merely based on weight and height advantages. The saying 1 strength over 10 skills only applies to those with similar experiences. For those with different experiences, it simply does not hold true. After a thorough comparison, Zhang Nian confirmed that the information was accurate. Next came the tests for pupils and appearance. As for limb coordination and shadow synchronization, those did not require testing. The two had just fought fiercely, each displaying remarkable agility. Reviewing it again was completely pointless. Come look at the camera. Zhang Nian raised the flashlight to shine it. Wang Gang was caught off guard by the bright light. Wow, Captain, is this flashlight nuclear-powered? It's way too bright. Haha, I've illuminated so many people, and you're the only one who noticed the brightness. Thumbs up for you. Zhang Nian chuckled. If it charges for 8 hours daily, how could it not be bright? Wang Gang passed all subsequent checks, including body temperature, without any issues. Alright, you passed the checks, but you still can't board yet. He needs to pass as well. Until both were confirmed to be human, Zhang Nian would not open the door. If the other person had issues and snuck into the cabin, the loss would be substantial. Okay, no problem. Wang Gang, your turn now. Zhang Nian turned to the tall man who stood nearby, throwing punches and reminiscing about the battle. Hee, coming. The tall man chuckled, reached into his back pocket for his ID, and held it up to the light screen. My name is Du Peng. Zhang Nian checked the information, and everything was in order. The photo matched Du Peng. You've seen the process. Hee, I have. Alright then, widen your eyes a bit. Zhang Nian reminded him before raising the flashlight. It wasn't that he was looking down on him, it was just that Du Peng's eyes were genuinely too small, barely bigger than a soybean. Especially when he smiled, he seemed oblivious to whom he was looking at, resembling 2 scars. Click. The flashlight shone on Du Peng's face, causing his eyes to squint immediately. This was a normal reaction. Squinting was expected. If he didn't squint, that would indicate acute steel poisoning. Next came the tests for fingers, ankles, and body temperature. After all the tests, there seemed to be no issues with his appearance, but the body temperature made Zhang Nian frown directly. Du Peng's body temperature had surprisingly reached 41 degrees. This was clearly beyond the normal range. Although Wang Gang's temperature was also elevated, reaching 38 degrees. But that was still within a normal range given that he had just experienced high-intensity combat. A temporary rise to 38 degrees was quite normal. What's wrong, Captain? Is it a fever? Du Peng asked in confusion. You have a fever. Zhang Nian did not avoid the issue and nodded directly. That should be due to intense exercise. After all, I just had a spar with this big brother. Du Peng wore a smile throughout, appearing quite easygoing. But your fight only lasted 2.5 minutes. How could your temperature reach 41 degrees? Zhang Nian, who had trekked through various terrains, was very familiar with human body temperature changes under different conditions. A human temperature reaching 41 degrees typically indicates 2 possibilities. One is fever due to viral infection. The other is continuous high-intensity combat, where adrenaline burns out exhausting physical strength and pushing the body to a near-fainting state, reaching such extreme temperatures. In this world, there was also a third possibility. The person was a pseudo-human or had been parasitized by a pseudo-human. However, Zhang Nian leaned more towards the second possibility. Because aside from the body temperature, the individual had passed all other tests, effectively ruling out the possibility of being a pseudo-human. Come on, buddy, are you a volcano? Burning so hot. Wang Gang looked at Du Peng in surprise. At this moment, however, Du Peng completely ignored him, and the smile on his face gradually faded. He fixed a cold gaze on Zhang Nian. I originally planned to get through the inspection this way, but it seems you know quite a bit, you dog. Since that's the case, I won't pretend any longer. Open the door for me now, or I will kill you, otherwise Du Peng pointed at Wang Gang beside him, and then back at himself. Clearly, he was preparing to play a game of This action further confirmed Zhang Nian's judgment. Du Peng was not a pseudo-human, but was parasitized by a special pseudo-human capable of controlling human bodies. They needed to threaten Zhang Nian with the lives of Du Peng and Wang Gang. You? What the hell? Are you a pseudo-human? You're quite arrogant, aren't you? A defeated opponent dares to take me hostage. Before Zhang Nian could respond, Wang Gang, feeling dissatisfied, rolled up his sleeves and charged at Du Peng. Perhaps because he had just won against the opponent, he felt that pseudo-humans were nothing to worry about and got a bit carried away. However, this time, Du Peng's reaction speed surged unexpectedly. As Wang Gang rushed in, Du Peng didn't even spare him a glance and simply swung back his hand. With just a single slap, Wang Gang spun 3 times on the spot before sitting down, questioning his life choices. Damn, I thought I had some skills. If it weren't for needing your cooperation for the act, I could have knocked the shit out of you. Du Peng disdainfully glanced at the dazed Wang Gang, then turned to Zhang Nian with a cold smile. So what will it be? Will you open the door obediently, or will you end up like him? Upon hearing Du Peng's words, Zhang Nian raised an eyebrow. If other types of pseudo-humans were arrogant, he could understand after all their strength was evident. But a parasitic pseudo-human being so arrogant was hard to comprehend. What did it rely on for such arrogance? On controlling adrenaline surges. To make ordinary people unleash their peak potential. Wasn't that falling into a delusion of self-importance? This was an illusion, it needed treatment. Zhang Nian suddenly let out a cold laugh. Hey, you want me to open the door, right? Fine, wait. However, before Zhang Nian could make his next move, Wang Gang, who had been beaten senseless, panicked. He shouted a warning. Don't open it. If you do, everyone will die. Don't fall for this bastard's trick. You. Bang. Cough, cough, cough. Du Peng landed a vicious kick to the chest, causing Wang Gang to cough uncontrollably, unable to speak. Damn it. If I didn't need you alive, that kick would have killed you. Seeing Wang Gang curled up like a shrimp, utterly speechless, Du Peng burst into wild laughter. Haha, trash humans, you all deserve a beating. Suddenly, it turned to Zhang Nian, its face darkening. I'm pleased you agreed to open the door, but I don't like your sneaky demeanor. It's been so long, why isn't the door open? Zhang Nian shook his head with a smile, then pointed at Du Peng. I think you misunderstood me. I'm not opening the cabin door. I'm opening your mouth. With that, Zhang Nian slammed his palm on the desk and leaped out from the light screen. Then under Du Peng's astonished gaze, he swung a powerful punch. Haha, I thought you were tough, but you're just. Bang. Du Peng was about to mock him, but before the word fool escaped his lips, a fist the size of a sandbag slammed into his stomach. Too fast. It was so swift that he couldn't even defend before the attack landed. The immense force turned his face crimson like a pig's liver, and his mouth flew open. Like a sluice gate releasing water, he spewed out everything from his stomach, including the parasitic pseudo-human hidden within. This was Zhang Nian's latest high-end therapy, efficient and eco-friendly. Splat. Squeak, squeak. A black worm no bigger than a loach slithered out of Du Peng's throat and fell to the ground. The black worm rolled a few times on the ground, letting out shrill squeaks. Then it raised its head, cast a venomous glance at Zhang Nian, memorized his face, and scurried frantically toward the shore. But just as it plotted its revenge, a size 43 foot came down. Squeak. The worm's eyes rolled back, but nearly died. Zhang Nian smiled at the worm, his words startling it. I heard you're afraid of salt. I don't quite believe it. Squeaked. Off you go. With a bang, the worm was launched into the air. Squeak. The parasitic pseudo-human let out its final cry, then with a bio, it plunged into the seawater. The next moment, the water seemed to boil instantly, bubbles erupting wildly on the surface. That was the parasitic pseudo-human melting and disintegrating. After 3 seconds of bubbling, the sea gradually calmed. Successfully killed a second-stage parasitic pseudo-human. Reward 200 gold coins. Bonus 200 gold coins. Cough, cough, cough. Ugh, ugh. With the parasite eliminated, Du Peng regained consciousness. He staggered toward Zhang Nian, his eyes full of gratitude. Though controlled, his mind had been clear. He had witnessed everything. Captain, thank you for saving my life. I kneel before you. Zhang Nian raised a hand to stop him. You can thank me, but no need to kneel. Besides, it's uncertain whether you'll even board the ship alive. Hearing this, Du Peng panicked and begged for mercy. Captain, please don't kill me. I was controlled by that pseudo-human. I didn't mean to offend you. Please be magnanimous and give me another chance. Zhang Nian shook his head, glancing helplessly behind Du Peng. I can give you a chance, but the one behind you seems behind me. Du Peng turned around in confusion. He saw Wang Gang, who had been lying on the ground, now standing up, staring at him with maddened, bloodshot eyes. As if ready to devour him. Du Peng was terrified out of his wits. No one knew better than him how fierce Wang Gang's fists were. Bro. Let me explain. But Wang Gang, consumed by vengeance, couldn't hear any pleas. He explained. I think you'd better say goodbye to this world. Wang Gang sneered, then took a giant stride, closing in on Du Peng. You had fun hitting me, didn't you? Now try my moves. Midnight windmill. Up. Spiral ascending fist. Up. Crow riding a plane. Up. What about this one? Knee strike. Knee strike. Knee strike. Wang Gang grabbed Du Peng's head and delivered relentless knee strikes. Zhang Nian watched, his heart pounding. Truly a professional, so skilled in fighting. Every move was a masterpiece. But admiration aside, he had to stop it now, or Du Peng would be beaten to a pulp. Alright, he was just controlled by a pseudo-human. Don't cripple him. Wang Gang stopped and chuckled. No worries, Captain. I know my limits, he won't die. Zhang Nian glanced at Du Peng's battered face. You call this restraint? After leading the two back into the cabin, Zhang Nian returned to his seat to begin screening the next passenger. Outside the railing, many passengers were waiting to board. Seeing the pseudo-human eliminated someone immediately, this time it was a middle-aged woman. She hurried to the light screen, anxiously pulling out her ID card. Hello, Captain, please hurry. I feel like someone in the crowd is a monster. Zhang Nian raised an eyebrow. And who do you think is the monster? It's her. The woman pointed. I think she's the monster. Following her finger, Zhang Nian saw a young, beautiful woman in the distance. Dressed in a white suit with a low bun, her face was cold and composed. The woman was also looking their way. Upon being pointed at, a flicker of surprise crossed her face, but it quickly subsided. As if she had expected this. Do you have any evidence she's a monster? At this, the woman cupped her hand over her mouth and lowered her voice. Captain, you know there are many monsters hiding around us, and they look terrifying. And when I came over earlier, I saw that woman walking from the direction where the monsters are. Think about it. How could those monsters let her pass? Yet she came through unscathed. Does that seem normal to you? I will keep an eye on her. You don't need to worry too much. The middle-aged woman is named Ma Xiaofeng, 38 years old, and works as a cleaner for a housekeeping company. Come on, look at the camera. Oh no, you've made me dizzy. If there were no such issues, that would be a problem. However, based on her anxious demeanor, it's clear she is someone who thinks a lot. Even the smallest inconsequential matters can lead her to endlessly simulate disastrous scenarios in her mind, resulting in long-term insomnia and vivid dreams. Theoretically, Ma Xiaofeng shouldn't have such a good state of rest. Could she be a new type of synthetic human? Oh, okay, good. She performed several squats and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. In terms of shadow synchronization, limb coordination, skin appearance, synthetic human scent, and linguistic logic, nothing unusual was found. Clearly, she is a living, breathing human being. Yet despite the contradictions in her exhibited character traits and outward behavior, this does not negate the fact that she is human. Great. I can finally leave this terrifying place. Thank you, Captain. Time passed minute by minute. In about 40 minutes, I had checked 10 passengers. Strangely, none of these 10 passengers were synthetic humans. The proportion of synthetic humans suddenly dropped to 0. This surprised me and reminded me of a familiar scene. Previously, I had encountered such a situation at another port. In the end, these synthetic humans had orchestrated a grand scheme. Could this time be another similar operation? I instinctively glanced at the woman in the white suit in the distance. Could she really be a synthetic human? Hello, my name is Niele, and here is my identification. I looked at the identification in her hand. This Niele woman could match her identification's appearance almost perfectly. Not that she was exceptionally beautiful, but her likeness matched the identification to over 90%. The identification photo is usually a distortion of the subject's true appearance. While not indistinguishable, the difference was stark. Moreover, the photographer must have been skilled. The technique was truly impressive. However, this high degree of similarity in appearance raised my suspicion that she might be a synthetic human. When synthetic humans imitate a person, they often lean towards mimicking the appearance from two-dimensional images to enhance credibility. I looked at the woman's information. Name Niele. Gender female. Age 23. Occupation. The computer screen displayed a row of encrypted asterisks for her occupation. I had checked many people's information, but this was the first time encountering such a situation. Clearly, this person's identity is quite special. But curiosity aside, I wouldn't ask. As long as they are human, that is all that matters. After Niele boarded the ship, 30 minutes passed. During this time, 7 more passengers successfully. The ship is about to set sail. Please hold on tight and take your seats. The next stop is Wio Port. The journey is quite long, with an estimated sailing time of 13 hours. Splash. Pushing through the waves, the starry sky slowly departed from the port. Zhang Nian stood by the window watching the passengers still in line outside, feeling a tinge of reluctance in his heart. He really wanted to pull all those passengers aboard, but the docking time was limited. The ship could only dock for 2 hours. However, overall this trip was still quite fruitful. Not only did he eliminate 3 fake people and obtain 1,200 gold coins, but he also successfully captured 3 fake people, activating the fake person taming chamber. Moreover, this time, he directly managed to carry 21 passengers, setting a new record for the highest number of passengers carried in a single station. This was definitely the most rewarding docking he had ever experienced. Zhang Nian's gaze shifted to the cabin surveillance, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. The popularity inside the cabin was quite vibrant at this moment. The originally empty cabin that could accommodate only 14 people had now become extremely lively. The number of people in the cabin had directly reached 35. Is this what it feels like to return with a full load, eh? It's indeed very satisfying. Zhang Nian's smile grew increasingly radiant. However, when his gaze fell on the other 2 individuals, his smile suddenly froze. Tisk, I almost forgot about these 2 live burdens. I'm getting annoyed. He rubbed his face vigorously. At that moment on the surveillance screen, Ma Xiaofeng and Niele were sitting in 2 corners of the cabin, keeping a considerable distance from the others. Ma Xiaofeng was sitting by the porthole, curiously gazing outside. At this moment, the tension and anxiety that had previously been on her face had disappeared, replaced by the joy of having survived the ordeal. Niel Lei, on the other hand, was calmly leaning back in her chair with her arms crossed, resting her eyes, as if she had long since adapted to her surroundings, as if she had returned home. Sai, it seems that for the next 10 hours or so, I won't have a moment's rest. I will just keep an eye on you too. Zhang Nian sighed, his expression more unpleasant than if he had swallowed a fly. At this moment, his gaze suddenly caught sight of the group chat option on the computer interface. He immediately sat up straight. It's been a while since I opened the group chat. Oh, I wonder how everyone else is doing. Let's take a look. Zhang Nian quickly moved the mouse and opened the captain's group chat. Current number of captains in the area 8990100000. What the hell? What's going on? In just a few days, how could so many people have died? Zhang Nian frowned, quickly scrolling the mouse to check the chat records from the past few days. The timeline started from the afternoon of the day before yesterday. Windstorm. Brothers, I finally leveled up successfully. Although it's only to level 2, I can now say I'm incredibly powerful. By the way, I found a wild island. Is anyone interested in joining me? Throwing giant excrement to kill the toilet's little warm maggot. Hey Windstorm, you little brat, do you think you're invincible now? I warn you to behave yourself. Black Goat. Windstorm, I advise you to calm down and not stir up trouble. If you don't take my advice, I will cast a spell to have Iron Tower sneak into your bed tonight and have a good chat with you. I am the protagonist. Everyone don't follow Windstorm's lead. This guy is so unlucky that whoever gets involved with him would end up in a mess. And by the way, let me mention something. Ooh, I've leveled up again. Actually, I didn't want to level up, but when luck strikes, there's no stopping it. Windstorm. Haha, everyone stop scolding me, I understand. But this time it's not a special port, so it's not that dangerous. It can be considered a resource point at most. I just wanted to share it with everyone. And I haven't even been there yet. I just found a piece of parchment, which is a navigation map. Upon seeing the words parchment, Zhang Nian's head suddenly buzzed. He perked up immediately. Almost instinctively, he associated it with that Treeman Island. This Windstorm didn't happen to find that treasure map, did he? Dude, you're simply a disaster incarnate. Zhang Nian's eyes widened, and he hurriedly scrolled the mouse to look for the latest information about Windstorm. What he was seeing was all content from the day before yesterday. He wanted to see if this guy had gone to the island. If he had already gone, he couldn't even imagine the outcome. Swish, swish, swish. The mouse moved quickly, soon flipping to the timeline of yesterday. However, he did not see any information from Windstorm. This guy has gone diving again. Zhang Nian frowned and continued scrolling down. The time finally reached the most recent update. 3 hours ago. This time he finally saw Windstorm's bullet screen. Windstorm, haha brothers, I found that island. It's just that the fog is a bit thick. But that doesn't matter. Oh, just wait for my leveling up news. If I succeed in leveling up, I'll perform a show for you. Throwing giant excrement to kill the toilet's little warm maggot. Windstorm, you little brat, you still refuse to listen. Have you boarded the island? If not, get back quickly. I am the protagonist. It's boring to perform alone. When we meet someday, I'll perform an amazing show for you, guaranteed to blow your mind. 3 bumps Ferrari. Bro, there's no need to push it as long as you handle your relationship with the passengers well, you can still live quite well with just a little sacrifice. Like me. However, no matter what these people said, Windstorm did not reply again, completely disappearing from the bullet screen. Seeing this, Zhang Nian felt a sharp twitch in his eyelids. He directly found Windstorm's personal avatar in the group and started sending private messages. He wasn't necessarily trying to dissuade Windstorm from boarding the island. He mainly wanted to confirm whether the parchment obtained by the other party was the same as the one he had in hand. If it was different, then it didn't matter. If it was the same, he couldn't be sure if it would be the end of the world for others, but it would definitely be the end of the world for him. Once the Treeman left the island, he would undoubtedly be the first to seek him out for vengeance. However, after sending 4 or 5 private messages in a row, there was no response at all. Windstorm showed no signs of activity. It was evident that this guy had already boarded the island. Seeing that the ship Jifeng remained silent, Zhang Nian stopped sending private messages. The other party had likely already landed on the island. If they were to reply in the future, it would prove he had overthought. The other party was not headed to Shuren Island, but rather to another location. Of course, if Jifeng continued to not respond, he didn't need to worry too much. There was no use in worrying. Zhang Nian shook his head, no longer contemplating the issue. Instead of being anxious about things that had yet to happen, it would be better to study how to become stronger. For him, the quickest way to grow stronger was to upgrade his ship. Zhang Nian moved the mouse and opened the ship information interface. Due to certain reasons, he hadn't had the chance to thoroughly check the new ship upgrade conditions. Now he had the ship name Xingqian U, ship level 5, ship length 60 meters, passenger capacity 60 people, maximum speed 50 knots, materials required for upgrade to level 6, 500 kilograms of exquisite wood, 500 bricks of cement, 5,000 kilograms of steel, 500 kilograms of rubber, and 0 gold coins. After reviewing the upgrade requirements, Zhang Nian began to calculate his existing resources. 500 kilograms of exquisite wood equals 50 tons of ordinary wood. So 500 kilograms of exquisite wood is equivalent to 50 tons of ordinary wood. This was not a problem as he currently had 160 tons of wood. The upgrade materials were more than sufficient. Similarly, he was not lacking in steel. He still had 54 tons left, and consuming 5,000 kilograms was hardly an issue. He just needed to gather the other 3 items, 500 kilograms of rubber 200 gold coins, and 500 bricks of cement. The gold coins were not difficult. He currently had 12500 gold coins. With his enhancement talent, he believed he would quickly gather the rest. The biggest problem now was how to gather the rubber and cement bricks. The rubber needed to be sourced from rubber parts or directly from rubber trees to collect the sap. The ratio of cement bricks to ordinary ore was 1100. This meant he needed to collect 50 tons of ore to be able to use it. To gather these 2 items, he needed to find resource points. Zhang Nian leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes and thought. Currently, there were 2 methods to find resource points. One was to let the autopilot handle it, following a fixed route to search. As for when he would find it, that completely depended on the route arrangements. The other was manual driving, searching for resource points himself. This option was even more uncertain as it was unpredictable when he would find anything. Whether the places found were dangerous was even more uncertain. It was possible he might run into a tree person. However, this method was not entirely unfeasible, because the only way to become wealthy in the short term was through this method, which had a chance of realization. Resource points. Where can I find resource points? Ding dong. Just then a notification pinged in the chat interface. He looked up and found that Jifeng had replied. The character icon was flashing continuously. Did this guy not land on the island? Zhang Nian sat up straight, puzzled, and opened the chat window. Jifeng, hello brother. Do you want to go venture with me? Zhang Nian smiled, not expecting this guy to be so cocky. I thought you had already landed since you weren't replying. Zhang Nian didn't directly state his purpose, but casually, Jifeng, no. The fog on the island is too thick. I didn't dare go up alone. Oh, I've been waiting for the Hearing about the fog, Zhang Nian immediately thought of the island of never forgetting, the one where the tree people were, which was always shrouded in mist. You actually waited for 2 days. You have quite a bit of patience. Jifeng, mainly because resource points are too hard to find. Not to mention 2 days ID, wait 5 days, all for the sake of upgrading. By the way, are you asking this because you want to come too? If so, I can send you the coordinates. I've been lurking around the island's perimeter for 2 days. Occasionally, I can see human structures which seem like a tourist attraction. There must be plenty of good things inside. A tourist attraction. Zhang Nian's eyes lit up. Since there were human structures, it indicated that the island discovered by Jifeng was not sure an island. Not being sure an island meant it was relatively safe. He indeed needed to consider going to the island to seize the opportunity to upgrade the Xingqian. At this moment, Jifeng sent another message. In addition to the text, it included a sailing coordinate. I asked you indirectly. Since you've talked to me, it proves you really want to come. I've sent you the coordinates. Zhang Nian couldn't help but chuckle at this guy was indeed quite friendly. However, he was right, he really did want to go provided it wasn't too far. Zhang Nian clicked on the coordinates and a clear route immediately appeared. This time he was even more certain that the island discovered by Jifeng was not sure an island. It was completely not in the same direction. Moreover, the coordinates were not very far from Xingqian. At its current speed, it would take about 10 hours to reach. Most importantly, the island was also very close to the next port, with less than 5 hours of sailing distance. Even if he landed on the island first, and then turned to the port, it wouldn't take much time. Just as he was eager to upgrade, the message from Jifeng was a timely ring. Having made his decision, Zhang Nian immediately replied, "The little island you mentioned isn't very far from me. I'm heading there now, but you don't need to wait for me. When the fog clears, just go ahead and land." With the resources of an entire island, let alone just the 2 of them, even if 10 people came, it would be more than enough. There was no need to consider who would land first. However, Jifeng didn't want to land alone. Jifeng, I'll wait for you. This fog hasn't cleared for 2 days, and I truly don't dare to go up alone. Zhang Nian. Goodness, it turned out he was just a source of courage for him. All right, then wait for me. Jifeng, I will definitely wait for you. Closing the private message, Zhang Nian walked to the control panel and switched the driving mode to manual. Then he entered the coordinates for Pingtu Island and locked in the route. In the next second, the Xingqian immediately turned its bow, pushing through the waves and heading towards the target sea area. After finishing this, Zhang Nian didn't idle. He picked up his fishing rod and opened the cabin door to step outside. It was now 3 in the afternoon, with less than 3 hours left until dark. In this world filled with pseudo-humans, daytime was precious and should not be wasted. 3 hours, how many casts could he make? Of course, Zhang Nian's main purpose for this fishing trip was to catch a few live fish for dinner. Since having a meal of braised fish with rice yesterday, he felt that lunch meat was no longer appealing. Upon reaching the deck, Zhang Nian discovered that the wind was quite strong today. It was about level 6. If he didn't lean his body slightly, he could be blown off course. However, this was not. As the saying goes, the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. A strong wind indicated that today could yield a good harvest. Zhang Nian stood at the bow with his fishing rod scanning the distance for a good spot. However, just as he was about to cast his fishing rod, the ship Xingqian suddenly shook as if it had been bumped by something. Boom! A dull sound echoed. The ship rocked and Zhang Nian stumbled. He quickly grasped the railing and leaned over to look at the sea. Beneath the starship, a massive shadow was swimming below the azure surface, slowly fading into the depth. The immense figure made his scalp tingle. Roughly estimating its length was at least 70 to 80 meters, longer than the upgraded starship. As he gazed at the enormous shadow underwater, a term instinctively leaped into Zhang Nian's mind. Deep-sea behemoth. The rocking of the ship was evidently the work of this shadow. I never expected to encounter such a terrifying creature just after veering off course. This complicates matters. Zhang Nian frowned. Such a colossal creature was clearly beyond the size of any normal whale. The largest whales in the world barely exceed 30 meters. Even in the most perfect living conditions, it is difficult to surpass this limit. It is impossible for it to grow this large. So without any doubt, this deep-sea behemoth is definitely a creation of the terrifying red moon. Perhaps this behemoth was once just an ordinary whale, but after prolonged exposure to the red moon, it underwent some unknown mutation, ultimately deforming into this terrifying deep-sea creature. Boom! The shadow that had just submerged once again attacked. The ship shook violently. However, from the force of it, it was clear that the creature had yet to exert its full power. Currently, it was merely testing the waters. Testing if the starship was a delectable meal. Retracting his gaze, Zhang Nian hurriedly put away his fishing rod. At this point, fishing was out of the question. The obsession of a fisherman is truly excessive. If he were to cast his line now and hook that behemoth below, it would be like a cow hitting a speed bump, an utterly chaotic situation. The creature had yet to determine if the starship was prey, but once provoked by the fishing rod, it could launch a full-scale attack. Zhang Nian was certain that a full strike from this deep-sea behemoth could easily capsize the starship. Thus, what he needed to do now was to avoid drawing the creature's attention at all costs. Perhaps it would find the situation uninteresting and simply swim away. This was not cowardice. Rather, in the ocean, a beast of this size symbolizes invincibility. Forget about humans. Even pseudo-humans would have to shrink into defenseless kittens. Without any hesitation, Zhang Nian returned to the control room. He approached the control panel and opened the ship's status interface. In the next moment, the entire ship's status was displayed in detail on the screen. Without any hesitation, Zhang Nian returned to the control room. He approached the control panel and opened the ship. From the data, it was evident that the recent impacts had not caused any substantial damage, as Zhang Nian had judged the behemoth was merely probing. Of course, this was thanks to the starship's exceptionally high defense capabilities. If it were an ordinary vessel, these two probing attacks would have likely left a massive hole in the hull. Thud, thud, thud. A sound came from below the ship again, this time with a bit more force than the previous two. Based on Zhang Nian's previous experiences in the wild animals typically only probe 3 times with strange objects, with the third action being the most forceful. If there is no reaction after 3 probes, they lose interest and leave. Now it was the third probe. As long as no one on the ship acted recklessly, they would likely pass this test. Zhang held his breath and focused, standing still while watching the surveillance screen. At this moment, the passengers in the cabin also instinctively closed their mouths, not making a sound. This was a tacit understanding that had formed among people after the invasion by pseudo-humans. No need for reminders. When danger arises, they instinctively know to remain silent. Seeing this scene, Zhang felt a sense of relief within. A sensible passenger is truly reassuring. However, just when Zhang thought everything was coming to an end, Ma Xiaofeng, who was sitting by the window, she leaned against the porthole, took a deep breath, and widened her eyes. Clearly, she was about to shout loudly. This sudden thunderous scene sent chills down Zhang Nian's spine. If she shouted now, everyone on the ship would meet a watery grave. But the occurrence was too sudden. Even if he rushed over to stop her now, it would be far too late. Just when he thought it was all over, Niale, who had been vigilant, suddenly jumped up from her seat. She leaped and kicked Ma Xiaofeng in the back just before she could scream. A muffled sound echoed. Ma Xiaofeng's held breath escaped her. Her eyes rolled back and she fainted. At this moment, the other passengers finally reacted, each one screaming in panic. Mouths agape, yet afraid to make a sound to avoid alarming the creature outside. Their eyes were wide, expressions fierce, but they remained silent. It was quite a comical sight. In less than 2 seconds, Zhang Nian experienced a dramatic roller coaster of emotions. More thrilling than riding a roller coaster upside down. Phew. He exhaled deeply, the cold sweat gradually dissipating. Feeling the ship stop rocking, he judged that the behemoth had left and strode towards the cabin. He wanted to ask Ma Xiaofeng why she had done something so reckless. He couldn't believe her excuses of, "I didn't mean to, I was just startled and couldn't control myself." Something unusual always indicates a problem. Splash. The cabin door opened. Zhang Nian walked into the cabin with a cold expression. Upon seeing him, the passengers who had been ready to beat up Ma Xiaofeng instantly stopped their actions. They retracted their fists and lifted feet. The ship's problems were naturally to be resolved by the captain. Zhang Nian approached without a word and slapped Ma Xiaofeng across the face. This slap, even if it was not a deliberate act of malice, should serve as a strong reminder. "Ah, I have completed my task, please grant me." As soon as Ma Xiaofeng regained consciousness, she instinctively shouted, but when she saw her surroundings, she immediately fell silent. "Why did you stop? Go on, what do you want granted?" Zhang Nian coldly looked down at her. It was clear that he had only recently heard the term grant. I was just talking in my sleep, and now I've completely forgotten." "Forgotten?" Zhang Nian raised an eyebrow. "Then let me help you remember." Saying this, he lifted his arm and slapped again. Slap, slap, slap. 3 consecutive slaps turned Ma Xiaofeng into a pig's head, her face redder than a monkey's bottom. "Ouch! What are you doing?" "My face." "Stop. Don't hit me. He'll tell you. He'll tell you." "Remembered. I remembered everything. Please don't hit me anymore." Ma Xiaofeng covered her face, repeatedly begging for mercy. Zhang Nian sat nearby with a smile, casually straightening his sleeves that had become disheveled from the force. "Now tell me who wanted to grant you something." It's them," Ma Xiaofeng stammered. "Who are they?" "Those monsters. They said if I do things for them, they would grant me eternal life." Zhang Nian gave a disdainful click of his tongue. "So you came after me? Is your head filled with nothing but crap? How could you believe such nonsense?" Ma Xiaofeng cowered, shrinking her neck. I can't be blamed. I'm just tired of this life on the run. Besides, how can humans possibly stand against them? I just wanted immortality. What wrong did I do?" By the end, she had raised her voice, feeling wronged. You'd better not touch me. Killing is against the law. They'll report you to the authorities and have the Alliance lock you up." Zhang Nian felt as if his mind had been slapped. It buzzed incessantly. What kind of contradictory nonsense was this? A traitor to the Alliance, yet expecting its protection. Was the Alliance founded by your family? Don't worry, if he kills you, not only will the Alliance not arrest him, they'll reward him. Nian, standing nearby, sneered. "What makes you say that? Can you speak for the Alliance?" As Ma Xiaofeng was about to shout, her face turned toward the glass, so she didn't know who kicked her from behind, but she took a disliking to Nian, because this woman had caught her standing with the impostors. She had thought to strike first and frame her to get rid of her, but Zhang Nian was impervious to reason and let this woman board the ship. The more she thought about it, the angrier she grew. Watching Ma Xiaofeng's twisted face, Nian curled her lips. "Because I'm from the Alliance, I can testify for him. Not only that, he'll apply for a reward for him." Hearing this, Zhang Nian's ears perked up. No wonder he couldn't see her info. She was an official, and she was someone to get along with. In contrast, when Ma Xiaofeng learned Nian was an official, terror flooded her. Nian was from the Alliance. That meant her collaboration with those creatures was known to them. Was there no way back? Forget the Alliance's methods against traitors. She wouldn't even survive the common folk. Once her crimes were exposed, they'd skin her alive. No, she couldn't just surrender. She had to take control of this ship. As long as it never docked, the Alliance could never catch her. With that thought, a vicious glint flashed in Ma Xiaofeng's eyes. She raised the dagger hidden in her right hand, thrusting it at Zhang Nian's eye. To seize the ship, the simplest way was to overpower its seemingly frail captain. But reality was harsh. Before her hand could fully rise, her wrist was seized. Then the dagger plunged deep into her own thigh. Ma Xiaofeng froze, unable to believe her eyes, until searing pain shot through her leg, jolting her from the daze that this was no dream. "Ah, my leg!" she screamed in agony, her voice cracking. "I wanted to give you a quick death, but now you've brought suffering upon yourself." Zhang Nian smiled and shook his head. He then dragged Ma Xiaofeng toward the cabin door. After a moment's thought, Nian followed. The north wind howled, and the waves churned chaotically. On the deck, Ma Xiaofeng flailed and thrashed, screaming wildly between threats. "Ah, let me go? You can't kill me. I'm the envoy of the evil god. If you do, the evil god will never forgive you." Zhang Nian was amused despite himself. Some fools were beyond cure. Used as a pawn, yet she worshipped the one pulling the strings. How utterly dim-witted. "I'm not killing you. I'm just sending you to meet your evil god. Farewell." Before Ma Xiaofeng could grasp his words, Zhang Nian grabbed her arm and spun her around, turning himself into a human top. He flung her into the air. Whoosh! Ma Xiaofeng traced an elegant arc, flipping midair before landing with a plop into the distant sea, sending up a spray of foam. Nian watched, utterly stunned by the spectacle. She never expected this seemingly serious captain to have such a wild side. Was this captain even from a legitimate source? "You bastard. Pull me up, or the evil god will kill you." "Oh, help, help." Ma Xiaofeng floated on the surface, thrashing and cursing. But after swallowing several mouthfuls of seawater, her curses turned into cries for help. Zhang Nian stood on the deck, watching the receding figure with a smile. Suddenly, he cupped his hands around his mouth like a megaphone. He shouted into the distance. Louder or your evil god won't hear you. From afar came, you bastard, F. Zhang Nian turned to Niele. See how rude she is? Niele blinked then nodded. Indeed. Are you really from the Alliance? Since she hadn't mentioned it before, Zhang Nian hadn't asked. But now that Shed revealed her identity, he saw no need to keep up pretenses. Yes. Niele nodded. I'm an Alliance investigator mainly responsible for assessing the contamination levels of imposters in invaded areas. The goal is to gauge the approximate number of imposters before the Alliance launches a purge, enabling a more effective strategy. So that was it. No wonder she knew the boarding inspection process so well. Traveling the world daily had made her. Zhang Nian looked at Niele and said after a pause, "Can I ask you a few questions?" "Sure, as long as it's something." Zhang Nian's lips twitched. Truly an official's reply. "I wanted to ask." Boom. A thunderous roar drowned out his words entirely. Less than 200 meters away, a colossal figure erupted from the sea. Its shadow blotted out the sky, engulfing the entire star vessel. When Zhang Nian turned to look, even he, a man of vast experience, gasped in shock. What in the hell is that thing? The deafening sound startled Zhang Nian, and when he turned his head, the sight before him shocked him to the core. It was the deep-sea behemoth that had previously collided with the starship under the water. But this alone was not enough to astonish Zhang Nian. From its outline, it was easy to determine that this giant beast had once been a whale. However, after its mutation, it was now completely unrecognizable as a whale. At this moment, the beast was covered in human faces densely packed all over its body, with tongues stretching out like barnacles sticking to it. Moreover, those faces all displayed expressions of agony, collectively emitting mournful wails of woo woo woo. The bizarre sound sent chills down the listeners' spines. What is that thing? It's too disgusting. Upon seeing the beast, Zhang Nian felt an intense itch all over his body, his scalp prickling. It must be some kind of mutated conglomerate that has consumed many people. Niele speculated. The waves are coming. We need to hurry back to the cabin. Just as she finished speaking, a towering wave over 10 meters high erupted from the beast's vicinity. The beast weighed at least 3,000 or 4,000 tons, and the waves it generated could easily tear anyone apart. Zhang Nian was not one to show off. Seeing the dire situation, he quickly slipped away before Niele could finish her sentence. Boom. As the two just returned to the cabin, the surging waves crashed violently against them. The immense impact tilted the starship by 70 degrees, and everyone inside the cabin was thrown around like dumplings in boiling water, rolling and crashing all over the place. Except for Zhang Nian and Niele, who were prepared, everyone else was left disoriented and bruised. Despite their pain, they dared not make a sound, fearing it might attract that monster back. Zhang Nian held onto the railing, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of the beast. The beast couldn't have surfaced without reason. Its emergence was likely related to Ma Xiaofeng. However, Zhang Nian was not overly concerned. He doubted that Ma Xiaofeng could control the beast to come back for revenge. After all, he had never heard of any dessert commanding the person meant to consume it. In the distance on the sea surface, Ma Xiaofeng stared at the terrifying behemoth, her entire body frozen in place, almost forgetting to breathe, as her mouth hung open, unable to make a sound for a long time. Only 3 seconds later did she take a deep breath and let out a piercing scream. Awed. But as soon as she screamed, it startled the faces on the beast, causing them to turn in unison, opening their blood-red eyes and locking onto her. At that moment, possibly due to overwhelming fear or realizing that the giant beast before her was the so-called evil god, Ma Xiaofeng surprisingly stopped screaming. The fear on her face was instantly replaced by excitement and madness, and she eagerly pointed towards the direction of the starship. She commanded fiercely, "It's him. It's him. The people on that ship disturbed you. Evil god, go over there and devour that group of vile creatures. Hurry. Don't let them escape." The air fell into a deep silence. The deep-sea behemoth seemed to wonder, who the hell are you giving commands to? Today I'm only having you for dinner. In the next moment, the countless faces on the beast slowly opened their mouths, producing a mournful wail of woo woo woo. When Ma Xiaofeng heard this wail, her expression instantly blanked, as if her soul had been suddenly siphoned. Then, without warning, her body exploded, leaving only her head behind. Even more bizarrely, the remaining head of Ma Xiaofeng floated up into the air, slowly moving towards the behemoth, eventually merging into the gaps of those faces, becoming one of them. At first it was the size of a green bean, which then suddenly transformed into an entire face of Ma Xiaofeng, drifting along and emitting a painful howl. Woo woo woo. Gulu. Zhang Nian swallowed hard. With his vision far surpassing the norm, he witnessed everything clearly, directly feeling chills run down his spine. He never expected that the giant beast consumed people in such a manner. It didn't even need to break through defenses, it could kill with sound alone. Fortunately, they hadn't disturbed the beast earlier, otherwise they wouldn't even know how they would die. Perhaps when the next port passengers see the starship, they would discover a large number of balloons resembling human heads floating in the cabin. As Zhang Nian had guessed, the beast paid no heed to Ma Xiaofeng's commands. After transforming her into part of its body, it crashed into the sea and quickly disappeared. Phew, it's finally gone, Zhang Nian sighed in relief. After this battle, he felt his insignificance once. He had initially thought that leveling up to level 5 would allow him to be a bit more arrogant, yet he did not expect this world to teach him another lesson. As if to say, kid, you still need to train. Adjusting his state, Zhang Nian looked at Niale, prepared to continue the pre. Since you're part of the alliance, you must know how the pseudo-people came into being. Niale shook her head. I'm just an ordinary investigator at a low level, so I don't really understand these things. But what I can tell you is that the pseudo-people actually appeared in this world a long time ago. Back then, humanity was still in the primitive period, living like savages. In other words, the earliest intelligent beings on Blue Star were not humans. Zhang Nian's eyes widened gradually. That early? Then how did humans survive to this day? Previously, he had had a friendly conversation with a pseudo-person and learned that they had to feed on humans. But ancient humans were much weaker than now, lacking weapons and firearms. How did they resist the pseudo-people and achieve the present? If this were treated as a survival game, it would be at hell-level difficulty. I'm not sure either. The information I saw in the archives didn't explain it in detail. Perhaps back then the pseudo-people didn't eat humans. Niale speculated. Not eat humans. Is that even possible? Suddenly Zhang Nian thought of a certain situation. Back then the pseudo-people didn't refrain from eating humans, rather in that era they had better options. Their food chain was not singular and humans were merely dessert after a meal. However, due to some upheaval later on, pseudo-people could only resort to humans as their staple food. It seemed that the evolution and development of this world were even more complex than he had imagined. Recollecting his thoughts, Zhang Nian continued to ask, do you know how many pseudo-people exist in this world? I do know, Niale nodded. Based on the number of barriers and the average number of pseudo-people trapped within, we estimate that there are approximately 1 million pseudo-people in this world. Of course, this number does not include the special types of pseudo-people wandering in the ocean. Less than 1 billion. Zhang Nian was taken aback by this number. He had considered the possibility of a drastic reduction in the global population when humanity faces the imposters due to the significant power disparity. However, he never expected it would decrease to such an extent. If calculated based on the same population as Blue Star and his homeland, it would mean that 7/8 of the population had vanished in an instant. It couldn't be worse even if one were in hell. Niale sighed and added. Moreover, it was only with the help of the barrier and this supernatural force that humanity was able to preserve these individuals. Otherwise, humanity would likely have been extinguished long ago. Zhang Nian was under the impression that the barrier was a technological product of the Alliance. He never realized there was more to the story. Of course not. The barrier is a naturally occurring phenomenon. Whenever there are too many or particularly powerful imposters in a location, the barrier will manifest. Niale explained. So that's how it is. Zhang Nian nodded. It seemed that this world still had another force perhaps his arrival here was somehow related to this force. Thank you for telling me all this, and for helping me control Ma Xiaofeng. Zhang Nian sincerely thanked Niale. If it weren't for her timely intervention, he would likely have ended up cosplaying as a balloon in the cabin. You're too polite, we are all in the same boat. If you perish, I can't survive either. Niale waved her hand with a smile. Seemingly recalling something, she suddenly said, did you change the course? This doesn't seem to be in the direction of Wuyo Port. Zhang Nian did not hide the fact that he was going to a different destination. Ping 2 Island. I've never heard of it. Since your friend didn't mention a barrier on the island, it proves that the island should not be too dangerous. Niale pondered and said, I happen to have time now, but when we arrive you can call me along. Zhang Nian raised an eyebrow, feeling pleased. Initially, he had planned to bring Wang Gang to the island. After all, Wang Gang was a practitioner and had considerable combat strength. However, he was far inferior compared to Niale. Moreover, she was an official, and at critical moments she could call for support. There couldn't be a better teammate than this. Okay, when we arrive I will definitely look for you. Zhang Nian readily agreed. Back in the cockpit, Zhang Nian glanced at the time. Due to the delay caused by the deep-sea behemoth, the time had shrunk by an hour and a half. It was now 4:30 in the afternoon. This really messed up his fishing plans. But who was Zhang Nian? He was someone who could turn a spit of saliva into nails. If he said he would go fishing today, then he must go fishing. No backing out. Zhang Nian immediately picked up the fishing rod and walked back to the bow of the ship. Let's see what good things can be caught with the second rod today. With a flick of his arm, he cast the line with great strength and the float soared into the wind. Whoosh! It splashed into the water. Zhang Nian steadied himself with one hand on the machine gun and held the fishing rod with the other, entering a meditative state. However, this time, he didn't have to wait long. Soon the surface of the sea was stirred up. That was quick. Zhang Nian immediately jerked the fishing rod upward. Splash! A black object It was a bamboo tube palm-sized and completely black. He had seen this before, and it was almost identical to the container that held the sheepskin. Could it be another sheepskin? Zhang Nian frowned and twisted the bamboo tube, which opened with a bang. Inside there was indeed something resembling sheepskin. However, it wasn't sheepskin, but a piece of paper radiating blue light. Strictly speaking, it was a blueprint adorned with intricate patterns. Obtained a high-quality combat suit blueprint. Triggered enhancement. High-quality combat suit blueprint upgraded to premium quality blueprint. Combat suit attributes: name, all-weather, all-terrain combat suit. This combat suit was created collaboratively by many top designers worldwide. With its extreme characteristics like low-temperature resistance, high-temperature resistance, breathability, lightness, and cut resistance, it is favored by users. It has been praised by many users as the best partner for home travel, killing, and looting, and trekking adventures. After reading the information, a smile appeared on Zhang Nian's face. This was precisely the equipment he urgently needed. What he was currently wearing was merely an ordinary military combat suit. Although it was decent, it paled in comparison to this. Not to mention the cut resistance feature, which was enough to catch his. Walking in the wild inevitably leads to scrapes and bruises. Ordinary clothing struggles to provide comprehensive protection and can easily be torn by suddenly appearing hard branches or rocks. The wild jungles are perilous. Who knows what terrifying things could crawl in if clothing gets torn. After acquiring the blueprint, Zhang Nian immediately returned to the cockpit, approached the equipment table, and began crafting the new combat suit. This combat suit consists of 3 parts: the top, pants, and boots. Zhang Nian looked at the materials needed and found that they were not too demanding. The primary materials consumed are plastic or metal and a small amount of rubber. The most significant expense was gold coins. The entire set only cost 900 gold coins. For him right now, that was hardly a significant expense, so he decisively chose to craft it. All-weather, all-terrain combat suit crafted successfully. With a flash of light, a complete set of combat gear appeared on the equipment table. Zhang Nian was not dilly-dallying, he put it on directly. The combat suit was still primarily camouflage, but had more deceptive colors. It could almost adapt to any environment. Even when he stood in the cabin, he felt as if he had blended with the surrounding objects. This was a camouflage effect taken to the extreme. No wonder it was crafted by top designers. It's indeed impressive. Zhang Nian praised enthusiastically. Time flew by, and evening arrived. At this time, the sun had only half of its body above the horizon, looking as though it was about to set completely. Time flies, it's already time to rest. Zhang Nian glanced at the horizon, preparing to take a break. However, his gaze inadvertently caught sight of a red object, instantly dispelling his drowsiness. That red moon, which always appeared promptly after sunset, had surprisingly shown up early today. Upon seeing the blood moon, Zhang Nian instinctively wanted to dodge. Facing the dangers posed by the blood moon was no laughing matter. The consequences could range from severe burns to chaos among humans and beasts. Last time, he had almost fallen victim just by observing it through the surveillance camera. Therefore, he was determined not to look at the blood moon a second time. However, unexpectedly, just as he thought he would struggle with his thoughts again, he found that the indescribable whispering sound from before did not reappear. Everything was as normal as gazing at an ordinary moon with no anomalies in his mind. My. Zhang Nian felt puzzled and then boldly turned his head to gaze directly at the blood moon. 1 second, 2 seconds, and nothing strange happened. It seemed that the blood moon no longer possessed the ability to corrupt others. Aside from its still blood-red appearance, it was indistinguishable from an ordinary moon in every other aspect. But could things be that simple? Zhang Nian furrowed his brow. He continued to use the remote control to close all the curtains on the doors and windows as usual. Regardless of how the blood moon changed, he would strictly adhere to the navigation rules. Perhaps today the blood moon just rose early and was not in full effect. It might still exhibit extraordinary performance later. After confirming that all doors and windows were completely closed, Zhang Nian lay down on his bed to rest. As the ship swayed slightly, he gradually fell asleep. Time passed by second. He did not know how long had gone by. Just as Zhang Nian was deeply asleep, bubbles suddenly began to rise from a patch of ocean not far. A few seconds later, those bubbles began to move, drawing white streaks across the surface of the sea as they quickly converged toward the starship. Zhang Nian, who had been in deep sleep, suddenly opened his eyes and sat up in bed. He had another nightmare. In the dream, the seawater boiled like hot water, and a large swarm of monsters surged from the depths, launching an attack on the starship. Their numbers were staggering, quickly overwhelming the starship and dragging it into the depths of the sea. How terrifying! Thankfully, it was just a dream. Zhang Nian shook his head and sighed in relief. However, the next second, a faint sound transmitted from outside the cabin. Creak, creak. The sound was not loud, yet it instantly banished all his drowsiness. He recognized this sound too well. It was the noise made by the monsters in his nightmare as they gnawed at the deck. Damn it, don't mess around. Zhang Nian stood up immediately, directing his gaze towards the bow of the ship. The sound had come from the front deck. He picked up his gun and walked slowly to the control panel, carefully pulling apart the curtains to create a slit. Under the blood-red moonlight, he saw a figure covered in sharp spines resembling a toad crouched on the ground, voraciously gnawing at the deck. Creak, creak. The sharp teeth scraped against the deck, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache, leaving behind thin scratches. It's really them. As Zhang Nian recognized the appearance of the monster, his brow furrowed tightly. This was the very creature he had seen in his dream. Despite its unimposing appearance and seemingly lacking in strength, its teeth were comparable to that of a golden-haired sea demon capable of slowly breaching the starship's defenses. One may not be much of a threat, but the problem was that these monsters were social creatures. If one was found, it meant that a large group was already nearby. Moreover, once disturbed, they would not only swarm to attack, but would also drag the ship desperately into the depths of the sea, ultimately crushing it with water pressure. It could be described as exceedingly insidious. How did Zhang Nian know all this? Because these were his real experiences in the dream. He had died a horribly tragic death. Creak, creak. Creak, creak. At that moment, another monster jumped onto the deck. Then came the second, third, fourth. Within a few breaths, the deck was crawling with a dozen or so grotesque. Zhang Nian took a deep breath, suppressing the murderous intent in his heart, and temporarily refrained from firing. According to the developments in his dream, these monsters were merely the vanguard, with at least 30 more of them following behind. If he attacked now, these monsters would surely flee to the ship's bottom, dragging the ship directly into the deep sea. This was not the outcome he desired. Moreover, hidden behind these small monsters was an even larger beast lurking with its eyes peeled. This was the last scene he had seen in his dream, just before the starship was dragged to the seabed. Thus he had to wait. Wait for all these monsters to reveal themselves, preferably until that large monster appeared to catch them all in one go. Warning. The deck is under attack. Damage level at 1000th. Warning. The deck is under attack. Damage level at 2000th. Warning. These damn creatures really have strong teeth. Upon hearing the alerts, Zhang Nian's eyes narrowed. Based on the damage rate of 1000th per second, the starship's defenses could only hold out for a maximum of 16 minutes and 40 seconds. And that was only the current rate. Once their numbers increased, the speed would only quicken. I hope these monsters gather soon, otherwise I will have to attack early. Zhang Nian set a personal warning time for himself. 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, no matter how many monsters came, he must launch an attack. Time flew by. 10 minutes passed in a flash. By now, nearly 40 monsters had gathered on the deck. They were densely packed, covered in spines, and squeezed tightly together, looking extremely disgusting. Warning. The deck is under attack. Damage level at 80%. Warning. The front of the ship is overloaded by 300%. There is a risk of capsizing. Zhang Nian stood in front of the control panel, distinctly feeling the ship was top-heavy, tilting nearly 50 degrees. This was a very dangerous signal. Where is that big monster? Zhang Nian coldly fixed his gaze outside, then hardened his expression. No more waiting, let's go for it. With a wave of his hand, he clicked on the weapon interface and selected the free extermination mode. The moment the twin heavy machine guns at the bow, previously motionless, received the command, instantly raising their cold barrels and rotating 180 degrees, aiming at those monsters. As if sensing the impending danger, the monsters all paused their gnawing and looked up at the machine guns. What they saw was a torrential downpour of steel. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. The gunfire ripped through the night. 2 dazzling beams of fire surged forth. The monsters that had been brazenly gnawing at the deck just a second ago were torn into pieces by the incoming hail of bullets. Broken arms and legs scattered everywhere, covering the entire deck, turning the dark red night into something even more eerie and strange. All of this happened in less than 3 seconds. The monsters that had dominated the deck were instantly cleared away. The remaining few monsters attempted to counterattack, but due to their insufficient numbers, could not stir up much of a storm. They all hid beneath the ship, hoping to drag the starship down, but could only slightly slow its speed. However, Zhang Nian did not fully relax because of this. Having dealt with the small ones, the bigger ones would surely go mad in retaliation. Although the risk of capsizing was gone, the risk of being dragged down still remained. Thus he needed to be even more vigilant now. Zhang Nian gazed far into the distance. He could see a suddenly violent burst of bubbles erupting from the distant sea. As the bubbles rolled, dark, curved shadows swiftly extended from beneath the surface of the sea. 1, 2, 3. 10. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. 10 massive black figures leapt out of the sea. Roar. Followed by a furious howl. Huh. Your little brat bit my ship, and when I struck back and killed them, you're not happy about it. Zhang Nian raised an eyebrow, and without waiting for the monster to fully surface, he turned his gun and fired mercilessly. Strike first or suffer the consequences. Bullets are worthless. They can be earned back. Rat-a-tat-tat. 2 lines of fire tore through the sky, instantly severing the 10 tentacles of the monster. Black ink immediately poured down like a torrential rain. The deep blue sea surface instantly turned pitch black. Roar! The monster was in pain. With a fierce roar, it lunged towards the starship with the speed of a submarine dragging a long wake behind. Damn! How can it swim so fast without legs? Are you pushing forward? Zhang Nian found it hard to believe and immediately switched the machine gun to manual mode, shooting frantically at one point. This was truly a life-or-death moment. With the monster's impact, if it really collided with the starship, even if it didn't break apart, it would capsize. At that time, no one would survive. I'm going to hell. Zhang Nian roared, controlling two lines of fire that sliced through the sea like fiery blades, aiming straight at the towering wave ahead. That was a water wall raised by the monster, towering over 10 meters. Roar! However, after taking dozens of bullets, the monster not only didn't die, but became even more crazed. With a furious roar, its speed surged to the limit. Damn! This thing can actually perform water escape. Zhang Nian thought to himself, realizing the situation was dire. The heavy machine gun's bullets lost their power upon hitting the water wall, making it very difficult to inflict fatal damage on the monster. If it came charging like this, the situation would be dire. At this moment, the monster was less than 20 meters away from the starship. Boom! Just as Zhang Nian rolled up his sleeves preparing for a fight, a loud explosion resounded. In the next second, the water wall in front of the monster burst like a bubble, revealing the monster's truth. It resembled a giant multi-tentacled creature similar to a Gitangier, now bearing its huge tentacle-filled mouth, angrily charging towards the starship. But without the protection of the water wall, the monster's goal was evidently unattainable. In the moment, the water wall shattered. Over 100 rounds of 7 caliber heavy machine gun bullets struck the monster's forehead in a torrential barrage. In an instant, the sound of bones shattering echoed as tight as frying beans in a hot pan. Bang, 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 bang. The armored shell shattered, ink splattered everywhere. Ultimately, the massive monster with a diameter of 10 meters exploded and died less than 5 meters from the starship. However, even without a direct collision, its tremendous impact nearly capsized the starship. Zhang Nian clutched the safety handle, his body suspended in midair before crashing heavily onto the ground. It swayed left and right 3 times before finally stabilizing. Successfully killed 45 juvenile sea urchin nautilus-like pseudo-beings. Reward 2,250 gold coins. Bonus 2,250 gold coins. Successfully killed a mature sea urchin nautilus-like pseudo-being. Reward 1,000 gold coins. Bonus 1,000 gold coins. Triggered probability reward: acquired a new energy live capture gun with a rare blueprint. After hearing the notification, Zhang Nian was left dumbfounded. He never expected that a pseudo-being would yield his highest single kill reward ever. It really is the big monsters that provide such incredible rewards. Haha, awesome. And there's also a rare weapon blueprint. Zhang Nian hurried to the equipment station and clicked on weapon crafting. On the selection interface, a new blueprint immediately appeared. New energy live capture gun: aim at the target and pull the trigger to bind any living creature within a 10-meter range with a volume less than 10 cubic meters. Each binding effect lasts for 1 hour. Note, each full charge allows for a maximum of 10 uses. Additionally, usage will double with the target's strength. To craft this gun, the following materials are required: 10 kilograms of steel, 10 kilograms of gold, 10 pollution flytrap plants, and 2,000 gold coins. What a great item, what a great item. This is way more efficient than pseudo-being toxins. Regardless of the strength, it treats all equally and is instantaneously effective. Seeing the gun's description, Zhang Nian couldn't help but smile. But when he saw the required materials, his smile instantly froze. Pollution flytrap? Where am I supposed to find that? Just showing me, but not letting me use it. Isn't that just teasing me? Tisk TSK. Forget it, I'll figure out how to get that later. First, let's see how the passengers are doing. With me flying high, they must be suffering even more. Zhang Nian reluctantly closed the crafting interface, took some medicinal herbs for treating injuries from falls, and headed to the cabin. Upon entering the cabin, the scene before him was not far from what he had imagined. A large number of people lay on the ground, mostly with swollen faces bruised all over. At that moment, they were all crawling back to their seats, groaning. Captain, you're here. Do you have any ointment? Quickly apply some for me. I nearly choked to death just now. As soon as he saw Zhang Nian, Li Dazu's eyes lit up and he approached with a pig-headed face. Seeing his appearance, Zhang Nian couldn't help but want to laugh. But to maintain the image of the captain, he forced himself to hold it in. Gritting his teeth, he shoved a bag of ointment into the other's hands. You go distribute these. As for applying the ointment, I can't help you. You can go ask Li Yong. What? Li Dazu's eyes widened and his mind instantly recalled the scene from the first day on the ship, where Li Yong stood on a chair showing off, and then shuddered all over, his head shaking like a rattle. Forget it, I'll just apply the ointment on the seat and rub against it myself. Now it was Zhang Nian's turn to widen his eyes. I don't care what method you use. If you dare to dirty the seat, I'll make you regret it. It's okay, Captain. They'll clean it up. Get lost. Zhang Nian barked angrily, then immediately switched to a smile, looking at the only uninjured Niele. It was you who made the move just now, right? Thanks a lot. Although he hadn't seen what it was that broke the monster's water wall, it was highly likely that it was Niele's handiwork. Niele smiled mysteriously. Don't you want to know how I broke the water wall? I do. Zhang Nian replied resolutely. What time is it? And you're still pretending to be mysterious. He truly wants to improve, even in his dream. When Zhang Nian was slaying the lesser monsters, Niele was awakened by the gunfire. Later, when she saw the giant monster charging with a water wall raised, she seized the opportunity and hurled the high-explosive grenade she carried with her. Although the high-explosive grenade couldn't directly kill the monster, its immense shockwave could easily breach the water wall's defense, creating a decisive opportunity for the machine gun. Here, this is it. Niele extended her hand, revealing a ping-pong ball-sized blue sphere in her palm. Zhang Nian looked puzzled. This is a portable high-explosive grenade. Niele explained with a smile. Don't let its size fool you, but its power is tremendous. A single one can destroy an entire vehicle. Upon hearing this, Zhang Nian's eyes gleamed with greed. This was a treasure. He had just witnessed how a several-meter-thick water wall was blown apart in an instant. Its power was terrifyingly formidable. If thrown skillfully directly into the monster's mouth, it would likely blast the creature to pieces. Zhang Nian picked up the grenade, testing its weight. It was lighter than expected. The feel was reminiscent of the large glass marbles he played with as a child. Its size made it perfect for long-range throwing. An ordinary person could probably hurl it 70 or 80 meters. For him, with his enhanced physique of full power, throw could easily cover 200 meters. Moreover, the grenade was so compact that carrying it was incredibly convenient. He could carry 10 or 8 of them without taking up much space. No wonder the human union's technology is so advanced. Such a small thing, yet so powerful. Zhang Nian exclaimed in genuine admiration. If he could replicate hundreds of these incredible grenades, he would definitely show those pseudo-humans what it meant to be the thunder god descending upon the world. If you like them, I have more. With that, Niele produced 5 more grenades. Haha, thank you. Zhang Nian didn't pretend to be modest and accepted them with both hands. Being able to casually hand out so many grenades meant she surely had more in reserve. There was no need for pretense. By the way, what time do you plan to set off for the island tomorrow? I need to prepare accordingly. Niele suddenly asked. That depends on when we arrive at the destination, but I heard the island is foggy, so I plan to land after 8 o'clock when the sun is fully up. Zhang Nian replied after a moment's thought. Having experienced the Tree Man Island, he was now sensitive to fog, so he deliberately delayed the landing time. All right, I understand. Niele nodded. Zhang Nian checked the time. It was already 2:30 in the morning. He then said, It's late, you should get some rest too. Be in good shape. They'll come find you before we land tomorrow. All right, see you tomorrow. Niele turned and walked back to her seat to rest. Zhang Nian glanced at the other passengers. Seeing that everyone had applied the ointment and seemed fine, he returned to the cockpit. However, he didn't rest directly. Instead, he mentally reviewed the recent experience, feeling that it was likely related to the premature rise of the Red Moon. In previous wilderness encounters, monsters were rarely seen. Even when they appeared, it was usually just one. But today, dozens had emerged, including a giant monster. This was extremely abnormal. Could it be that whenever the Red Moon withdraws its pollution, the contaminated pseudo-humans run rampant? Zhang Nian thought it over and found it highly plausible. He just didn't know if this change would only last for a day or persist for a longer period. I hope it doesn't affect tomorrow's plans. He muttered to himself, then turned his gaze to the 6 grenades, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. But then again, this influence isn't all bad. At least it allows me to earn rewards more efficiently. Zhang Nian tallied his recent gains. He had killed 45 lesser monsters and 1 giant monster in one go. In total, he had earned 6,500 gold coins. Adding the gold coins he had left before, his total now stood at 15500 coins. He was less than 5,000 short of upgrading the ship. Most importantly, he had triggered a probability reward and obtained the blueprint for a live capture gun. This was the weapon he urgently needed right now. The practicality of the live capture gun was clearly superior to the pseudo-human toxin. Moreover, it could be used. Unlike the pseudo-human toxin, which diminished with each use and relied on crossbows, it would become completely useless if the enemy was on guard. After all, crossbow bolts were too slow, relying entirely on catching the enemy off guard. In comparison, the advantages of the live capture gun were obvious. It was incredibly user-friendly. Unless the enemy was faster than a bullet, there was no way to dodge it. Instant results, 1 shot per target. The only downside was the difficulty in obtaining the crafting materials. 10 infected Venus flytraps. Where was he supposed to find that? Hiss. Thinking about this, Zhang Nian couldn't help but shake his head. I hope I can find them on the island tomorrow. Beep, beep, beep. Just then a crisp alert sounded. It came from the direction of the pseudo-human chamber. Zhang Nian immediately walked over. He noticed that 2 of the 3 pseudo-human taming pods had small red lights blinking. That must have been what triggered. Zhang Nian knew that the taming pods had 3 indicator lights to show the pseudo-human status. A green light meant the pseudo-human was in good condition with abundant life energy. A yellow light meant life energy was halved and required attention for replacement. A red light meant the pseudo-human's life energy was nearly depleted and needed to be replaced as soon as possible. Seeing 2 pods with red lights, Zhang Nian's expression turned grim. You've got to be kidding me. They ran out of juice in less than a day. Even a cheap battery lasts longer than this. He immediately checked the computer data to see if the equipment was malfunctioning. But after looking it over, he realized it wasn't a device issue. It was a problem with the working principle. The pseudo-human taming pod could enhance defensive energy, but only when the pseudo-human remained in perfect condition. In reality, when the ship was attacked, the pseudo-human itself took the brunt of the damage first. In other words, the defensive function of the taming pod consisted of 2 parts. One part used the pseudo-human's life energy to enhance the ship's overall defense. The other part meant the pseudo-human inside the pod directly absorbed external attacks. That is, the pseudo-human in the taming pod not only provided life energy, but also had to share a portion of the damage when the ship was under attack. During the previous monster assault on the star, Zhang Nian had deliberately held off attacking to let the monsters gather before eliminating them all at once. But this directly resulted in the ship's hull being continuously gnawed by dozens of monsters. That terrifying gnawing was entirely borne by the 3 pseudo-humans. So the monsters weren't just biting the ship, they were biting the 3 pseudo-humans too. What a brutal working mode. Zhang Nian blinked, then looked at the 2 pseudo-humans with red lights. His mouth twitched. You've really worked hard. To express my gratitude, I'll give you a long vacation in a couple of days. Just hold on a little longer. Thank you for your hard work. After comforting the 2 nearly dried-up pseudo-humans, Zhang Nian turned his gaze to the spider monster, the black aberrant pseudo-human that had tried to sneak aboard earlier. A powerful pseudo-human is indeed more durable. Hey, you keep holding on to. In a couple of days, he'll find you 2 companions. Zhang Nian chuckled. Then he turned and walked back to his bunk, lying down to continue resting. The rest of the night passed without any strange occurrences, and morning arrived smoothly. Zhang Nian sat up from the bed and saw a mist-shrouded island directly ahead of the star. The ship had already come to a stop. Upon reaching the destination, the computer would keep the ship waiting in place. Zhang Nian checked the time. It was now 7 in the morning. As planned, he wasn't in a hurry to land. He intended to set off at 8 o'clock sharp when the sun would be brighter and could dispel some of the fog. Standing by the window, Zhang Nian used a monocular telescope to scan the vicinity of the island. Strangely, he couldn't find any trace of the gale. Didn't that guy arrive 2 days ago? Where is he? Isn't this guy supposed to have arrived 2 days ago? Where is he? Zhang Nian scanned the area with his binoculars, but did not spot the figure of the Swift Wind. He opened his computer, found the chat window for Swift Wind, and clicked on the private message. I have arrived, where are you? This time Swift Wind responded quickly. You arrived? Why didn't I see you? Wait. I know you must be on the other side of the island. Wait for me, I will be there soon. Ending the conversation, Zhang Nian's gaze shifted to the distant island. Judging by its size, this island was significantly larger than the island of Eternal Remembrance. That one only had a radius of about 2 kilometers. This one, however, was at least 3 kilometers to start. I hope this island has enough rubber resources. It would be best if there were also some pollution-eating plants. Just as Zhang Nian made this wish, a small black suddenly appeared on the distant sea surface. The black dot moved swiftly, rapidly enlarging until it finally revealed the outline of a ship. Is that the Swift Wind? Zhang Nian raised his binoculars. He saw a light blue ship cutting through the waves, quickly heading in his direction. The ship was approximately 20 meters long, about half the size of the starship. It looked more like a speeding speed. Seeing the Swift Wind, Zhang Nian became even more convinced of his judgment. The other party must possess some talent related to speed. The speed of the Swift Wind was astonishing. Although it was only a level 2 ship, its sailing speed was almost equivalent to a level 5 starship. If calculated at the same level 2 sailing speed, the Swift Wind was at least twice as fast as the starship. No wonder it is named Swift Wind, it really is fast. A few kilometers were nothing for the Swift Wind. While Zhang Nian was marveling, it had already reached the opposite side of the starship. The Swift Wind circled the starship 3 times before coming to a stop beside it. Then Zhang Nian saw a young man about 20 wearing a blue t-shirt hastily poking his head out from the ship's cabin. He looked at the starship with a face full of shock. This? You? This? The young man stammered. Big shot, you can't be telling me what level your ship is. Zhang Nian was taken aback, even thinking he had misheard. He had always believed that the starship was just a small yacht that had just entered the scene. He never expected to be seen as a big shot in someone else's eyes. In fact, a level 5 starship was indeed a big shot in this sea area. Here its level was the highest. Level 5. Zhang Nian did not hide it, and stated the level directly. To his surprise, when the young man heard the words, Level 5, his eyes nearly popped out. Level 5. Big shot, are you cheating? How did you level up? Can you take me with you? From now on, I will be your little brother. Zhang Nian quickly raised his hand to stop him. Hey, don't call me Big Shot, it makes me feel uncomfortable. Besides, being able to escape from a port in a state of fierce battle proves you are already strong enough, no need to be my little brother. The young man nodded repeatedly. Big Shot, don't belittle me. If I really had strength, I wouldn't have to run away with my tail between my legs. I was able to survive, all thanks to the speed of the swift wind. Zhang Nian knew very well how terrifying a port in a state of fierce battle could be. After all, he had witnessed the horror of a fallen port. At that time, the swift wind was only a level 1 ship. How could it withstand the attacks of those impostors? It would have been shattered to pieces at the first encounter. Therefore, the other party must have even more formidable means of survival. I just saw that your ship is very fast, probably about twice as fast as others. Zhang Nian said tentatively. The young man did not hide it, and without thinking revealed the secret of the swift wind. He grinned. You saw it, so I won't hide it from you anymore. My ship is different from others, it has skills. Zhang Nian's eyes lit up. Sure enough, it has 2 skills. One is an explosive sailing speed. When it reaches maximum speed, it can continue to accelerate, achieving twice the speed. The other skill is space traversal. When the speed is pushed to the 3rd gear, it can cross space and immediately appear in the direction it is heading. What? Space traversal? This time it was Zhang Nian's turn to widen his eyes. Damn, this is what you call cheating. No wonder he could escape from a fierce battle port. This is just walking sideways. It's simply like driving a Ferrari with one hand. Also, is this guy not a bit dim-witted? He has no secrets in his heart and dares to reveal everything. Zhang Nian took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to play the villain, and said, So why didn't you just traverse over? The young man scratched his head. Because the traversal skill has limitations that can only cross a kilometer at most each time and can only be used once a day. So it was limited. Zhang Nian felt much more balanced in his heart. But after leveling up, it should be able to go further, the young man suddenly added. Zhang Nian, great, now I'm unbalanced again. My name is Zhang Nian. Oh, what's your name? Big Shot, my name is Zhou Ping. Don't call me Big Shot, oh, just call me by my name. Okay, Big Shot. Zhang Nian hiss. I plan to start boarding the island at 8. What about you? Whatever the Big Shot says goes. Then let's say 8 o'clock. The sunlight will be ample and visibility will be better. Okay, Big Shot, I'll go. After Zhou Ping returned to the ship's cabin, Zhang Nian also began his preparations. After boarding the island, he might not return until after dark. So he needed to prepare some food for the passengers first. Of course, he needed to prepare for himself as well. Zhang Nian slung his spatial backpack over his shoulder, which contained only some food and water. The remaining space was all used to collect supplies. Then he equipped his weapons. The weapons were still the same 3 .500 caliber revolver, an FN-57 pistol, and a golden axe. Only then did he decide to take the detection equipment, flashlight, and thermometer. Although he was unsure if there were any survivors on the island, it was still a form of security. Arriving at the passenger cabin, Zhang Nian directly asked Li Dazue to distribute the food. He then walked towards Niele. At this time, she had already changed into a new outfit. The white formal attire had been replaced with camouflage combat gear, and her hair was let down, looking much more casual. Are we setting off now? Upon seeing Zhang Nian approach, Niele asked. No, the original plan remains unchanged. The fog is too thick right now. Going up directly is very dangerous. Visibility will be higher at 8 o'clock. By the way, do you have any other weapons besides grenades? If not, I can make one for you. Zhang Nian casually said, but after saying that he felt it was unnecessary. Since she could even bring out grenades, how could she lack other weapons? Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Niele smiled and took out a portable submachine gun from behind her. I have this. Zhang Nian smiled. Great, it comes with a 50-round magazine. No wonder you're an investigator. Your firepower is impressive. Time quickly approached 8 o'clock in the morning. The sun in the sky was bright enough, clearing much of the mist from the island. Some human buildings could already be faintly seen. Big Shot, I'm ready, though I can set off at any time. On the swift wind, Zhou Ping poked his head out and shouted towards Zhang Nian. Zhang Nian raised his hand to signal advance and piloted the starship towards the direction of the island. The waves crashed against the island's coast, the rolling tides surging and crashing, splashing up a torrent of. At this moment, the mist on the island had dissipated, revealing a golden beach that looked as if it had been dyed with color. Zhang Nian steered the starry sky closer, but did not rush to dock. Instead, he continued along the coastline until he reached a rocky area before finally anchoring the starry sky. He wasn't there to enjoy the scenery. Collecting resources was the most important task. Having learned from his experience on the Treeman Island, Zhang Nian was now being clever. Whenever he encountered something good, he had to seize it immediately. Otherwise, once an emergency arose, it would be difficult to return to gather supplies. As for the two ships he managed to acquire last time, it was purely by chance. He stabilized the ship and decisively approached the dismantling platform to begin collecting or resource. He quickly selected options on the three-dimensional icon with his finger, encompassing all the scattered giant rocks around, leaving no sand behind. After all, the main component of sand was also, or so, it should not be wasted. A layer of emerald green light instantly enveloped the selected rocks and sand, followed by a series of highly sci-fi sounds as they crumbled and vanished. This miraculous scene left Zhou Ping, who was on the nearby windbreaker, dumbfounded. It took him a full 3 seconds to react. Wow, you can start harvesting without even leaving your home. Big shot. Is this your talent? Zhou Ping, being at a low level, had yet to witness the power of the dismantling platform. This isn't talent. Wait until the ship reaches level 4, and you'll understand. The dismantling platform will automatically unlock this feature then. Upon hearing Zhang Nian's explanation, Zhou Ping felt despondent. Level 4. When will I ever reach level 4? Meanwhile, the dismantling platform had completed its sorting work. In less than a minute, he had obtained 75 tons of ore. If converted into cement bricks, that would be 750 pieces, enough for the Starry Skies upgrade. A smooth start. Zhang Nian smiled, shutting down the dismantling platform and heading toward the cabin. He discovered Naval was already waiting there. Are you ready? Yes. Then let's set off. When Zhang Nian and Naval emerged, they found Zhou Ping already on the deck of the windbreaker. His clothing was no longer the blue t-shirt, but had been replaced with a blue outdoor jacket. Carrying a beginner's space backpack and holding a 6-shot revolver, Zhang Nian gestured to him. Let's go land on the island. Okay. The three of them threw out the ropes they had prepared and slid down the ship. The beach of Pingtu Island was beautiful and fine, soft to the touch. Wow, big shot, look, there's a big blue crab. As soon as they landed, Zhou Ping hurriedly pointed ahead and shouted. Zhang Nian looked in the direction he was pointing. Indeed, he saw many big blue crabs on the beach, and they were quite large, weighing about 2 pounds each. These big blue crabs were randomly scattered across the golden beach, blowing bubbles as they waved their large pincers, trying to bury themselves in the sand. Such plump, big blue crabs. Zhang Nian was overjoyed. The resources on this island were even richer than he had imagined. He had stumbled upon such goodies immediately upon landing. Compared to the barren Tree Man Island, it was like heaven and earth. Seeing so many big blue crabs, Zhang Nian certainly wouldn't let them go to waste. He immediately called Zhou Ping to catch crabs together. Hurry, catch them. We can improve our meals today. Zhou Ping's eyes sparkled, and he immediately rushed toward the nearest big blue crab. However, he underestimated the big blue crab. After fidgeting for a long time, he couldn't find an opportunity to catch it. Big blue crabs might seem slow, but they were anything but. Yet their combat power was quite strong. Upon seeing someone approaching, they instantly raised their pincers, making it difficult to catch them. One should never underestimate these two large pincers. Their strength was astonishing. Even chopsticks could be broken by them. Once caught, it could make someone scream louder than a monkey. Damn, why is it so difficult to catch this thing? After several failed attempts, Zhou Ping became anxious and pulled out his gun, ready to do a classic American net catch. Zhang Nian immediately raised his hand to stop him. Don't shoot, be careful not to attract unwanted things. Hearing this, Zhou Ping quickly put the gun away, his face showing fear. Alright, I was too excited just now. Catching such big blue crabs requires skill, just follow my method. Saying this, Zhang Nian approached a big blue crab and began demonstrating how to catch it. As a wildlife photography enthusiast, he had extensive experience in capturing wild animals. Catching big blue crabs was simply second nature for him. He first extended his left hand, provoking the big blue crab in front of him. Once the crab's attention was fully captured, he suddenly reached out his right hand from behind and swiftly scooped it up. The whole process was easy and pleasant. The big blue crab that had been caught struggled to escape, waving its pincers desperately. However, due to its physical structure, it could reach nothing, only staring wide-eyed and blowing bubbles. See, Zhang Nian chuckled, shaking the somewhat unconvinced big blue crab in his hand, then directly placed it into his space backpack. Now I understand, I got it. Zhou Ping's confidence immediately surged, and he started catching crabs again. Indeed, with Zhang Nian's guidance, he was no longer flustered and quickly captured a big blue crab. Although his technique was a bit clumsy, at least he succeeded. Zhang Nian was also busy efficiently catching more than a dozen big blue crabs in no time. Meanwhile, Naval headed straight for a few coconut trees on the beach. She took out 2 half-circle serrated iron hooks from her backpack and strapped them to her feet. Then, as if walking on flat ground, she climbed up the coconut tree several meters high. With her dagger waving swiftly, she quickly picked 7 or 8 large coconuts from the tree. Then she moved on to the next coconut tree. Her efficiency was astonishing. By the time Zhang Nian and Zhou Ping finished their battle, Naval had already prepared 2 large coconuts waiting for them. Well done, both of you. Here are your rewards. Zhang Nian took the coconuts, looking at the clear coconut water inside, and suddenly felt parched, tilting his head back to drink. Gulps. The coconut water was cool and sweet, exuding a unique fragrance. It rushed down his throat instantly, alleviating much of the heat in his body. So refreshing. Zhang Nian gulped down the entire coconut's water, instantly feeling energized. Zhou Ping also finished drinking his whole coconut. Since becoming the captain, it was his first time drinking anything other than mineral water. He was so excited that he nearly shed tears. Wow, this is so delicious. How long has it been since I've had such good water? Nian chuckled, pointing at the pile of coconuts that had formed a small mountain beside them. There's plenty here, help yourselves. Zhou Ping scratched his head. Hee, then I won't be polite, I'll have another one. However, just as Zhou Ping walked toward the pile of coconuts, the grass at the edge of the beach suddenly began to shake violently. It seemed something was playing inside. Be careful, something's coming. Zhang Nian exclaimed. The three immediately became alert, their gazes locked onto the direction of the grass. Rustle, rustle. The grass was shaking increasingly violently. Zhang Nian and the others held their guns, their eyes alertly watching. In a normal world, the three of them would not be so tense. Even if a brown bear emerged, they could easily take it, but the problem was this world was anything but normal. The guns in their hands were no longer invincible. Crash! Suddenly a fuzzy white object emerged from the grass. Seeing what had popped out, Zhou Ping let out a sigh of relief. Wow, what a scary ancient path, turns out it's just a rabbit. Big boss, you're in for a treat today, I can roast rabbits now. Zhou Ping said as he moved towards the rabbit. Seeing it was just a rabbit, Zhang Nian also relaxed. The thought of roasted rabbit was indeed tempting. But just as he was about to suggest adding some spicy seasoning, an inexplicable sense of crisis surged in his heart. So he focused more intently on the rabbit. It was a white rabbit, plump and adorable. Its two eyes were red like two rubies. Its tail was very long. Wait, aren't rabbit tails supposed to be short? Zhang Nian suddenly sensed something was off. He immediately shouted at Zhou Ping. Come back. At that moment, Zhou Ping was already facing the rabbit. Hearing the shout, he turned his head in confusion. What's wrong? Just as he turned his head, a creature resembling a dark brown pus-covered toad with 4 human legs suddenly leaped out of the grass. With its long tooth-filled mouth, it lunged at his head. Bang, 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 bang. Almost simultaneously, the sound of gunfire erupted. The bullets from the handguns instantly struck the creature's head. Meanwhile, the submachine gun bullets turned the creature into a sieve. With the double firepower, the creature, taller than a person, fell dead on the spot. Its massive body covered in slime narrowly brushed past Zhou Ping's head. Successfully killed the pseudo-human bait giant bullfrog. Reward 100 gold coins. Bonus 100 gold coins. Seeing the monster dead, Zhang Nian and Nian let out a sigh of relief. But Zhou Ping remained standing quietly, tilting his head in the direction of the two, his expression unchanged. He still wore a look of confusion. Of course, it wasn't that his psychological quality was exceptionally good. It was that he was completely stunned at that moment. It wasn't until Zhang Nian walked up to him and helped him fix his hair that he finally exhaled his first breath. His lips trembled as he plopped down on the ground. His whole body shook as if he had chewed on electric gum from northern Myanmar. Are you okay? Zhang Nian asked. I am fine. Zhou Ping replied mechanically, clearly still recovering from the edge of death. You've got some guts, you didn't even blink when you saw the monster's eyes. Zhang Nian chuckled, looking again at the rabbit. He then noticed that the rabbit's tail was even longer than he had seen before, stretching like a steel cable straight into the creature's mouth. In other words, this seemingly adorable rabbit was actually a bait intentionally released by the monster to lure. Had he not called out to Zhou Ping in time, Zhou Ping might have followed the rabbit right into the creature's mouth. One must admit this monster's trick was indeed clever. They had almost fallen for it. As the pseudo-human died, its body quickly transformed into a puddle of... But just as the black water was about to disappear, Nian suddenly pulled out a test tube-like container and swiftly collected a portion of the liquid, sealing it tightly afterward. This action left Zhang Nian stunned. You dare to collect this stuff? Aren't you afraid it's toxic? Nian smiled at his words. This substance is not toxic, on the contrary, it has significant research value. I need to take this back to headquarters for expert analysis. Analysis? What use is this stuff? Zhang Nian asked in confusion. It's extremely useful. There are many types of invaders from Blue Star, each with unique characteristics. Relying solely on one type of weapon to kill them is very difficult. So the Alliance plans to use the black water produced after the death of the pseudo-humans to trace back to the core essence of the pseudo-humans, thereby developing a weapon that can kill all pseudo-humans. After hearing Nian's explanation, Zhang Nian suddenly thought of golden bullets. He then asked, aren't there rare materials? Why doesn't the Human Alliance use rare materials to make weapons? Nian shook her head. It's useless. The Alliance has fought countless battles with the pseudo-humans and has long discovered the effectiveness of rare materials. However, rare materials are not omnipotent. They can only kill a majority of specific types of pseudo-humans. For some powerful and special pseudo-humans, they are completely ineffective. Sometimes a temporary change of ammunition is required to prescribe the right medicine to kill them. But how could the enemy possibly give us enough time to change to the corresponding ammunition? Rare materials are not omnipotent. They even need to prescribe the right medicine to kill the pseudo-humans. Nian's words startled Zhang Nian. He never expected these pseudo-humans to be even more troublesome than he had imagined. It seemed he needed to purposefully hunt more mutated pseudo-humans. Since golden bullets were no longer invincible, he would take a different approach and create invincible bullets himself based on the principle of mutual generation and restriction. If one kind doesn't work, then 3 kinds. If 3 kinds don't work, then 30 kinds. At worst, he would load different bullets into a single magazine. Even if the pseudo-humans are strong, they can't possibly be immune to all bullets, right? At this time, Zhou Ping had also regained his composure, his gaze becoming spirited once more. He looked at Zhang Nian. Big boss, thanks to you all just now. If it weren't for your timely intervention, I would be on my way to reincarnation right now. Zhang Nian patted his shoulder. How are you feeling now? Can you continue? Zhou Ping stood up, did a simple stretch, and even performed the 4th-generation radio calisthenics. I'm finer, I just fell a bit, but still hurts. Zhang Nian smiled. All right, let's continue. After a brief rest, the 3 began to move deeper into the island. Under the scorching sun, the fog on the island had thinned again. One could even see some human structures vaguely appearing deeper into the island. Crossing the beach, Zhang Nian and the others arrived at the interior of the island. Here there were obvious traces of human habitation. Though everywhere was covered with weeds taller than a person, one could still faintly discern that beneath their feet lay a pathway of stone bricks. However, these stone bricks had been pushed askew by the roots of various plants, making them somewhat uncomfortable. Zhou Ping was clearing the way ahead, wielding a wooden stick and forcefully striking the weeds in front of him. Each strike flattened a large patch. Big guy, I wasn't wrong, was I? This is definitely a tourist attraction. Look at the stone brick path beneath our feet. It's clearly laid out for the convenience of visitors to the island. Listening to Zhou Ping, Zhang Nian couldn't help but recall the scene he had seen outside the island. Indeed, amidst the fog, he had glimpsed the outlines of human structures. But as a tourist site, was it really necessary to build such grand structures? The attractions he had visited before were mostly focused on scenery, with at most a few small towers to embellish the surroundings. He had never seen any tourist site that constructed buildings of such height. This simply didn't make sense. This shouldn't be a tourist site. Zhang Nian stated his judgment. If it's not a tourist site, then what is it? Zhou Ping asked, puzzled. It should just be an ordinary island with some inhabitants. Ning Lei, who was following behind, suddenly spoke up. If this were a tourist site, that beautiful golden beach we just saw would definitely have been developed for use. But when we came, we didn't see a single seat or sunshade for sightseeing and resting. This road was probably just built for the convenience of the island's residents. Zhang Nian nodded. Your judgment is correct. But that also means we might encounter living people on this island. What? We might encounter living people. Upon hearing Zhang Nian say so, Zhou Ping's face revealed a hint of worry. Please, let's not meet anyone. Ever since becoming a captain, I've developed an aversion to anything that looks human. Now everyone looks like a fake person to me. Of course, except for you two. Zhang Nian smiled. He fully understood this mindset. Because in this world, encountering a human in the wild is far more terrifying than directly facing a monster. At least with a monster, one can be somewhat prepared, but encountering a human is truly more thrilling than opening a mystery box. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Just as the 3 were conversing, a sudden rustling sound of leaves emerged from the white mist ahead. This instantly put the 3 on high alert, their eyes cautiously gazing forward. But the mist within the island remained thick, making it difficult to see beyond 100 meters. Before them was a white expanse. Nothing was visible. Zhang Nian waved his hand, signaling the others to crouch down and remain silent. They couldn't see the other party, and the other party might not be able to see them either. Now was the perfect time to use the cover of the weeds, waiting for the other side to emerge first before making a move. Rustle, rustle. The sounds continued to come from the mist. However, strangely enough, after waiting for a long time, they still had not seen anything emerge. The 3 exchanged glances, feeling somewhat perplexed. Zhang Nian frowned, multiple speculations flashing through his mind. The sounds indicated that the mist concealed one or more living creatures. Yet the other side was only making noise without showing themselves. This indicated 2 possibilities. 1, they were unaware of their existence, and the noise was merely unintentional. 2, they knew of their presence and were deliberately luring them over. Zhang Nian leaned more towards the second possibility, because if it wasn't an intentional noise, it couldn't last this long. It wasn't like they were just dancing in place for half an hour. Even if they were taking a dump, it should have been finished by now. At this moment, Zhou Ping quietly moved closer and whispered, Big guy, isn't that one a bit too arrogant? Should I throw a couple of peanuts at it first? Zhang Nian stroked it. Actually, he had the same thought, but he still hadn't figured out what the thing ahead was. If it truly was someone taking a dump, that would be too undignified. After thinking it over, he decided to scout the situation first. Zhang Nian shook his head, signaling Zhou Ping not to act impulsively while he bent down to pick up a piece of stone brick. The stone brick wasn't very heavy, weighing only about 2 or 3 folds. Even if it was a person ahead, it wouldn't cause too much harm. Seeing this, Zhou Ping's eyes suddenly brightened, and he gave a thumbs up. Big guy, your technique is quite advanced. How advanced? About 70 to 80 meters high. Hehehe. Zhang Nian grinned wickedly and threw the stone brick forcefully in the direction of the sound. If it's a person, I apologize, but if it's something else, well, that's your own fault. Buzz. The stone brick whistled through the air, tracing a perfect arc before landing with a bang. This one brick caused the mist to immediately fall silent. It was as if some switch had been triggered, and the surroundings fell completely quiet. The three looked at each other. Zhou Ping, is that it? Ning Lei, something seems off. Zhang Nian, should we go take a look? The three of them stood up quietly, guns raised, and cautiously approached. Zhang Nian led the way with Ning Lei and the others slightly behind, flanking him. Gradually, the objects in front began to take shape. They could vaguely see a white mass lying on the ground with some blood. The red stone they had just thrown lay beside it. When they finally discerned what the white mass was, Zhang Nian was momentarily stunned. That white mass turned out to be a rabbit. But why was a rabbit acting so strangely here? Zhang Nian searched carefully, but found no second rabbit. This was quite odd. 2 rabbits could be understood, but what could 1 rabbit do? At this moment, Zhou Ping and Ning Lei also walked over. Upon seeing the rabbit, the two were equally stunned. How could it be a rabbit? Zhou Ping asked, puzzled. What was it doing just now? Zhang Nian shook his head. That's what I want to know. Rabbits move very quickly. They wouldn't just roam around in the same spot. Thus, the behavior of this rabbit is very strange. Look, what's that thing? Ning Lei suddenly pointed at the rabbit and reminded. Following her finger, Zhang Nian indeed saw something peculiar. He noticed that around the rabbit's neck there seemed to be something purple resembling a rope. It was very thin and hidden by its fur, making it hard to notice without a closer look. What is this? Zhang Nian picked up a twig, intending to part the rabbit's fur to take a closer look. However, just as the twig was about to touch the rabbit, that already deceased rabbit suddenly jerked and dove deep into the grass. The 3 of them were instantly startled. What the hell? The rabbit has come back to life. Zhang Nian picked up a branch, intending to part the rabbit's fur to take a closer look at the rope. But the rabbit, already dead, suddenly darted into the grass. This abrupt change startled the 3 of them greatly. Even if it were a zombie, there should be some forewarning, yet this one vanished without a trace. What the hell? What's going on? Did the rabbit come back to life? Zhou Ping exclaimed, but by the time he reacted to pull out his gun, the rabbit had already disappeared. It's not a resurrection, it must have been taken by something. The problem lies with that rope, we need to chase after it. Zhang Nian's gaze turned cold as he immediately followed the trail in the grass. Of course, he wasn't chasing for the rabbit, but for whatever had taken it. No matter whether the opponent was human or some other creature, to him, it was a resource. And once a resource appeared, he couldn't just let it slip away. Wait, are you serious? Zhou Ping hesitated, but after gritting his teeth, he followed. Niele didn't need any prompting and had already dashed after Zhang Nian the moment he took off. With fierce firepower, one naturally becomes bolder. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 of them sprinted wildly through the dense thicket. Zhang Nian had excellent eyesight and easily spotted the dragging marks in the grass. However, he didn't pursue with all his might, maintaining a steady pace behind. The terrain here was complex with heavy mist. If the distance grew too great, there was a good chance they would lose each other. And once they lost each other, finding one another again would be quite difficult. Even if they did find each other in the end, there was no guarantee that the other was still their teammate. After about 5 minutes of chasing, Zhang Nian suddenly stopped, crouching in a clump of grass, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Why did you stop suddenly? Zhou Ping approached and asked quietly. Look ahead. Zhang Nian raised his hand and pointed forward. Following the direction of his finger, Zhou Ping's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly covered his mouth with his hand, desperately trying to suppress the urge to scream from fright. Even the usually calm Niele turned pale upon seeing what lay ahead. Before them, amidst the mist, a massive shadow resembling a hot air balloon quietly hovered in the air approximately 100 meters away. The shadow was silent, its exact shape indistinct. Only dozens of long black tendrils resembling whips occasionally descended from the sky, emitting a low hum. Each time these tendrils fell, an animal lost its head, its corpse plummeting, while its head continued to float, ultimately entering the massive shadow. Directly beneath that huge spherical shadow, a row of plants resembling Venus flytraps with purple vines stood arranged in a circle. These plant monsters had small animals dragging from their vines. One of them was the white rabbit that Zhang Nian had killed with a brick earlier. The reason that rabbit was thrashing about in one spot was that it was trying to break free from the vine's grasp, only to be accidentally killed by Zhang Nian's brick. Glancing at the massive shadow overhead, Zhang Nian turned to Niele, lowering his voice to a whisper. That creature looks very powerful. Why didn't the barrier trigger? Among the 3, Niele was the most knowledgeable. Whenever there was something unfamiliar, they would surely ask her. And she actually knew what was going on. She replied quietly, "This should be a type of pseudo-human corrupted by the red moon. Pseudo-humans do not trigger barriers, only true pseudo-humans can." "What's the principle behind that?" Zhang Nian asked, puzzled. Niele shook her head. "I don't know either. So far no one has found a pseudo-human that triggered a barrier." Zhang Nian's gaze shifted back to the plant monsters. For some reason, he felt that these plant monsters were precisely the polluted Venus flytraps he had been searching for. It was a gut feeling and intensely strong intuition. "How can I catch one?" Zhang Nian pondered. Those plant monsters were currently underneath the giant creature, and he didn't dare to approach. That giant creature looked formidable. If disturbed, they would surely face annihilation. Just as Zhang Nian was deep in thought about how to capture those plant monsters, Zhou Ping suddenly felt a tingling sensation on the surface of his foot. It wasn't true numbness, but rather the feeling of something crawling on his foot. He looked down and almost fainted from shock, for indeed there was something crawling on his foot. It was a purple vine that resembled a thin rope, now rubbing back and forth on his foot. It seemed to be confirming whether the object it touched was edible. Zhou Ping pinched his acupoint tightly, taking a long while to calm down and forcefully suppress the urge to scream. He quietly extended a finger and poked Zhang Nian's arm. Zhang Nian turned back in confusion just in time to see Zhou Ping's terrified expression. Following his cue, he slowly lowered his gaze until he saw the vine. The vine was still exploring, seemingly indecisive. When Zhang Nian saw the vine, he didn't feel fear. Instead, a look of delight appeared on his face, as if the prey had come to him. He signaled Zhou Ping to remain still, and then followed the path of the vine to look ahead. Soon he spotted a solitary plant monster in the grass not far away. The creature was swaying its vines as if checking Zhou Ping's pulse. "You're quite an understanding little guy," Zhang Nian thought with a smirk, then quietly retrieved a hand crossbow from his sleeve. He carried this with him almost 24 hours a day. Now it was finally coming in handy. The crossbow bolts were coated with pseudo-human toxin and made no sound upon firing, perfect for ambushes. He loaded a bolt and aimed at the plant monster's head. He pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The bolt shot out silently, striking the plant monster amidst the rustling of the grass. The plant monster's level was very low. Almost the instant it was hit, it succumbed to the poison and fell to the ground, not even letting out a sound. "Got it." Zhang Nian's eyes lit up as he climbed over to it, unzipping his backpack. The plant monster wasn't very large. The biggest part was its head, about the size of a basketball. As long as the head fit in the backpack, the rest was no problem. Before long, the entire plant monster was stuffed into the backpack. Almost simultaneously, a notification sound echoed in Zhang Nian's mind. "Successfully killed a pseudo-human, 1 polluted Venus flytrap. Reward 50 gold. Bonus 50 gold. Indeed, it's you, polluted Venus flytrap." A satisfied smile appeared on Zhang Nian's face, and then he looked over at the group of Venus flytraps in the distance. 9 more to go. How should I catch them?" Just then Zhou Ping gestured at him, pointing at his foot. Zhang Nian looked over only to be astonished to find another vine had appeared on Zhou Ping's foot. Seeing Zhou Ping's gesture, Zhang Nian felt somewhat puzzled. However, when he looked down at the other person's feet, he discovered that a vine had appeared there. The appearance of the vine indicated that there were carnivorous plants nearby. This kid, could it be that he was born to attract this thing? No, that can't be right. There must be another hidden story here. If the other party was naturally attracting this thing, why hadn't it happened before? This time Zhang Nian did not directly attack the carnivorous plant, but quietly moved back to Zhou Ping's side. "Big guy." Zhou Ping was about to speak when he was stopped. Zhang Nian's sharp gaze focused on Zhou Ping's shoes, which were entangled in the vine. Suddenly his eyes brightened. Indeed, there was another hidden truth. On Zhou Ping's shoe there was the outer area was dark while the center was black-brown. Getting closer, he could smell a faint plant fragrance. This smell was familiar to him. It was exactly like the coconut water he had drunk before. So these carnivorous plants were attracted to the scent of coconut. At this moment, Zhou Ping lowered his voice and explained, "This is what I spilled when I was drinking water earlier." Zhang Nian silently smiled. "I figured it out. You did well. These carnivorous plants should have been attracted by the scent of the leaf water." Zhou Ping's heart trembled. "Big guy, you don't mean for me to be the bait, do you? If you can spit out the coconut water you drank, then you won't have to. Can't fresh coconut work?" Zhou Ping was still unwilling to accept. "No, coconuts are too light. They can carry them away, and then where would I chase after them? So what should I do?" Zhou Ping finally resigned himself to his fate. Zhang Nian chuckled. "You just squat here and strike a pose." As he spoke, Zhang Nian signaled to Niele, and the two of them quietly disappeared into the grass, leaving Zhou Ping alone, feeling disheveled in the wind. What a sin. In the distance in the grass, Zhang Nian first took down the second carnivorous plant and stuffed it into his backpack. Then he took out the second fake human poison pouch and quickly poisoned the crossbow arrows. This poison pouch was obtained from killing a mutated fake human on the first wooden boat. There were a total of 2, and this was the last one. Looks like I need to restock. Zhang Nian poisoned while observing the movement of the enormous shadow in the distant sky. The oppressive feeling from this thing was simply too strong. It constantly made him feel as if there were thorns in his back. I wonder if this thing has discovered us. It probably hasn't discovered us, right? Otherwise, why wouldn't it react at all? Zhang Nian speculated inwardly. Soon the 10 crossbow arrows were poisoned once again. At this time, 3 carnivorous plants had already appeared around Zhou Ping. These carnivorous plants seemed not too intelligent. They were simply gripping Zhou Ping's feet without making any further moves. They just kept taking his pulse. Could it be that these creatures don't eat with their mouths, but with their vines? Zhang Nian shook his head, retracting his thoughts and continuing to hunt. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Zhang Nian's efficiency in hunting was very high. In less than half an hour, he had harvested 9 carnivorous plants. Only 1 more was left. After loading the crossbow arrows, Zhang Nian hid in the grass and continued to wait. However, this time, he waited for a long time without another carnivorous plant coming. This left him somewhat puzzled, and he turned his gaze to the shadow hanging in the sky. Directly beneath the shadow, the group of carnivorous plants formed a circle, showing no signs of leaving. Hiss! Wait, why is this thing still going on? Stop dawdling and let it finish its shift already. Seeing those carnivorous plants standing still, Zhang Nian became somewhat anxious. At that moment, as if it had heard his thoughts, one of the carnivorous plants suddenly broke away from the group, swinging its vine and wobbling towards Zhang Nian. Hee, that's more like it come into my bag. Upon seeing this situation, Zhang Nian's eyes instantly lit up. He raised his crossbow arrow and prepared to ambush. But strangely, just as the carnivorous plant was about to enter the shooting range, it suddenly stopped. It seemed to have lost its target and began to look around aimlessly. Zhang Nian was taken aback and glanced back at Zhou Ping, who looked just as confused. Could it be that this kid's stinky feet covered up the scent of the coconut? After waiting for a while, and seeing that the carnivorous plant still showed no movement, Zhang Nian decided to move forward a bit. Since the other party wouldn't enter the shooting range, he would move the shooting range forward. Taking one step after another, Zhang Nian slowly approached. At this moment, he was less than 70 meters away from the enormous shadow in the sky. Gradually, Zhang Nian saw the true form of the entity. His advancing steps came to a halt. It turned out that the enormous spherical shadow was not an independent individual. Instead, like that terrifying deep-sea behemoth, it was also a monster formed by countless life forms combined together. The only difference was that one was in the water and the other was in the sky. One was a faceta-face whale, and the other was entirely composed of various life forms' heads. Indeed, the monster in the sky was formed by a multitude of heads of different creatures varying in size. Inside were human heads, animal heads, and even some that looked like heads of electronic devices. This thing, could it be a brain-collecting maniac? Zhang Nian took a deep breath, looking at the carnivorous plant that was about to enter the shooting range. He felt somewhat nervous. Even now, he still didn't know how large the monster's attack range was. He also didn't know the attack principles or the speed of movement of the other party. If he recklessly approached, it would probably be quite dangerous. Suddenly, Zhang Nian noticed the vine of the carnivorous plant. Although the carnivorous plant was not within shooting range, its vine had already reached close to him, less than 2 meters. At that moment, it was constantly groping on the ground. This suddenly sparked a not very mature, but very bold idea in Zhang Nian's mind. He thought, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, at that moment, a sudden sea breeze blew in from all directions. Immediately after, an urgent warning voice from Milky Way came from behind. It's coming. Quick, hide. The howling sea wind rushed toward him. Hearing Milky Way's warning, Zhang Nian made no hesitation and instantly rolled out to the side. Almost at the same moment, a buzzing sound thundered past his ear. The grass blades flew and heat surged. By the time Zhang Nian turned back to look, his previous position was already charred. Before him lay a black whip, slowly retracting, shimmering with a red glow. It was the tentacle of a colossal creature descending from the sky. The monster was coming. The familiar buzzing noise echoed again. Clearly, more tentacles were attacking. With no time to think further, Zhang Nian steeled his gaze, rolled forward, grabbed the vines on the ground, and desperately ran in another direction. Since his position was already exposed, there was no need to be refined any longer. In that instant, he left dozens of tentacles lashed down from the sky. Feeling the violent wind and heat behind him, Zhang Nian felt as if his scalp was about to explode. There was no doubt. The terrifying force behind him could reduce him to a pulp with the slightest contact. Tat, tat, tat. Bang, bang, bang. Time seemed to stretch, yet it was merely a moment. In the distance, Milky and Zhou Ping no longer hid. At the first moment of Zhang Nian's dodge, they launched a full-force attack against the creature in the sky. The sounds of submachine guns and pistols echoed throughout the valley. However, the once formidable firearms now seemed as ineffective as children's toys. The specially made 7.62mm submachine gun bullets, when hitting the giant monster, sank in, as if into a mud cow entering the sea, creating not even the slightest ripple. What the hell? This thing looks so disgusting. As the distance closed, the two finally saw the monsters appear. Zhou Ping was so shocked that he howled, "It's coming. Get out of here." Nian gave a warning. The two immediately dashed in another direction. When the monster pursued targets in two directions simultaneously, it might hesitate. This way they could more easily create distance. This was Nian's plan. However, unexpectedly, the monster showed no sign of hesitation, fixated solely on chasing Zhang Nian. There was not even the slightest hint of indecision. It seemed to completely disregard the two of them. What's going on? Why doesn't the monster pay any attention to us? Zhou Ping looked at the retreating monster, confusion written all over his face. I don't know. Logically, after we attacked the monster, it should have chased us first. Nian was also momentarily dazed. At that moment, Zhou Ping looked into the distance, watching Zhang Nian sprinting with the flytrap, his eyes widening. Wow, the boss runs so fast. Even a world champion couldn't catch up with him in a tailwind. Zhou Ping, unaware of the enhancement capsules, was shocked by Zhang Nian's speed. His words suddenly reminded Nian of something. She immediately shouted toward Zhang Nian, "Hurry. Change direction. That monster moves with the sea wind." Sea wind. Hearing Nian's hint, Zhang Nian's expression changed, and he unhesitatingly altered his course. Indeed, after changing direction, the monster in the sky really did not follow. Instead, it continued drifting in the direction of the sea wind, quickly disappearing into the mist. Wow, so after all that, you can only drift with the wind. Looking at the direction the monster vanished, Zhang Nian let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he had a conjecture. It was very likely that the monster had already noticed them when they arrived. However, it did not attack because it couldn't move freely. Only when the sea wind rose did it have the opportunity to "Are you okay?" Nian and the others rushed over. "I'm fine. But thanks to your hint, I would have had no idea when I would run away." Zhang Nian smiled. "By the way, how did you know that monster moved with the wind?" "It was Zhou Ping," Nian pointed at. Zhou Ping praised how fast you ran and mentioned tailwind, otherwise I wouldn't have thought of that. Zhang Nian turned to Zhou Ping and smiled. "This time it's also thanks to you. If it weren't for the coconut water on your foot, I wouldn't have caught these flytraps." So Zhou Ping scratched his head awkwardly, then looked at the half-dead flytrap being dragged behind Zhang Nian. "So this thing is called a flytrap, but why does it look different from the ones I've seen? And looking at this head, it probably doesn't catch flies anymore, right?" Zhang Nian glanced back at the flytrap with its toothy maw, sneering. "It's not just that it doesn't catch flies, it probably eats anything meaty." Saying this, he exerted force and yanked the half-dead flytrap over. Then he grabbed its head and brutally stuffed it into his backpack. Thus, all 10 polluted flytraps were gathered. Now only 500 kilograms of rubber remained. Once the rubber was collected, the starship could be upgraded. What about that monster? Nian glanced at the direction the monster had disappeared and asked. "We can't do anything about it. We can only pay more attention to the wind direction and try to move away from it." Zhang Nian shook his head. No one understood the terror of that monster better than he did. If he hadn't run fast and the wind speed hadn't been too high, he would have been dead by now. Moreover, the monster's defensive power was astonishing. When he escaped, he had attempted to attack the monster with a large-caliber revolver. However, it was as if the creature were a flying swamp, effortlessly swallowing the 12.7mm bullets without a scratch. And they were gold bullets. Just one shot made him abandon any thoughts of retaliation. If he couldn't even break through its defenses, what was the point? He should just focus on escaping. Unknowingly, the mist on the island had thinned a bit more. Zhang Nian glanced at the distant building that was half visible. "Let's head in that direction. There are human structures ahead, and resources should be abundant." As he spoke, he looked at Zhou Ping. "When you come across items with rubber, remember to collect more. They will be very useful in the future." Zhou Ping certainly understood the implication of his words, and his eyes brightened. "Okay, boss." The three continued forward. The journey was relatively smooth, encountering few monsters. They only faced a frog monster, 2 mutated giant pythons, and 3 spiny flies the size of wild boars. In the end, the three easily dealt with them. Moreover, Zhang Nian discovered something pleasantly surprising. He could also receive rewards for monsters killed by Nian. According to his conjecture, as long as one became a passenger of the starship, any rewards from killing monsters together would stack onto him. This thrilled him. "Boss, you were right. This place is indeed not a tourist area, it's just an ordinary small... Look, isn't that a residential area ahead?" At that moment, Zhou Ping suddenly pointed ahead, his face filled. Zhang Nian followed the direction of his finger. Not far ahead, there stood a massive dark red building Above the building, 4 large characters were welded in golden brass. "Happy community. There must be plenty of supplies in this neighborhood. Let's hurry in." Zhou Ping exclaimed excitedly, ready to dash into the community. "Wait a moment." Zhang Nian quickly called out to stop him. In the eyes of the fake humans, humans are merely food. And where there is abundant food, there will naturally be more predators. Thus, the danger level in densely populated places like this neighborhood is undoubtedly very high. They must tread carefully. "Let's not go in just yet. Let's take a stroll around the vicinity and assess the situation first," Zhang Nian said as he scanned the area. All right, I'll follow your lead. Zhou Ping nodded repeatedly. The happy community isn't very large. The three of them finished checking the perimeter for potential dangers in less than 10 minutes. They found no signs of danger. Returning to the entrance, the three began to enter the community. Everyone be cautious. If you notice anything unusual, don't hesitate. Just open fire. Zhang Nian unlatched the safety on his handgun and cautioned them. After a quick survey, it was clear that there were no signs of human life left in the community. If a person were to suddenly appear at this moment, it could only be a fake human. Just take it down immediately. Zhou Ping nodded, understood. Niele, on the other hand, simply clicked the bolt of. When it comes to dealing with fake humans, she is undoubtedly an expert. As the three entered through the main gate, the scene inside the community immediately unfolded before their eyes. The buildings in Happy Community are quite old. There are a total of 4 buildings, each 6 stories high. The overall color scheme of the buildings is a mix of white and red, with white paint around the windows and red paint on the transition areas of the walls. It's a very common color layout. The only thing that stands out is the obvious reddish-brown stains left on the walls beneath each window. It looks as if someone has been pouring dirty water on the windowsills for years, and it has dried up. The ground of the community is cluttered with vehicles parked haphazardly. It seems that something extremely terrifying happened here before blocking all the pathways that should have been clear for pedestrians. Even the lawns on both sides are filled with parked cars. Zhang Nian cast a deep glance at the darkened windows of the buildings, his brow slightly furrowing. He then signaled to the other two. No need to search inside the buildings. After removing the rubber parts from the vehicles, we need to leave here immediately. The environment in the community is complex, and there could be hidden dangers, so they must act swiftly. Got it. Zhou Ping, though not the sharpest, understood the meaning of the words and nodded earnestly. Niele, you keep watch. No problem. Niele responded immediately, climbing onto the roof of a car, scanning her surroundings as she began her vigil. Zhang Nian used a golden axe to smash open the trunks of 2 cars. He took out 2 sets of disassembly tools and handed one to Zhou Ping. Just focus on the tires, ignore everything else. Zhang Nian's objective was very clear. The tires containing rubber and metal were the primary target for this excursion to the island. Moreover, the tires are not very large, making them easy to fit into a space backpack for convenient transportation. Understood, boss. Oh, just watch me. I'm quite skilled at disassembling this stuff. Zhou Ping chuckled, took the disassembly tools, and started to remove the tire from the nearby car. He placed the socket wrench on the tire's bolts and stepped down with determination. With a forceful twist, he heard a crackling sound. The previously tight bolt was instantly loosened. He moved on to the next bolt. Soon an entire tire was removed. The entire process took less than 3 minutes, each movement flowing seamlessly, leaving Zhang Nian wide-eyed in astonishment. How are your hands and feet so nimble? You weren't a car mechanic before, were you? Zhou Ping chuckled. I used to work at a 4S shop as a technician, but I never thought I would become a captain one day. Zhang Nian excitedly gave him a thumbs up. A talent. Having a friend who understands repairs is undoubtedly a stroke of luck in this terrifying apocalypse. Learning from Zhou Ping's technique, Zhang Nian also began to disassemble vehicles nearby, and his speed was not bad. Although his technical skills were somewhat clumsy, he made up for it with sheer strength. No need for foot pressure, just fitting the wrench and using his arm's strength, the bolts came off easily. With brute force overcoming finesse, that's probably what this looks like. Thus Zhang Nian and Zhou Ping transformed into 2 relentless tire disassembly machines. They completely entered a state of flow, frantically harvesting tires from the nearby vehicles. Time passed second by second. Zhou Ping had lost count of how many tires he had disassembled. All he knew was that his hand's feel had completely returned to its peak state. He even felt a connection to his past self. At this moment, he couldn't help but reminisce about his youth, the days spent as a technician at the 4S shop. Ha ha ha, what a thrilling battle this is. Zhou Ping mused, smiling as he glanced sideways, preparing to see how Zhang Nian was faring. However, the next second, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. He noticed that Zhang Nian, who had been slightly behind him, had now overtaken him, and he had pulled quite a distance ahead. What the hell? Boss, when did you get so fast? You've overtaken me. Are you a genius? Zhou Ping exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Nian glanced back and smiled. I can't be called a genius, at most a prodigy. So what do you say? Want to have a competition? He pointed to a spot 100 meters ahead, which was the deepest part of the community. Whoever reaches that position first wins. Is there no reward? Zhou Ping was also intrigued. With his current flow, he felt confident enough to compete even against a world champion. Reward? Zhang Nian raised an eyebrow. Isn't winning itself the best reward? Zhou Ping chuckled. As expected of you, boss, you hit the nail on the head. Winning is indeed the best reward. Shall we start? Let's go. Zhou Ping shouted, instantly getting into the zone, pushing his skills to the utmost. Quickly, he removed 1 tire. The entire process took less than a minute. Such terrifying speed would stand out even in a professional competition. However, when Zhou Ping looked up at Zhang Nian, he found that he had already finished removing one tire. He was even close to finishing the second tire. How can he be so fast? This is unscientific. Zhou Ping could hardly believe his eyes. Just as he was astonished, Zhang Nian had already started on the third tire. In the midst of it all, he even glanced back, giving Zhou Ping a look that said, "Can you keep up?" Could Zhou Ping tolerate such a thing? The boss could torment him, but he could never look down on him. "You're actually looking down on me. He'll show you. Today he'll let you see what the fastest man in the world is like." Oh. Zhou Ping's eyes instantly filled with blood vessels as he swung the wrench and began to exert all his strength against the tire. But strangely, the bolts on the tire in front of him seemed to be fused with the steel plate, refusing to budge no matter how hard he tried. "Oh, open up for me." Zhou Ping's forehead bulged with veins, his expression growing even more frantic. But seeing him like this, Zhang Nian ahead merely smirked. "Hey, can you handle this?" "Shut up. They'll definitely manage." Zhou Ping's face turned purple with anger. "Zhou Ping, what are you shouting about? Is it necessary to get this fired up over changing a tire?" A voice reached Zhou Ping's ears. It was Zhang Nian's voice, but it came from behind him. Zhou Ping turned around in confusion, only to see Zhang Nian standing far behind him, holding a wrench, looking at him in confusion. At this point, Zhou Ping was completely bewildered, the wrench clattering to the ground. "Boss? How could the boss be behind me? If the boss is behind me, then who was that just now?" Seeing Zhang Nian behind him, Zhou Ping was completely stunned. He hurriedly turned to look in front of him. However, at that moment, the Zhang Nian ahead wore an anxious expression. "Quick, pretend you can't hear. It's a fake." "Fake?" Zhou Ping felt as if someone had slapped his brain, leaving him utterly confused. But upon further thought, he felt that the Zhang Nian behind seemed more genuine. After all, Zhang Nian had never mocked him, even though they had known each other for a short time. Zhou Ping's eyes immediately turned cold. "No, you are the fake. A real boss would never look down on me like you do." The Zhang Nian in front was stomping his feet in anger. "That was all an act meant to get you away from there quickly. Otherwise, how could you have followed so fast? Let's go." The one behind is a counterfeit. It can cast illusions and has reverse directions. The exit of the community is ahead, and if we don't leave now, it will be too late. Zhou Ping frowned. "Then why didn't you explain the situation to me directly? What would that do? Would you believe me? Just like now?" Zhou Ping still shook his head. "Wait, Niele is not with you. Where is she now? I let her go ahead as she is in front now." Saying this, Zhang Nian pointed forward. Zhou Ping looked up and indeed saw Niele not far ahead. At that moment, she was hiding behind a car, anxiously waving towards them. She was covered in blood, seemingly injured. Zhou Ping turned back to look behind him, only to find that there was nothing beside Zhang Nian. Niele was nowhere to be seen. From this perspective, the Zhang Nian ahead seemed more trustworthy. After all, Niele was still there. "Don't look back. Every time you turn back, the distance will close in." Indeed, after Zhang Nian's reminder, the Zhang Nian behind suddenly vanished from sight, and then, as if teleporting, closed a significant distance instantly. At the same time, a hint of a triumphant smile appeared on his face. Although it was quickly concealed, Zhou Ping caught it with sharp eyes. His expression changed in shock. The Zhang Nian behind has a real problem. The counterfeit Zhang Nian seemed unaware of Zhou Ping's anomaly, continuing to feign confusion. "I'm asking you a question. Why did the tire catch fire? And why are you talking to yourself? Who are you speaking?" Zhou Ping was now terrified of this Zhang Nian, momentarily at a loss for words, not knowing what. However, just as he was about to find some excuse to brush it off, he suddenly saw something crawl out from Zhang Nian's sleeve and quickly retract. Although it was only for a split second, it nearly made Zhou Ping scream. It was actually a tentacle of an octopus covered in suction cups. At this, Zhou Ping completely lost it, too lazy to even come up with an excuse, and turned to sprint desperately forward. "Quick, go and meet up with Niele. He'll cover you," Zhang Nian shouted, standing behind Zhou Ping. This immediately moved Zhou Ping. He realized how foolish he had been to doubt his boss just now. Once they reached a safe place, he would definitely write a heartfelt 10,000-word reflection letter to express his remorse. At this moment, beside a distant car, Zhang Nian watched Zhou Ping, who was desperately twisting screws, muttering to himself with a constantly changing expression, and then suddenly sprinting toward a residential building. His heart sank. "This is bad. That kid must be enchanted by something. Let me see if I can wake him up." Niele suddenly, "Do you have a way, oi?" Zhang Nian turned in confusion, but the next second his eyes widened in shock. He thought Niele had some secret method to save him, but she unexpectedly raised a gun. Tat tat tat. A barrage of bullets erupted instantly, creating a line of fire around Zhou Ping. However, upon hearing the gunfire, Zhou Ping not only didn't stop, but instead ran even faster toward the residential building. Simultaneously, he was shouting, "Mom, run, that beast can even shoot." Niele's face instantly darkened. That Zhou Ping guy actually called her a beast. He really had lost it. Making such a commotion and still not waking him up proves the enemy is very skilled at deception, We need to be cautious. Zhang Nian, while pursuing towards the residential building, reminded her. Yeah, I know. Niele nodded, then took out 2 blue pills from her backpack. She ate one and handed the other to Zhang Nian. Take this. Zhang Nian curiously accepted it and put it in his mouth. The next second his expression twisted. The blue pill was incredibly sour. What the heck? What is this? Niele also shook her head from the sourness. This is a pill made from the seeds of some plant-type counterfeit designed to keep you awake. Taking it will help you stay. Zhang Nian's eyelids twitched violently. This wasn't just keeping someone awake, it could probably even resurrect the dead. While speaking, the two had already arrived downstairs of Building No. 4. Looking at the wide-open dark entrance of the 4th unit, Zhang Nian didn't rush in immediately. The enemies they faced were counterfeits, extremely dangerous. If they charged in without any preparation, it would be sheer folly. At that point, don't even think about rescuing anyone, as they might end up losing their own lives. Zhang Nian carefully approached the side of the unit door, straining to listen. The hallway was eerily silent, with nothing but the occasional sound of wind. Hoo. There were no other sounds. It was eerily quiet. This was concerning. From the moment Zhou Ping rushed into the building to when Zhang Nian and the others arrived, the entire process had taken less than 20 seconds. Even if Zhou Ping ran upstairs by himself, there should be some sound of footsteps going up. How could there be absolutely no noise now? Could it be that Zhou Ping had already met his end? Thinking of this, Zhang Nian felt a heavy weight in his heart. This possibility was the greatest and most reasonable. He turned to Niele and sighed. When we go up, if we see Zhou Ping. I understand. Niele nodded. Just take him out. Zhang Nian wore a puzzled expression. What he actually wanted to say was that the person coming out might not be Zhou Ping himself, and they needed to be cautious in their investigations. However, from Niele's words, it seemed she was ready to confront him head-on. What is going on here? When did the two of them become enemies? Thud. Just as Zhang Nian was lost in thought, a sudden sound of something heavy falling to the ground came from upstairs. It seemed that someone had kicked something over. Zhang Nian's gaze sharpened, and he immediately became alert. He gestured to Niele and slowly walked into the corridor with his gun raised. As soon as he entered, a foul, moldy odor hit him. Clearly, the ventilation system in this building had been blocked. The smell emanating from the rotting items lingered in the air. Upon entering the building, Zhang Nian did not rush upstairs. Instead, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and stood still. The lighting in the residential building was very dim. If he proceeded without adapting, he could easily suffer a setback due to poor visibility. After a few seconds, feeling his vision fully adjust to the light, Zhang Nian finally took another step forward. He reached the corner of the staircase and carefully observed the stairs. Because it had been a long time since anyone had used them, the stairs were covered in dust. And on top of that dust, a clear set of footprints was imprinted. Clearly someone had just passed through here, and there was only one person. That was Zhou Ping. Zhang Nian exchanged a glance with Niele and began to move silently upstairs. The structure of the residential building was quite simple, almost identical to most buildings on the market, with each floor corresponding to 3 households. They were situated at the left, center, and right positions corresponding to the staircase. Interestingly, at this moment, every household had its door wide open, as if deliberately welcoming the two. But who did Zhang Nian think he was? Could he indulge such reckless behavior? Whoever wanted to enter could enter. He certainly wouldn't. Besides, the footprints on the ground hadn't entered, so why should he? Wasn't that just absurd? Until he arrived at the 4th floor of the residential building, Zhang Nian stopped. This time the footprints clearly led inside. They turned into a room on the right side of the staircase. It was evident that Zhou Ping had entered this room. Zhang Nian turned back and gestured to Niele, then began to quietly peek into the room from the side. This was a 2-bedroom apartment. Directly opposite the entrance was a horizontally arranged living room. In the center of the living room was a large brown sofa. In front of the sofa was a wooden coffee table. It had several fruit platters on it, but they were completely empty. Looking further inside, there was a corner in the living room with 2 open bedroom doors. But due to the angle, he couldn't see inside the doors. After confirming that there was no one in the living room, Zhang Nian raised his gun and cautiously stepped inside. The living room was very clean, forming a stark contrast to the damp darkness of the corridor. It even gave one the feeling of stepping into a scene from a game. It was excessively clean. Zhang Nian didn't think too much about it. He glanced around and quickly rushed towards the bedroom, followed closely by Niele. The two of them nearly burst into the bedroom at the same time. However, the sight before them left them both stunned. There was no one in the bedroom. Just a solitary bed stood there. There was not even Zhou Ping, let alone a ghost. What was going on? Zhang Nian's brows immediately furrowed. Just moments ago, he clearly saw Zhou Ping run into the residential building. And the footprints had led right into this room, so how could there be no one? Could the enemy create another space? That thought flashed through Zhang Nian's mind for less than a second before he dismissed it. Because that was simply impossible. If the enemy truly had such abilities, they wouldn't need to go to such lengths to lure. They could have crushed them like ants long ago. Look quickly, Zhou Ping is over there. Just as Zhang Nian was puzzled, Nian suddenly pointed towards the window and spoke. Zhang Nian looked in the direction she pointed with confusion. To him, that was impossible. Zhou Ping had clearly entered this building, and how could he possibly appear in another building? However, in the next moment his eyes widened. He couldn't believe that Zhou Ping had actually appeared on the opposite building. Moreover, not only did he appear, but he even began to show off his talents. He saw Zhou Ping standing in front of the fourth-floor window, smiling as he opened it. First he glanced around, and then under Zhang Nian's shocked gaze he stepped onto the window ledge. Then he spread his arms and began to smile while bowing in all directions, his smile becoming increasingly radiant. Immediately afterward, Zhou Ping raised his head, lifting his left hand high, gesturing towards the left front, right front, and straight ahead, as if he was preparing for something. Seeing this scene, Zhang Nian felt an urgent need. He had often watched sports events before, so he was no stranger to Zhou Ping's series of movements. It was clearly the preparation for a 10-meter high dive. This guy was really about to make a splash on dry land. Zhou Ping, what are you doing? Quick, get back. Just as Zhou Ping was about to let go of himself, Zhang Nian couldn't care less about anything else and shouted loudly. Strangely, upon hearing the call, Zhou Ping not only did not back away, but instead showed an even prouder expression upon seeing him. His expression was as if he had been gazed upon by some grand figure, and he began to bounce up and down in place, seemingly warming up to challenge his limits and unleash a big move. Oh my! Zhang Nian was completely out of options and turned to run downstairs. However, just as he took a step, he heard a triumphant laugh come from behind. That voice was very familiar. It was Nian's voice. Zhang Nian turned back in confusion. He saw Nian smiling as she pointed a gun at his head. Hee, where do you think you're going? Slap. Without a hint of hesitation, Zhang Nian acted purely on instinct. With a backhand, he sent Nian's gun flying. The moment the laughter rang out, Zhang Nian sensed something was amiss. Nian never laughed like that. Such unnatural laughter could only mean she had fallen under some influence. So he struck first, his hand already swinging out before Nian could raise her gun. Vile doppelganger, you've slaughtered so many of us humans. Today you'll pay with blood. With her weapon knocked away, fury blazed even brighter in Nian's eyes. With a guttural roar, she lashed out with a swift, vicious kick aimed directly at Zhang Nian's groin. Zhang Nian had no doubt about the kick's potency and hastily retreated a large step. Had it landed, it would have shut off his faucet for good. Fortunately, his reflexes were astonishing and he narrowly evaded the blow. But before he could steady himself, a flash of cold steel appeared before his eyes. It was Nian charging at him. He had no idea where she usually concealed her weapons, but now a dagger had materialized in her hand. In the blink of an eye, it thrust toward his face. Zhang Nian retreated again, and the next second the blade grazed past his throat. Yet before he could counter, Nian's next assault was already upon him. But this time it wasn't the dagger that came at him. It was Nian's foot. A sharp blade suddenly sprang from her toe, moving with lightning speed, instantly reaching him. Hiss! You're forcing my hand. Don't hold a grudge when you wake up. Zhang Nian's eyes narrowed, his right hand moving at incredible speed to seize Nian's ankle. Although trained and far stronger than an ordinary human, Nian was still just a mortal. No matter how formidable, how could she possibly match Zhang Nian, an enhanced monster? In an instant, her ankle was caught. Stay put. Zhang Nian pulled her leg back with his right hand, then swept his left leg out in a trip. In a flash, Nian was pinned to the ground. High-level battles often boiled down to the simplest moves to determine the victor. He'll kill. Her eyes bloodshot, Nian swung the dagger wildly with her right hand, trying to fight back, but Zhang Nian twisted her arm and subdued her. Kid, you want to kill me? Practice for another 100 years. Zhang Nian chuckled, pulling a rope from his backpack and expertly tying Nian up hand and foot. He even gagged her, not for any other reason, but to prevent her from biting her tongue. Under the doppelganger's spell, she might do anything. Even bound, Nian struggled, fiercely kicking out. With no other choice, Zhang Nian tied her legs as well. All right, just squirm there. Let me figure out our next move. Zhang Nian sighed, looking at her frenzied state. With 3 people in the group, 2 were now down. Things were about to get much harder. After a few seconds, damn, I was so focused on the fight I forgot about that kid. Zhang Nian jolted up from the ground and quickly looked toward the building across the street. But Zhou Ping was no longer at that window. It's all over. Zhang Nian slapped his forehead. He thought to himself, buddy, you were too impatient, couldn't you have held on a little longer? But then he realized something was off. If the guy had really jumped, he should have heard something. Yet he had heard nothing at all. Zhang Nian walked to the window and looked down. Sure enough, there was no sign of Zhou Ping's body. What did that mean? It meant Zhou Ping hadn't actually played Splat the Pavement. It had all been a bluff. Suddenly a smile spread across Zhang Nian's face. He seemed to understand. What he had just seen was an illusion. It was a trick conjured by an enemy hidden in the shadows. Zhou Ping wasn't across the street. He was still in. The enemy's aim was to draw their attention so it could further unleash its ability. and that ability was likely tied to the visual system and affected by distance. Just like Niele, initially unaffected because of the pill, she only lost her mind after seeing the scene out. The enemy had made Zhou Ping run this way to lure them closer, enhancing its power's efficiency to ensnare them all at once. But the enemy hadn't anticipated that its skill would be ineffective on him, so it had used Niele to kill him. Now that Niele had failed, what would the enemy do next? Thump, thump, thump. As Zhang Nian pondered, hurried footsteps echoed from downstairs. The steps were urgent, sounding like someone leaping several stairs at once. Zhang Nian turned toward the door, a cold sneer curling on his lips. Has so impatient. The footsteps quickly arrived at the entrance. Zhou Ping dashed in, panic-stricken. Upon seeing Zhang Nian, his face lit up with immense relief. Boss, I finally found you. I thought we'd never meet again. Zhang Nian feigned shock. Zhou Ping, weren't you caught in an illusion? How did you snap out of it on your own? Zhou Ping approached step by step. I stumbled upon a treasure, of course. Otherwise, with my skills, how could I have made it out alive? Oh, what kind of treasure is so powerful? Zhang Nian showed great curiosity. Zhou Ping smiled, took a few more steps forward, and handed him the basketball. Here, take a look at this. See for yourself. Zhou Ping's voice suddenly turned shrill. At the same time, the basketball in his hand transformed. A crack split open in its middle. The next second, the entire basketball became a fully opened crimson eyeball. As the red eye appeared, a blood-red light burst from it, instantly enveloping Zhang Nian. Believing his scheme had succeeded, Zhou Ping's face broke into a triumphant grin. But the grin lasted less than a second before it was replaced by terror and disbelief. He had expected that unleashing the attack point blank would let him control Zhang Nian. Instead, a green protective barrier suddenly emerged around Zhang Nian, blocking all the red light. It was utterly baffling. You what? Time to fly. Zhou Ping tried to speak, but Zhang Nian gave him no chance. He kicked the eyeball out of Zhou Ping's hand and raised his M500 golden revolver. Bang! A thunderous roar echoed. The basketball-sized monster eyeball exploded. Gushing fluid stained the entire bedroom wall black. As the eyeball burst, Zhou Ping, standing nearby with a horrified expression, and Niele, who had been struggling on the floor, both rolled their eyes and fainted. Successfully killed. Third stage, aberrant doppelganger bloodthirsty eyeball. Reward, 500 gold coins. Bonus, 500 gold coins. Bloodthirsty eyeball, named for its resemblance to a bloodthirsty demon's eye. A doppelganger highly skilled at creating illusions. Once it lays eyes on its prey, the victim falls into a trance without realizing it. Weakness 1. The bloodthirsty eyeball's body is extremely fragile. It cannot kill prey directly and relies on illusions to gradually lure victims to their deaths. Weakness 2. Its hallucinogenic effect diminishes with distance. Beyond 70 meters, the effect is virtually zero. After hearing the explanation, Zhang Nian smiled. It aligned closely with his earlier deductions. He just hadn't expected the enemy to be foolish enough to manipulate Zhou Ping into delivering its main body right to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have figured out a way to deal with it so quickly. Just then, Niele, who had been lying on the floor, suddenly woke up. Oh, you're awake already. Zhang Nian was a bit surprised, casually removing the gag from her mouth. Oh, it'll kill you. Well, she wasn't awake after all. Stop. Take a good look at who I am. Seeing Niele still immersed in the illusion, Zhang Nian hurriedly reminded her. However, don't play dumb. Just because you transformed into a human form doesn't mean I can't recognize you. You are a fake person. As she spoke, Niele launched a headbutt directly at Zhang Nian. Fortunately, the two were at a considerable distance, and this strike did not hit Zhang Nian's face. Otherwise, he would have been disfigured. Zhang Nian had no other options and directly took out a flashlight. What do you think this is? A flashlight? Would a fake person use this? Do you want me to shine it for you? Nian, how are you trying to fool a fool? Which fake person doesn't know how to use a flashlight? However, I am curious to see how comical it is for a fake person to shine a light in their own eyes. Looking at Niele's expression, Zhang Nian understood. Clearly, the type of illusion that the opponent was under was a realistic one. The illusionary world seen with the eyes bore no difference from the real world. Aside from personal experiences being different, everything else was exactly the same. Even if the illusion had been dispelled, it would still be difficult for the opponent to walk out of it on their own. Therefore, he needed to provide Niele with some external stimulation. Alright, since you want to see, I'll show you. Zhang Nian sighed and raised the flashlight, turning it on. The intense light instantly illuminated the surroundings. However, the one squinting was not Zhang Nian himself, but the Niele across from him. You beast, I knew you wouldn't shine the light on yourself. Niele was practically livid, feeling she had never seen such a shameless fake person in her life. I never said I would shine it on myself. I was just demonstrating the steps to detect a fake person to prove I'm not one. Zhang Nian chuckled. Do you want me to narrate the boarding inspection process? Not talking. If you're not talking, does that mean you want me to? First, check the passenger's appearance. Second, check the passenger's pupils. Then, for the following time, Zhang Nian recounted the entire boarding inspection process, and each step also allowed Nian to experience it firsthand. Until the end. Alright, no more talking, I believe you are human now. Really believe? Nian nodded with a frown. Really believe because you're more fake than a fake person. Hee, I'll take that as a compliment. Zhang Nian smiled, beginning to untie the ropes around Nian. At that moment, Zhou Ping also woke up. However, it seemed he was having a bit of trouble adapting to this real world. Am I not participating in the dream? What am I doing here? Dreaming, yes, I must be dreaming, and it's a dream within a dream. I need to wake up quickly, but it's my turn to jump next. Looking at Zhou Ping, who suddenly sat up and then lay back down. Zhang Nian remained silent for a long time. It seems he was doing quite well over there. Nian paused for a moment before suddenly speaking. Yeah, but how can that be allowed? Zhang Nian nodded. He then stood up and slowly approached Zhou Ping, leaning close to his ear and gently saying, "Face reality, my friend. This world is full of fake people, and running for your life is your true life." Zhou Ping sat up straight. Damn, what kind of dream is this that's so hard to shake off? Why can't I get out? Get your head out of the clouds. Zhang Nian kicked him in annoyance. Get up quickly, there are still plenty of tires to strip. Be boss. Zhou Ping looked at Zhang Nian's face in confusion, and the next second the memories in his mind began to reshape like a tidal wave. A few seconds later, his thoughts finally returned to reality. Zhou Ping's illusion was relatively simple, with many things detached from reality. So when he saw Zhang Nian, it immediately triggered a memory reconstruction, bringing him back to reality. You were doing quite well over there, even participating in the Dream Olympics. Listening to Zhang Nian's teasing words, Zhou Ping felt a bit embarrassed. He scratched his head. Yeah, it was quite good. In the illusion, I was just an ordinary mechanic at first, until one day, I met a beautiful rich client. She took a fancy to me at first sight, saying I shouldn't work there anymore and should come to her company instead. Her family also ran a 4S shop, and she would give me a wedding gift when we got married. Later, I became a boss, but after a while I felt bored and wanted to showcase my personal talents. So, at this point, Zhou Ping stopped feeling it was too absurd. So what? Zhang Nian asked with a smile. So I held a Dream Olympics in my backyard. The organizer of the Dream Olympics even said this was the most awesome Dream Olympics he had ever hosted. After hearing Zhou Ping's account, Zhang Nian felt like his brain was being flattened. This kind of outrageous plot could probably only be imagined by a fake person. This guy really dared to throw in all sorts of crazy material to confuse Zhou Ping. Alright, everything has ended. Let's go downstairs quickly. Zhang Nian glanced at the time. It was already 11 in the morning. The fog on the island was already thick, and by the afternoon the roads would surely become even harder to traverse. Upon reaching downstairs, Zhang Nian and Zhou Ping immediately began to dismantle the remaining vehicles. This time, without external factors at play, their dismantling progress was very smooth. In less than an hour, they had stripped all the tires from the vehicles in the community. Zhang Nian used the counting feature of his backpack to estimate the weight of the tires. He found that the combined weight of the tires was less than 1,000 kilograms. Moreover, although the tires were rubber products, they were not made of 100% rubber. At most, they contained about 50% rubber. This meant they still needed to continue collecting more tires. Furthermore, they needed at least the same quantity as they already had. Zhang Nian looked up at the depths of the small island. At this moment, the high-rise buildings in the center of the island were fully revealed. The tall buildings stacked upon one another told of the past prosperity. There should be a commercial area ahead, and there will definitely be many vehicles by the roadside. Let's go check it out. Zhou Ping looked at the tall buildings in the distance, speaking with some concern. Surely there won't be any fake people with illusions this time, right? Zhang Nian turned around with a smile, patting the backpack behind him. You don't need to worry about this. I prepared a rope in my backpack, and if I notice anything amiss, I will tie you up right away. Oh, that's good. Zhou Ping nodded. Just now Zhang Nian told him that he was standing on the windowsill preparing to recreate the classic scene of splashing water on dry land. Although Zhang Nian repeatedly explained that it was just an illusion, he still felt uneasy. Because in the illusion he indeed stood on a 10-meter diving platform.